Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have finally made it here, as the announcer man said.
Yeah.
Sean Sharif, Ralph James Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Day one for us, Radio Row in Las Vegas at the Super Bowl. Welcome.
Man, it's we're here. Let's just say that. We're here. We found coffee. That's key.
Yes.
Normally, when we get to these things, especially when they're on the West Coast, we'll get coffee somewhere in the 9 o'clock hour DFW time, and that's no good for anybody. But here, as Bobby referred to it as the city that never sleeps, which I do believe is New York City.
No,
this is Sin City. They had coffee waiting for us when we got here.
Well, we needed coffee after we got our 10,000 steps in, walking here to the table. Dear God.
Man, the convention centers here are a little bit bigger than elsewhere. They're just a little bit bigger than everywhere else.
I'm not even joking. How far? 10-minute walk from
Probably
the doors to here?
Yeah, probably about that.
This will be the most exercise I've gotten all year. All year.
We're only a month in.
Should have brought my Fitbit. Would have found out how many steps we already had.
So we are set up on Radio Row. This feels like humongous, and it feels like there's going to be a ton of people here.
It does.
This can be an S show. This can be crazy later on in the week.
Madhouse. This is going to be a madhouse. And there's more room. It's not as cramped. Like New York was really cramped because it was so crowded. That was the most crowded one. Minneapolis was terrible because it was a small location. This is so big and so spread out.
Yeah.
We will be able to walk freely.
And everyone is going to be here, right? Like the most radio stations?
They say the most radio stations are here that they've ever had, or at least post-COVID. Like, it's back. Like, Radio Row is back. It took a dive for a couple years during COVID. Now it's back.
Yeah, we got WSBU's even here, St. Bonaventure over there. We're next to the Bonnies.
Yeah, we're a pretty well spot.
Man, when you're out here next to St. Bonaventure Radio and Ireland Radio and UK Radio, everybody's here.
They gave us a great spot.
All right.
The right prime time position.
For those that you don't know, this is just like behind the curtain radio nerd stuff. We walk in here and it's kind of like a status thing to some people of where are we? KMC is not going to care. I don't think G-Bag's going to care. We got two guys on my show I think that might care. You walk in and you check the status level, right, to kind of reset your position in the market and the power rankings of the world of sports and entertainment.
I guess nowadays it doesn't matter anymore because it used to be they didn't schedule these guests pre-day.
Yeah.
You would have to grab them as they walk by. So where you were sitting mattered. Now it doesn't matter. I just don't want to be around people from El Paso.
Because
that's my thing.
That's a nod to Jerry.
And
El Paso.
And
the big dogs are on the outer walls, right? So ESPN is over here, and then you're going to have your Sirius XM, and you got your FanDuel, and you're going to have your McAfee. They're all going to be on the outside
Bounty
walls.
paper towels. You've got them on the outside.
Bounty paper towels?
Yeah, that's their setup right there. That giant green.
Wow.
I know. Isn't that a cool setup?
And Chop, you took a shot at them earlier this morning.
I don't care.
Look at that. Look at that, guys. That's a beautiful two-story setup.
I'm a Viva, whatever the hell it is, guy. But no, it's we're near Ireland,
and then in
the
here,
UK, they were just showing us. This is how far the Cowboys are away from the Super Bowl. We're going to put you near Europe and college radio. And that's exactly what it is.
So we have San Antonio, we have El Paso, we have college radio, and we have Europe surrounding us versus your WFAN and your WIPs and your Kansas Cities of the world.
Yep,
so
exactly. And our although you know what? I still have not. I did the first thing I did. We got inside our little bullpen here, and the first thing I did, I made a walk around. And I was like, "Are Bonte and Salami Joe here
from San Fran?"
And I went looking around. I did not see them here. And so, I don't know. I don't know that they're going to be here. Otherwise, we might have a rumble.
All right. It's all going to be live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We are here brought to you by the Low T Center, a #1 Air, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. We already got a ton of stories. I mean, a ton of stories. First one, drunk. Our new driver this morning, whether he's good or not. And I think we have to start with Mr. Vegas, Mr. Gambler, RJ Choppy. After I thought we were all going to bed last night after dinner, the night did not end for you.
No, I got upstairs and I was like, well.
Wait. Before all this, Good morning, Pepe. How are you, sir?
Doing fantastic, guys. It's 5:35 here, so it's a little later than y'all, but It's going well. It's going well. No traffic.
You're not
no
bitter.
nothing.
You're okay. You're fine.
Oh yeah, no. I saw the pictures on Twitter, Instagram, the delicious food, and wasn't tagged once, so it hurt. It hurt a lot.
Well, you're not here.
Well, you're not here.
Well,
so
you can still tag me in spirit, though, right? You know.
Listen, we got through security. These fools took a beeline. They were 100 yards in front of me.
Don't
feel bad. I had to sprint. I'm still sweating.
What'd you have to sprint for? You saw where we were walking. It's a 300-yard walk.
At security, he sat there and talked to them for 5 minutes.
Because she was telling me how long she'd been there.
Well,
that it's on overtime, and then the guy comes in and goes,
your fault.
Well, I couldn't just leave her by herself.
That's your fault. We're trying to find coffee. We're trying to find this place. We're 400 yards away still.
You're about to be jealous, though, Peyton, when you hear RJ Choppy and what a shark he was last night on the card table.
So I get upstairs to the room, and I was like, you know what?
And this was what time?
7:30-ish, 7:45.
Yeah. All our dinners pay. We're trying to go at 5:15.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I was like, man, I don't feel like I had to go to the bathroom when we were at the restaurant. I could feel it.
Okay.
I got up to the room, and I was like, oh.
Just like you did when we landed. You were dying.
I was.
The goosies.
But by the time we got to the hotel, it wasn't like, I missed my chance. And then I missed my chance when I got to the room, and I was like, well, shoot. Might as well go downstairs. All right. I go downstairs, and I was looking around, looking for a craps table. Wasn't feeling it. Blackjack, wasn't feeling it. So I settled on 3-card poker, which is an undercover very good game. Now, it's brutal if you lose, but if you win quick. Second hand, trip 8s, 30-1.
Wow.
So won $300 right there.
3 8s?
3 8s, all right? And I had a chance if the dealer showed, because I played that little stupid thing with the light.
The river.
No.
Oh.
It's like a
side bet.
An extra bet. No, it's a side bet, but it's like an extra bet. It's got the light on it. So you put the chip down. It's plastic. It's different material. It lights up. If she had an 8 under these other 2 cards, I win the mega jackpot, which is $53,400.
Mm-hmm.
She had a 7 and something else.
No.
I was so down.
Oh, my gosh. One number away from 50K?
One number away from 50K.
Wow.
53.
53.
Oh, man. That would have made the day.
So
made the trip.
You walked with
285.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
So
that's good. We're good.
That was your high of the night, though? Like, you didn't lose.
No, that was it. I was only down there for about 30, 45 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, I was in bed asleep by, 9 o'clock. 9:30.
Okay. Well done.
Yeah.
Very efficient.
Yes, very efficient. That's the key to the weekend. It's efficiency.
Because he had like two or three times, Peyton, where he was like trying to decide whether to go gamble or not, and then he was like, "Well, I'm just gonna sleep early and gamble before the show this morning." I'm like, "It's 3:30 local. Yeah. You're gonna get up before that and gamble." And then he said, "Well, we're done out here at 8:30 local, so then I'm just gonna meet my buddy out here and I'm gonna play the tables." But then he ended up going back last night, and then we had the show odds on who would be drunk first, and apparently that got decided quickly.
What a line. What a line you set there, Chop. Minus 375. Good job. Good betting odds there. Because I hit it. I was not aggressive last night, right?
You were aggressive with the first drink.
Yeah. No, but I was not aggressive in terms of like my behavior. I was not an aggressive drunk. I had a nice strong buzz going. What were those called? Rat's tails or lion's tails?
Yeah.
That's what they were.
Rat's
yeah,
tails.
something like that. It was lime and bitters. It's kind of like an old fashioned.
Rat's tails, Ruben's haircut over
yeah,
there.
That's it was good though, and I had several of those. Steakhouse was good, man. I thought that New York strip was good. We had
yeah. You're welcome.
The meatballs. Yes, you did a good job securing the reservation. Shout out to Landry Locker as well for the tip there.
But you had 3 of the drinks.
Yes, yeah, and so
they were like,
I needed them because they were delivering them about once every 45 minutes.
That's right. Whiskey was the main.
Yeah, it was bourbon, bitters, lime, and then something else was in it.
But you feel any effects this morning?
Nope, I'm good.
Did you think he was drunk?
I didn't think so. I thought he was just trying to win.
I was not my normal self because again, like I said, they pace the drinks way too much. Wherever we're drinking tonight or whatever, like
hockey game.
Yeah, when we're at the hockey game, like that's going to be drink
Rapid
after
fire.
drink. Yeah, that's tonight. It'll really come out, but. Yeah, had my drinks, had my cereal. We're good to go.
You didn't have cereal.
I did have cereal.
Wow.
And you didn't think that was happening when I was walking in my room as mouthy as I was being.
The two of you, I mean, I just got in my room, and I had to just embrace the peace. My God. I snapped at Kristen in the car.
Did you?
She's like a little kid in the corner. Yeah, I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't take the two
What
of you
was it?
anymore. I don't have time. Oh, I don't have time. I will get into it though. It's just overreacting, and thinking this and that, and interjecting, and did it. Both of you just. And I was like, stop!
Your most serious moment was at dinner when we got the bill, and I told her to knock it off while she was whispering to you.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what she was whispering out. I just figured she was complaining about the bill somehow.
Yeah.
And then you were like, it doesn't concern you.
Yeah, I had to tell Bobby, shut the F up. Stay out of our business. Shut up. You got some
He's controlling.
You got
I got some patent tendencies.
just
Is
about
that
to
what you're
say
telling me?
that. He is controlling. I was feeling it at the table.
Yeah.
I was feeling
You check
it.
your phone, don't you?
No. I mean, not recently.
You got some 877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line. See, Choppy's picking up what I'm putting down.
Yep.
Look,
That's
knew what
great.
you were saying,
14
too.
years.
Yeah.
By the way, yesterday was our 13-year friend anniversary on Facebook. Did you see that?
no, I didn't.
Yeah.
Give me a half hug.
Oh, here we go.
Just
Side
half-
hug.
just half-
Side hug.
All right, there it is. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Kyrie is back, and Toby Keith passed away, plus the King Charles news that was dominating the dinner table between Choppy and Bobby. Those are just two of the 50 stories we have from day one in Vegas Radio Row. We're just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us back home right here on the Fan.
Coming up in the next. timeout. Offensive rebound by Josh Green. Back up Kyrie Irving on the money. You love to see it.
Follow up with the call on Bally. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Radio Row. Show number 1 in Vegas for the week, brought to you by the Low T Center. Kyrie was out for 6 games. He was back. The Mavs scored on 10 straight possessions in the fourth quarter, and they beat down the Philadelphia 76ers without Joel Embiid. Bobby, would you like to apologize to Joel Embiid, by the way?
No, I would not.
Why not?
Because that would require me admitting that I was wrong, and I don't do that.
118 to 102. Kyrie with 23. Luka with 19 and 8. So no one blew it up in the box score. No one scored over 23 points.
Grant Williams with a very motivated 14 points as he starts hearing the trade chatter.
Man.
And he's going, all right, fine, time for me to put up some points. So 14 points, 7 rebounds. That's right. Let's keep lighting that fire under you, Grant Williams.
6 players in double figures or more. It was some stat like first time in Mavs history, 6 guys in double figures, and they all hit like 2 threes or more. But Filthy loses without their superstar. I had a buddy at this game.
Who will?
And he's not diehard watching the NBA, but he said, the NBA is so boring in person. I can't be the only one who thinks it. And I wrote back, I was like, no, we actually have been talking about this a lot. We did a big segment last week with callers talking about their issue with the NBA. He says, looks like old men trying not to get hurt at the YMCA. No defense, and every player looks like a shooting guard. So that was his observation.
I see what he's talking about.
From Philly.
So he's talking about from a try-hard perspective, because the games, like the crowd interaction with all the stuff that's going on in the game, the entertainment. There's a lot of entertainment in-game value at an NBA game. I find it to be quite enjoyable. But the play, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. Like you're getting half try.
Mavs score 41 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and Jaden Hardy putting up what he does, man. I need more Jaden Hardy in my life. I need more heavy Jaden Hardy rotation minutes, because every time he's given an opportunity, he fills it up.
All right,
he actually scores.
Jaden Hardy, Josh Green. Who do you favor? How do you separate?
I would absolutely favor Hardy. I feel like Josh Green's obviously a better defender, a more complete upside, but I mean, to me, Jaden Hardy can fill it up. Jaden Hardy's going to put points up, and he does. He's done it routinely, and Jason Kidd, for some reason, just still refuses to trust the guy. But 15 minutes last night, 17 points.
So 50 games in, and the Mavericks are 8 games back in the West. They are the number 8 seed right now, 1 game in front of the Lakers and 2 games in back of the Pelicans. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. We got some news overnight that I broke to you guys that Toby Keith passed away at the age of 62.
Yeah, I never saw him in concert. My buddy was his old manager. He said he was a great dude. Like, he was like super like generous, all the stuff he needed. Anything you needed, he got it for you. He had this great second career with his bar. I love this bar. That was at the WinStar, and he had a couple bars elsewhere. But man, his music, they're old '90s Toby Keith, when he had the mullet, the long hair. That was great, Toby Keith.
Because I feel like I haven't heard anything about Toby Keith in a while.
He's been sick for like 3 years, something like that. Stomach cancer. Yeah, turn this up. This is a great song. This is Should Have Been a Cowboy, which we were talking about this coming in. Wikipedia says here it received more than 3 million spins on country radio. Back when my dad was jocking country music in the 90s, and it made it the most played country song of the 1990s. Nothing by Garth. Nothing by George. It was this.
This is the
most played country song in the 90s.
Turn it up, Peyton, even more. Let's hear.
Oh, yeah. And then here's
Jam.
The big chorus, baby.
I should have been a cowboy.
Is this what y'all were singing in the parking garage?
Yep.
I remember dancing to this back in 1997 at the Colorado Cafe.
Line dancing.
Yeah, line dancing, baby.
Other songs off the top of your head that you would just throw out there for him?
Red Solo Cup.
Oh, my gosh.
I hate that one.
I fill you up.
Why do you hate
Let's have a party.
I don't know. I just don't like it.
It's awesome.
I just don't. I don't know. It just sounds
because it was popular mainstream.
That was the other. I Am a Soldier or American Soldier.
Which I didn't know now. Yeah, I mean, God, he had a million of them.
So Toby Keith passing away at the age of 62, and then in other health news, man, I was getting phone calls from the family asking me if I heard this story about Charles. RJ sends 3 royal family stories a week that we don't talk about and I don't care about, but this one, humongous news.
Yeah, this is King Charles III, Sean. Boy, and forget about King Charles the person, all right, and what kind of jackass he is. All right. You wait 75 years for your mom to die to take over the throne.
Oh, that's an interesting way to phrase it. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
she was born waiting for her to die. He's like me.
She had the monarchy for like 70+ years, longest in history. No one will ever come close to that.
I'm dying to hear what music Peyton puts under this.
Yeah, there's only one. I mean, the British Bulldog.
Don't even tell him. Don't even tell him.
That's it. So.
He's gonna put a marimba underneath.
Yeah, it's just something from Men at Work. He thinks he's gonna confuse Australia for England.
Down under, that's not right.
But he's waiting to take over the throne his entire life. He's a retiree. Okay. Oh boy.
Hang on, let's hear. Turn it up, Peyton. Is this okay, Choppy?
Yeah, no, it's not even close. This sounds like it's on Robin Hood Men in Tights. So he's waiting. He's just waiting for this lady to die, and he finally takes over. And we're just a year into his tenure. I mean, he's Biden's age, for crying out loud. And then he gets diagnosed with cancer like right away.
Wow.
Like that's bad luck. That's the world telling you we don't want you as our king, and we want William.
William, that's right. So William is the one with Kate. He's bald.
He's the bald one.
And he's not the bad brother who's with the girl.
Megan.
That used to be the actress.
Yeah, he's the one from Suits. Now, I guess it depends on who you talk to, on who the bad brother is. I don't know. If you talk to the people who say, or Team Megan and Harry, they think William's the bad brother. But
I don't think anyone is Team Megan and Harry. Everyone hates them. Everyone hates her.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They have turned on her, man.
I don't think they have a team.
They have turned on her.
And look, if we're talking about, let's take the significant others out of it. If we're just talking about who was the bad boy, who was the bad brother in that sense, Harry was always the bad boy. Remember, Harry was the one who was getting into, he partied way too hard, went off, joined the British Royal Guard or whatever he does.
So he's the outcast now, but Harry is technically he'll be one step away. He could have taken over.
Harry?
Yeah.
No.
William's older.
Yeah.
So
William's the step.
Harry is not.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So not the step being Charles.
Harry does not have any lineage to the throne.
Oh.
William, if William were to, let's say Charles dies today.
Yeah.
All right, which I don't want him to die. Let's say he does, and William takes over. William dies tomorrow.
Right.
William's son takes over.
Oh.
I think it's George. I think his name is George.
Oh. Okay.
Or
No
something
wonder.
like that.
So no
George
wonder
like
he bailed.
6?
Huh?
Isn't he like 6?
Yeah, so they would have a consort take over for him in the meantime, but he is technically.
This is like this is like Lion King.
Yeah. So like because
no Mufasa.
They hold up Prince George.
It's the lineage. The lineage goes to the firstborn, and then they create the lineage from there. So it doesn't.
So if he
Harry
didn't have
never,
a lineage,
if he didn't have
a
one,
lineage, then it would go to Harry.
Then it would go to Harry.
So
like that's what happened with. That's how Queen Elizabeth took over because her dad took over for his brother who abdicated the throne, and he had no children.
So how quick is this timeline? How bad is this medical news?
I don't know. Like I don't really know like the timeline or what kind of cancer it is. They're really, really quiet on what they kind of give out.
Yeah.
But for the palace, they did say it's not prostate cancer. I don't know why they specified that.
Right.
It narrows it down, but
narrows it down.
There you go.
All right, we are live here in Vegas. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Bell, brought to you by A1 Air and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Are the Cowboys going to open up their season against the Eagles on a Friday night? And was Kyle Shanahan as wasted as Bobby Belt last night? 6 a.m. Club? We need you next and throughout the entire week. We're just getting started right here. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
DFW. From our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
What's up? We are in Las Vegas for show number 1, morning number 1 on the home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. That's what I wore this morning, y'all, on the fan cam and Twitch. I'm not wearing the cowboy gear. It's too embarrassing. It's too embarrassing. That's why they put us on over here. And
yeah, they put us in the kids section.
Yeah,
I feel like we're at the kiddie table.
Yep.
We're literally next to pimple-faced college kids here. I mean, even Syracuse School of Broadcasting got a better setup than we got.
That's Mike Tirico's.
Oh, we got a great spot this year, guys. Got a great. They hooked us up. We got a great spot. We're closer to the paper towels than we are
the trophy
to the big named radio stations.
What is up with? I do not understand. Ruben was telling us on the way over here. Why is Bounty giving out wings? Like, why is that? Why is
chicken
that
wings?
Yeah, look, it's like wings. Get them high.
I can see that. You know, we want to show how good their paper towels are, right?
Oh.
Like giving out the messiest food
But
possible.
is Bounty making them? Who's supplying these wings? Like, that's what I'm confused by.
Oh man, I am in shambles with where we are.
Okay, I'm looking at these wings. They look pretty decent right here. Yeah, Ruben goes, hey, great news. Wings every day at noon. I'm like, yeah, awesome for us.
Are they all drums, or are they going to throw those stupid flats in there?
Oh, God.
Dude,
Here we
flats
go.
are great.
They're too much work, man.
No, they're not. You just literally pinch and push
No,
down.
I don't want to
and
pinch.
eat.
I want to grab it by the bone, the whole thing in my mouth, and rip it out. And get cartilage, too. I get much more cartilage on the...
So you want the drum?
Oh, big time. Absolutely.
The drum you got to work around. With the flat, you literally just break off the end and then split open and go.
Both hands get dirty.
No, the drum is less work. The drum is less work. I
To
don't
get
know.
all the meat?
If there's a technique involved, I'm out.
A technique involved.
If you have to do a technique to
Yeah.
get the thing, I'm out. It's too
Okay.
much work. Yeah.
All right, more of that amazing content throughout the entire week. Oh God, here we go. The way I cut a steak. All right, write down these. Write down these for dead periods.
Yeah.
Steak cutting, spinach.
Spinach.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
And something else. But let's get to a little bit of the news as we are set up here in Vegas at Radio Row. It's going to be a madhouse on Thursday and Friday. Things getting off a little bit slow to start off the week, but that means we can wreak havoc with Bobby Belt on the wireless a little bit later on. Frank Caliendo is going to sit down with us in the #1 air hot seat. For the first time ever, the National Football League is opening on a Friday night. 2024 in Brazil, the Eagles will be the quote-unquote home team for Week 1 Friday night. Choppy, I imagine you absolutely detest this and hate it.
I don't care about the other overseas games or South American games or whatever.
Yeah. But Week 1 on a Friday night.
It's very odd. It's very odd. I don't care for that. You know why?
I don't like it.
They're screwing up high school football, man. Do not mess. Do not mess. The NFL is taking over everything.
Yeah.
Don't college football, give them Saturdays by themselves, and give the high school kids Friday by themselves. Don't take up those days. That's not. That's this. You know, you're just
I'm going to squash you.
Yeah, you're competing with people you're not even competing with there.
I guess as a 42-year-old soon-to-be father of 2, I don't have as big a problem because, you know, my old Friday nights used to be filled with actually, like, fun and excitement. And now I'm sitting, at home trapped in absolute misery. So I'm probably going to be home Friday night, but man, if this was 10 years ago, I would absolutely hate this being 32 instead of 42.
Yeah, as somebody who's
This
still
will give
young,
me something to watch, I guess, on Friday night besides Love After Lockup.
Yeah, somebody who's still young, this is disappointing to me. I don't love this. What I do love
The lowest drink tolerance.
what I love here though is that AJ Brown made a massive point of being like, eliminate the Monday night football games. And then the NFL goes, we will debut you on Friday nights, you whiny little bee. And so I do appreciate that. I do respect the petty. I am a little tired of them trying to take over every single day of the week. This is becoming like, and this has been the question for a little bit, like, at what point is there a law of diminishing returns? At what point are you oversaturating the market and you're just a little too much? The NFL is flirt. I think the
Mark
NFL.
Cuban, how dead wrong was he?
Yeah.
Pigs get slaughtered.
Shocker. Well, he hadn't been right in 15 years.
He hasn't been right since broadcast.com.
Yeah.
I do think that there is a little bit of a point of like, okay, you're risking a little fatigue at this point because it does feel like oversaturated.
The numbers don't show it?
No, I know. I'm saying now I think you're starting to like get up to the territory where it might be an issue. I'm not saying it'd be like a significant thing, but I do wonder if people are just like every day of the week, do you need every day?
Yeah, like for years, they had like a gentleman's agreement with the other sports. Like they didn't play a Sunday night game during the World Series. All right, now they do. They did not play
like NCAA, the college championship Monday night.
Yeah, like they didn't. Yeah, right. So, and now the college does their final game after the regular season, so they know there's no Monday night game. And they just stopped doing that, and like it's really going to sell. Like you're gonna infringe on these other leagues that like Friday night being high school or Saturday being college, like that. You've never done that before, and it's just like, why? What's the point?
So. To own it all.
Right, I know, no, but and that's the thing with
because they're like, we have 13 games. I'm throwing out a number. We got 13 games on Sunday. You can't watch every one. We can sit there and take 3 or 4 from it, subtract.
I get it.
Still on Sunday, and then pepper it throughout the week.
But like, if you look at the Peacock game this year, right, the playoff game, the Chiefs Dolphins.
Yeah,
was that game really worth $3 million to every owner?
Is that what it
was?
ended up being?
It was $110 million is what they got for that game. So does Arthur Blank, did he really need the extra $3 million to not have anybody be able to watch that game?
Sounds like a pretty damn good deal. $3 million for one night?
It seems like, but that seems like it's not like really, if you're getting $1 billion, like I get it, right? But for a guy, that's like us getting $500.
What did you win last night?
$285.
There you go.
And
exactly.
you were hyped.
Is there any? Yeah, and you're right. Is there any way? We all try to do this math, Bobby. When the schedules come out and the Cowboys, will they play? Will they not give up a home game? Is there any way, like with the formula, the Cowboys could play this opening game Friday against the Eagles in Brazil?
I think they could. The only thing, like in terms of, they could absolutely. Why not?
I don't believe they would take a division game away from a home.
You don't think so?
Have we ever had a division game? Any team? Has there ever been a division game played on a neutral site?
Well, let's ask the radio station next to us. They'll probably.
Oh yeah, I heard it too.
We can understand them. Yeah, I think
that's a guess to get on. Somebody from Ireland with their Gaelic accent.
I don't know. Yeah, I can't remember if there's ever been a divisional. Did Tampa play a divisional game when they went over to Germany? Wasn't that against Carolina or somebody?
But what were we looking at in the schedule? Like, the Cowboys could maybe this here.
So the Cowboys generally, like, if we're looking at like trends and things like that, they most frequently start the year against New York, the Giants. Like that's just kind of a standard for them. They usually get some sort of, if they're not starting in a division game, it's usually some sort of prominent, primetime road game or something like that. That's how they typically start. But yeah, I mean, if they wanted to introduce Dallas as like the team. Now, what I wonder is, how a couple of years ago they had each team got to like lay claim to a different, international market. The NFL let like Dallas, I think, took Mexico, and like they got like licensing rights. I need to see who got Brazil. If that's the Eagles or if it's potentially whoever the Eagles would play.
All right, speaking of different fields, how about this story coming in? The 49ers are not happy with their practice facility at UNLV. Someone leaked a lot of this stuff to Adam Schefter. Remember last year we had the field problems? Who was the name of the
sod god?
The sod god.
The sod god.
The 96-year-old guy who had never heard of Tiff Eagle.
And it was pretty clear that the field was compromised and screwed up. Well, what do? This year, the field conditions are getting called out. They put a sod field. RJ, you are our local, what is it, Green Thumb or something?
Yeah, horticulturist, Green Thumb, whatever you call it. Yep.
NFL put in a sod field on top of the field turf and started laying it just last week. Okay?
Yeah, that's not good.
The NFL, this is what they leaked to Schefter, the scores. The NFL hardness score for field averages a 78, with no field being less than a 70. The 49ers field is considered in the 50s, a source told Schefter.
Wow.
So they're not happy about that. The Chiefs are practicing at the Raiders training facility.
Yeah, so I guess why do they get such a much better facility? Because they're the AFC, and this is an AFC city. I don't know how that works.
Well, the NFL would probably say it's not a better facility. It's all even.
Yeah, the NFL said we've had 23 experts out there in the union, and they think it's a very playable surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look,
Roger Goodell, he is so good at lying.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, he really is so good.
I know.
I mean, they're so good at lying
admire
they were so good at lying about concussions, about the field turf, about, legal issues. Like, he never says anything whatsoever. He's a master at PR, he doesn't care that he's despised or hated.
He does have a little bit of the Orlovsky feel of just like you say, like, yeah, but this is the fact. And he goes, no, it's not. No, I don't know what you're talking about. And that's what he said. He's like, it's softer than what they practice on, sure, but that happens. That's what he says. Like, look, come on, everybody needs to chill out with this. But it does it feel at all like leaking this, whatever else? Does this feel like, hey, pressure that we really need to get this set straight? Or is it just a convenient, like, hey, let's grease the tracks a little bit for our excuses in case this doesn't go the way we want?
Well, I don't know. Someone was apparently greased up last night. NFL Media Night here, which is an absolute S show and circus. And Bobby, now for Bobby, in the condition he was in last night, to think that someone else was hammered, let's judge it while we're all sober. Kyle Shanahan, while talking about Brock Purdy and being a backup QB.
It's funny to hear Jed say that because it wasn't the smartest moment I've ever had. I mean, when an owner comes in after training camp practices and is like, hey, how's the quarterback? And what he means is the starter or the second. And you in irritation go, I don't know, but our third guy's the best. Like, that's not what he wants to hear. So that's why he remembers it very strong. But Brock was so good right away with every rep he got. He was always the same. And he only got a couple of them. So it was easy for me to say. Because in his few reps, he was the best. But if you know that for a fact, I mean, then you do what you do right away. But he was the best. But you ease that on. And every time he got a little more reps, it was the same as when he only got 2. And so when it was all said and done and he got a lot of playing time, it was like, oh, this looks exactly like what I told you when I was irritated. And he only had 3 reps. And I said, no, he's the best, but that's what was so real about Brock.
He is drunk
God.
as hell there.
He sounds
Wow.
Because when you hear Kyle Shanahan talk normally, he's very like, well, this is the way it is, and blah, blah, blah. And it's very stoic. This was like, he came when somebody asked me about a quarterback, you normally think the quarterback or the second guy, and I was just annoyed. I was like, this is the third guy.
Man, he just popped up on the likability scale about 8 spots. No doubt about that. He also can't hold his liquor.
He
bobbied it that way.
He had 3 drinks.
That's the Kyle Shanahan Jane Slater knew at Texas.
Yes. Man, he was
That's
definitely...
what was so real about Brock.
Real mom rock.
He was definitely feeling it last night.
Yeah, he was.
This is what Vegas does to people. Okay, you get out here, you start playing the craps table. They're giving the cheap or the free drinks in some instances, and you feel pretty good.
Yep.
He also tried to explain wanting Tom Brady last offseason. He told Peter King, "Yeah, I was serious about it." Again, this is after Brock Purdy balled out, but then got hurt, and he said, "Look, Brock had his arm in a sling, and you know what?" Choppy, I'd like you to read this as Kyle Shanahan.
In a drunk voice?
Yeah, some of the quotes of Kyle Shanahan talking about Brock Purdy versus Tom Brady. They wanted Brady in the offseason.
All right. Yeah, so I was serious about it. I was talking about Brock, and he's on his arm in a sling. I'm really not sure if I got a quarterback to start the season.
Yeah, so he's trying to say, no, I didn't know if I'd have Brock out for the beginning of the year. I actually thought it was giving Brock the biggest compliment.
Yeah.
I let him know he's our long-term guy, but can you imagine learning from Tom Brady? That's pretty cool. You're our guy. But how cool would it be for you to learn from him?
If he is a system quarterback, you want to learn from a system quarterback. So that would have worked out perfectly.
If Brock never got hurt, this wouldn't have been a consideration at all. Quote, I never brought it up, but I've got to think about the team. What if he's not ready in September? Man, Like if he was ready in October,
Yeah.
we couldn't deal with that. No way.
What an absolute compliment to Brock Purdy. Hey, you're so great. I want to bring in the greatest of all time to play ahead of you. That's certainly, I mean, right? Like that's how Trey Lance took it while he was in San Francisco. It's like, this is a compliment that I'm playing behind somebody.
Right.
Jimmy Garoppolo, same way. Hey, this is a compliment that you drafted Trey Lance. Why wouldn't I want this? That's a lot of that's a good spin job there from Kyle Shanahan. I do wonder if that was a sober spin job or if that was after a few drinks, because the logic feels like after a few drinks.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station. All the crazy stories from yesterday, we're going to get into them at 6:40. But Jerry Jones says, fear not, don't worry. It doesn't matter if Mike McCarthy's lame duck. We can still find that defensive coordinator. Let's give you an update on that. Dan Quinn, cold-blooded moves in DC already. But Jerry says don't worry about his replacement. It won't matter here in DFW. We'll talk about that, plus all the craziness from day one in Vegas after this. But I'm
unpredictable accidents happen, Frankel and Franco are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3233 or go to truckwreck.com.
Imagine being just so swole and big and intimidating.
Don't have to imagine.
It happens.
I love how we ran into Landry Locker, who used to work in Dallas, now works in Houston with Parker Hillis. Let's test your Tolo history if you remember who Parker Hillis is, or Landry. And we see Landry at this restaurant he recommended last night. Thanks to all the Tolos, by the way, for also suggesting this place. It was fantastic. Really slow service, but otherwise it was fantastic. Rye and what?
Herbs and rye.
Herbs and rye.
Which I don't care for the way it's pronounced. I like herbs.
Oh, let's not start another fight over
Lord
pronunciations.
Choppy here.
But Landry walks up to RJ. He goes, "You're not fat. You're not fat." And RJ's like, "Huh?" He's like, "You posted on social media. I've never felt so fat." So we were talking about being swole. So there you go, Chop.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I felt fat over the weekend. I'm sorry. I felt like I could. I mean, I didn't. I was scared of the scale. But none of my pants fit.
Well, you said
had a big bloat going on. Big bloat.
Is that why you lashed out at Kristen at the airport and you sat down and you went, "Oh, you're prettier than your pictures"?
Oh, I only said that because you introduced me to her. Because the whole joke that I've never met his wife before. And he goes, "This is my wife." And I'm like, "Oh, you're much prettier than your pictures."
Wait, so how is that connected to his fat story?
Yeah.
No, I was just saying that he was lashing out because he's lashing out because he doesn't feel good inside.
Peyton, what a line. What a line is RJ walks up to Bobby's wife. It's such a perfect RJ delivery and says, "You're prettier than your pictures."
Oh,
it's so. I mean, I buckled.
I'll write that down.
My knees buckled when they told me this, and I was like, because like it's a compliment and an insult. Like it's like you don't know whether to get pissed off or take it.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is just a perfect RJ line.
Thank you.
It was excellent.
I laughed.
You're prettier than your pictures. Did she get offended more? Most
No, she laughed. She
Okay,
chuckled.
good. She does know I was joking because I've met her a million times, obviously. But the joke is I don't even know that you have a wife. And Bobby says, "RJ, meet my wife, Kristen." "Oh, you're prettier than your pictures."
Right. That was good.
Thank you.
All right, so anyway, the tease is imagine being so swole, NFL teams are scared to hire you. We'll get to that in a second as we are kicking off show number 1 here in Las Vegas, brought to you by the Low T Center, A number 1 Air, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Jerry Jones was asked about any hesitation that a Dan Quinn replacement would have in taking the job here. Now, Michael Lombardi, who will sit down with us tomorrow, former NFL GM, said it's an overblown issue because the Cowboys have shown if you're a really good coach, we'll keep you. It doesn't matter who the head coach wants as an assistant. We will keep you around. Jason Garrett, Kellen Moore, and Jerry said while at the World Cup presser, I don't anticipate that being an issue at all. If they take the job, they will be coordinator of the Cowboys. They'd be looking at that right there and all that goes with that. If they're aspiring, they'll know there's a chance to be a head coach someplace because the one that just left is. So that's Jerry saying, not a worry for job security. I'd still be a little worried about it.
Yeah, if it's Mike Zimmer, I mean, like if you're talking about a guy that has, because if you're Mike McCarthy, you know that Jerry's not going to hire a first-timer as a head coach, you assume, at this stage of his life. So knowing that, if your DC is a first-time DC or a DC that's never been a head coach before, you're probably okay. But if it's Mike Zimmer or Ron Rivera or Marvin Lewis or whoever, does that not give you a little bit of...
Well, let me give Mike some advice. And I don't know any of this to
just win, baby.
I don't know any of this to... Well, you do that because we're in Vegas here. I don't know any of this to be true or not. The last thing that Mike McCarthy should be thinking about, unless it was Bill Belichick, maybe Vrabel, is the head coaching threat of his defensive coordinator.
Right.
That would be
I agree.
That would be small P energy. That would be really insecure and thin-skinned, and it would have your priorities messed up. Your number one priority is survival. That's what this is. Forget about someone pushing you off a cliff. Forget about someone taking over. Your number one goal is to freaking survive this season. So, again, I don't know anything to be true or not. Do not be worried about Mike Zimmer and Ron Rivera being former NFL head coaches. Get the freaking best guy in here to make this defense very good or good to great and give you the best chance to get to the conference championship game and forget all that other insecure BS.
Yeah, because here's what you need to know is that if you hire a poor defensive coordinator out of your own insecurity in your own job, if you hire a lesser defensive coordinator and your team loses games next year because the defense isn't up to par, you are still getting fired.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you oversaw the defense, Mike.
You get fired either way.
And so if you want the best chance to keep your job, the best chance to do that is to make sure you're hiring a defensive coordinator that's going to keep this defense to the level that Dan Quinn had it or elevate it. That's your best shot.
No doubt. If he doesn't make the playoffs or they have a bad run, he's going to be gone anyway. So. And if they have a great run, he'll be back with an extension. The only chance that he has of that, the coordinator doesn't matter. Who the coordinator is doesn't matter. Now, it might matter for an in-season firing, right? But it doesn't matter in the long run.
Yeah, you don't want Belichick standing on the sideline. That's a distraction. As the defensive coordinator, somebody Tolos suggested, you don't want Mike Vrabel, I don't even think, standing over there because that'd be a lot of nonstop talk. Mike Zimmer's perfect. He's a perfect porridge. Medium level. Ruben, do you know the porridge story? Do you know anything on what I'm talking about? Pay, do you?
I don't think so.
Okay.
They know. They have to know. They just don't understand.
You guys were kids once, right?
Yes. Yeah. I won. A long time ago, I won.
Mike Zimmer's the perfect temperature of respect. Yes, he was a head coach, but it doesn't feel like he's a guy who's just waiting to take over to lead another program that maybe there's that nice little middle ground of he could be a defensive coordinator and stay a defensive coordinator. So that's why just sign this up and get this thing done and over with. And speaking of Mike Vrabel, the Diana Rossini report.
Dude, how about this one? What garbage this is. You want to talk about little D energy.
This might be Rossini missing again this offseason.
She's missed a lot.
Has she?
No time for jokes,
she's
that
missed
girl.
So she was talking about Mike Vrabel and why he is not currently an NFL head coach. And she said he's too swole.
That's her opinion or that's someone else's?
She just got married.
Yeah, she goes, I don't think it was a fit for him. I don't think he sat in front of any owner who thought his style was going to work for what they were looking for. I had a GM at the Senior Bowl mention to me his physical build. He's a very large human being. He can be very intimidating to people in an organization. They're going to be part of these decisions.
Oh, my God.
And that is a factor. If he was not hired because he is
a former
linebacker, then what are we doing here, guys?
All
right.
Is this Gen Z?
They're worried they're going to hire Terry Tate, office linebacker. This is hilarious. I need to know.
No, they wouldn't hire Terry Tate.
No, I know. I said they're scared they're hiring Terry Tate, office linebacker. This makes me wonder. I need to know who said this. I need to know what general manager. This better have been the general manager that just fired him, right? Like the Titans that were like, we're scared of him.
Yep.
I think that's why other people aren't hiring him. He's a scary individual. Antonio Pierce is an intense linebacker.
I need her to out them because like is Dan Campbell? Is he a small man?
No.
MCDC, Motor City Dan Campbell. Does he look scrawny to you?
He's not.
I mean, the guy urinates espresso shots. He's got veins on veins. Like, you want to sit there and tell me that Mike Vrabel is, too big?
Right.
Like, come on now. What are we doing here?
That's insane.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, look what happened with the Raiders. That's the same type of person. Antonio Pierce, a linebacker who had a tough, intimidating reputation and is a big guy. That's hilarious. Like what is the insinuation from this general manager? Like, some people don't want to tell Mike Vrabel he's wrong. They're worried he's going to beat them up in our meeting room.
Workplace environment.
Yeah, he's going to beat them up.
Meanwhile, your boy Dan Quinn, ice cold yesterday.
He was, and this was something that look. I mean, the reality is that Eric Bieniemy was not coming back. Okay, Eric Bieniemy was not going to come back with the Washington Commanders. It had already been decided. He had interviewed for the head coaching job. That was, in all honesty, probably just for them to feel like they checked some Rooney Rule boxes or whatever else. But Eric Bieniemy was not going to return. There was a little bit of a nice, polite, well, maybe he could come back on the coaching staff in some other way, coaching under Cliff Kingsbury, which there's no way you can do that. You can't have him be the top boss, demote him, and then have anybody take him seriously on the team. But Dan Quinn was asked about that yesterday of, hey, are you guys going to retain him? Is there a chance that he'll do this? And Quinn had talked about, we had a great conversation yesterday. I hope these conversations can continue in the future. And then Dan Quinn said, we won't work together here. But I wanted him to know I really respect the work he's done. I wish him nothing but the best. It's like, man, that's just...
It does not, that does not in any way, that's a horrible look for the National Football League and the Commanders and Dan Quinn. This does no favors in advancing the race/minority discussion that has surrounded Eric Bieniemy for a long time. Yesterday, you said Stephen A. Smith was talking about Cliff Kingsbury and the privilege and the opportunity that he got. Man, the guy, you hired Kingsbury with Bieniemy still listed as the OC on your website. Man, what are you doing? What are you doing? Come on.
Yeah, this was a good year for minority hires. Right, very good year.
See, and that's the point that I think it's a bad look, no doubt. But I think what we're seeing here is, given the inclusive hiring cycle that we just had, we need to stop defaulting so easily to Eric Bieniemy as a victim of whatever thought process, old school thought process, because what we've seen so far is there were a lot of people who just didn't think he was capable of being a play caller. He goes to Washington. They have a bad offense. I think that what we're seeing here is just, okay, this is what teams had told us Eric Bieniemy was or what they anticipated he was going to be. But it is a bad look optics-wise for everything that Bieniemy's been, and Bieniemy held up as the standard for...
You can't hire somebody when you still have him as an employee.
Yes.
That's terrible. That's a terrible look.
Unless they told him beforehand. But
Quinn made it sound like he talked to him that morning and told him, yeah, you're out. Sorry, dude.
Yeah. And look, I have a hard time judging Eric Bieniemy off of 1 year in Washington. Sorry.
For sure.
I mean, there was a time when Sam Howell was leading the league in passing yards.
Yeah.
Now, if they were like balling out, well, I mean, maybe we're giving credit to Sam Howell, but I have a hard time. It's clear that the National Football League does not think that Eric Bieniemy should be a head coach to lead a program. It's clear. It's crystal clear. Maybe his personality, maybe he's too aggressive, maybe he's too rough,
maybe he's too swole.
Maybe
too swole.
Yeah, he is a former player. Maybe they're worried he's going to beat people up.
And like the NFL, I don't buy.
That's a bad look, though. I have a problem with that, man. Do things the right way.
Yeah.
That gives me hope that maybe Washington is not totally fixed from an ownership standpoint, and they'll continue to screw it up and step in.
What way would honestly, like he had a lot of success setting up the running game for Kansas City when he ran that. Would you consider him here as a run game coordinator with the issues that they had on run offense?
Yeah, of course. I think he's a good coach.
Because they're still looking for somebody to put together a coherent running game here.
More hard asses. I'm in. Mike Zimmer. Let's do a 2-year burnout. That's what I want.
2-year burnout.
I want 2 years.
The Harbaugh plan.
I want the Harbaugh plan, exactly. I want a 2-year frat hazing program around here, and then everyone can go on their merry way. TruckWreck.com text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let's get into the crazy stories of traveling here and landing in Vegas. We have a flood at our hotel. RJ with a freak out on the airplane, and how Joe Biden screwed us over while traveling from DFW. All that next for the 6 a.m. Club right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to the greatest of Diamonds.
And RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, morning number one, show number one in Las Vegas. We're inside of Mandalay Bay here with the entire squad. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, and we got Ruben, who I thought was our secret weapon. I thought he was our secret weapon, as yesterday we landed, and it took us forever. It felt like Amanda's like, where are you? Why aren't you home at the hotel yet? The hotel is 5 minutes away from the airport. We're really close. Airport's close to everything, but parking and figuring out this and that and flooding, it took forever. And Christy Scales had to assist us.
Yeah.
She gave us the big alley-oop yesterday, and then this morning I was like, okay, Ruben is going to get us there faster, quicker, more efficient. He's our secret weapon. How did that go?
Well, he was a secret wet noodle.
I'm waiting to hear how you apply that.
Well, instead of a sword, it was kind of a limp.
Isn't a wet noodle like a
It's floppy,
Oh, okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Okay.
Wet noodle.
No, wet noodle like you're raining on the parade. Isn't that it? Don't be a wet noodle like a
I think wet blanket when you're saying
wet blanket. Wet blanket. Okay. All right.
Wet
so
noodle is floppy, I guess. I don't know.
I made it was 2:45 in the morning.
yeah.
I let my guard down for a moment, and I said,
And I questioned you. I questioned you after yesterday because I'd never seen your directions and your compass as off as yesterday.
I've never driven here. Never driven in Vegas. I know the area very, very well. You need to get to a hotel, right there. But the roads,
Except this one.
I don't like. Well, this is.
He would never stay here.
I would never stay at where we're no.
At the Mandalay?
Oh no, I love this hotel. This is a great hotel.
Yeah.
But I've never parked anywhere around here, right? So I didn't. So I had to use the GPS.
And we got a beast of a car.
We got a massive vehicle. It's
Good
an
job on that.
expedition.
Good
Yes.
job on that.
Thank you.
It's a hoss.
It is a Haas. It is a Haas. You get one at PlatinumFord.com right now. I let my guard down. I said, Ruben, okay, my direction said go to the left.
And Ruben, feel free to defend yourself. Go ahead and make your microphone live here.
And then Ruben says, no, we can go right. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to fight. It's 2:45 in the morning. I'm going to let Ruben navigate this thing. He's been here like 6 times already. We get onto he says, make a left here. I'm like, okay, so I make a left on this road.
But the building was on the right.
But no, so then we get on that road, and he goes, okay, now you're going to make a left up here. And I said, why? He goes, just trust me. And I said, literally to the right of us is the hotel we need to go to. You want me to make a left? He goes, yeah, just trust me here. We're going to make a left on Frank Sinatra. And I said, Frank Sinatra's on the other side of the hotel. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Trust me. I know Frank Sinatra. It's on the other side of the hotel.
Which he's dead, like you said.
What?
Which he's dead.
But he is dead. Yes, he is passed on.
Thanks for
old blue eyes.
This just in. That cue all the breaking news.
He goes, no, you've got to make a left here. I says, Ruben, seriously, look at your GPS. Frank Sinatra's over there. He goes, oh, yeah. Well, why don't you make a right here then? I was like, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we should go the opposite way. Yeah.
So then, he's like, you got a Papa Yui here. And I did. So we get onto Frank Sinatra, and then we park in this parking garage. So we had to do that. But his directions were way off. Way off of the direction.
So no secret weapon, no ultimate shortcut.
No, I am taking back control.
Okay.
I'm not listening to anybody else.
You now know you got your bearings.
I got my bearings straight.
You're straight noodle.
You did a great job in the restaurant last night.
Thank you.
Yep, fantastic.
Did my part.
Yep, I trust.
Okay.
I've got a couple of spots I want to hit to this week for sure, and we're gonna places you're going. But Ruben is out.
Would you like to defend yourself or correct anything, Ruben?
I do not want to defend myself.
You don't?
I will.
Everything Choppy's saying is accurate?
It is accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you feel like you were a little off of the directions?
Just that one. Take the right.
Yeah,
it was just that.
Big
it was
miss.
just that.
I will defend him, okay? Because while he was off with that, Choppy was trying to take like 2 turns too early into a parking lot that we couldn't go into.
Well,
and he was
that's
like,
'cause
no, don't turn here. This is blocked off. We're going to get stuck. So you would have
That's
gotten
because
this more delay.
I looked at his map. I looked at
Shift
his
the
map.
blame. I like what you're
I
doing
looked
here.
At his map. No, and he wasn't paying attention to his map, to his credit. I didn't know that. But I looked down at his map. I said, it says to go here. Should I not go here? but he knew what he was doing on that one.
Okay.
But other than that, no, Ruben is Peyton with directions. I assume Peyton's terrible with directions.
You mentioned Christy Scales having. How much time do you think Christy saved us yesterday by walking us over?
30 minutes.
Good 30 or something.
Yeah, easily.
All right, so President Biden having us go in circles, Bobby, as you were tracking that in the plane.
Yeah, man, that's we had to make the Biden loop a couple different times
because you had gotten word that we may have had a holdup. It could have been chaos here with
it could have been
Biden
chaos.
in town.
Biden was in town. I knew that he was in town. There people were taking. I follow a lot of Vegas Instagram influencers, and they were all taking photos of his plane.
What clubs do they work in?
None, no clubs. These are like they're talking about like hotels,
not strippers.
No, talking about hotels and stuff. So his plane was here. He was campaigning here for something.
Something.
Yeah, I guess he's up to something. I don't know why.
But yeah, he's here. And
I want to push the bounty campaign.
Yeah,
Bounty Wings. I'm here to tell you about Bounty Wings.
And all of a sudden, we're flying out, and I keep seeing. So I'm following the plane on the flight tracker because I want to know what's going on with the weather and everything. And I see all flights being held to their current destination until 1:00 Pacific. And I'm like, oh crap! Now we got weather. And then they said the average delay is 50 minutes coming into Vegas. Ah crap! We got weather. I knew we had bad weather because I knew that. But then I see. Now all flights are being delayed, inbound and outbound, 16 to 30 minutes for a VIP.
Yeah.
And I thought that meant like, oh, man, so many private jets are going to be flying in here. They're getting preferential treatment.
That's what I thought.
The Area 51 plane. There's a plane here. There's no windows on it. There's no windows on this plane, and it flies from Vegas to Area 51 every single day.
Why is there no windows?
So nobody knows that. So the people who are on the plane don't know how to get there.
Oh.
All right. So
that's cool.
It's very, very cool. So there's no windows on this plane. I thought maybe that was it.
And claustrophobic.
I know, right? So that was not it, obviously. You guys said it was the president leaving.
That's what sounded coolest.
That's what the flight attendant said, and she may have just been trying to make us stop asking questions because there were people like, "Why are we taking so many loops?" But yeah, that's what. Because I knew we had thought it was weather initially, but then the captain came on the air. He did his whole spiel where he's like,
"Folks, we got a VIP, so we're hoping to just make one more loop here, and we'll have you out here in about 15 minutes."
And then they make the little loop, and we did it 3 times, I think, because you can see it on the flight. You can see just this circle that we're making, but we were dumping fuel. That's what we were doing. We were trying to.
You think President Trump ever would have had us looping like that in circles?
Well, I mean, he may have, but what
would he say about this?
It was very bad for the environment. That's what he said. Very, very bad for the environment.
How would he say it?
And he was like, my plane. So much faster. So much faster than Air Force One. That's what he would have done. But but the president had to leave, and we had to get out of his way.
And then we landed to some water while we're also in the air. Bobby is showing me Katrina Part 2.
Yeah, and it's right by, as we're sitting there looking at it, we're like, isn't that the
Ferris wheel?
Isn't that the little Ferris wheel near us?
We do have that Ferris wheel in the Sphere. I don't know if they ran out of real estate. They couldn't get a deal done like Jerry in Arlington versus downtown, but they got the Sphere kind of off to the side. The Sphere is freaking badass, though. Peyton, you were right about that.
It's very, very cool, but it is completely off the beaten path, man.
Yeah,
it is behind. It's like under the monorail. It is behind parking garages.
But as soon as Tolo started sending us the flood by the Ferris wheel, I knew we were in trouble.
Yeah, and that was.
And this has wreaked havoc on us already.
Yeah, it has. We can't use our parking garage.
No, we have to use the other parking garage because the one that we come into, it's like completely closed. Then last night we were almost late for our reservation because as we were walking out to the Uber lot, we're like, oh crap, the Uber lot is right here where everything's flooded. And I mean, it was just like roaring rapids going down there.
Where is that water coming from?
I was just about to ask the same question.
And there are people who live under that. There's homeless.
Dolphins?
No, there are homeless who live under that area. Like they're obviously they're being displaced right now. It's terrible. This city does not handle water very well. Obviously, we're in the desert. I mean, there's nowhere for it to go. But you hit the ground, I don't know, but soak it up. It kind of needs it.
No, that has definitely thrown off plans. It threw us off parking. That delayed us getting out. And then when we were trying to walk out, we didn't know where the rideshare pickup was. Our driver last night dropping us off was massively confused.
He was thrown.
Man, we were about to ask him for his business card because he was doing such a good job, and then he went too slow. We're like, hey, forget your business card. We don't need you to drive us around.
The last guy, man, he was speeding like I asked him. I said, "You were a cab driver, weren't you?"
Yeah.
He was like, "Yep."
You kind of scouted some New York tendencies from him, and then you scared RJ on the airplane.
Yeah, so we were, as we've talked about on the air before, RJ is the most arrogant traveler to go with. Arrogant, because you always you're like, walking through with your little backpack and TSA pre-check.
How
like,
am I supposed
what's
to
up,
walk
guys?
through with my backpack?
Without that eating grin on your face.
Yeah,
where
you're floating.
you're so you're like, hey, what's up, suckers? Enjoy TSA.
Yeah.
And then you get through there, and then you're like, you're already laying the groundwork. You're texting the group text like, hey, did you guys get the pre-boarding?
Yeah.
Because I'm in A group. What are y'all in B?
Yeah.
As you said when you
I'm
sat down.
sorry. We're in that steerage airline where I don't know my seat is.
What did you say?
Cattle call.
What
here.
did you say when you sat down? When you asked me what boarding group I was in, and I said I was in B. What did you tell me? You said, "Oh, you're with the poor."
Oh, yeah, the poor.
Yeah.
He said with the poors and people. So
arrogant.
So Sean and I are next to each other in the boarding group. Choppy's like walking by us onto the plane, doing his little bouncy Dora with the backpack.
Dudes.
And so he's so thrilled. And Sean and I are talking. It's like we got to figure out a way to ruin the happiness on this flight for Chop. So as we were walking on the plane, I was like, I'm going to tell him that Tim just called Sean and told him that, hey, something messed up with the hotel and Sean and RJ have to room now because that's the only room that they had available. And so as we're walking on the plane, and Sean's like, let me get in front of you because I'm going to blow it. I'm going to, my face is going to
Because I knew that you would know that I would be furious. You would have to see my face to sell it.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to, I didn't know if I could lie to you looking at you straight face. So I had to already walk past.
So he walked by and I tell Chop, I'm like, hey, something messed up. Tim just called. And Chop goes, unacceptable. Unacceptable. That's not happening. Nope. They're gonna fix that. That's not happening. And so we go and sit in the back of the plane. And as we're sitting there, Choppy just starts calling Sean. And Sean's like, what should I do? I was like, answer. He's like, no, I'm not going to be able to keep it going if I answer it. And you were about to book another room.
So,
I found another room. Yeah, I already found one.
RJ calls me, and I was telling Bobby, I was like, I don't know. He might tell Sarah not to fly out. If she's going to fly out, this might screw things up. We don't want to take it too far. And Bobby's like, no, let him sit with this for the whole flight. And I'm like, he's going to freak out. Then he might call Tim, and then Tim might get mad at you. So Choppy called me a second time before we were getting ready to take off, and I picked up and came clean because you were getting ready to pay for another room.
I found another room at our hotel.
And I would have split that bad boy no matter the cost.
Yes, and I knew you would have.
Yep.
And I bet you the room rate I got would have been cheaper than what we're paying.
Look, we got to take it easy on Tim, all right?
No.
That's
not a bad thing.
Tim's done a good job so far.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying it. Tim's done.
Even as we're sitting here in the United Nations?
Yeah,
well,
we're here with the poors. Okay, there's no doubt.
We're in C boarding group.
We are in C group right now. We have a middle seat, but that's fine.
Yeah.
No, I just
you got a good hotel room.
The hotel's fine. The hotel room is great, but I guarantee you, because it was night of. Hotel Tonight app is a wonderful thing.
Oh yeah.
And this is I found that room for $50 a night.
Oh really?
$50
I cannot
a night.
believe the rooms are so cheap out here still.
But if he didn't answer, you were going to book it. If he didn't answer the second one,
Yeah, I
you
would
were
have booked
booking
it. But usually, when I come to Vegas, normally I book when I land. But I probably would have done it because it's Super Bowl week.
Kyrie is back, and Grant Williams is already maybe getting traded for this. Plus, is Pat Mahomes cool being the villain? He got killed for that yesterday. Everything you need to know as we continue from Radio Row here in Vegas, brought to you by the Low T Center, next on The Fan. But you also need to
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
By the way, it's let's see here. It's 9 straight shots. The Mavericks as a team are on one right now. And they are raining threes down on the 76ers and sending their fans to the exits with 5:41 left in the game.
That was the call on Bally. The Mavericks scored on 10 straight possessions in the fourth quarter. They get Kyrie Irving back, and they beat the Philadelphia 76ers without Joel Embiid. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from the Mandalay Bay Hotel in Las Vegas with our Super Bowl week coverage brought to you by A1 Air and Best Buy Windows and Siding. So the Mavericks get the win. No Embiid, but Kyrie is back, and hopefully he can stay around for a while.
Hopefully he can stay around for a while. You get a win when you don't get a great points night from Luka.
Yeah,
that's always good to see. You want to be able to win those games because he ain't going to be able to bail you out every night. Like, there's going to be a night where he's off. There ain't many of them, but there's going to be nights when he's a little bit off, and you need to be able to win those games somehow.
Look, that's going to be the ticket to success for the Mavericks. Like, if you want them to have any sort of postseason success, you do need like these more consistent nights of Maxi Kleber playing a really good game. You need Jaden Hardy contributing when he's on the floor. You need Grant Williams to be more than just some black hole on offense and defense. That's the kind of performance that you need. When you see Josh Green put up 20, Kleber 14. Hardy gets 17. That's the kind of stuff that if they're able to get that consistently, then they're a threat. The problem has just been trying to get any of that consistently.
Now let's talk about the trade deadline. It's Thursday. According to Mark Stein, the Mavericks and Bucks have discussed a Grant Williams for Bobby Portis swap. Now, my instant reaction to this is, are you freaking kidding me? Number one, we're already done with Grant Williams. They're already done with Grant Williams. And number two, all you can get back is Bobby Portis, a role player off the bench. So that was my initial feel because Milwaukee's struggling defensively. Obviously, Dame for Drew is not helping the Bucks on the defensive end with the point guard swap. Then I go on social media, and I'm expecting to see a meltdown from Tolos on Twitter and X. Dude, everyone is like, Milwaukee, do not do that deal. Everyone is sitting there giving more love to Bobby Portis over Grant Williams.
He's twice as good.
Wow.
Wow. Bobby Portis's PER, player efficiency rating, for his career is a 17. This year it's a 16. Grant Williams' career is a 9, and this year's an 8.
Wow.
Grant Williams was never a starting play. He's a 7th or 8th guy on a good team.
Dude, I thought that he could be like a Wes Matthews type.
As Buford Mad Dog Tannen once said, you thought wrong, dude. All right, he's a role player. Again, not a starting role player. He is a reserve 15-minute-a-night role player.
Yeah. And
they put him in a position. I don't blame Grant for this. What the hell?
Damn, Bobby Portis is almost averaging a double-double.
Yeah.
The past 2 seasons, he's 14. He's almost 14 and 10.
He's not a bad player. His career shooting percentage over the decade that he's been in the league is higher than Grant Williams' career high shooting percentage.
If you,
oh my god,
you know when you're trying to get that first date with a girl and you're maybe on the phone with her, you're texting her. The moment she agrees to the date, what are you supposed to do? Get the hell off the phone.
Yes.
You could do nothing but screw it up at that point.
Right.
All right. And that's what the Mavericks should have done. The moment Milwaukee brought up the name Bobby Portis, they should have said, deal. We don't want any more time. We don't want you to shop this anymore. Done. I love Grant Williams. Like, go Vols, man. Like, he's one of the great players in our school's history. But he is not a starting player. They need 5 more guys better than him to compete.
If you give me the Grant Williams numbers, I understand they're not great.
Yeah.
If you give me the Grant Williams numbers, but you're giving me like the Grant Williams toughness and the defense and all those other things that have seemingly been missing from him this year that he was supposed to bring, then
it's like he's pacing himself out there.
Yeah,
he needs to come in for like 15 minutes a night, go hard as he can, and then just be like one of those like energetic guys. That's what you need him for. He is not a starting player.
It's just not worked out, and I don't know that there's any indication that this is going to get better. And because of that, you may need to just cut bait now.
Kind of a scary start for Nico, like his big free agent signing, right? They traded for Kyrie. You got him because he was damaged goods, and then it's like, okay, but look, we were all thrilled about this. Let's not lie.
Oh yeah, no,
I
thought it was going to be great.
All loved Grant Williams as a fit here. We did.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And now we're talking about Bobby Portis. There is an age difference. There has to be an age difference.
There is. He turns 29 on Friday. Bobby Portis turns 29 on Friday, and Grant Williams turned 25 in November.
Oh.
But you know what?
5-year age difference.
I'll take 29. I'll take 29 as long as you're putting up 13 and 7, which is so much better than what you're getting. And I mean, he's shooting better from 3 this year than Grant Williams. Like, give me Bobby Portis. I will gladly take that over what Grant Williams has been giving.
So that's what Mark Stein reports being discussed between Milwaukee and the Mavs. Pat Mahomes yesterday during media day did not want to discuss his father's arrest for drinking and driving in Texas. Quote, "It's a family matter, so I'll keep it to the family. That is all I have to say."
Okay, and his dad is. They said he's not going to be restricted from coming to the Super Bowl, and that's an interesting thing. Like if you're Mahomes, because his dad's facing 2 to 10 years. 2 to 10
a
years.
third DUI is significant.
So if I'm Pat, I'm like, man, do you really want your dad? I know you want it's like you want to see your family and then to be able to enjoy this, but when he probably has to answer way more questions if his dad comes here than if he didn't. I think him not showing up would answer a lot of questions on its own. But it's like, man, how do you tell your dad, dude, don't come to the game?
Right.
Boy, this is a couple different times now though that the Chiefs have run into this at Super Bowl, because wasn't this leading up to the game a couple years ago was Andy Reid's son?
It was 3 days before the Super Bowl in 21. When they played the Bucs.
And so I mean, you
can't tell me that didn't impact Andy Reid in that game. You cannot tell me that. They made no halftime adjustments. It was very, very strange. I mean, his son almost nearly killed a young girl in a drunk driving accident, literally 3 days before the Super Bowl. It had to play an effect. And I think this is the same. There's no way this doesn't have an impact.
I'll tell you what, though. He doesn't. When you watch Patrick Mahomes talk yesterday to the media, there's no let on that's getting to him, though. He's
perfect.
So cool and just even. And I think it's one of the things that makes him the player that he is.
And Travis Kelce was asked about embracing the boos from the 49er fans during media night.
And it's been absolute. Y'all are firing me up, making me want to play right now, baby. I love the boos, man. I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming, Niners gang. Keep them coming.
I have seen so far more San Francisco jerseys than Chiefs jerseys here, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I've only seen 1 or 2 Chiefs jerseys, but we're a drive from San Fran.
San Fran also. I mean, they just historically are probably they very well at this point may be the best traveling fan base in the NFL. When they came into Dallas for the playoff game a couple years ago, they were 25% of the crowd for a playoff game.
They didn't come into Dallas. They live there.
Yeah. I mean, well, there is that aspect too. But I mean, they take over generally wherever they go. I anticipate that this will be a heavy 49ers crowd on Sunday.
And then Roger Goodell got 4 questions during his State of the League presser. He got 4 questions about Taylor Swift, and he was asked if it was scripted. He had to address whether it was actually scripted for Taylor Swift to be a part of the Super Bowl storyline. Here's the commish.
Having the Taylor Swift effect is also a positive. Both Travis and Taylor are wonderful young people. They seem very happy. She knows great entertainment, and I think that's why she loves NFL football. But I think it's great to have her a part of it. Obviously, it creates a buzz. It creates another group of young fans, particularly young women, that are interested in seeing, why is she going to this game? Why is she interested in this game? Besides Travis, she is a football fan, and I think that's great for us.
Okay. I think that's a great way to spin it. He's like, they're clearly very happy. He's commenting on their relationship. And he's like, look, great entertainers. Great people know great people. What can I say? There is, man, he is the perfect villain, Roger Goodell, because he is just so unbothered by any of just the negativity or just the way that he approaches it. He and Taylor Swift, they're perfect for each other. Right there. They're the perfect villains, the both of them.
Choppy, a local kid got paid as Bobby Witt Jr. Gets 11 for $288 in Kansas City.
Man, look, this is a great move by Kansas City to be able to keep their star. This kid's really, really good. Now, You can argue all you want that he hasn't earned it yet. He's only played a couple of years in the bigs, and he's had one great season, which was this year.
And it was great.
It was very good. High OPS is 30 home run pop, stolen bases.
Yeah,
the talent is clearly there to project that. This is coming into his own at the age of 23 last year or this year, and he had already skyrocketed up the system. He was dang near there day one for him, but. Like this is a tough move for him. Now you are stuck in Kansas City. Now he's got opt-outs after 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th year, but in that 11th year, Kansas City has a clause there where they can add 3 more years to the deal, making it nearly a $400 million deal over 14 years. So he's going to be in Kansas City until he's 35 years old, right now at minimum, unless he wants to opt out. So maybe that's what he does. Maybe he opts out or demands a trade a couple years, or who knows. But they don't really have a great history of winning. Are you really going to sign up for 11 years?
Yeah.
It's tough to say no to $300 million. I can live anywhere for $300 million. Literally anywhere in the United States. But
Mississippi?
Ooh, I just went through Mississippi. No.
I can make it work. Morgan Freeman lives there, man. Give me that back.
That's true.
That's right.
Just don't assault him or whatever it was. I got to say, this does make me wonder. We're starting to see this trend in baseball where guys are signing deals earlier and earlier.
Yeah.
You had Corbin Carroll signed one after 30 games last offseason. He signed a 9-year extension. Colt Keith just did this in the Tigers organization. He's not even played a major league game yet. He just signed a 9-year, $80 million deal.
Yeah.
And it does make me wonder, at some point, do the Rangers lean into this trend? Do they start talking to Evan Carter? Do they start going let's buy out some arbitration years, let's lock you in for an extended period of time? That sometimes works out great. Sometimes you get Wander Franco. Sometimes you get Rougned Odor, where you buy out a bunch of years and then you get stuck with them.
And story out there, the Rangers, no Blake Snell interest.
Yeah, well, the USA Today had the list of where Blake Snell was going to show up, right, where he was going to go, and the landing spots, and the Rangers not on there. The only 3 suitors they have for him at this moment are the Angels, Yankees, and San Fran Giants. And he wants 9 for $270. Let me tell you something, man. Blake Snell is not 9 for $270. I think our impression of Blake Snell is way higher than the actual.
You think Blake Snell's overrated? That's what you're saying.
Let me give you his ERAs, okay? I'll go back to 2016. 3.54, 4.04, 1.89, Cy Young. Great. 4.29, 3.24, 4.20, 3.38, 2.25 Cy Young. So his Cy Young years, he has been magnificent.
Yeah.
Everywhere else, he's been good. 3.24, 3.38, those are good ERAs.
Right.
Then he's also had 3 ERAs in the 4s.
And my new dinner partner, Giovanni Gallardo, putting up better ERAs than that.
Yeah, man.
Well, look,
he's a good pitcher. He ain't $30 million a year to me.
6 years, though, now his fielding independent pitching is 3.32. That's really good. Those are good peripheral numbers.
It is good.
Everything you need to know here on a Tolo Tuesday, live from Vegas on Sean and RJ. We don't have any game to preview here on the Cowboys flagship. We are left with mock drafts. That's it. It's mock draft season in DFW. Let's bring you not the next Cowboys player, the next 2 Cowboy players. And Sean and RJ has just been ranked as a radio show throughout the entire country.
Oh, baby.
Where did we end up? That's next during the commercial-free Expressway here on The Fan.
But let's get you.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Expressway, and we are commercial-free for the next 35 minutes. Show number 1 in Las Vegas, brought to you by the Low T Center, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and A number 1 Air. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Special shout out to y'all watching and viewing. You are appreciated. I just took the outside walk. God, they give McAfee like it's kind of sickening. They just give him the best of everything. His set is over there in the corner, and it's like a bar. It's an awesome setup. He's got his own little freaking basketball court there.
Dan just ripped our video.
He's got his American flag footballs, and then you got lazy-ass Mike Florio next to him saying, we're on too early, and I don't even know. I just show up. And I thought Florio, worked hard. Say what you want about Mike, irritant, soft, drama queen. You can say all those things. A lot of people do. Kevin Hagelin. But I thought he worked hard. The guy's always writing articles and always on his website, and he's like, no, I just show up and they have it all written out for me. And they just tell me what to do, as RJ's always told me about how the real radio world works.
When you have a producer, sorry, Peyton, they are in charge.
Peyton doesn't even have internet to tell us what happened with the Mavs last night.
When I do my BetQL show, they stack it. They say this week you're talking about here. You're just expected to know.
But I've never understood, how can the producer tell you what to talk about?
Because they're in charge. It's their show.
No, it's my show. I'm the host.
But it's they're the ones that are the boss. They're like the program director for that show. That's how it works.
It's a little like TV, right? Like there's a producer who's stacking the whole news, the 6 o'clock news. The anchors aren't stacking that; they're just hosting.
But if Stephen A. Smith comes in and goes, right, I want to talk about this, and this. Isn't Stephen A. Smith talking about this, and this?
Yeah, it's not about it's not like that. They just stack the order of things and do all that. But
so you got lazy ass Florio.
Yeah, and then just outside the walls, just say lazy ass everybody. They
well, not LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn. They're here early. They are here early. I was listening to them the other day, and they are miserable. They were miserable being here with no one else in here. And then you got Choppy's man crush, Russo. Man, what a little biatch he is.
Whoa.
What he did to Orlovsky.
Oh, it was terrible. That was terrible.
I got to listen to that.
Bobby's going to love it.
I read it.
Bobby's going to love it.
I read it. In reading it, I almost wrote Russo you're a little bitch. No, seriously, that was a B move.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I didn't care for it.
Peyton, I don't know if you have to dump that or not.
I did.
That was a B move, dude. So there's Russo back there, and there you got your national. You know what? Let's play the Russo. Let's go ahead and back this up.
Yeah.
I want to see if this sounds as bad as I thought.
Okay, so now the way I cut this, because it was recorded off TV, so I just took the back end of it. There's a long thing where they're giving Orlovsky all this credit for beating Hurts to every quarterback in this throwing thing. And Russo was like,
Pro Bowl skills.
Come on, this is not a big deal. He's like, these are stationary targets. It's not playing. He ran out of the end zone, all that stuff. Molly Kieram jumps in and says what a big deal it is. So we pick it up there with Russo with the kill shot at the very end.
I was impressed. Come on.
You're impressed? I can do this. This is not that difficult.
No, you can't.
I can do this. Hammer the ball out close. Yes, I could. I'll throw the football out far. This is ridiculous. He was a scrub in the NFL. This does not make up for that.
That's a B move?
In reading, he was a scrub in the NFL. That was unnecessary.
It was unnecessary.
It was unnecessary. It was uncalled for. They work with each other every day. Chris Russo is a P-word coward. He wouldn't follow through with his bets that he had to pay off to Howard Stern.
Yes.
You're a chicken.
Yes.
You're a coward. So now they need to put his scrawny ass on TV and let him throw the football. Since he wants to talk and bark so much, the mad dog. Now put the football in your hands, but you probably won't do it because you're a coward and you don't follow through with your word and your bets, even though Howard Stern tried to let you off the hook. So you said you're going to quit radio, all this bar. I don't know. In reading that, I thought it was a little cheap shot. He's a scrub in the NFL. You don't need to say that.
he'll throw things out there thinking it's a joke.
What did you do? What did you ever play?
Yeah. He's apparently a great tennis player. You need to play tennis with him.
Cool.
What if he kicked your ass?
Orlovsky.
Then I beat his ass physically after.
Orlovsky responds, maybe a Hall of Famer, but this is classless.
Ooh.
That's good. That's good. He needed to check him. That was a low blow. Low blow by Russo.
Low over the line.
Anything's fair for a liar like Dan Orlovsky. So I don't I honestly don't think that there's any shot that's too cheap for that loser. And you know what? It's true. He was a scrub in the NFL. He didn't know how deep end zones were.
Has nothing to do with this. Has nothing to do with this.
He made good throws.
He beat Jalen Hurts and Tua in a suit and tie.
He beat 2 other scrubs in the NFL. Congratulations.
Has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with any of it. So screw Chris Russo with his newspaper walking in here whenever he does.
I need the Las Vegas Review-Journal.
He still uses the wired headphones and plugs into his phone to talk, as he was walking behind me last year at Super Bowl. And I held the door for him, and he goes, "Thank you." I was just like, hey, it's Russo. Look at that.
All right, speaking of other media, Roberto, an annual list has just come out before Ask Reddit.
Yes, the BSM, Barrett Sports Media, ranking of the top 20 major market sports morning shows in the country. This is the 9th annual list, and as you review these selections, please remember that these are the results, according to Barrett Sports Media, that represent the collective opinions of 58 industry executives. Okay?
Oh.
All right, so we're going to start at the top of the list. And Chop, do you remember where we finished last year?
10th.
Okay, let's see if we crack. Let's see if we crack the top 10 again this year.
No wonder I couldn't get over a 3% raise.
Number 1. Who do we got?
Local, probably WFAN, New York.
Bingo. It's Boomer and Geo, number 1. Got a couple others. The Sports Junkies, 106.7 The Fan, our sister station there in DC. They're number 2.
I don't care for them.
You go down the list.
They canceled us because of Mike Fisher.
You go down the list a little
That's
bit.
why Bobby's here.
You got just solo Fred Toucher, who it's no longer Toucher and Rich in Boston. It's just Toucher.
Wait a second.
I don't care for that.
Yeah.
That is not
their show disbanded.
That is not the show that started 2023. Okay. They ended in a different show.
Nasty divorce.
Very nasty.
Very
nasty divorce. They should be stricken from this list out of the top 20 until they prove beyond a reasonable doubt, Sean, they can replace that other guy.
Well, if they would have stricken them from the list, we would have cracked the top 5. But as it stands now, number 6, Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan, up 4 spots in the power rankings, 1 spot ahead of WEEI, the Greg Hill Show. In fact, they note here that was the closest race, that the closest contest saw Sean and RJ hold off Greg Hill by 1 point.
Wow.
So we held them off number 7.
We beat the massholes.
But here's what I love. Not even,
well, one of the massholes, right? The other massholes beat us.
Not even cracking the top 10. Too broke to be here on Radio Row. You have Bonte Hill and Salami Joe.
There we go. High fives. All right.
Not top 10?
Nope, 11.
Wow.
11.
A 3-hour show? Little 3-hour show?
Yeah, exactly.
Cute little show.
Couple other notes here. We have our buddy John Kincaid from Philly. He's 19.
19?
19.
Man, and shout out John Kincaid, recovering from cancer.
Dude.
Brought us man, I'm so bummed he's not here. I DM'd him the other day, and he said, no, if the Eagles were not making it, we were not going to come out there because it's too early. And he's the one, man, he brought salt and vinegar chips and cigars.
Chargers, Chargers over to us.
Talking trash in Philly. John, get well, brother. I wish you were out here.
Great dude. But we are a couple spots ahead of number 8, WIP.
Oh!
What is that? Screw you,
Philly. Angelo was number 1 last year.
Was he?
Yeah.
So we beat both the Philly stations.
I don't even know how to say his name.
Joe DeCamera.
DeCamera and Richie are number 8.
John Richie.
Guy.
So we're Guy Richie. Yeah. So as soon as old Fred Toucher, they realize, wow, you can't do this as a solo show, we'll be right in the top 5, Joe.
Wow. Well done. The Bobby Belt effect.
Yeah.
Really.
Now people are saying the fan text because we're up 4 spots, we can ask for a 4% raise.
4%, baby. Cost of living. It's cost of living these days.
Folks, inflation's a good thing. You want to have less money to spend for things. It's
Dude,
great.
the amount of Tolos doing the Biden impersonation when we said that we had to circle the air yesterday, it was hilarious.
I got to say here, though, the most, I would have been okay with 19th. as long as it would have meant that old Salami Joe and Bonte would have been 20th. The fact that we're 5 spots ahead of them feels really nice. That's what I'm most happy about.
So now if we see him out here, we have the trash talk. Oh, we just walk around with that list.
Yeah,
all right.
exactly.
Yep. We hold up that list.
We're
Pepe.
gonna call them Stranger Things. They're 11.
Pepe. What does that mean?
11 was the name of the girl in Stranger Things.
Man, you just gave him a real fake head nod.
Yeah, you're like,
you were total agreement, and I felt left out, but you were lying right
No,
there.
I was just trying to make myself feel cool.
Pepe, as the producer of the number 6, the 6th best morning show in the country, would you like to say anything, sir?
Guys, I mean, we're only going up from here. You know, 2024 is going to be such a special year, and you know what? And we were talking about producers and giving, the show sheet to you guys. I think that's a great idea. Maybe I come up with show sheets from now on, and I give it to you guys, and you guys have to do as I say. I think that'll be a fun show. I think that'll be a great show.
A single segment canceled, we'll get our entire show canceled. Great idea.
Yeah, we need to figure out payday. We'll call it payday.
Payday.
And it's the day when Peyton kind of decides. I don't know if I could do that. I'm really a control freak.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any possible way. When I listen to the other shows, sometimes I'm like, why are you guys leading with that? Why are you doing this segment here? Why are you structuring the clock that way? As Bassick says, I'm a control freak.
I will say this. I bet that if it went national, the quality of life would be so improved, you wouldn't care.
Oh, disagree. Sean, I think Sean. Look, just pulling back the curtain a little bit. When things go wrong with the show, or we have something that like maybe it's like, oh, that we didn't do as well here. We do it eats at Sean. It sits on him, and it'll greatly affect his mood. And I think Sean cares way too intensely to just let that be handled by somebody else. Not in a bad way, in a good way.
Spieth Island, congrats. Go get that 4%. So there you go. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Couple of leftover travel stories. I got Barbie tears, Bobby's neck brace, and I think that's all I have right now. We pretty much covered everything at 6:40. Which one would you like to?
Are we not going to bring up the either the spinach or the steak cutting?
No, maybe
later in the week.
Okay,
later in the week when we have a food topic, possibly. But you get to pick. You got Bobby's neck brace or Barbie tears.
Let's go with the Barbie tears.
Okay. So I'm just sitting there. Myself, Bobby, and Kristen were in the back of the plane. I look over and she's sobbing.
Mm-hmm.
She's just crying nonstop. And I'm looking at Bobby like, what did you do? Like, what did you do?
Because I'm laughing.
Yeah, because she's already depressed. Bobby is laughing. Well, look, I'm a laugh at crying person too.
Yeah.
When they're not like physically hurting, and I'm so proud. Like, I've never loved my wife more than the other day. Like, this person was crying on TV and she's just laughing, and I was like, I love you. I love you so much. You're so sinister. Like, because early on she would think I was a monster, right? When they're not like in physical pain or you've lost a loved one, like grieving. Well, I don't laugh at grief crying. I laugh at silly, stupid crying. When you're crying over something stupid, I laugh. And yesterday, I'm not saying she's stupid or anything. It was kind of a silly thing, and Bobby was laughing.
To be fair, and I don't think we've talked about this yet.
We should play the Billie Eilish song under this, since I know it from the Grammys.
That is a great song.
Is it?
What Was I Made For? That is a great song.
I don't know. I just sing.
I gotta whisper.
I don't know. It's a great song. What do you? It's a great song. That was a great song, dude.
I mean, use your voice. I mean, you don't need to use inside voices when you're singing.
Peyton, find that. She uses your ex-wife voice on the phone.
Oh, when I talk to her, yeah.
that tone shit is like, T-Dog, what's up? And then it's like, it's a great song, dude.
It's too artsy. She's trying too hard to be. This is what she is. I think she's got a lot of
people claim Taylor Swift.
She has a lot of great ideas.
Fantastic.
She's a great voice. She has a lot of great ideas.
Great.
I like the fact that she's trying to change things. She does all of her stuff in lowercase. Very cool. Very Gen Z.
Is that Sandler?
Yeah, but
dude, it is.
She's like trying too hard to be artsy with this song and different.
Well,
I didn't realize she did everything with her brother.
Oh yeah, Phineas. Yeah,
Phineas.
I don't care for that name. I don't care for that name.
Phineas.
Yeah, I saw her parents there. I'm like, that's a weird name. You can't do that.
Phineas Eilish.
Phineas.
No, Eilish is I think it's a fake last name. Or something.
You think?
Phineas and Ferb.
Oh, I think it's something.
So he writes the songs and like plays the piano for her. That's cool.
Yeah, he does a lot of the musical stuff. She generally writes the lyrics, but I mean, they write some really great songs. Everything I Wanted is one of the best songs I've heard.
Billie Eilish. Oh my God! See, you made me do this, and now
you just hate art.
No, I hate artists. I don't hate art.
No, he likes prepackaged vanilla Taylor Swift.
Her name is Billie Eilish Pirate Baird O'Connell.
O'Connell, that's their last name. Phineas O'Connell.
That's what you get out of it? Oh, her last name is O'Connell.
Yeah.
No,
That
how about Pirate Baird?
Look, I mean, you know,
man.
it sounded like she was made to be an artist. Anyway,
Anyway.
on the plane, Barbie movie. I had wondered, was she listening to the song? Is that the scene that happened? No, apparently it was. I was not watching the movie. I was kind of checked out on it when I was like, all right, this is becoming an aggressively political movie. I don't really care for it.
That movie's really got people worked up.
It was clearly going like everything was a political point. It felt like, so I was just like, I don't even care. So I'll just watch something else. So I bailed on it, and so when I looked over, she just goes, I'm like taking headphones out. I'm like, what are you freaking out about? And then she's tearing up. And apparently there was something about a little girl growing up or something and leaving the doll behind, and the mom is feeling really upset that her daughter's growing up or something.
Dude, it was like snakes were crawling out of the computer at Kristen.
She like threw the headphones off. Like can't hear it.
Yeah.
And so it's just apparently she's getting a little reflective about the girls growing older. And so it resonated with her, which by the way, I will say, I don't think we've mentioned this. The one time I've cried in therapy so far was when they tapped into my girls growing up. And when I started talking about that, that's when I was like, crap, she's going to get me. But this is good news, gentlemen. You know why this is good news? This is something I can be emotionally manipulative about and get another baby out of. That's what I took away from this. I play the Barbie movie, and then I'm like, it's okay, honey. This doesn't have to be the end. Come back here to the bedroom.
Well, if you continue to act like you did yesterday, there will be no cereal in Vegas.
Honestly, and this is, I am curious. Did you feel like I was being kind of a jackass yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, I got that vibe from you that you thought I was being a jackass towards her.
I need to have some time to myself to think about how to phrase it.
Yeah.
It's very hate and hustle behavior.
You came across a little controlling.
Really?
Like little controlling, little bossy, little like she felt like a little like subservient. Like yes, I'm not going to tell Bobby anything.
Yeah, you nailed it.
I know. In other words, high five again, high five,
knuckleballs. No, I could totally see though getting in your feels when it comes to the kids like that. I've had moments like that where I thought like I can't remember what it was, but I had a moment where I was like, man, I'm going to grow old. And my kids are going to, like, move on. I'm never going to see them again. Like, they're never going to come around. They're going to do their own thing. And I'm going to be, like, just hanging out by myself, right? And I was like, I caught myself for a minute there. Like, man, I don't want these kids to grow up. I want them to be right where they are now.
Dude, no. And especially because I grew up with 9 siblings. Like there's 9 of us. So I grew up, like, I was the second oldest. So I grew up with kids, like, and babies, like, nonstop. And so now we're talking about my youngest just turned 8. And it's just like, gosh, this is all going by way too fast. And yeah, whenever it comes up, when it like has been brought up in therapy about like, well, talk to me about your girls growing older. I'm like, you're trying to get me emotional so you can talk to me about other things. I feel like you're trying to trick me here.
All right, we will try to add 2 new players to the Dallas Cowboys with a latest mock draft that is out at 8 o'clock here during the Expressway. We are commercial free here on Sean and RJ. Which Tolo just sent me this? Tarek sent me Tom Pelissero. The Cowboys are interviewing Mike Zimmer today for their defensive coordinator job.
Better be their coordinator. Better be who they hire. Because Ron Rivera is not going to cut it.
I hope they lock it up with Mike Zimmer.
Lock it up.
It's Tuesday. It's Expressway. Frank Caliendo will sit down in the #1 air hot seat at 8:40. We got to ask Reddit.
A question, Kelly? Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
Truckwreck.com, fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and the YouTube. Shout out to our Twitch and YouTube audience. They have been crushing it for us.
Yes. Very
appreciative.
Got us to number 6.
Of all you guys. Absolutely. This is the Twitch and YouTube, the Twolo and YOLO effect from 10 to 6. All right, so we're doing Ask Reddit here. This is what we do every Tuesday during the Expressway. It's where we jump into some of these salacious questions that are going viral on Ask Reddit this week. Sean Sharif, I am going to start with you, even though you hate it. But I'm going to start with you because I feel like as you were listed as cleaner than I am, all right, by one Ryan Couturier, our video operator, who also does a great job hooking up the Twolos and the Yolos there. What part of the body, Sean, do people often overlook when cleaning themselves that they shouldn't?
Beneath the knees.
Like the back knee?
Lower
the
leg.
knee pit?
Just lower leg.
Oh, okay.
I always have this decision to myself. I don't do the same thing. Some days I'm like, okay, I'm not that dirty, so I'm not bending over to scrub the ankle, the shin. And Brian Baldinger was on with G-Bag weekly, and I was listening, and Chiafalo, of course, asked him, like, the shower move. And Baldinger just lets the water run down.
Dude, this
does
is very
not
common.
scrub, does not loofah, does not take the soap bar down there. He is just trusting that the
So he washes
gravity.
his hair and that's it?
No, he might wash upper body.
Okay.
But he's trusting that rinse off is going to take care of the lower legs.
Like the feet. Like he just lets the soles of the feet be cleaned by the bottom of the bathtub.
Yeah, and his legs.
Yeah.
And his legs as well. But the bottom of the feet, I mean, I'm not scrubbing the bottom of my feet every day or probably even once a week. I'm not. I should. Bottom of my feet are hideous and nasty like Choppy's.
Yeah, you look like a hobbit.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say anything. There's been too many mom jokes made already in the past 24 hours. It's making me uncomfortable. I'm more uncomfortable about Bobby's mom than he is. You can win that one.
Live with it for 18 years. You'll get less uncomfortable with it, too.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, obviously the feet are one of them, but the back.
Yes.
Because you can't reach. A lot of people can't reach it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have my shoulders are so like my lack of mobility in my shoulders.
I thought you were gonna say jacked. You're so
well,
jacked.
it's because I'm so jacked, Sean. Absolutely, no. My shoulders are just. I don't have the range of motion to be able to get all the parts of my back. Like Sarah, she could wash her entire back, and I'm like, how do you do this? I have to call her in there sometimes.
Yeah,
hey, get the back.
Yeah, you do.
Get the back here, and then join
And then she also washes your back,
And then
too.
she also washed my back. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I think the back outside the feet.
What was it? I mean, the cliche growing up was wash behind your ears. Like that's where people miss a lot because they don't scrub
Yes,
that.
yes.
And I think that's
what about
probably,
in the ears? Would you guys be grossed out if I sit there and I clean the inside of my ears in the shower with the soap and shampoo and everything?
So I would not drive in there and scrub.
Yeah.
I'll use Q-tips and then I just kind of let water get in there when I'm in the shower. But
I don't use Q-tips. I just do it in the shower.
Oh, you don't use Q-tips at
No,
all?
with my fingers.
Oh, man, I gotta dry them out.
I got into I damaged my ear one time going too deep in with a Q-tip and I punctured my eardrum.
Good for you.
Which, by the way, I need a shower real bad
Yeah,
after
I
this
do.
show.
I do too.
I thought you were going to take it yesterday, but then if you go down to that casino, I mean,
point.
you're
There
going to
was
smell like a Camel Light.
Absolutely. So I decided not to. I need a shower.
I need one bad.
I'm sleeping on the other side of the bed tonight.
Because it's so dirty.
Behind the ears, inside the ears, that's common. We're also getting 817 saying the belly button. That's a big one. Peyton, what do people overlook?
I mean, who cares if your belly button's clean? It's lint. It's lint in there.
It's lint.
I got lint in there one time, and Laura walked up to me, and she goes, "Why do you have washing machine in your belly?" And she pulled it out and threw it at me.
Gross.
Good story, Pete.
Thanks.
Behind the ears, but bottom of the foot for me. I usually just put the soap on the ground, then step on it, and that's what I do. Because no one ever sees that. No one ever sees the bottom of my feet. You know, like no one sees that.
Peyton, do you really step on soap?
Not every time, but like I will. Like once.
There is no. You are 27 years old.
never
There is
heard that.
no way you use a bar of soap.
No.
Bro,
I pour it on the ground. I pour it on the ground.
I'll use a bar of soap.
You're in your 40s. Like 27-year-old.
Bro, I feel like
I'm
I'm
on body wash.
I feel like I'm wasting the body wash. I'm wasting too much of it.
Yeah.
And
I don't feel clean. I don't feel it gets me.
Right.
I feel like
need
it's
a-
deodorant, and that's
Yeah,
you got to
dude.
use the loofah, the poof, to get the dead
That's what I
skin
use.
off. How do you feel
Loofah.
clean without it?
Dude, I just forget all that. You're skipping over the main story that this guy's ice skating
I
on
know.
Dove over here. He is ice skating.
I've never
over
fallen
here.
once, by the way. Never fallen.
Huh?
I've never fallen once.
You haven't? Wow.
No, I'm careful.
Texas William, get that on a GIF of Blades of Glory with Peyton.
All right, RJ Choppy.
Yes.
What did you used to be that you aren't anymore, other than married?
Married, smoker.
Smoker, that's a good one.
That's probably what it would be.
That was great by you, by the way, quitting.
I don't know how I did it. I mean, I do know how, but I don't really remember how.
Cold turkey?
COVID, yeah.
Oh, it was COVID.
I got COVID, and I wasn't breathing very well. And I knew Smokey was all right. I was I'm done. with this stupid COVID thing around. Because, like, when I'm sick, even when I was smoking, and if I was sick, I wouldn't smoke. But I was sick for like 2 weeks. And once you get past that, it was like really, really easy to stop. It really came at a perfect time.
But this segment is not long enough to talk about Choppy's used to be this, that. I mean, he has gone through
everything.
A lot of transformation. He's a chameleon.
That's fair. Peyton, what did you used to be that you aren't anymore?
So I took a different route to this one. I used to be good at like reaching out to others. Like if I hadn't talked to someone in a while, I would be the first to text them or call them, just reach out. But like now it's like I just use the excuse of, well, the phone works both ways. You can contact me, but I can also contact me. So I'm really bad about that right now, but I used to be really good.
I used to be that used to be something similar, like professionally, especially. Like I used to be way more on top of networking than I'm. It's just
well, now you've made it. You're number 6 in the country.
No, it's just honestly like you just start going like, okay, how am I dividing? Like it feels like there's just only so much time, and you lose track of like, crap, I haven't checked in with this person in a long time. Oh man, I meant to go get drinks with this person. I meant to go get dinner with this person. I used to be really good at that, and I still work at it, but it's like it's the vastness of how much I'm checking in with people. My Jared Sandler reach has died down significantly. Man. Sean, what do you got?
I would used to maybe care about, like, if I know someone said something about me, I would have to know. And now I don't care. Unless it's like a big thing, like it's going to be a major drama, then I would like to know. Otherwise, I don't want to know, so I don't react. And I honestly, like, I don't care. I'm pretty good at just, like, I really don't care what you think, how you react, how it impacts you, if I've made up my mind about it. So that gets me less worked up, whereas before I'd press you, right? Like, you got to tell me. What do they say? And be all over it. And now, unless it's a big major thing, don't care.
I can't remember who had this quote. What people think of me is none of my business. I think that's a good way to approach it. It's like, I don't care what somebody thinks about me, and that's their own perspective, and it's really nothing that I need to know. Peyton Russell, this said dating apps, but I'm going to broaden it a little bit. What is your worst dating experience?
Ooh, dating experience. Okay, because I was thinking dating apps here. I mean, like there was one.
I mean, you can do dating apps, but I'm broadening it to dating period.
Okay, I mean, like, you know, I've never had like the no-show, anything like that. I have had the hour late show up, so like, and I just stuck around. And the worst part was the car was on the whole time, and I already had driven like 50 minutes out there. This was the Fort Worth, a single mom girl, by the way. This was back, I think this was a year ago around this time.
What do you mean the car was on?
Like, well, because I'm just sitting in the car. Like, I don't go, because it was an outdoor place. And so I'm not just going to go staying outside by myself. I look like a loser. So I stay in the car. It was dark outside. And so I stayed with the car running for a good hour. And then, you know, she kept using the excuse of, oh, I'm running behind her. And she had the kids. So, like, I get it. I wasn't too mad, but I had the car.
But she was updating you throughout. It wasn't a straight stand-up. She was telling you she was behind.
I mean, every 20 minutes I get a text. So,
yeah.
Yeah,
that's decent.
Fine.
That's good.
Yeah, she's not just like ghosting you on that. Sean, what was your worst dating experience?
I mean, are we talking like the
yeah, like
one
an individual moment,
like an individual moment?
Yeah, just like oh my gosh, this was disastrous. And I'm also going to follow up with this. Do you think you have ever been someone's worst dating experience?
Oh, there's no way. I mean,
I know
sure.
I have.
There's no way I have. Like, I'm an incredible date.
Somebody told my sister that I was their worst.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they said I wouldn't stop talking about somebody else the whole time. I don't remember that.
Oh.
But that's what I was told. They're like, it was the worst date I've ever been on. I was like, well,
I think generally, like, I would be a blast of a date. Whenever Amanda, like, you know, I'm like, go with your friends. Like, go. Let me have private time. And she's like, no, I know you guys are going to have more fun. I want to hang out with you all. That I want to come along with you all. You know, I haven't really had a disastrous one. I knew in the moment, like, we're not going to go back out again. Politics came up.
Oh, yeah. And that was pretty quick, wasn't it? In the day it came up?
Politics came up. I think this girl, like, listened to the station or show. And we didn't, like, talk about it. I didn't want to get into it, but I could tell she was really, really, really passionate. And I was like, okay, like this, I'm not going to be able to sleep with her today. It's not going to happen.
There's going to be no crossing the aisle on that one.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm somebody's worst date. I mean, you can't think of a time that I never had like a bad one, but This one girl I went out with, this was before I was even married. It's like 04, 05. We went out, and then we went to, I can't remember where we went, but it was like a Mexican restaurant. Come back, and we're at her apartment, and she just gets up, and she walks over towards the restroom, and she's just talking to me. Doors open. She just keeps talking. And she's in there for like 5 minutes, and she just keeps talking. So I just stand up, and I'm like, why am I just sitting here? Let me just go over there. She's going to talk. I'll just go in the doorway. I figure she's doing her makeup. No. This girl's blowing up the bathroom. As I cross the threshold of the door, like a smack in the face.
Oh, man.
Something died in there.
Wow.
And I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like, just shut the door. I could just tell me you got to go to the bathroom. So that was it. And I was like, oh, all right.
The other thing I'll say, because I got to insult myself here, sometimes you're on a date and you're like, I know that she's not feeling this. Like, I want this to go to a second date. I'm trying way too hard here, and you just know you're not getting the same vibes back. So that sucks. You can feel it in the moment.
Yeah, I've talked about some of my bad dates before, like when I picked her up, and she was like, let's go get some and I was like, oh, okay. And so we went, that was, I talked about that one. I'll bring it specifically, too, because it ended in a happy story, and I know she's listening right now, so don't freak out when I tell the story. But I'll bring you my worst dating experience during our courtship.
What do you mean?
Kristen and I.
Wait.
What?
Are you saying that Kristen's listening?
No. Yeah, she's listening right now. She's up. She didn't go back to sleep. She's been texting me.
She didn't go back to sleep from when you woke up?
No.
Why?
I don't know. She just didn't. She texted me earlier. So
what time did you wake up?
2:20. That's 4:20 Central Time. She hasn't adjusted to the time zone yet, I guess.
Oh, my God. All right, tell her real quick.
Just really quickly, the second date we went on, and Kristen's always like, that makes me sound bad. It does not. It's just normal, whatever. But the second date we went on, she showed up, and she was like, hey, I've overbooked myself. I'm going to leave here in 30 minutes. I got a party to get to. And I was like,
overbooked?
Okay. Yeah, she's like, I double booked myself. I got to go. So she left after 30 minutes, and we didn't go on a date again for about 5 months. She had told her sister, she's like, just tell him I think we'd be better as friends. And I got that communicated from her sister.
You should have never accepted the second date 5 months later.
Well, now you see why I run things the way I do, Sean.
That's insulting. Expressway commercial-free Ask Credit on a Tolo Tuesday from here in Vegas. We don't have a game to talk about with the Cowboys. We got to talk about adding some draft picks. The latest 2-round mock is out. We're going to have Frank Caliendo in the 8 o'clock hour as well. Thanks for checking us out right here on The Fan. But have you checked out My Computer?
Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. That will be the only local sports team I'm repping here because of the embarrassment that is the Dallas Cowboys. So I got my Rangers World Series sweatshirt on today, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If you're new to the show and the station, we're your home of the Rangers. We're your home of the Cowboys as well. Frank Caliendo is going to be sitting down with us here in Vegas for show and morning number 1, brought to you by A Number 1 Air, the Low T Center, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. But unfortunately, it is a rite of passage for us, man. I was walking in yesterday here, and I saw Christy Scales, and there's some other Dallas Cowboys personnel that's going to be out here. And I said to the guys, I said, can you just imagine one time walking in here with the Cowboys in the Super Bowl? We'd be kings of this place.
Dude.
We'd be on a throne out here with people bowing down to us, begging for them to be able to bring us Joe Montana and Barry Sanders and Dan Marino. Please allow us to come and praise the star and kiss your feet and the rings that you may end up winning. Just one time, the Dallas Cowboys putting us on the pedestal here at Radio Row, but we'll probably die and it never happens.
I texted you remember, near the end of the season. I was like, man, they've got a legitimate path here. And if they were to get there,
I guarantee
holy
they'd
cow.
be in the NFC. I guarantee the NFC Championship game appearance.
And of course,
moron.
And it just it fell short, as it always does with this team. It is the World Cup, as we've talked about, is the perfect analogy for the Dallas Cowboys and the way that they progress into the postseason. And so it's disappointing. It's another year, and you know what? Unless something radically shifts with their personnel, even still, I don't know that players are the problem, but unless something radically shifts here,
it's Groundhog Day
over the next couple months, we'll be sitting here talking about, could you imagine next year, wherever we're at New Orleans, right, Chop? New Orleans is next year?
Yeah, it's the vermin-infested New Orleans.
We'll be sitting in New Orleans.
Terrible food.
The whole building,
amazing food.
The whole
Overrated.
building smelling like creek water, as New Orleans does. And we'll be sitting there saying, man, could you imagine if the Cowboys were here right now in New Orleans, the party we'd be having? Instead, we'll hear Kyle Shanahan drunkenly up there again, enjoying Bourbon Street.
This is why I'm pulling a Bassick. I'm a Lions fan now. An organization with a history of winning.
Yeah.
Okay.
A rich tradition.
A quarterback that can actually get to multiple NFC Championship games.
Okay, shut up.
Great, a true number 1 wide receiver, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. A defensive end that doesn't disappear in big moments.
And you're forgetting one thing.
And MCDC, Motor City Dan Campbell.
No, you're
Man Campbell. Oh, yeah, an owner, Sheila Ford, wherever the hell her last name is, who loves to spend money and win.
Spend money here in the U.S., not just make great football teams, make great automobiles.
Great automobiles.
Yeah.
No, you're forgetting
her great-great-grandfather ruined the world with a 9-to-5, 5-day work schedule.
You're forgetting one other thing. The general manager who brought out receipts yesterday on local reporters. Remember, we destroyed the Lions draft. They crushed your soul, RJ.
They took Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
And then, was it Jack Campbell, the linebacker, out of Iowa?
Yeah.
You know, Iowa, which stands for idiots out wandering around. You're going to take somebody from Iowa? And then they took somebody else. And Sam Laporta. Now, that was a great pick. Laporta was a great pick. Great, fantastic.
But we killed them. Your Lions going backwards, and their general manager brought out the receipts yesterday on local reporters.
When you look back at those picks, and those picks were not welcome by many in this room. You know, Dave, you want us to pick quarterback. You didn't want us to pick Penei Sewell. You know, people didn't want us to wait till the 4th round to draft a wide receiver. People didn't want to wait on a Derek Barnes to develop. But every single move was intentional and was made with intention.
Okay. So that wasn't too bad. I saw the internet saying, why are you stooping so low? Why are you addressing this? That wasn't that bad. And then one more from Brad Holmes, the GM. He said, we ain't no Cinderella either.
What I want to tell really our fans is, look, it's only going to get better. We're only going to get better, all right? I don't want anybody to think that this was a one-shot Cinderella magical journey that just happened. No, it's real, all right? This is exactly what it was supposed to happen. And I understand that based on history from what's happened in the past, like I understand you have a season like this, it's easy to feel like this was kind of a one-shot, magical, lucky, cute story, which I'm tired of hearing. It was none of that. It's easy to think that, but no, every move that me and Dan make, it has been made to sustain what we are building. Every single move, and I'll say every single move we make and every single move we do not make is to sustain what we have been building. So it's real. Look, it's all to normalize what we're doing, all right? This is to normalize it.
All right. So there's Brad Holmes coming out strong.
Culture. Change the culture. Look, I mean, I'm kind of being sarcastic a little bit because the culture thing because the culture thing does become, it's a little bit, I know you hate the culture and the
Choppy rolls his eyes at that stuff.
No, but in terms of like when somebody uses it as a criticism, a lot of times they're just using it as a catch-all that they can't even define it for you. But I will say it is important. That is why so many teams say, hey, the basis has to be basically getting everybody on the same page. The most difficult thing in the world to do is get 53 players and then coaching staff and everybody else unified, working in the same direction. It sounds like it's easy, like, oh, you're all working for a Super Bowl. That's it. But everybody's got different ideas of how it should be. To find the right players that are talented enough, the right coaches who come up with the right scheme, and they all view the same process the same way and get everybody moving in that same direction, that's very difficult. Yeah. And that's why Detroit, I think, feels like they've got something where it's like, hey, we got people buying into Dan Campbell and his vision and Brad Holmes and his vision, and this is just the beginning because we can all get going in the same direction. It's not Seattle, where Seattle just had ridiculous talent. They had a one-off, and then pretty quickly you saw it break apart.
It died quick.
We are talking about the draft here, so let's move on to the latest 2-round mock that came out.
All right, this is from ESPN. Matt Miller, draft analyst.
We respect him, Bobby. Matt Miller.
He's okay.
Oh, wow. Doesn't sound like
Austin resident. No, he's okay. Matt Miller burned a lot of us here in Dallas last year or 2 years ago. So
how?
He published the entire Dallas Cowboys pre-draft visitor list, and when he did that, that caused the Cowboys to kind of crack down on people inside their building.
That's not him burning you. That's the Cowboys burning themselves.
And
be more attentive with it.
But I don't care about any of that. Is he legitimate in terms of talking about players? I don't care about all the other stuff.
He's okay. He's not bad. He's I wouldn't put him at the top.
All right.
But he's okay.
All right. So round 1, first overall pick, Bears. Thank you. Caleb Williams.
Adam Schefter says the belief around the NFL is that the Bears will draft Caleb.
Okay. And then we'll see where they trade Justin Fields to. Maybe he goes to Vegas with Luke Getsy.
Former OC.
Maybe that's where he goes.
I don't know. Man, trading for Fields, that is a fascinating discussion.
Kyler looked good with Cliff Kingsbury. Does Washington go trade for him?
I was thinking there's an opportunity too.
Does Washington go? Say that again?
Washington. Would Washington trade for Fields?
Look, if you're Washington, you're going to...
Cliff Kingsbury had success with Kyler.
Kyler is a superior thrower to Justin Fields.
Right, I'm just saying he does. You
got to decide, can this guy throw? And if he isn't going to be a fantastic thrower, then you got to commit like the Ravens to the run. That's what you got to decide with him. Like, are we going to pay him $40 million plus to run around, or can he continue to grow to what we need him to be throwing?
You need. It's a good question. It's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah.
I think that the prevailing thought is, you figure it. I get it. These guys aren't given enough time anymore. That's just the nature of the game.
Yep.
Washington's got the second overall pick. They're gonna. You can't have the second overall pick and then trade for Justin Fields.
No.
Not when Drake May's sitting there, not when Jaden Daniels is sitting there, not when there's a lot of quarterbacks sitting there.
Justin Fields is an Atlanta native, too. They've got a lot of weapons there.
There's an opportunity. They got a good roster. Maybe you get a decent quarterback in there and you can make some noise.
Can he get him the ball? That's the whole thing. Can he get the weapons the ball?
Yeah, there you go. Who knows, right? So Drake May, they got 2 at Washington. New England at 3, taking Jaden Daniels from LSU. So quarterbacks 1, 2, 3.
Mid.
Number 4.
Ooh.
Marvin Harrison Jr. going to Arizona. Malik Neighbors, wideout LSU, going 5 to the Chargers. Giants take Rome Odunze, wideout from Washington. So your first 6 picks, 3 quarterbacks, 3 wide receivers. I like this guy's style. Just give me guys who impact the passing game. 7th pick, Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
Big boy.
Terrion Arnold, 8, cornerback, Alabama to Atlanta. Again, passing game. 9, Chicago. Olumuyiwa Fashanu.
Olu Fashanu.
Olu
Fashanu. Olu is what they shorten it to.
Olu Fashanu.
Long name.
Tackle, Penn State. Jets, tackle from Oregon State. Talise Fuaga.
Yeah.
So every single one of the top 10 picks is directly impacting the passing game. That's the RJ Choppy School of Broadcasting.
Guy sounds like a genius.
Yep. Number 11, Minnesota, Dallas Turner, edge, Alabama, passing game.
Overrated.
12, Oregon, quarterback, Bo Nix to Denver.
But you love Bo Nix, right?
I like Bo. Now, I don't like Bo on the road. Home Bo and road Bo.
Bo knows home.
Bo knows home. 13, J.J. McCarthy, quarterback, Michigan to the Raiders.
Oh, my God.
That, I don't know about that one.
Derek Holland cursing me in F-bombs or whatever in our text when I told him J.J. McCarthy. Jim Harbaugh saying, don't be surprised if he goes 1. He can't be an NFL quarterback. Not a baller.
14, Brock Bowers goes to New Orleans, tight end out of Georgia.
Good player.
Yeah, I like him. 15, edge, Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State to the Colts. And then your first player off the board that does not directly impact the passing game is defensive tackle Byron Murphy to Seattle.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, in theory, he could. He
could.
could.
Yeah, he could.
Bit.
But like generally, they're going to be run stop. So then you get let's see, keep going down.
Just skip to the Cowboys.
The Cowboys at by the way, the Eagles taking Quinion Mitchell, corner out of Toledo, at 22. The best name in the draft, Kool-Aid McKinstry, going to Houston at 23. And the Cowboys.
Oh no, that's what did the Kool-Aid guys say when he busts through the wall?
Oh yeah. And the Cowboys at 24. It does not read Michael Penix. Okay, I was hoping it would say Michael Penix.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
But it is Keon Coleman, wide receiver out of Florida State. Though Brandon Cooks made a big impact as 2023 progressed. Dallas needed a running mate for Lamb since trading Amari Cooper. Coleman, 6'4", 215, 11 TDs on just 50 catches in his lone season at Florida State following the transfer from Michigan State. He needs help separate at times, but facing the opposing team's CB2 would be light work given his size, catch radius, and toughness through contact.
Look, I mean, Keon Coleman's a good player. This is an elite offensive line draft, and for a team that clearly needs to kind of rebuild their offensive line, I would be disappointed to see them take Keon Coleman with offensive linemen theoretically on the board.
Second round pick?
Second round for the Cowboys as we move down here. It is...
what type of gamble? What type of red flag here?
Okay, well, they will go with a guard. Out of BYU, Kingsley
Suamataia.
Suamataia
will not be there at pick 50, but that's nice of you, Matt Miller, or wherever they're picking.
All right, it is
really?
The 2-round.
56.
He's a very good player. That guy is going to be a stud.
The 2-round mock from ESPN. It's our annual tradition here at the Super Bowl. Talk about the Cowboys draft pick. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Thanks for being a Tolo. Toby Keith passing away. That news coming out overnight. And our boy, did anyone see Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, on Jimmy Fallon, our every other hump day guest?
Hey.
Let's talk about it along with Frank Caliendo, sitting down for some impressions right here on Sean and RJ. But
Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Frank Caliendo, what impressions has he been working on? He'll sit down with us at 8:40 here on Sean and RJ, live from Vegas in the A #1 Air hot seat. Who caught our boy Matt Pittman on with Jimmy Fallon last night? The national TV appearance. And here's Meat Church getting introduced on NBC.
Joining Tariq's team, he's the founder of the best-selling barbecue brand Meat Church and is known as the king of tailgating. Please welcome Matt Pittman. Come on.
And apparently Pittman said, like, this was one of the, like, few moments where his wife was, like, actually proud and happy. She's like, we're going on Jimmy Fallon. All this other stuff, Dallas Cowboys cooking for Dak Prescott. Nope, doesn't affect her. And then this is where Pittman was actually talking a little bit on Fallon's show.
Let's see your ribs.
Ironically, also beef ribs. But the real secret weapon, for the first time ever, our brand new seasoning. No one's even seen Blanco.
Wow. Whoa! Got that Griselda, boy. What is Blanco?
Now, I'm hearing that Matt lost, so I had to get the explanation after the national TV appearance. And he's on every other Wednesday, but we got him right here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Matt Pittman, congratulations, brother. How was it last night?
Man, it was like the coolest ever. Like, Jimmy is so cool, so gracious to my family. Like, I'll never forget. It was a top 3 moment. It was awesome.
So what happened with the competition? We weren't able to see it. We were waiting 4 hours for service at our steakhouse. How did the whole thing go? I'll watch the video after the show. Did you get robbed or did you screw up?
Yeah, no, I'll explain it. And first off, hopefully Mr. Electric doesn't have to pay any extra for this segment. So thanks for having me back on an off week. But so basically we had 2 minutes to make a dish out of typical Super Bowl foods. I just sent you guys a YouTube link so you can watch it now. But anyway, so there's all this food out there, pizza, chili, tater tots, guac, 7-layer dip, blah, blah, blah. And you could bring a secret weapon. So I smoked a huge rack of beef ribs in Texas, froze them, put them in my suitcase, brought them to New York. And the food stylist on the show, took them, brought them back to life, sous vide them back to life for me. And ironically, I was competing with Tariq versus Jimmy and a friend of mine, Billy Durney, who owns Hometown Barbecue here in Brooklyn. He's awesome. He's a Texas barbecue guy. Learned from Wayne Mueller down in Taylor. So great guy, good friend. His secret weapon was also beef ribs, which I kind of had a hunch he would do. But then they allowed me to bring on my seasoning. So my daughter-in-law, Kate, busted her butt to get our brand new product ready to show on TV. So I took the first ever labeled bottle and got to show everybody the new seasoning that's coming, which is super good. So we had 3 minutes to put it all together, and I made what I jokingly called an open-faced tater tot burrito. So they threw us a curveball right before the show. They said, you all have to use a common ingredient, which was tortillas. So I grabbed this huge flour tortilla, and I handed Tariq tater tots and queso and had him warm them up in a skillet. So he loaded it across the tortilla. I chopped up a bunch of beef rib and covered it, and then we sprinkled pico on it, put a little guac. And I thought it would be funny to just jokingly slam down what I called a beef rib topper. So I took like a 2.5-pound beef rib and threw it right on top of the burrito. And this kind of got cut, but I held it up, and I took in the middle of it. I said, "This looks so pretty. I'm going to put it on the gram right now." So I literally took a picture in the middle of the show, which they kind of cut part of that out, but it was funny. So Questlove is in the back in his like dome of isolation helmet, ridiculous helmet where he can't see or hear. And he comes out to try both dishes, and Billy and Jimmy made this like Brooklyn chopped something sandwich. and he liked it, but then he totally went crazy on ours. So when he went to vote, the dishes say dish 1, dish 2 facing the audience, not facing him.
Oh,
no. Mine was the second one he tried. Mine was actually dish 1. So when he checked the box, he checked dish 2, being the second one that he ate. And in the show, he points to it the whole time saying they were close, but this one was the best. And he's pointing to mine, but he flipped the card around, and I'm the first one that noticed the wrong box was checked. And so,
voting, we got it. Voting.
It happens, okay? It happens. Not the first time.
So I got jobbed, but it was actually pretty hilarious because it was not scripted. Everyone realized in the moment he screwed up, and Jimmy kind of sees the opportunity to be like, "Oh, well, we won," and so they won. So it kind of felt like there were no losers, although I technically did lose. But it was pretty hilarious. It wasn't intentional. And then as soon as the show was over, everyone, the directors, Jimmy, they were all like, dude, that was like the perfect ending. I was like, yeah, it was pretty funny. And he takes Blanco and is like, it's this gigantic golden chicken wing trophy. And he starts seasoning the heck out of the trophy with the new seasoning. Like it was pretty cool.
Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, live on Fallon last night.
Done in
you kidding me?
By Dominion voting machines. Again, okay? Just unbelievable problem.
So now you're heading to see the Stars? You going from New York?
Yeah, I'm flying to Toronto. I had a boys' trip planned to go see the Stars play the Leafs tomorrow. And that was all booked before this. So my wife was nice enough to tell me that I could leave from here to go to Toronto. So, yeah, I'm about to take the short flight over and have a big steak dinner with a buddy that I do a guest chef thing with every summer, and then we're all going to go see the Stars play Wednesday night.
Can you do me a favor while you're there? See if you can do some investigative journalism here and find out why they misspell Leafs. Why is it spelled Leafs? That's not how you spell leaves. There's no such word as Leafs.
I'm on it for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, I can't wait to watch the video. Thanks for popping on with the recap, and congratulations, brother. Have a good trip.
Thanks, fellas. See
Matt
ya.
Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, on the D&M Leasing Hotline, usually brought to you by Mr. Electric.
He better try poutine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's so good up there. Oh, my gosh.
I love tater tots, too.
Tater tots are great, man.
I love tater tots.
Problem is, you got to have the super right consistency, otherwise they break apart with the ketchup.
What's wrong?
So,
yeah, you're right.
I went and fact-checked this so that we didn't have to wait for Matt Pittman. I checked it for you, RJ Choppy. The Toronto Maple Leafs are not named after an actual leaf. It's a regiment of the Canadian Army. So since it's a proper noun, the plural is Leafs, Leafs.
And speaking of hockey, we're going to the big event tonight.
We are, baby. We are there to see history. History. The Edmonton Oilers are 1 win away. It's their first game back. It's everybody's first game back post All-Star break. But they are 1 win away from tying the Mario Lemieux, Jaromir Jagr Penguins for the most consecutive wins. Not even like they're running through everybody. They have won 16 straight games, and they're playing the defending champion Vegas Golden Knights. Which we're gonna have great seats. They're center ice, about 20 rows up, if that, maybe 18. And right behind our seats is an open bar.
Oh, my. Open bar?
Open bar, open food, too, if I remember right.
Oh, yeah,
here we go. I'm gonna check on the food. But they're great seats. I've sat in them before. It's a fantastic arena. The pregame is really cool. They've got, the little Vegas-y show. But this is history. We could see history tonight. We could see a tie of the longest win streak in NHL history. Very cool.
That's awesome.
I'm excited.
And considering that it's right after the All-Star break, I assume everyone's playing, as long as they're not injured. There's not going to be any kind of load management nights going on. They don't really do that in the NHL anyway.
So since we got these tickets from your buddy Chop, is there an expectation that I'm going to have to behave, like I'm going to have to, not embarrass you, make a good impression,
Do
or
what you
whatever
want.
else? Okay.
Do what you want, man. This guy's
open
cool.
bar, I'm going to get messy.
This guy is probably my oldest friend. Known him since I was like 8 years old. Like you
would have had $1 million if you listened to him.
I would have. Oh yes.
I guess you were listening. You just didn't have the capacity to.
I didn't have the funds.
Yeah.
He told me to buy a condo because he's lived out here for like 25 years. He told me to buy a condo at the Mandarin at the Aria at City Center before it was open. He goes, dude, I can get you this condo for like $250,000. And I'm like, dude, I don't have $250,000. I'm making $10 an hour right now, man. I'm making like $12,000 a year at ESPN. I don't have that kind of cash.
Peyton bought a house.
Yeah, no.
Rented.
Rented. Rented.
Same thing.
Yeah. And he's like, you're going to miss out. This is going to be $1 million in a couple years. Sure enough, that thing could sell today for about $1.5 million, $2 million.
Big entertainment news that I woke up to with it coming out overnight. Country singer Toby Keith passing away yesterday at the age of 62. And both y'all were rocked by this morning.
It's a disappointment, and I'd seen an interview with him that he had given to a local like TV station in Oklahoma, and I showed you guys the picture of it earlier. He did not look well.
No.
He passing away. He had been sick now for about 3 years. Just looked like a shell of himself. But in the interview that I saw him give with Oklahoma TV, he did seem sort of reflective and at peace, and that's good. But obviously, I mean, this song right here that Peyton's playing Should Have Been a Cowboy, the most played country song of the 1990s, an absolute classic. There's a video going around this morning, people sharing it, of a special Monday Night Football intro that ABC had Toby Keith record for a game back in like 94, where he's singing Should Have Been a Cowboy over Cowboys highlights, and he's wearing this giant Cowboys starter jacket, and it's a sad day. He made some bangers.
I thought his music was way better when he was mullet Toby Keith, wearing like the red silk shirt, cowboy shirt, not silk, you get them. And then the long flowing blonde mullet.
Red silk.
That was great, Toby. He put out some bangers in the 90s, man. Really did. I wasn't in there. Red Silk comes on I'm not a favorite fan of that song, but
20 number one hits. 20 number one hits.
Did he have controversy?
It's always controversy, yeah, with Toby. Yeah, he had I think he had said some things about the Dixie Chicks, who are now known as the Chicks. About when they were coming out against the war. I can't remember which war it was. I assume the Iraq War, the war on terror. They came out and spoke out against that. He said a few things about them. I can't remember what he said, but that was that.
He was a massive.
They're trending today, by the way.
He was a massive Oklahoma Sooners fan.
I think
he went to OU. I remember he was on Dan Patrick one time, and Dan Patrick asked him, he's like, "We hear this trash talk between Texas and OU. What's your favorite Texas joke?" And he said, "What do you call a Texas cheerleader with one brain cell?" He goes, "Pregnant."
Toby Keith passing away at the age of 62. All right, this guy, the best sports impressions out there. He has been on this show multiple times, and he's going to sit down with us as our first official guest at Radio Row in the #1 air hot seat. The great Frank Caliendo here to make you laugh on a Tolo Tuesday next. But I want to go ahead and
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
We have an unspoken bond with this guy. He has memory like an elephant. It's crazy. So it's only fitting that he is our first sit-down guest here in Las Vegas on Sean and RJ in the #1 air hot seat. He is the great Frank Caliendo on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm the only one willing to get up early enough on a Tuesday. And here's the thing. I was looking around, and it's maybe 7 stations here this morning that I got here to do. So I got in yesterday to get the lay of the land just to see, because there's so much security and a lot of soccer moms making sure you don't get through. Nothing against the soccer mom.
No.
Nothing. But there's a lot of people that can't chase you if you did something badly.
Yes.
So I got the lay of the land. I ran into your PD, and then he said,
Tim Collins.
You want to come in, midday. He's thinking, I'm like, no, I want to get drive time. I'd like to get,
big audience.
Then he starts looking for the drive time in Vegas. I go, no, Central Time drive time. I want Dallas time.
Yeah, baby.
So then we hooked this up. I did think there'd be more people here to go talk to, but
half a dozen.
That's all you need. This is the only drive time you need right here.
Yeah. But I'm going to be in Dallas like it's not till July. I was supposed to be there in April. I'm going to do the Improv, but then it got moved. They had some person coming in from overseas or something like that, so they moved the date, and then we had 2 more switches. So they're not even on sale yet. So I'm just here out of pure friendship.
But we can always rely on you. You sat down with us at a remote broadcast, which you still remember.
Yeah, and I would never do it again. No, it was great.
Too intimidating, right?
That's always fun when you got surrounded by big screen TVs and stuff like that. That's the fun type of stuff. But so I don't know, just taking it in, just waiting for everybody to get in. I'm actually leaving today. I get out of here before all the craziness starts.
Yeah.
But you start to see some of the, people in media, all the former athletes and, the current athletes, I shouldn't say realize, the current athletes don't come in till usually maybe Wednesday, but Thursday, Friday, and everybody's in. And so I'm a commodity at this point because I'm good filler. That's one of those things.
Yeah,
good
you're a great role player. You know your role.
I know the role. I know the role.
That's fantastic.
I'm not trying to lead. I'm not trying to lead the Cowboys, guys.
No,
you don't need to. I'm not even a left tackle. I'm just a right tackle. I'm not protecting a blind side. I got nothing.
They need one.
It's all good. So that's where we're at. And but this I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see this game. I've been talking about, everybody's talking about, people rip Brock Purdy, and some people are super fans. Like, what he looks like to me? He looks like a quarterback in the second half of his career, where he doesn't have the arm strength anymore.
Yeah.
He knows where, for some reason, Brock Purdy knows where to put the ball.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But he's making these really good throws. He ran the other day, and everyone's like, I didn't know he could run. Well, that's because you're not watching him. You're just seeing highlights, and he looks a little goofy.
Yeah.
But he's like a guy, if you looked in high school, you're like, oh, this guy's a great high school player. And then in college, you're like, this guy's a good high school, or not good. That don't sound backwards. This guy sounds like a good college. This guy looks like a good college player. And then now he looks like a good pro player. But he doesn't have the amazing arm. He doesn't have the amazing legs.
Yeah.
But it all together seems to work. And I'm not saying he's Joe Montana, but
sounds like you are saying.
I just wanted to preface that so I didn't get the text.
Okay.
So I did that with Jerry Jones years ago. I did a little Jerry. I had been, and everybody's like, "That's not even close. He's on every week, twice a week, 4 times on Tuesdays."
See, he remembers. He remembers the damn
4
days.
times on Tuesdays.
Jerry's on the station.
No, trust me. That was one of the most bombarded I've ever been. I
Really?
never really worked on my Jerry. It's okay. It works for the rest of the country.
Yeah.
But here they're like, he's on. I had been. So he's like, that's it. And then I got people telling me how to do it on Twitter, like not showing me. Granted,
texting.
Just texting.
Wow.
Here's what you have to do is work on this because yours is awful. I don't know. I'm doing it in that accent because that's not a Dallas.
No, it's very odd.
a Cowboys accent at all? Is that close?
W.
Bush.
That's W.
That's
W.
right there.
Yeah.
Right there. If you take George Bush and put it down, that's just generic. Just generic, not George W. Not George W. I just lived down off the Beltway. He took us to his house one time, showed us the canals underneath the house where he goes to the
canals.
He took tunnels, canals with canal has to do with water, right? So we don't have a lot of that right now. Been struggling with precipitation. We get a lot of that out in California right now. By the way, we could use some. So So it's just always that kind of thing. There's always somebody who's Jerry's neighbor. I'm like, how close are you if you're Jerry's neighbor?
Right.
How close to the house?
Outside the fence.
Yeah. How close to the house?
Is there an impression that you just can't?
Tons of them.
You can't get. You can't figure it out.
It's usually an interview stopper. So thanks.
All right, cool.
There's a ton. I mean, I do the ones I can generally do. And then that's the problem is when you're me and you're kind of known for this, I'm a human being. These are magic tricks. I'm not a wizard.
Right,
It's not Wingardium Leviosa. It's pay attention to the hot chick over there while I'm putting something in my sleeve, So what I found is there are similar voices, and I've done some of this stuff on social media, but it's like if you play with your voice and you start to realize how close certain voices are. So, like if you take Kermit the Frog is the start one. Hi ho, Kermit the Frog here. Hi ho, Kermit the Frog here. So you know that.
Yeah.
But if you bring it down a little bit, it becomes John C. Reilly.
Oh my God! I love John C. Reilly.
That's great. I didn't know that was going to happen. That's one of those kinds of things that you're just trying to figure out where it's coming from. So it fits in right there. And then if you add some air to it, it becomes Mark Ruffalo. I see this as an absolute win. I had no idea. Why would somebody even do a Mark Ruffalo? I don't know.
The guy on the NFL Network?
No.
Yeah, that one.
No, the Hulk.
Oh, the Hulk.
Remember the Hulk. That's who it is. Come on. Then you bring it back even more, a little more great, and it becomes... I can't even think of his name right now. So, Billions. What's his name? Paul Giamatti. I believe this is probably one of the most obscure voices you'll hear from me all day.
Pig vomit.
But I'll be honest.
It is pig vomit.
You better believe it. And that's a little higher when he was back then. Now, if you bring it back John C. Reilly, you can get Joe Rogan there from going, wow, oh my God, Jamie, pull that up. That's effing nuts.
Wow.
That's crazy. I didn't know. All
right.
So have you been to his club? Have you played his club?
No. I don't think I'm thought like there's a thing where I would be worried to do because that's all like edgier than me. I'm like, corporate clean and all that kind of stuff, and just I'm still making enough money corporate clean to not go and I think they're looking for people who are working really hard, and I'm not one of those guys except for on a Tuesday Super Bowl week.
4 a.m. Frank Caliendo sitting down with us here on 105.3 The Fan. So we have a big sponsor, Mr. Electric said, get him to do Biden and Trump, but I want you to judge.
Oh no!
Our very own RJ Choppy has been working on this,
not.
and give him some voice tips for his Trump and Biden that he does here on
Only
our
in
station.
Texas on a sports station do they want you to do anything that like everybody else is like stay away from politics.
Right, great question.
But it's really great in the country you guys live in.
Right.
That's where I say that at the I love to be in your country, and everyone's like, yeah, you say that in Florida, like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
You say that in Texas, like, you better believe it. We can leave anytime.
You're gonna make me do this in front of this
Give
guy.
him some ice cream.
Give the folks.
Folks, that was a boy in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
It's always Scranton,
There's
Pennsylvania.
squirrels and ice cream everywhere. And I don't have those.
That might be better than mine. Folks, when I was a young man back in Scranton, Pennsylvania, 30, 45, 60, 600 AD. It was the fall of the Roman Empire. The Romans.
Yeah.
The leaders of the Romans, Mario and Luigi.
But he's got the eyes.
He does.
Yeah, it's like he's the only guy who listens with his eyes. So, Mr. President. And then if you say with the Donald Trump has changed. He's very, very quiet.
Yes.
He's very
that's
quiet. I
good.
say big things. I say big things, but I say them quietly. That's, quite frankly, probably the best. Probably. I posted something on Instagram or on whatever, TikTok, all these things that are stealing my identity. And people are so mad at me because I did the Trump, like, what would a Trump-Biden debate look like? Because Trump plays by no rules. I tried to set it up equally so only so many people could get mad at me. Didn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
Trump is not playing by any rules. Will say whatever he wants. He's like, Joe, you're doing a great job trying. You're a good trier.
But what are you going to do if we're attacked by dragons?
I know he's attacked by dragons. When I was a young man growing up in Westeros, Pennsylvania.
Westeros. I know the Lannisters. I'm friends with the Lannisters. Tyrion Lannister. Tremendous friend. A very good guy. The tiny little guy.
I thought of you the other day with the Morgan Freeman story. Morgan Freeman grabbing the basketball player, and I was just thinking about...
What was that, Morgan Freeman? I didn't see it.
It was at the Ole Miss Auburn game. Like, he was sitting courts. I guess he goes to a lot of Ole Miss games. And the Auburn player comes over, and like he kind of holds him up from falling in the stands, but then he kind of grabs him. Was like, "Hey, man, come say hi to me."
Player swiped his arm.
Oh, really?
Like,
Yeah.
get off me. Didn't realize it was Morgan Freeman. So
Well, that's when you have to turn around and realize who you're talking to. Because truth of the matter is, you are messing with the wrong man right now.
Man, that's good.
That's good.
That is
That
definitely
is
good.
very
I bet
good.
everybody. And that was in a tall drink of water. And Andy Dufresne walked in.
Andy Dufresne.
Yeah, yes.
I got to. So we mentioned. He mentioned that he's asking like, are there any that you feel like you can't do? Are there any that you've gotten down, but you've gotten feedback from somebody where it's like, I really don't like that impression you do of me. Like,
there
have you
are
ever
a few
gotten
people
pushback?
who don't like it. Don't want to say names.
Oh, no.
Great that. Heard people who subbed in for a show, never subbed back because they brought me on. Ridiculous. Incredible. Oh, arugula. What a great lettuce.
No, most of the time people like it. I mean, it depends. The football people are tough because they're put on pedestals. It's been, back in the day with the Madden stuff, he was always put on a huge pedestal. If you're in the club, if you've been if you're a professional athlete and you've been in the locker room, they give you a lot more leeway than if you're some idiot like me, growing up in Waukesha, Wisconsin, who's looks like he's never played any football or anything, any sport, and it's so. Which I had. I just got injured in 9th grade.
Have you messed with any like recent sports ones? What have you been working on?
I got Tony Romo is just to
Oh,
me.
Lord.
Oh, Jim. He's smiling. Oh, Jim, I'm smiling through the Skechers. That's what it is.
Skechers.
Oh, Jim, this is really...
He went from being the greatest prognosticator of all time to not knowing what's coming.
Oh, Jim, there's trips right. He knows exactly what's going to go here. There's going to be a slant left, and they're not going to go where he's not even looking. Here we go, Jim.
Tony. Hello, friends. Jim Nance, along with my pal Tony Romo. Tony.
So Nance called me because I don't really do a great Nance. It's passable for the situation.
Yeah.
But Nance called me, and he's like, "Hello, Frank. Jim Nance."
Oh, hello,
That's
Frank.
cool.
Tony and I love what you're doing. It's like, it was so great. But he leaves me the message, Frankie. So what I do is, because whenever Romo would get excited,
Oh, Jim.
he's a kid in a candy store. Oh, this is going to be big. Here we go, Jim. And then all he would say is, with Nance, just go, Tony, like somebody's messing with, because it's the one word that works. And somebody's playing on the producer's playing with the audio monitor or the
levels.
The levels. There you go. It's a word.
That's a word.
Oh, Jim, I couldn't think of the word.
Tony does that too, though. So
Six
he's
letters.
going like a car that's going really fast, like one of those really fast cars.
Frank Caliendo sitting down with us in the A#1 Air hot seat to our listeners where they can get more of you, man. Tell us what you're
at
doing.
Frank Caliendo on all social media. If you can't spell Caliendo, which I even struggle with sometimes, it's the letter C, the word alien, and the word do, at Frank C. Alien Do. And frankonstage.com is where I'm going to be for all the live tour dates. I will be, as of right now, it's not on sale yet, but the Addison Improv in, I think, July.
Okay.
So once
Good
that
weather.
goes on sale, you'll be hearing from me again. It's one of those kind of things.
Hit us up, man. We always rely on you. Thank you for being our first sit-down guest. You were incredible.
Phenomenal.
Phenomenal. Frank Caliendo here on Sean and RJ. Which NFL players are allowed to gamble alongside RJ this week at 1 o'clock in the morning? That's next in Below the Belt from Vegas.
Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Who is allowed and who is not allowed to gamble with RJ Choppy this week? Well, that's not exactly clear to even the players,
Right.
I think. It's a little confusing, if we're being honest.
Which Choppy, at the end of the night, when we all had dinner, you went and we took our walk through the casino to go back upstairs, and you came upstairs in the elevators with us for night over.
Went upstairs, got into the room, and because I thought I had to go to the bathroom, and then I was like, you know what? I think I lost it. So I decided to go back downstairs, and I went back downstairs, and I gambled. Not very long, 30, 45 minutes. Walked around a little bit, looked for blackjack tables, too crowded. Looked for craps tables, wasn't feeling the vibe. I saw a 3-card poker table, and I sat down. And on the second hand, 888, trip eights. So that's $300 right there, 30-1. So it's 30-1 on the big one. I also got like another like $75 on other things on that same hand.
Wow.
And I was one card away from hitting the progressive $53,400 jackpot.
Now, what do you honestly think you would have done if you hit it last night? What would you have done, like, in that moment, rest of the night, and this morning? Or the trip?
No bit. Genuinely. Are you calling in? Are you telling us even? Are you keeping it a secret?
Oh, no.
Oh, I would not have kept it a secret. I would have been bragging like crazy about that.
Yeah.
No, I would have. I obviously would have come to work. I mean, I'm not gonna. It's not $5 million where I could just say deuces.
Right.
You know. I mean, after taxes and the IRS, both the taxes and paying them off, and paying out the rest of my credit cards, I'd have been walked away with nothing. So, it would have been just. It would have been a great day. It would have been a great day.
This is and it is a trip. I've never been in a casino with Choppy. It is hilarious watching him get magnetized as you walk by. Like, we're walking through, we're trying to get where we're trying to get, and then like Choppy, you just see him get like pulled to it.
Yeah.
He's not even playing. He's just like, I need to be near it.
Yeah.
I need to look at it.
Who's going to be the first one to film themselves with these? Are these actual slot machines that pay out?
The NFL has new slot machines that are coming out, and
So that'll be Eric or Zach.
Yeah, I don't.
I thought he would. He said no. He said I don't play games of chance or whatever.
Well, no,
they're all games of chance.
They are. I don't know every slot machine has like odds, like your odds of winning, and I don't know what the odds of winning on that are. So
we're going to be sitting in here when someone hits something big this week.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be fun.
Right? It's going to ding 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 ding.
But you can tell how new they are. The progressive is only 25,000.
Oh.
Which, like that, usually they're in the millions.
It's like a Peyton salary for a year.
That's B boarding group money. Who wants that? Chop only goes for A boarding group money. Below the Belt, by the way, is brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. We are doing Below the Belt. Now, those slot machines over there, it's not clear who is allowed to play them if you are an NFL player or an NFL employee. So typically, throughout the year, you are allowed to play casino games all year if you're an NFL player. That's not banned at all. Now, you can't bet on certain sports if you're on, NFL property. You can never bet on the NFL. There are all these rules that are in place. But you're allowed to play casino games all year until this week. And then this week, you are not allowed to play if you are employed by the San Francisco 49ers or the Kansas City Chiefs. If you play for one of the other 30 teams or you're employed by one of the other 30 teams, you are allowed to play. You are not allowed to, as they've reiterated. I've told you guys this. This was part of Roger Goodell's memo he sent out to teams last week. As I've told you guys, I can walk through a sports book if I don't stop. You cannot stop in a sports book if you are an NFL employee, period. So if you're one of the other 32 teams, you can't do that. So
because that's kind of where the station wants to chill this week is like everyone's sitting in the sports book, right? You don't have to sit there and play, but it's an awesome vibe, and that'll be the second big event that Bobby can't participate, or the first one he doesn't want to. This will be the second one by his own choosing.
This is what Sports Business Journal writes here. They say players on the 2 Super Bowl teams, quote, will be barred from betting in any form the week of the game, quote, including on casino games or any sport. That prohibition, part of a modified gambling policy for players that was distributed on September 29th. Goodell reiterated that in a follow-up memo this week to the teams, players, and NFLPA. It says that players who are in Las Vegas but are not members of the participating teams are permitted to engage in legal gambling but are prohibited from betting on the NFL and from entering a sports book until after the Super Bowl. After the Super Bowl, then they can do it. Coaches and players from the 2 teams competing in the Super Bowl will, quote, spend the week leading up to the game in Las Vegas. Many other NFL players routinely show up in Super Bowl host city for related events during the week. This is the problem, is that I think 3 months from now, we're going to get a suspension from one of these 2 teams over here because it's this murky, unclear rule.
But the 2 current teams cannot bet.
Correct.
Okay, so here's the question, and I've been thinking about this way too much. You're walking back to the room at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Pat Mahomes is sitting at a slot machine. Do you get out your phone, take a picture, and tweet it out?
Nope.
You would be okay, the Cowboys are playing the Chiefs. Pat Mahomes is sitting at the slot machine. Do you take a picture, tweet it out, and win the Dallas Cowboys a Super Bowl? That is my question to you.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
You absolutely do.
Do you do it if it's this week and it's San Fran in it?
Yes. I absolutely. I mean,
because you don't. I would have think that you would have said no. You wouldn't want to be a rat.
Oh, I wouldn't want to be a rat. I'm saying, but like
Well, I'm asking you the question.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about this is times of war. Okay,
there's still such things as war crimes, though.
Prove them. These are battle conditions right now, Sean. Like you have to get Patrick Mahomes out of the game. Now, I find it really hard to believe. In fact, I know the NFL would not act this week. Patrick Mahomes could be.
Oh, so I got Mahomes at a blackjack table tonight.
Patrick Mahomes could Instagram live himself at a blackjack table, and they're not keeping him out of this football game.
I mean, John Morant even got 2 chances to be on Instagram Live doing things he wasn't supposed to before he got taken out. Now, here's my official answer, if you're looking at me on the fan cam, is that as an NFL employee, I know that I'm obligated to, if I know of any gambling, that I'm supposed to inform the NFL tip line about gambling and surveillance. And so that is what I would do, Sean. I would do that because I am a follower and stuff.
But you're saying you would do it? I don't think you'd do it. I don't think
if
you would
it was.
do it.
If I was.
What if it was? Okay. What if it Cowboys Chiefs, and Dak is sitting at a blackjack table at 3 a.m.
I'd still do it.
You would take the picture and send it out.
Yeah.
And you
give myself some followers, man.
You'd have to leave town. You'd have to move.
Why? I'm just doing my job.
No,
you think people would take it that way?
Would he have to move, or would half of the city be like, "Great, you got Dak, run out of here"?
We got
you would have to move.
You got Cooper Rush in there now, man.
Better
player.
You would literally have to move.
Look, you know this. Again.
Micah Parsons is sitting there playing Go Fish, and you got the picture and you put it out there. They'd run it. They run you out of town.
Pulling back the curtain for just a second. How often do we know about things that it's like, yeah, but we can't talk about it? How many times do we discuss things off the air where it's like, oh, this occurred, or oh, we know about this, and it's like, yeah, but obviously we can't talk about that. We can't mention it because it's something like, and so that's my default a lot of times. Like, I know that it's something maybe I heard secondhand, or maybe I saw it, but it's like I'm not sitting here trying to ruin anybody or anything else like that.
Yeah.
And so my default, if I was not an NFL employee who was obligated to report, my default would be I'm not here to tattle on anybody.
Listen,
that's not my position.
They would not suspend for the Super Bowl. They would suspend for the game next year. And now people are saying that fan text. You absolutely sell it to TMZ. You don't tweet it.
Okay.
You sell it to TMZ. And they put it out there. Yeah. And you can wash your hands of it if you want to. You'll never find out. who did it. But, I mean, honestly, the bigger problem is of the gambling. The hell's Patrick Mahomes doing at the blackjack table at 3 o'clock in the morning in the Super Bowl week? He should be in the room studying Sean Sharif.
I know.
Okay, even in Cool Runnings, the movie, they were in the bathtub together doing the twists and the turns for the bobsled.
Well, how is your energy level getting higher at the end of the show? What has gotten into you? You and Frank Caliendo were talking about blood pressure medicine, and now you're yelling and screaming in the final 90 minutes of this thing.
I am an old man, okay? You
getting excited because you're about to go hit the tables?
No, I'm going to go to the gym. I take a bunch of vitamins a day, all right? Liver pills, CoQ10s, what are they called?
Vita Vegemite.
No. The
horse tranquilizer.
Apple cider vinegar tablets. All right. All kinds of vitamin C's and multivitamins. I am a ball of energy. And, I may not even nap today.
Well, you know, when you sit there and say, what's Patrick Mahomes doing? Why is he not in there prepping? You know why he's not in there prepping? You know why he's at the blackjack table, Chop?
Because he plays on instinct.
Because he's already got an advantage.
For his dad.
No, goodness, Sean. He's
out at the bar.
he's already got an advantage. And his advantage is that the San Francisco 49ers cannot practice on their practice field this week.
That's right.
It is a mess. We have more Turfgate. Last year it was the Sod Father, the God of Sod, the Grass King, whatever you want to call him, screwing up the actual playing field. This year it is the San Francisco 49ers saying, hey, unfair advantage. The San Francisco 49ers reportedly, sources say, certainly not somebody from the 49ers giving this to Adam Schefter. Adam Schefter says that sources say the 49ers are flummoxed. Miffed is the word he used about the practice field conditions at UNLV, which is where they are at this week. The Kansas City Chiefs are practicing at the Raiders facility, where everything is up to normal standards, whatever else. The 49ers say that this is a field score. Typically, the NFL hardness score for fields averages 78. No field
Bobby,
score.
Slow down.
No field score being less than 70. The Niners field for the week landed somewhere in the 50s. Which is not up to standard. Now, Roger Goodell was asked about this yesterday, said, hey, there's a thought that the 49ers are unhappy with their practice field. It's not up to standard. They can't practice on it. Roger Goodell said, that work is being done every single day. We've had 23 experts out there. We've had the union out there. All of them think it's a very playable surface.
I want to say this clearly.
Mm-hmm.
I need to be crystal clear, especially with Ed McCaffrey coming on with us later this week.
Well,
and I say the same thing when coaches keep players late in blowouts, keep them in. I'm hoping for something to happen here to burn the National Football League. I would like for the 6th, 7th string on the 49ers, something to happen. This is messed up. They need to truly pay for this field issue. I know Bobby disagrees. But I listen to the players, and I'm going to trust that they should be playing on grass versus these other surfaces. And then NFL wants to screw around for the second straight year with a field issue when you're supposed to be protecting these guys for the big showcase game. Man, I'm not rooting for a specific player or anything like that, but if something happened to really compromise this game, I would laugh at Roger Goodell and say, you freaking deserve it because y'all make a joke. You don't truly take player safety 100% into account.
Well, I mean, they don't. They don't take
unless San Fran is lying about this and overreacting and leaking it to Schefter.
Yeah, which, I mean, then you have to find out, what is their motivation to lie about this? They give them an excuse, a built-in excuse?
Yeah.
I don't know. It does suck. You have to take care of the players. Every player should get, in the Super Bowl, equal footing for their footing. Every single practice facility should be of equal quality. And
the field you play on should be perfect.
Yeah, and why? Maybe they should practice at the same facility then. Maybe that
would solve some of it there.
That would solve some of it. Now, does that leave you open to mischief where you can throw a hidden camera in there? Sure, I bet it does. Man, that's where you need security to come into play.
Why?
To make sure that nobody's leaving hidden cameras.
Oh.
This can't happen. You cannot have a situation where one team has got injuries or whatever because of a bad field.
Below the belt right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, People are furious over this story, and Bobby and RJ disagree. They're changing the name of AT&T Stadium. Find out to what and why next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to BlueChew.com. Yo, I'm back, baby.
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Good morning, Metroplex. The energy level is just increasing here alongside RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt. Show number 1, Radio Row. It will only go down from here. It will only go down from here like Cowboys, Oxnard training camp. All of a sudden, there'll be less talking at 3 o'clock on the drive over. But this morning, my wife Amanda, she's like, how you doing? I'm like, good to go. I only had 2 drinks last night, and I'm making 5:15, 5:30 dinner reservations. I'm a little bit worried about tonight, 7 o'clock hockey game. But this morning, we're perfect. That's why we're
I mean, we don't have to say the whole game.
What's the nap thought this afternoon?
Well, it's Vegas. There are no naps.
I'm going to take a nap because I want to be able to make sure that I'm good for tonight.
Your wife going to sit there and what's she going to do while you're napping? That's lame.
Whatever she normally does, just stare at me longingly and think about how lucky she is.
No, she'll be napping because apparently she woke up and didn't go back to sleep.
She did.
When you did.
I think she got like a quick nap in her set, but she's been texting me pretty consistently throughout the show, like just replying to things we're talking about on the air or whatever else. And so, I mean, she's up. She's ready to go. But yeah, this morning energy was good. This morning, I did get we were 10 minutes before air. I already got a bag of chips thrown at me by you, and you were like, "This energy better not last all week."
Yesterday, and I give you credit because your lines are good. Your lines are funny. Yesterday, the reason you were really annoying is you couldn't even finish the end of a sentence, and you had these one-liners. Like, you were so quick. The problem with you is, like, you just never stop. It just there's never a line.
There is not.
So it's just always just non-stop. It's just over. Right? They're good, funny lines. They're good, funny lines, but less can be more.
Yeah, well, I had a really good line in the Uber that I know is not one we could repeat because I just remember both of you and geez.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what it was. I was happy. It was something about climate or something.
But on the air, I mean, you've been very, very good. Very, very good.
Very good.
All right, let's talk about why people back home are up in arms.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right.
No.
Okay,
no.
Don't
Don't let him off the hook.
Right.
Did you hear my tease?
No,
think about the tease. You were sitting here with your headphones.
No, I don't remember.
All right, Peyton, what did I tease?
It was the name of the stadium for the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh,
good job, Peyton.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Good job, Peyton.
I do remember that.
No, you don't remember it.
I do remember now.
Yes, you do.
Matt, I remember it now.
Okay.
And I would love to be able to read this article, but it's behind a paywall.
So
Bobby will read the article for you.
You sent it to me.
Well, yeah.
You sent it to me in your prep.
Yeah, but I didn't mean I read the article.
All right.
Okay, let me tell you something, okay? 85% of the articles I send, I really just look at the headline.
Oh my God.
All right, and then I send it over, okay?
Spittle.
Because this is
Gavin,
what we do.
Help me.
Hey, this is
Spittle.
what we do. This is what we do. Number 6 in the nation, okay?
Number 6 show in the
Number
country.
6 in the country, okay? Find something else to complain about.
There are a lot of people upset.
Imagine if we read the actual prep, we could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So we could have all.
We
of
don't
them.
want to be overachievers.
That's right.
Okay, there's a good spot, good meaty spot of the curve.
Yeah,
right
let's temper expectations. You know that's how you never
absolutely.
disappoint.
Right.
Yeah, there are a lot of people
I'm
worked
glad
up.
I get yelled at for it being the Sean and RJ show. So, like, after the Below the Belt segment, I turn it back over to the co-host, and now we go back to Bobby for a back-to-back segment.
So,
don't yell at me, boss.
This is a there are a lot of people with 817 area codes who are not thrilled right now.
Me.
Because because of corporate rules, because of FIFA regulations against corporate sponsors representing host venues, they are not allowed to call AT&T Stadium for the World Cup in 2026. Now, what has the city that's been up for the World Cup been described as this whole time? Dallas. Dallas is going for it. Dallas. It's Dallas is the catch-all for Dallas and Tarrant County. It's just DFW, the Metroplex, Dallas. It's what people call it. People are getting worked up because FIFA will be referring to it as Dallas Stadium. And people are going, this isn't even in Dallas County, much less the city of Dallas. This is Tarrant County. This is city of Arlington. I understand all of that.
This is a phenomenal debate.
Mayor Jim Ross, great guy. The people of Arlington, great folks. Love them. Some of our best listenership coming from Tarrant County.
Yes.
They represent so hard.
Maybe
Appreciate
even the top.
you guys. Love
Yeah,
y'all
they're
so
number
much.
one.
The reality is Dallas is the branding, and I'm sorry. you can't have the expectation that they're going to rename it Arlington Stadium.
I'm sorry, you absolutely can have that expectation because they're the one who paid for the stadium.
It's global.
Okay, they're not calling it New York Stadium at MetLife. They're calling it New York, New Jersey Stadium. Okay, because it's in actually New Jersey.
That's a completely different state, though.
It doesn't matter. It's a different municipality either way.
I'm just saying that with the realistic expectation, I understand, because anybody from Arlington gets very upset about this.
It needs to be North Texas Stadium at minimum.
A lot of angry statements, okay?
Minimum.
One person writes on Facebook, Arlington becomes Dallas's little sister again. Arlington doesn't exist. It's a figment of someone's imagination, like just sarcastically saying that, like, oh, Arlington's not even real, I guess. So there are a lot of upset Arlingtonites. Is that what we call them? Arlingtonians?
You know what we call them? We call them Texans, Bobby.
Call them Americans.
Okay? I'll tell you why. Because Tarrant County is where Texas starts. It doesn't start till you get there. Everything else east of that is western Louisiana.
Boy,
Texas starts in Tarrant County, and this is an affront to all of us who live in Fort Worth. So screw FIFA. I'm not watching a single round of that stupid sport with the feet because they're going to rename this stadium Dallas Stadium, where it's not even in Dallas.
We'll be up to 5th place in no time.
817.
I'm not going to be watching the World Cup.
You cannot leave out the city and county that paid for it.
Back-to-back, 817 and 469 both say this should be referred to as DFW Stadium. If
Fine.
that's what they're going to do,
North Texas Stadium, DFW Stadium, whatever you want to call it.
Dallas is the host. Like, I understand why. If I lived in Arlington, it would also probably annoy me. So I totally understand. I get that. But the reality is Dallas is the headline. Dallas, the Dallas branding is the catch-all for really not even just Dallas and Tarrant County. The Dallas branding is the catch-all for North Texas. That's what it is. And so I understand that that's frustrating and upsetting, but you also need to operate under the reality of that is how globally people are going to look at it, and that's how they're going to talk about it.
So is this like us changing it or like accepting the reality that the networks in the world is going to be changing it? Like, but we're just voluntarily changing it?
I think
is this coming from local or national?
I think the idea, here's what I'll say.
Because it says the headline says AT&T Stadium will change its name to Dallas Stadium for the World Cup.
Yes.
So that's like us deciding that we need to go ahead and make that change. I would, in my opinion, I would keep the stadium the same, and then whatever the networks call it, they call it. What is that?
No, it is. It's still going to say like.
I think they have to remove AT&T signage though.
Oh, they have to.
Oh,
I think
cow.
because it's like you can't have corporate sponsors in there.
Yeah, yes, that's true. You have to remove all the signage, so someone's going to get on that roof. But that is.
Why does FIFA have to?
It's the rules. It's the rules, right? You can't call.
It's like the Olympics. No, amateurs only. Amateurs only. You can't have any professional. It's like that whole thing that the Olympics used to do.
You can't say Super Bowl in a commercial or March Madness in a commercial, right? Because they don't have the rights to it. And I get it, right? AT&T is not a sponsor of FIFA, maybe, or they don't allow the sponsorships and all that stuff. I understand that, but I mean that is sacrilegious to put Dallas on a stadium in Tarrant County. It is sacrilegious.
Look, if Dallas and Fort Worth, right, Dallas and Fort Worth just dissipated. They ceased to exist. The real estate and everything else in there just ceased to exist. It was barren land. Arlington is not getting this. Like, and Arlington is not a nationally recognized. So I'm just saying, Arlington is part of the larger Dallas-driven engine. That's just the reality, and I'm sorry.
It makes you look like a sellout. It makes you look like a hater.
You know what? You're a yuppie. That's what you are.
I wasn't talking to Bobby.
I'm a natural Texan, is what I am.
John. You know, when people say
this is going to make people hate Dallas more.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Because people say here, I bet you Choppy says when he meets people that he lives in Dallas. No, I tell him I live in America. Okay, I'm an American first. All right, that's what I am. All right, I live in America.
No,
I live in Tarrant County.
No, you never. Yeah, but you never say you never say Dallas.
Never. No, I would say I live in Fort Worth.
Yeah, right.
Even though you live in the Noke.
But I have Fort Worth trash and water. Okay. So and fire and police. If my house burns down, I'm 20 minutes from a fire station. It's just going to burn, and it's going to burn. Where's it going to burn? It's going to burn in the great city of Fort Worth.
877-881-1053. Chartright.com text line. Did this blow up?
There are people very worked up on both sides of this. There are a couple Grand Prairie folks chiming in here and going like, love this, love to troll Arlington as somebody from Grand Prairie. This is great. You got people from Dallas who love it. But this is a dividing line because this has worked people up for a long time, going back to the Rangers and other stuff, that they're not identified as Arlington specific.
But they're not going to put like Dallas Stadium up there.
I think they probably are.
Right?
They might put signage out there.
Or they may just cover it with a tarp that matches the same kind of color of the stadium.
So what would you name it? Would you
I would call
Arlington
it
Stadium?
North Texas Stadium.
North Texas
just because you got to encompass the entire, because it was always the North Texas Super Bowl.
I mean, Texas Stadium makes sense.
Sure.
If you would call it Texas
Stadium,
Texas Stadium.
Absolutely.
That's good.
That's what I would do.
Peyton, you need that Dana White drop. You need to go ahead and get that Dallas Texas Stadium.
Dallas Texas Stadium.
Isn't that what he said with us in the interview?
Dallas Texas Stadium. No, it was a regular press conference.
So that is the local controversy that is taking place. You know, with as loud as we got right here, it gave me flashbacks to yesterday on the bus to get the rental car, of us basically being told to shut up by this old snooky over-tan wannabe next to her husband, who I want to insult, but he actually tried to shoo her off. But man, we got shushed right there on the bus.
Yeah.
We got shut down.
So we're sitting there on the bus, and I did not think, look, I'm a loud person. I know it. I'm the loudest person at the station by far.
Dallas Texas Stadium.
Even with our RJ Choppy here, I am the loudest. Bar none, I get it. I felt like I was not being that loud on the bus. I thought we were just kind of talking normal.
It was a combination. It was like a blower above where they were sitting, some vent, and then me and you were having a conversation.
Across from each other.
Yeah, and this freaking hag, this old hag, she wasn't really that old. I don't want to discriminate against the elderly.
She was quite leathery looking.
Yeah, this leather couch that I've been shopping for shushes us. She goes, bring it down.
Yeah, not just shushed us, but made the point of saying
it was nowhere close to what the last 30 minutes has been like on this show.
She's like, okay, look, so we missed our flight. Okay, so my husband's trying to rebook here, and you do this. So let's just bring it down.
Bring it down.
And she's got this.
Your wife was seething.
Yes, she and did you tell Amanda about this? Because you said,
no.
Boy, this lady's lucky Amanda's not here.
Yeah, my wife was there. My wife would have said, you can go to the front of the bus. She would have said, you go have your conversation up there. Thankfully, it got diffused a little because her husband, I know I shot a look at them. I know I shot a look at disapproval and disgust. And the husband was like, forget her.
The guy in the Levon Kirkland jersey was like,
yeah, it was in your Steelers jersey.
Yeah, it was about a 30-year-old Steelers jersey.
In your Palomalu jersey, but we didn't talk. We didn't talk the rest of the trip. I felt uncomfortable. I felt like we couldn't do it.
I was thinking about, I was like, how much do I want to escalate, though? Do I just want to take this, or do I just want to go, tough or whatever? But I was like, whatever. I'm going to give a little bit of grace because they're probably very worked out. I'm trying to think, I try to think about, if I just missed my flight, would I be in the mood for anything? Probably not.
Yeah. And it was our first day.
I tried to give it a little bit, but, and that's why the guy kind of diffusing it was fine. This lady.
Yeah.
She was a lady.
Sure. If you want to call it,
I don't think it was up for debate.
Recliner chair.
Look, I don't want to assume how she identifies, but I would say that this lady was quite mouthy. And
what's the rule on that? What's the rule when you're on a public bus and telling someone else to hush?
When you're in public, you have no expectation of privacy.
Yeah,
none.
817 leather couch manufactured by Karen. That's exactly what it was. She had big Karen energy.
Yes, she
BKE.
did. So we got shut down though. She won.
She got her way.
She got her way.
Karens always do.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. First crosstalk in Vegas. Buckle up for this. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But if you're not feeling the
Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Our first Vegas crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece here on Radio Row at the Mandalay Bay with Kevin Hagner, Mikey Bassick, and Corey Majors. Hello, guys. How was the trip? When'd you get in?
Last night. Yeah, we got in last night, and then.
Isn't it awesome having the airport's so close? What?
I was just going to say thank you for asking.
Yeah, man.
That was very kind.
It's cool of you.
I appreciate that you still interact with us as the number 6 station in all of America.
all of the United
The
States.
number 6 program.
There we go.
Oh,
Awesome.
my goodness.
As
gracious.
I told Bobby, it'll be short-lived because there's no way that you and G-Bad do not finish higher. So we have a
Incorrect.
24-hour rule to celebrate with the ratings you guys have had for a full year. We know we're going to end up third in the building.
I will make my prediction right now. We finished lower than you guys.
Why?
We are not much beloved by the Barrett Sports Media Group. So.
Well, I don't think we are either. I've said a lot of insulting things. They've caught us in some, try to get us in headline porn. But I guess this is voted on by the program directors throughout the country. So thanks to all of them.
Look at
I
that.
think
Thank
more
you. All
importantly,
58 of you.
More importantly, it doesn't matter where you guys and where we all finish. It's about the shows all together. It's a group effort.
Collective?
Man.
Yeah.
That's the
Collective.
whole thing, man. We're fighting as a station for listeners and Tolos and kicking ass for them while we're out there.
Finish together.
Yeah, we start
always the
start
goal.
differently. Yeah, but we try
Very
to finish
rarely
at the
achieved.
same time.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
or together.
Any great travel stories? Did you get hammered on the plane like normal?
Yeah. No, I did not get hammered on the plane. I was going to say I sat next to a person who was like, "Hey, are you on the radio?" And I said, "Yes." And so we started chatting, and they said, "Oh, my wife loves your show." And I was like, "Oh, great. What about you?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm more of a ticket guy." And I said, "Yeah, I figured you're an older white person." And so I knew. But then, I mean, look at the numbers, kids. But then also, he said he's an Eagles fan and his wife's a Cowboys fan. So it sounds like a lot of discord. But they were he was really excited. His wife was asking questions to him on the text about what happened on our show. She was like, "Hey, what happened with Mike and that phone number?" And so, she had been listening that day, and it was pretty awesome.
And we had one row that was full. The rest of the plane.
What?
It was
Yeah.
one in the window, one on the aisle, one in the window, one on the aisle. It was
70 open seats.
Yeah, 60% full yesterday. It was awesome.
Oh, man.
I think I was sitting next to a hitman, though.
Really?
Yeah, he was all like everything in black. It was nice and neat. Everything was real tidy.
Could be
Even
Johnny
stuff
Cash.
he was doing, it was just kind of weird. So I was kind of nervous that maybe at some point he was going
because
to
he
hit
was neat
somebody.
and tidy. He was. You defaulted to
His
the hitman?
eyebrows were shaved a little weird way too.
Okay, all
you
right.
And you
know?
decided to out him on the radio?
I
That
don't-
doesn't feel like a smart
I don't know his
decision.
name. I didn't take a picture or anything.
You better know.
Morning, Michael.
Hey, how's it going?
You tell us.
Ooh, doing good.
Yeah?
Sounding a little bit like Megatron in my ears, but
Autobots are
Sound
going
great to
down.
us, buddy.
Yeah.
Sounds
Optimus
great.
Prime.
You're doing awesome.
We went to one of your dinner suggestions, Corey.
Where at?
I'm sorry.
In-N-Out?
That Herbs and Rye.
Oh, you already went?
Yeah. It was worth the hype.
Yeah?
It was
Very
good.
good.
Half price off. Half price
Yeah.
Every
off.
night or just on Tuesday?
No, during the
Mondays?
happy hour every night.
Okay.
So you can get a New York strip for $22.
What?
Ribeye for $39. Filet for $26.
You can get a drink every hour, one an
It was
hour.
really slow.
Very slow service.
Really slow service. That was the bad thing. But that was one of the ones you suggested to me.
Nice.
Did y'all? Did you? Where
We went
did
to
you
In-N-Out Burger across the
That's the first
promenade.
time I'd ever been to In-N-Out Burger.
What do you think?
Really?
Their fries are terrible.
Yes! They're the worst.
God,
Does
does everybody know that?
Universally known.
Everyone knows.
Okay.
It's like cardboard.
The
That's why-
burgers are really they're fresh. Like the lettuce is fresh. It's very good. Very good burger.
I thought it was, I think Mike and Corey,
First time ever.
Yeah, because when it came to the Metroplex, everyone's like, you
The
got to
line.
try it, and then there
The
was
line,
2-hour
yeah.
lines, and I just moved on. But it was good, but Corey and Mike set my expectations. Like, no, yeah, it's good. It's just not change your life like the hype when they
It's like
got
what my
here.
grandma would make. You know, it's exactly like what
good,
my
yeah.
grandma
It's
makes as a
It was
burger.
good.
And the fries are only good if you do it animal style. That's the
They
only
put
way they're good.
they have inspirational quotes on their cups. Did you notice that?
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, they have
notice
like scripture on their cups on the bottom of it.
The fry thing is such a controversial thing because anybody who's an In-N-Out like cult member will always say the same thing. Pat Doney goes to this every time you say something bad about the fries. He'll go, "Oh, sorry, guess you don't like real fresh potatoes. You don't like the taste of real fresh potatoes." It's like, no, I don't. I would rather have something processed and that will kill me that tastes good because that tastes awful.
Yeah. And tell Pat, I guess you don't prefer accurate World Cup news.
Whoa!
Yeah, they're reporting.
Oh, he fell into that trap too.
I know. I don't want to get you worked up, Kev. Mikey told us that you were worked up yesterday. I don't want to get you upset.
That's true.
Yeah.
I want to know how.
I'm wearing glasses. I was figuring you won't hit a guy with glasses.
I'm not going to hit anybody.
You said when we got off the plane that you were just waiting for somebody to catch you wrong.
Actually, I said, someone looks at me sideways, I'll snap their neck. I was still in a bad mood.
I want to know if social assassin Mike Bassick would have handled our bus incident yesterday the same way that we did.
Oh.
This lady got on the bus. Sean and I are just talking across from each other on the shuttle. We're shuttling.
Like crisscross.
So we're shuttling, and this lady goes, guys, we just missed our flight. Husband's trying to reschedule it. Let's bring it down.
Oh.
No. It's me and Sean just talking, and we were talking normal level. I'm curious, would you have just gone, okay? Or would you have said, shut up, lady, you can move
So it wasn't a question, it was just a statement?
She went like this. She said, let's bring it down.
How old was she?
85.
Mid-40s, late 40s.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I'm mid-40s.
I don't know.
She's easily 20 years older than I am.
I just saw a blur of leathery Karen. That's what I saw.
You would have just talked louder, right?
I don't know. It would have been, if I was enjoying the conversation, I'd have been like, hey, we're in a public place. You don't own this area. If we're in your house, I get it.
Right, exactly.
I would have just been like, is that a question?
Sometimes I wish I had more inner Mike Bassick.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, today at, I got to think about times.
Say Central Time.
In Dallas at 11:40, Jay Cornegay, the Westgate Superbook Vice President. So our goal today with him is to try to get gambling in Texas done. Find out if this will actually be the most bet money ever in the Super Bowl history, and find out the best places to go get our books taken care of.
You think the guy from the Westgate wants gambling in Texas?
Yeah, he does. He wants gambling across the world.
That is the book.
Yeah.
That is the book of. That's where all the sharps go.
Really?
I want to know what constitutes a bankroll. Because it was like, we're going to have a record number of bankrolls. I was like, what is that?
Have any of you played anything yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
No. We got, because when
There's
we got
a video for you right there.
We got
NFL
to the
slot machines.
hotel about 8:15.
Yeah.
So
you could have seen Choppy downstairs. We were all in our rooms, but Choppy went back down to play.
How did it go? Good, very good. I played 3-card poker, and I hit 3 of a kind on my second hand, which is like 30-1. So I had like I won like $300.
And then you left.
I left a few hands later. I wound up winning $285.
That's smart. 1 card away from winning $53,000. He needed an 8. He got a 7.
You win $53,000 on first night.
Yeah.
Are
Vegas.
you celebrating with? Are you taking the whole station to go do stuff? How are you handling that?
Oh, that's a great question.
Except for Zach.
That's a great
Okay,
question.
all right, yeah.
Yeah, probably not Zach.
Yeah.
No, it's yeah, I think we would have done it. We would have done a team dinner, nice team. You know what? Caesar's buffet would have been on me.
Whoa! Yeah. The $100 one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been on me. I would have made Carter pay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That is very unfair.
That's very unfair.
He has a bigger per diem than all of
Yeah,
us,
he does.
so
He got
that
a better
makes
per
sense.
diem. Don't do that finger.
Oh, we also have Ross Tucker today
Russ!
at 12:20. We'll talk with Ross Tucker.
So, Mike, real quick, Mavs win, Kyrie back.
Hell yeah.
But I saw this Mark Stein, Bobby Portis rumor, and at first I was like, are you kidding me? We're already trading Grant Williams, and all you can get back is Bobby Portis? Then I went on the internet.
Could have drafted Bobby Portis. That's what I wanted in the draft.
I will back Mike up on this. I remember that very
We used to do the NBA draft show when we were working nights, and Mike would join us, and he was all about getting Bobby Portis.
Then I went on the internet, and everyone's like, hell no. Like, Bobby Portis is definitely better than Grant Williams. And we went and looked at all the numbers this morning, and I was like, oh, my gosh. Bobby Portis is better than Grant Williams.
He's also
right
an
size,
intimidator.
yeah.
He's not afraid to kind of fight. Like he will protect the. He's also the enforcer.
Yeah.
I know it's a lot different in the NBA today as the enforcer than it was 20, 30 years ago. But he's a guy that, like, hey, if you want to mess with him, he might just punch you in the nose.
Crazy eyes, too.
It was like, because I was like, Grant Williams, like, player efficiency rating is a 9 for his career. And this year's like an 8. Well, Portis is like 17. He's like, Grant's never been what we think he is.
No, Bucks fans are screaming, don't do it.
Yeah.
Like, do not do that deal for Grant Williams.
I had this as a tease yesterday. I don't think I'm going to do it today. And I know they won yesterday. I do think it's best if the Mavericks tank. If we get
Keep
to
that first round pick.
If we get to Thursday and they don't make a move, I don't see the point in fighting for the 7 to 10 seed. I would rather just have the 10th overall pick again.
But I think you got to balance pissing Luke off.
He's fine.
We're going to get another Duke
What do you
player.
mean he's fine?
Kyle
If you-
Filipowski. It's going to be fine.
If you do that, what do you mean? You think he'd be fine with it?
Well, I mean, he was fine with it last year for
Yeah.
the most part. Him and Bill Duffy run the organization. I mean, I know they didn't say tank, but I mean, the thing about like Jason Kidd's going to get fired if he doesn't do this. No, he's not. It's Kyrie's, that's his hero, and that's why he's in Dallas. And Luka loves Jason Kidd. Like, if your two best players love you, they're not going to get rid of you because they would have to get rid of the two players. So, like, Jason Kidd's in a great position because the two guys that mean the most both want him as the coach.
Did you guys see who's expected to lead the league in doubles this year?
Doubles?
Glenn Allen Hill.
Wyatt effing Langford.
Yeah, man. He's expected to be dominating.
Our guy.
Yeah.
Where did that
where
point
did that
come from?
I was actually trying to tease it.
I heard y'all
for later, but
lead with Wyatt Langford yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, finish the
No,
tease.
but it's all right. Kevin knocked that one out of the park. Yeah, man.
That'll be baseball
That's
nuggets.
baseball nuggets
Where
coming up at 10:40.
If Wyatt Langford has 40-plus doubles this year, I mean, what are we looking at for his future?
And then Bobby wants to give Evan Carter the
Bobby Witt Jr.
deal.
I didn't say I
Oh,
want
my
to give him the Bobby
God.
Witt Jr. deal. I
That's
just said
too
that we're
much.
seeing more and more like
Yeah.
Bobby Witt get a deal, Corbin Carroll get a deal after 30 games.
Tatis got an early deal.
You got who's the guy? Detroit just paid one of their locked in their prospects for 9 years. He's not even gotten to the major leagues yet, and so
I'm not opposed to it.
I just wonder if they start
Great
looking at let's
conversation.
do something to get Evan Carter locked in on an 8-year deal or something.
Would you? This is the deal. You could do probably 8 for 100-ish right
Yeah.
now, and I think both parties would be okay with it. Or you wait a year, and if Evan Carter has, let's say, an 850 OPS, bats 280 with close to, let's say, a 400 on base percentage, I do think you start getting into closer to the Julio Rodriguez, Bobby Witt Jr. So that's the risk they're going to take here. Is I don't think they're going to do it this year, where you could do like an 8-year, $100 million contract. If he does everything you hope he does and you get back to the playoffs and he's a main reason, I do think then you're looking at 10 for 200 in the offseason.
All right, boys, have a good show. We will see you later on. It's the KMC Masterpiece from Vegas, brought to you by A Number One Air, the Low T Center, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Next on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info.
home of America's team, is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Las Vegas. You heard the big voice, man. Want to thank Low T Center very much for helping us get out here and do the things. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and back in the studio, keeping track of all of my wrestling needs, it is Alec Medford. Gentlemen, we're here.
I'm tired already.
What?
Yeah.
You woke up too
started.
early.
I
You're
woke up
sending
an- I
text
woke up
messages
an
at
hour and-
5:20.
I woke up an hour and a half too early this morning. I don't know why. I set my alarm for 5 a.m. because I was like, I'm going to get up, I'm going to stretch because my back's been messing with me. So I'm like, I need to stretch and do all my stuff, and I'll be ready by 5:45 for pickup at the limo. By the way, we do have an awesome limo service, and that is really
bankruptcy my ass.
really
You know what I'm
cool.
saying?
You know what I mean? And so like
In the office.
So that was a fun thing. Waking up too early, being down there at 5:45, and being like, "Where is everybody?" But the fun part there was seeing all the people who were working their way back to their rooms from a long night of losing lots of money, or maybe winning lots of money. They were just tired from it. So I'm exhausted right now, but it's okay because Vegas.
I've done that before in Vegas. So when I was pitching for the Oklahoma City Red Hawks at the time, the Rangers organization, we came here to Vegas, I believe, to play the 51s is their name. It's probably not that anymore. I had a bad outing, and so I stayed up till 6 a.m. just to make sure my night went even worse, as I was really mad at myself for my outing, that now I knew I wasn't going to the major leagues for at least 2 more weeks until I could kind of improve on that. Then I lost $700 playing blackjack.
Oh, no.
Then I went back to my room at 6 a.m.
And then what?
Fell asleep, woke up at 1 p.m., went back to the park, did my work. All right, that feels like a pretty complete recap of that story. I don't know if I need the carry on.
The point is, Kevin, tomorrow I have to be, or I get to be on with Sean and RJ and Bobby early in the morning. So I got to be over here. I don't know how I'm going to get over here. Just walk over. I'm just going to walk over here.
Start your walk at 2 a.m.
And, and be over here to be on their show. So 2 mornings in a row, I will be up earlier than expected. But here we go, man. I'm excited about this.
Okay, good.
Awesome.
Be excited. Now, one of the things that I was interested in is,
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kevin.
Oh,
we have
no.
to address something before. Are you two going to get along?
We've gotten along
when
since
ended
we
the
got
show
here.
Yesterday, you two snapped. Well, hold on. You snapped at him.
Yes.
And Mike thought it was hilarious, and that he was going to bug you on the airplane. And people are already asking, "Have you forgiven Mike?"
I tried to sit with
Yeah,
Kevin,
he
but
tried to
Kevin
sit there,
refused
Kevin
my
said,
offer.
"Get out of my face," and threw a water bottle at you.
No,
and I
he
was
didn't
like,
throw-
wow.
Not that part.
That's why I put on my glasses.
Okay, but everything's.
I'm not going to punch anybody, probably.
Parent trap y'all, right? Like everything's good, right?
Well, I mean, you didn't have to work hard to parent trap us. We have to do a show together. No, we're fine. Corey knows the drill. Every now and again, I do not release my anger properly, and it just builds and builds and builds, and then I need to lash out.
Yeah.
And then I need to take a walk, and then I'm okay.
When we got on the tram from where we landed to where we needed to get an Uber,
yes,
you said you were going to effing hit somebody if somebody looked at you.
That was Corey's fault.
I was wondering why you were
yes.
that mad then.
Because that was Corey's fault. Because we're hustling to get on the tram, and there's no more room. And Corey decided, I'm not going to step to the side so you can step into the tram. Okay. And he's like, I'm just going to stand there. The lady on the other side, she's going to just stand here. And that's why I was like, oh, excuse me. And I just kind of pushed my way in.
public.
Yeah,
The
she,
F-bomb in
I was
public.
still mad.
She did look like she wanted me to step closer to her, but I was like, I don't want to start Vegas off that way. I didn't want to start it that way. But everything, I think, for everybody out there that heard it yesterday, and for everybody that didn't hear it, you can go back and listen to it, I'm sure, at some point at the end of the week.
No.
I wish I
think
didn't make
everything's
people
fine.
so mad.
I think
but
everything's
do.
fine.
I make people mad.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Kevin, did you want to talk about a sports topic now?
Oh yeah,
or Vegas topic.
Yeah, let's talk about a sports topic.
Proud. Hey, I want to let you guys know I'm proud of y'all for working that out.
We're good to go.
Y'all are good.
We did it like men. We didn't talk about it at all.
We can talk about it.
No,
if
we don't want to.
Mike. Okay.
I'll eat dinner together. It's fine.
Players and coaches. So you just go across the board, all the personnel involved. Who do you think has the most at stake in this year's Super Bowl?
I think it's Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Because if Brock Purdy wins this Super Bowl, and I'm not saying on his own, if San Francisco wins, you would expect that he would have a solid game. I don't need 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. I'm not saying that he has to put up the great stats. If he does this, he's San Francisco's guy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he gets an off-season contract. Heck, it's not even time for him to do that. It's only his second year in the NFL. He has to play another year, I believe, I think, until he's eligible for the major extension contract. But I think if he wins this Super Bowl, Shanahan, Lynch, the people running San Francisco go, this is our guy. And so for him, I think it sets him up for a 6-year deal around $55 to $60 million a year. And so to me, that's a lot at stake. If he doesn't have a good game and he loses, I do think San Francisco is a great organization, and they'll look at Brock Purdy and go, we like him. But do we want to pay him the top 5% in the market
That's
of quarterbacks?
That's the correct answer. That is.
I mean, hell, just look at their recent past, or you can take a pivot over to what the Rams did. Jimmy Garoppolo and Jared Goff. Those are quarterbacks that got to the Super Bowl, and you're like, we could probably do better. So I do think you're onto something in terms of him also keeping his starting job.
I have two, Kevin, because you know how I am. I can't just choose one. But I feel like the two you might have one under this umbrella as well. I think Shanahan needs it because he's that guy that can get you so close, but he had the collapse in Atlanta. And I know a lot of people are like, that's Dan Quinn. He was the offensive coordinator that made some plays that you're like, what happened there? They have a absolutely stacked team that nobody would suggest building a team the way that they have built it. Like the way that they've done it, everybody's like, oh wow, but it is a lot of different avenues to build what they have. They have star players. Everything's there. He's the one that's the son of Mike Shanahan. He's brought along that offense the way that he has. He's the boy genius that's rolling out his coaching tree now is probably just as big as any other coaches in the NFL right now. He has a huge coaching tree with all these other McVay and all that too. So he's got a lot of that, but on the line is you haven't won the Super Bowl yet, and you've always had the most talented roster. Maybe not the most talented quarterback, but the most talented roster. Why can't you get that out of it? And San Francisco fans, I think, are at a point where they're just like, it's time. It's time, or we're going to lose a window at some point. But with the Brock Purdy thing, maybe that window's open a little longer for him.
I think Shanahan is definitely my top 3. I actually this is kind of a question. All running backs.
He's my number 2.
Via Christian McCaffrey. Because I know it's focused on Christian McCaffrey, but don't you think the rest of the running back market is taking a look? Because people would always say, yeah, but how much did their running back make? Like, you can't find teams that win the Super Bowl that have high-paid running backs. And you could point at this and say, San Francisco made a decision. They said, we're giving up the assets, we're giving up the money, we're getting Christian McCaffrey, and that's worked pretty damn well. And if they win, I know he's a special kind of running back, but would that help some running backs set precedent in the future to change up their market?
I don't know if it will change a lot of owners and GMs' minds because they're funneling so much money to the quarterback now, and they don't want to have to spread that money out. They also believe, just like Mike does, that the quarterback is the most important part of the football team because of how much he has the ball in his hands, because he's the one that helps score. And because Mahomes does it the way the clip that he does, I don't think it's going to change anything. But for his own personal legacy, I think Christian McCaffrey has a lot that he needs too, because he's been one of the most talented dudes. Injury's always been a problem that's plagued him. But now here he is with an opportunity to win a Super Bowl to add to a legacy that's further down the road. Like, his regular season numbers are insane, but does he have any of that playoff success, that Super Bowl success that says, hey, he's also a legitimate contender for the Hall of Fame?
I'm trying to think about this. Obviously, Tua had a really good running system for a lot of the year with that 2-man kind of back system. Obviously, Achane got hurt for him during part of it. A guy like Saquon Barkley, I can put him in the talent of Christian McCaffrey. He hasn't had the success because he just hasn't been nearly healthy as much as I know Christian McCaffrey had injury issues in Carolina, but at least he put up major years before the injuries started happening. So if you're another organization, San Francisco wins this Super Bowl 31-24, and McCaffrey's the MVP of the Super Bowl. Okay, that could happen.
Yeah.
But what team then goes, let's go trade for Saquon Barkley, or let's pay him if he's an unrestricted free agent? I struggle in my head to think of the team that looks at a free agent running back with a lot of talent and say, hey, because Christian McCaffrey won the Super Bowl MVP, I'm going to now redo the structure of my team and take away money from, I don't know, a wide receiver, a linebacker. I don't know where you have to take that money from to go, all right, we now know there is a path where a Christian McCaffrey or a Saquon Barkley can be the leader of our offense.
The other thing about Christian McCaffrey and the rest of the market is he's not the rest of the market.
Yeah, I
agree.
agree.
When it comes, maybe Barkley's kind of in that category where he can do everything. He's a receiver, he's a running back, but he's also as physical, can run over you and outrun you. Like, he is a unique beast to the running back market. So I think that's another thing where GMs and owners are sitting there having the conversation with these agents, and they're like, hey, we don't believe that you are this guy, and you're going to have to figure some ways out to prove that you are.
All right. Now, we've talked about a lot of people, and I think these are all viable answers, but whether it's Shanahan, Purdy,
Vegas.
McCaffrey, it's to prove kind of a smaller point. I know McCaffrey might be a bigger point, but this might sound ridiculous and too simple, but if we're talking about who has the most on the line, is it absurd for me to be, it's Patrick Mahomes, because you can't squander these opportunities if your goal is GOAT or bust. Like, I know he's a Hall of Famer and he'll be fine.
I hear you, yes and no. Could he be LeBron James? So LeBron is in the conversation with Michael Jordan, and did he lose 5?
I think 6.
6 NBA Finals?
I believe so.
So
maybe.
And so I look at it and go, to your point, that's probably why he'll never have the majority vote when you talk about Michael Jordan and LeBron, at least for people that are of our age that saw both of them play. Because we didn't see Wilt Chamberlain play or Bill Russell play, and that's it feels like a totally different sport back then. So to your point, yes, if he wants to try to get to the Tom Brady status, but could he still, if he loses this Super Bowl, makes it back to 4 more Super Bowls and goes 2-2 in those Super Bowls, would we look at him and go, look, we're not going to put him ahead of Brady because Brady has 7 and went to 10 and he didn't go to 10 and he didn't win 7. So, but to your point, if he wants to become the greatest quarterback of all time where there's not really questions, then yes, probably he needs to get to 10 Super Bowls and win 7 of them.
Do you think that drives him?
1,000,000%. That's too many. 100%.
Oh, that Kevin said there's no more than 100%
yes.
last
I
week.
think that he's smart enough not to look at this as one of possibly 10. I think he's concentrating on the moment. That's what makes him so great. But I do think when you watch interviews of the greatest of all time, they do have these things in their head where you're like, wow, they're really thinking about this and they're so far away. Like, I felt like Emmett by 1993 or 94 was looking at Walter Payton.
Yeah.
And you're like, you're so far away from Walter Payton. You are a decade away from possibly breaking this record, but his brain had already gone to, I can do this. I need a bigger goal than just being one of the best running backs right now. If I'm going to set records, I got to start thinking about how am I going to do this for the next 10 years. So I do think Mahomes is in the moment, but also has a brain of, I don't want to get bored with this. So I have to set my standards a lot higher than other people.
I think that's interesting because he just seems so happy-go-lucky, but I know when he gets on the field, it's like competition changes. His brain, you watch the quarterback series, he just changes when he gets on the field. He just seems so casual about a lot of things. In my mind, it just seems like a dude that's just really super talented. But you make a really good point. He dreams bigger than most players.
And I think Kevin, you know, talking about Tom Brady or whoever, he's changed his game already. He's smart enough to know what his team is and isn't.
Yeah.
And he's playing the quarterback position in a way, I'm not saying better, but in a way smarter, because he knows he doesn't have the weapons. He knows what this team needs to do to win. And so the other day, but wasn't that he took a sack. He intentionally took a sack because he goes, throwing the ball away so I can have a shorter third down is stupid. Taking a sack gives another 40 seconds off the clock here. And most guys can't think like that in the moment.
And I want to go back I think you could make a viable argument that Patrick Mahomes could eventually be the best of all time if he won 5. I don't necessarily think he has to get to 7 or 8 because even in football, that progression doesn't always work. Like Terry Bradshaw and Joe Montana are both 4-0 in the Super Bowl. Nobody thinks that's particularly close.
Right.
There are people who still think Johnny Unitas is better than Joe Montana. He only won 3. Peyton Manning only won 2, and most people have him 3, 4, somewhere in the conversation. So I still think you'd have to get to probably 5, but I think
5 wins.
5 wins. I think he can win 5 Super Bowls and make a compelling argument.
I'm with you. I was watching ESPN either late last night, early this morning. It runs together. And they were talking about the interesting thing with him, which he won't have, is he won't have Andy Reid much longer.
Yeah.
So Tom Brady had the same head coach his whole career until he went to Tampa at 40 whatever years old. He's not going to have that. He's going to have half of his career at least will be without Andy Reid being his coach.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point, and especially now Eric Bieniemy is on the market. We talked about that yesterday. It felt like that was the way it was going to go when they were like, hey, we're figuring out what we're going to do with him, and it felt like he was not going to stay with the Commanders. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk some Mavs 76ers. Mavs get the win, plus do any of these trade candidates do anything for the Mavs nation? Let's talk about it live from Radio Row in Las Vegas on 105.3 The Fan.
They are 3 lifelong DFW guys talking sports, sharing laughs.
33-33. Coming out of the timeout, offensive rebound by Josh Green. Back up, Kyrie Irving on the money. You love to see it.
You do love to see it, and the Mavericks are victorious as we are live out at Radio Row in Vegas. Thank you very much for all of you guys for rolling with us. You want to get involved in any of our conversations, 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Also want to hear from you on the YouTube and the Twitch. The Mavericks win, Kyrie's back, and there might be a trades transpiring. Where do you guys want to start?
Well, we'll start with Kyrie coming back because that's the only way that they have a chance to win enough games to do something where you're okay with the regular season.
I mean, I'm inclined to agree with that. And he came back yesterday. He looked good. They won a game that, look, I realize Embiid's not playing, and they've struggled without him. And then I realized that Tyrese Maxey got in some early foul trouble. And so there were things working to their benefit. But this is a Mavericks team that has been struggling, so I thought it was a big win.
They had, if you're rooting for the Mavs to make the real playoffs, they had to win that game.
Right?
Right. And then they're in the 8th spot right now. They're a game up on the Lakers, and they're 2 games back of the Pelicans for the 7th spot. I guess they're 2 games back of of Phoenix for the 6th spot to make the real playoffs. So, to me, the 7 through 10 is not the playoffs. Like, I get people say you made the playoffs now if you have the 10th best record, if you're the 19th best team in the NBA out of 30 teams, but that's not the real playoffs to me.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The real playoffs start after that. It's like the play-in game in college basketball. Like nobody's adding that. Nobody's getting upset if you didn't get that one right.
Yeah.
But I think like for the factor of like whenever we talk about our old Mavs that won it in 11, they knew that they had to be one of the top 3 teams, top 4 teams. They felt like they needed to be in that category, not only during the regular season to prove, like to learn about their opponents and how they respond and what they can learn from that, but they also wanted that home court advantage. That was a real thing for them. So, yeah, man, I would love to see the Mavericks kind of fully realize, this team fully realize that that's important, that has its importance as well. But I also wonder if they're talented enough if they're really talented enough to be there.
I don't think so.
And I think they have some good players that can get very exhausted by playoff time if they're doing what they're doing.
Now, if you're adding to that talent level, I thought we were going to end up talking about Kyle Kuzma and Andrew Wiggins because both of those are players that if they get moved, the Mavericks are the favorites to grab them in their individuals. But what took precedent yesterday was Mark Stein, who we've talked about this before, is usually pretty plugged in to the NBA in general, but specifically for the Mavericks.
Yes.
I don't mean to dismiss. He's plugged into the NBA, but I mean like the Mavericks, it really feels like he knows what's up. And that's when the news popped up of the Bobby Portis, Grant Williams swap. Now, I do believe there would be more to it, but what do you think about it on the surface?
That would be amazing. I'm not saying that would turn the Mavericks into a championship contender, but I would say that would give you a real chance to compete in the playoffs. Right now, this is not a competitive team in the playoffs. If you're playing a team that you know, if they go 1 of 10 from the three-point line in a quarter, you're up by close to 20 points. Like, literally, they can't stop you. So you know, hey, look, they're a good offensive team, the Dallas Mavericks. If we slow them down offensively, that's what Giannis said the other night. He's like, we knew if we started slowing them down, the game was over. They couldn't stop us. They do not have the talent to stop NBA teams from scoring, but they do have the talent to possibly outshoot you in a game. So to me, Bobby Portis all of a sudden would add rebounding, toughness.
That's the biggest part.
He would help out with Derek Lively Jr., especially playoff time. Like Kobe was one of the greatest high school players ever, and he was shooting air balls left and right against the Utah Jazz in the playoffs. It's not easy to be a teenager in the playoffs in that environment. So you'd have Bobby Portis to be like, either he starts or not, I don't care. But you'd say, hey, we have a guy that we really feel like can play 30 minutes at the center position.
Well, and to add on to not just the playoffs, but finishing out the regular season physically for Derek Lively and him, like allow him to have those minutes taken care of. And I think when this Mavs team was being built last year, they were like, look, we're not going to be a center team. That's just not going to be how we're going to be. We're going to be shooting 3 guards. We're going to be 3-and-D guys. And they went with Grant Williams. They went with a couple other guys. Derek Lively shows he can do something. Exum shows he can do something. They're like, maybe Williams isn't the option we need. And they're starting to see and realize we need something next to Lively.
Well, and
behind him.
How interesting would that be that finally you had multiple front court players that you felt really good about on the boards?
Yeah.
Like, that's something that I've been waiting for a really long time. And I will give you props, Mike, going back, how many every year, like 8 years ago or however long it was.
2015 draft.
Yeah.
So I just looked at Bobby Portis and said, this would be the dream if he fell all the way to about 20 was where the Mavericks were picking, and he did.
Yeah.
And the Mavericks took Rick Carlisle's guy from Virginia, Justin Anderson, who couldn't shoot to save his life. He's a 3-and-D guy who can't shoot. I'm like, it seems like a major part of being a 3-and-D guy is being able to shoot the basketball.
And that was pre-Luka, too. That was
that was still, you still thought you had a chance with not Dirk being a superstar, but you thought you had a chance to compete in the playoffs at that point.
And Bobby Portis has carved out a pretty consistent niche in terms of he doesn't shoot a lot of threes, but he's solid at it. But he'll score more inside the line, and he can get you rebounds because he is physical.
Yeah.
And that, rebounds, physical. If you're talking about, if you built your word cloud of Mavericks needs, I feel like those would be pretty darn giant in the middle.
Rebound's going to be the big one.
Yeah.
Right there.
There's a chance, I know this is probably too high of a number, there's a chance if you made the real playoffs that you're going to get 80 points every game from Luka and Kyrie combined. I know that's probably too high of a number, but that means if you're a really good team, you only need to score about 35 more points from your team. But what you do need around Luka and Kyrie's limited because of size. Luka's limited because he seems to not – he's engaging better this year, but he's not totally engaged on the defensive end. You need 3 guys on the court that are super engaged defensively and have the talent and ability to make it difficult on the other team.
Can we dive a little deeper on the not the goon, but the protective nature of Luka? Who right now who is protecting Luka and or Kyrie?
Well, I would just say for the record, Bobby Portis will take out anybody.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
I've
seen it,
didn't he?
Yeah, it could be
Chicago
against you,
I've seen it before.
Happen.
So that's what I'm kind of curious. Who is? There's not a person doing that right now. It's Luka kind of has to protect himself.
Right now, the NBA looks at the Mavericks as a very good offensive team and the softest team in the NBA. And they know that they can do whatever they want whenever they want. I'm not saying they're beating up Luka, but what they know is we can go attack the boards and we're not going to be taken advantage of. We can do whatever we want and they're going to allow it.
Mm-hmm.
With Bobby Portis, you would at least have somebody who would say, no, this isn't allowed anymore. And then Derek Lively would actually learn from seeing somebody, and Derek Lively's having a great year. I'm not taking a shot at him, but he doesn't have anybody to learn from. You're not going to learn anything about on-court stuff from Dwight Powell. He can't play in this league. You can learn off-court stuff and how to prepare for a game and everything, but you're not going to learn a lot of on-court stuff from the big guys that Derek Lively's around.
And we had several people asking what else would be involved in this deal, and that was one of the things that Mark Stein noted.
We receive first-round picks.
No, you're not going to like this then. But when Sean and RJ were talking, they were saying a lot of Milwaukee people were like, I don't really like that. So Mark Stein said that Milwaukee would be hesitant because they would want another player or picks. Well, look, I would be willing to listen to either one of those, especially if it's a player that I'm willing to move on from. But odds are it might be a player that would hurt at least just a little bit. And then I don't know if the picks are you want your second rounder in 2027 because we don't have a lot of ammunition.
Right.
Well, then let's see what we can do.
I honestly do not want to trade a first-round pick for Bobby Portis.
I can
to be
see
honest,
that.
But I will trade a pick that we took in the first round. If it's Grant Williams and Omax Prosper, I would do it.
Yeah.
So you are giving them, I believe, the 23rd, 21st. I mean, I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah.
He was right around early 20s. I would do that. I would trade Omax Prosper and say, look, we're not giving you a future first, but we will give you our 2023 first-round pick that we had. We're obviously not trading Derek Lively. So, and in a weird way, I don't know how that would work in that I mean, help me out here. Bobby Portis is still with Milwaukee, right?
Okay, that's the question I was about to ask.
Like, what is Milwaukee doing? Like, they don't need
They're just trying to
prospects. They
offload
need
him?
a championship.
They have a bunch of guys that at that spot that he can't get any minutes.
So I
Doc
think
Rivers hates him.
Well, I would not say that. I think the idea is they're hoping to get the defensive acumen that maybe you saw earlier in the Celtics run. Because, like, in the last year, you look at the back half of last season and then a lot of the first half of this season, you've seen some struggles, and that's why he eventually moved his way out of the rotation in Boston. Injuries played a part in that as well. So I think Milwaukee would be looking at it from a defensive point of view.
Okay, all right. I am still trying to
just guessing on that.
It's weird because they're looking at it as at a defensive point of view, and we're looking at it as we're getting a better defender. But maybe their guards are not as good defensively.
And I was going to say also, but Bobby Portis, I guess I think of Bobby Portis more as a rebounder than a excellent interior defender.
Yeah, okay.
And maybe they're like, hey, we can pick up a Grant Williams that you have to project some, and that's why other stuff would be attached to it. Could be a good perimeter defender. That's what I'm guessing.
I'm looking at their team against the Mavericks the other night. By the way, Portis had 12 points and 10 rebounds
I'll take it.
in that
All
game.
day.
They do play in this game. They did play Cameron Payne 10 minutes at backup point guard, but we're not. I don't know how we help them there. If they're like, look, you know what we really want instead of Portis, who did play 31 minutes that night, is we want better guard play, but we don't really have that to give them. You know what I'm saying? Like the extra player, like, okay, we give you Grant Williams. He picks up 20 minutes on the wing, but because Hardy's not a point guard.
Right.
And then we don't really have another
That's
person.
why I think they might be more interested in assets, and they're like, we'll take poor man's Drew Holiday and see what we can do with him. I don't know. That would be my guess about how this deal would potentially work. So maybe another day. Like I said, betting odds are betting odds. It doesn't mean that's the way it's going to play out, but Andrew Wiggins and Kyle Kuzma, both the Mavericks are the favorites to win, to get both of those players. So
what's amazing is it's over, right? The end of this week, it's over.
Yeah.
This is your team, and that's why I just look at this team. I've seen them play enough to know that this is not a good team. It's an okay team. It's an average NBA team that usually plays in the play-in round and maybe gets out of that, and then they would just get hammered by a 1 or 2 seed in the playoffs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Radio Row in Las Vegas. By the way, thank you very much to the Low T Center for helping us get here, as well as Best Buy Windows and Siding. I can sing that next time if you prefer.
Best Buy Windows and Siding. And I
Coming
need some
up
tea.
next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Could Wyatt Langford lead the majors in doubles this year? MLB thinks so. Next.
You're losing your hair, and you
2026 thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Vegas Radio Row right here on 105.3 The Fan. But fear not, you still get your baseball nuggets with Mike Bass.
All right, baseball nuggets brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. Now, this was amazing when I saw this. I honestly could not believe it. But from MLB.com, they're trying to project out statistic leaders of 2024. So, they go to a lot of what you'd consider your basic stats. Ronald Acuna Jr. has 43 home runs. They believe that would, lead the league in homers. That seems a little bit low.
Right.
But as you go down, and here's the tease, guys. They have Wyatt Langford is leading the major leagues in doubles this year. And they put Langford ? Langford ! Oh. There's been a lot of discourse regarding the potential for the 2023 number 1 overall draft selection. Paul Skeens, the LSU pitcher who consistently throws the ball 100 miles an hour, and they believe that he will be taking the mound for the Pirates in their rotation to start the year. It says, but Langford, who was selected 3 picks behind him, could very well find himself on the opening day roster for the defending World Series champs if he has a strong spring. Now, I'll stop right there. We had this discussion yesterday. I feel like before yesterday, I feel like it was at 40-60 he makes the team out of spring training, but then I'm like, should I move it to 50-50? Because you're pretty confident.
I'm 70-30 that he makes the team break in spring
training. Where are you at right now before he even has a spring training at bat that he is on your opening day roster?
90-60, yeah, 150%.
That's too many percent.
No, I'm
pretty.
Don't
have 75-25. I just upped it because of that.
I'm pretty confident. My confidence level is probably around 85-90% that he's going to be there.
It's going to be an interesting decision for them on how they do this. With as long as you're healthy, and you need to be healthy. As long as you're healthy with Carter, Leote, Adolis, and Langford. And then I'll throw in Jankowski. Obviously, he's your kind of best utility outfielder.
Yes.
He's not a starter. You know that he can fill in and do the job when guys need days off or a guy gets hurt.
And because of that, we're all pumped he's back.
Yeah, I love that he's back.
Yeah, he's a great 1 month fill-in if you need him to.
It says here, if he makes the roster, he could really lead the majors in a lot of major offensive categories like doubles. Considering he had 17 in just 44 games over 4 levels in the farm system last year, culminating in a successful, albeit brief, stint in AAA, that remarkable feat doesn't seem out of reach for the 22-year-old. Now, I went to Ronald Acuna Jr. because last year he had 73 stolen bases. If you've been watching baseball for a while, in 2018, he was awesome as a rookie. Now, he didn't make the team opening day. He won Rookie of the Year that year in 111 games. So remember, he did not get close to 162. Nobody really plays 162 except Marcus Semien. But his rookie year at 20 years old, he had 26 doubles and 26 home runs. So if I add those up, I'm taking out triples, he had 4. But if I take out those, if I just go doubles, homers, he had 52. If I give you an over-under, I know they just said 41 doubles. That's a bold prediction. If I said he has 52 combined homers and doubles, do you go over or under?
We won the draft if that happens.
That's true. I think I'm taking the under because I could see more like even 16 and 30, I think would be pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'm probably thinking the under. I'm only predicting 51.
Okay.
So like that's
So you don't have a lot of faith.
Yeah, but
you have more faith than I do.
And another thing that we don't control in this conversation is how much playing time he gets.
Yeah.
And so that's trying to figure that, because I can't guarantee he's going to be a starter every day. So it feels like they must know a little something that I don't. But if he is as good as advertised, and Mike, there are two questions I have here.
All right.
One is what you saw him do across all 4 of the minor league leagues.
Yes.
How much does that translate to the pro league, and how long before they have a book on him?
They don't have a book on him yet because it was only 44 games. And so that's the only reason. I'm not saying start him in the minor leagues. I'm not advocating start him in AAA. But there is a little bit of still an unknown in just 44 minor league games. He did get to play. The SEC is considered the best baseball conference in the United States. But it's in the United States, we don't have Latin players playing baseball. Like they're obviously playing in their countries, and then they get drafted somewhere, or not drafted, signed somewhere between 15 and 19 years old. So you don't have that competition that you're going against in college baseball, that then all of a sudden you add all of those guys to the mix in your minor leagues. I look at Ronald Acuna Jr. because this is such high praise. I do think Wyatt Langford has a lot of Ronald Acuna Jr. skills. If I was having to compare him to who he could be, I would say, you know what? He could be Ronald Acuna Jr. because Acuna Jr. can play center field and right field, has the arm and the talent to play both of those positions. Now, I go real quick to Ronald Acuna Jr.'s first full season at 21 years old. He played in 156 games, so he was completely healthy. He had only 22 doubles. This is what the tough part is projecting 41 doubles, but he did have 41 home runs. So he went from, if you take the two categories, doubles and homers, 52 when he was 20 years old. The next year he finishes 5th in MVP voting, and he ends up having 63 doubles and home runs combined, only 2 triples. But I'm just...
Where's he batting in the lineup?
Langford?
Yeah,
I think if he's on opening day roster, I would guess 7?
7 or 8.
Wow,
Okay.
and that seems low. That seems low for a guy that can produce, that can drive the ball like that.
Now, here's the other deal. He did steal, if I don't have Langford's numbers pulled up, but I believe he stole 10 bases in his 44 games,
Hell
too.
yeah.
So if you project that out, you're saying, I think he can steal 30. Now, 73 stolen bases last year for Acuna with the new rules.
That's a lot.
The Rangers won't run that much. They're a team. Bruce Bochy.
They had 78 total last year, I think.
70, because you just looked it
up.
up.
Yeah, I think they had like 78 total.
So if Wyatt Langford's on the team, I don't expect him to run much. So I don't look at his stolen base numbers. I think he gets 20. Like if he's there all year, I think he'd get 20, but I don't think that they're going to want to run him a lot. So I'm just looking at this going, man, this is awesome. And Wyatt Langford, I think, can be a Ronald Acuna Jr. player for the Texas Rangers.
Oh, my God.
But when I look at Acuna Jr., it's interesting when you look at doubles. And I'm just going to go down the list. I know this is just throwing out 6 numbers, but in his 6 years, remember, he blew out his knee one year. There was COVID one of these years, where it was only a 60-game season. 26, 22, 11 in the COVID year, 19 in a year where it looked like he was possibly going to be an MVP candidate but got hurt. Then 24 on his kind of rehab year almost, where it looked like, oh no, is Acuna lost a lot because of the injury? And then last year he had 35. So if you look at Wyatt Langford, who I think a comparable would be Ronald Acuna Jr., he's never had 40 doubles in a year. Now he has had 41 home runs in 2019 and 41 home runs last year. So if you do hit 40 doubles, you might only have 20 homers. And I'm not saying that's a negative, but if he is a league leader in doubles, I just look at it and go, did we get the next Ronald Acuna Jr.? If he has over 50 extra base hits this year, we got the next Ronald Acuna Jr. Or the next Juan Gonzalez, if you want me to take it way back in the day. And they're a little bit different.
Oh, my God.
Juan didn't run a lot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he came up as a skinnier guy and then got pretty big pretty quick. I would look at it and say, who's a comparable. I look at their bodies.
You think he can hit like 300? You think he can be one of those guys too that's like hitting over 300 in that range, like Marcus Simeon
It's
type?
so, that's such a big number now. It used to not be a big number, but when league average is about 243,
yes,
hitting 60 points above league average is such a huge number. Because when I played, and I know, look, it was the steroid era, there was more offense. I think a normal batting average was 265. If you looked at the league average was about 265. So now it's come down 20 points from about 20 years ago. Is now, I would say, can he bat 280? I'd say yes. Now, if you ask me about Evan Carter, I would say I think he has a better chance of batting 300. One, in a weird way, I think Evan Carter, and we saw this in his limited time, he can beat out some ground balls. If he hits the ball soft enough from the left side, that swing gives you that extra half second to get to first base. That a right-hander has to finish his swing. His momentum obviously is going towards third base. He has to rotate his hips to then start running, where Evan Carter, at times, if he's a little bit fooled, is already getting down that line pretty fast. The other thing that I don't know about Evan Carter is I don't know how much he bunts. And I'm not saying to bunt a lot, but that could be a trait where he could kind of drag bunt from that left side. And I don't think Langford, who I do think has the ability to hit 40 home runs in his prime,
is likely to be doing that.
Is I don't think you're going to ever ask Wyatt Langford to drop down a bunt if he has the ability to hit 40 home runs.
What a luxury. Like, what a luxury he might end up being because you were in that spot in the draft.
And the thing is what protection you would have in your lineup. As long as Seager's healthy to start the year, you do have Seager, Simeon, Josh Young, who made an all-star team, Jonah Heim, who made an all-star team. I know Nate Lowe didn't have a great offensive year, but he won the Silver Slugger the year before at first base. Adolis Garcia, who's a two-time all-star in his short career so far. I know he's an older guy, but it's not been a long MLB career. So that's the great thing about Evan Carter's and Wyatt Langford's is if they were, let's just say, in Oakland system, you would just bat them second and third or first and second and be like, all right, good luck, guys. And then on the scouting report, you would look at Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford and go, hey, I know they're young. I know that they're this and that, but this is their offense.
Are they built like the Dodgers a few years ago when Seager was young, upcoming, and you had Justin Turner, who was an older Adolis type guy who got in later, and pitching was all older? Like, they just feel like they have a lot of young players mixed in with some really good veterans.
I'm with you. I think of, I hate saying this, I do think a little bit of when Alex Bregman came up to the Astros and they already had Altuve and Springer and Correa. And so now Altuve and Springer had to really come up as young guys with nothing around them. But then when they started adding Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker and all these guys, you're just like, crap, who are these young guys? Like, I'm worried about Altuve and Correa and Springer, and now all these guys. Bregman's starting to hit the ball hard, and then they got this dude Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker doing something. Where the crap are these guys coming from? So that could be around Major League Baseball going, yeah, we know the Rangers are good, but like I'm wearing a Full Count Carter t-shirt today.
Yeah.
I bet 80% of the people around here don't even have a clue who Evan Carter is. And I think,
do you get to tell them Evan Carter, or do they have to guess off the shirt?
Yeah, like who this?
Because if they have to guess off the shirt, I'm going
That's
higher.
a bit. We should walk around and ask people if they know.
And I think that when the Rangers come to their town, there's a good chance this year that people are like, what the crap? I was worried about Simeon and Seager, and now this dude Carter and Langford are killing us. Who are these guys?
All the time.
No wonder they won the World Series. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Radio Row in Las Vegas, getting ready for the Super Bowl. So let's talk about some dang football, and we will get that going next as Mike will ask all the football questions right here on 105 through the Fan.
Security.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Radio Row in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl. Lots of exciting things going on. We're going to let Mike ask all the football questions in just 1 second. But first, I've been informed that I need to go to Corey Majors, and I don't know why.
Okay, Mike, I want to compete against you in something today. Now, Kevin, you are more than welcome to compete in this as well. But I think we can, if you look over, no, I don't want a mini wheat. If you look over our shoulder, we have the Bounty Wings on Air, Get 'em Hot station over here.
Oh, is it Bounty the picker?
The quicker, thicker picker upper.
Man, look at that.
Yeah, man, I'm glad I got that out right too. They have a little area where they have footballs and Bounty rolls, and you can throw it into the little hole over there. You throw it in the hole, and you got one large hole, a couple small ones that you throw it into.
Sure.
And then you're competing against each other. So, Mike, I think if you're down, I can't do like some of the other competitions that we used to do. But I
want a radar gun. I need to see it, because if I miss, I just want it to be like, well, at least you threw it hard.
At least it was 95. You know,
not that. If you could all of a sudden throw 95, how mad would you be? That
I'd be pretty excited. I would leave you guys.
Yeah. Oh my gosh!
You saw the rookie?
He
left that high
pitch
school
for
team.
Cleburne or something. I'm 46.
Yeah.
So I'm older than, what was the guy's name? The rookie that pitched
Dennis
for
Quaid.
Dennis Quaid.
Yeah, Dennis Quaid, his real name. Who ended up pitching for the Tampa Bay Rays and then made a living as an actor, acting out his own film.
Yeah, it's incredible. They made a movie about it.
I can totally see Mike. He goes over there and throws, and it clocks him at like 96 miles an hour, and he's like, hold on, that's not right. Yeah. And he just does it again and again, and he's like, well, I guess we're here. So there's a lot of fun stuff to do around here, Kevin. And there's going to be a lot of video content posted up on our Instagram and YouTubes and everything as well. And we do have to walk around and ask people if they know who Evan Carter is, because I bet some of these fools don't know world champion Evan Carter.
Should we crash other radio stations?
Absolutely. We're really good at that.
While they're on the air.
We're really good at that.
Okay, because that's been a dream of mine for...
There's the Las Vegas station with all their Raider stuff. Like, you cover the Raiders. That must be miserable. Do you know who Evan Carter is?
All right. Maybe that's going to be his first football question. I don't know. Let's let Mike ask all the football questions.
My first football question is a Dallas Cowboys question. I was wondering about this. I forgot about a month ago when I brought up Trey Lance in a random conversation that the Cowboys did trade a 4th-round pick for him. Cooper Rush is under contract. Kevin, you can get into that a little bit more. Do you think Trey Lance is the backup quarterback next year for the Dallas Cowboys?
Financially, I think it makes sense. I don't know what Cooper Rush is. I think he's a year-to-year guy, right?
No, so he's still under contract for a year. But if you're looking to move off of him, that would save you $2.25 million on the salary.
Yeah, he's your backup quarterback. And I don't really think there's he's potential to compete against Dak by any means. I think they want to give Dak every opportunity to do what, to earn his next contract. But if he gets injured, that's a great opportunity to turn it over to Trey Lance and say, look, if you tank the season's tanked. If you win,
you've got to pay him either way.
If you win, then let's go, and you're our next quarterback.
Not us. I take us off the hook here. Is the Dallas media doing a bad job of covering Trey Lance?
There's nothing
to cover. The dude was the 3rd overall pick, but did he do anything in practice? Was he... what did he do?
Very well. He's going to get minimal reps anyway in practice, just because Dak takes the surplus of the reps. That's the way that it is.
Cooper Rush would be the backup.
There are some things that went on off-site, behind the scenes. I know he's been working with Terrence Williams, and I don't know how effective that's going to be, but he has been doing some work, and he was going to quarterback school, Mike McCarthy's quarterback school, so he should be prepared if given an opportunity, at least under the Mike McCarthy guys. But yeah, I just think that because he was never active, he was never really a part of the conversation other than Jerry Jones said, I'm making a deal for this guy. Yeah. Dak, you need to step it up.
What do you...
I'm with you, because one of the things when you ask, are they doing a poor job? And I hear what Corey's saying for sure about there's been nothing to report, but I mean, this is it. He's here this year, and then either you've convinced teams that he's a tradable asset they need to pick up, or you've decided, hey, we can do something with him going forward, so let's figure out future contract negotiations. This is the end of the line next season.
I was just wondering if Dak gets hurt next year for, let's say, his thumb hits a helmet and he has to miss 2 games. I want to see Trey Lance.
I do too.
He was talented enough to be a 3rd overall pick. It didn't mean he did anything in college. I mean, because of COVID, because of his lack of game experience, I go, well, he didn't really do anything in college. He was just drafted off of, when we watch him work out, all these teams said, this is a 1st-round pick without a doubt. We can't go off of film with him. There's not any good film on him. He didn't get to play Alabama. He didn't get to play Clemson. He didn't get to do all of these things where we can go look at more of how did he do against the best competition in college. But they went off of his skill set is tremendous. He's a 1st-round pick. And I'm just wondering, is he showing any of that in these practices? Because I did not hear at any point, and I get there are some people that cover the Cowboys that they're supposed to protect the Cowboys. That's their job.
Well, the other thing, too, is if he's running scout team, the media didn't see it. There are a lot of things that the media just did not see.
Except for Broadus.
Yeah.
Didn't you feel like we would hear, though, these random things about Tony Romo when he was running scout team? Like, this kid who nobody cares about is destroying the Cowboys in these scout drills.
And I don't know if I ever saw an official announcement. Technically, they could pick up his 5th-year option by May. That feels like an insane decision, unless
$20 million.
Unless they decided to go in a radically different route. That would be pretty big damn news. But either way, this is the only other year you're going to have him until something big has.
And the only way he is going to step foot on the football field as a starter is if Dak gets hurt. There's no other option for that.
I'm with you, but that was Dak's path to being an NFL quarterback.
Yes, it was.
I mean, if Dak gets hurt for more than 2 weeks and Trey Lance goes 3-1 and looks great, and Dak is under a 1-year deal, I know that the Cowboys, that would be a tough one, but I'm just I'm so ready to move on from Dak and not watch him play anymore.
I've heard that.
Is that I'm just kind of thinking to myself, maybe Trey Lance is pathetic. Like he might be the worst 3rd overall pick in the history of football. I don't know. But it's weird that we don't even hear, well, he's not doing good, or he is doing these things, or, man, we might have to create a little bit of a Baltimore offense. I'm not saying he runs like Lamar Jackson, but we hear nothing about Trey Lance. And I think that's weird. Even San Francisco people ask us about Trey Lance.
Yeah, right.
And we're like, literally no human being that covers the Dallas Cowboys covers the Trey Lance story. And I don't know what to say about that.
Hold on, is this the San Francisco radio station that you hop on frequently that you're part of?
I don't know.
Are they here?
They have to.
Are they going to
Their
ask you to
team's
come
in
be
the
on
Super
with them
Bowl.
this week? Are they going to say, hey, we need more Mike Bassick?
I don't know. It's not baseball season.
Yep.
And the San Francisco 49ers are in the Super Bowl. And the Golden State Warriors right now have the 8th pick in the draft. That's how bad of a season they're having. So I'm pretty sure they're concentrating 100% on 49er football.
Probably smart.
And probably having on Joe Montana, who's calling his wife from the phone that they used to have at the Super Bowl and seeing what's going on.
Hey, how's everything going? I miss you.
We won the Super Bowl.
Last year, Philadelphia was in this game and almost won the Super Bowl, and then got off to a great start and then completely dropped off. Cincinnati was in the game a few years ago, and I'm not saying completely dropped off. Obviously, the Joe Burrow injury hurt them, and they had a good year last year, but not a tremendous year. Do you see either one of these teams, whoever loses the Super Bowl, having some sort of Philadelphia, Cincinnati, like, oh no, are they going to get back here? Which obviously is tough with Kansas City. They're back here every year.
They are here every
year.
year.
I don't think so either, because San Francisco just has a team that, like, there are plenty of people who don't even think their quarterback is that great, but they still have an infrastructure team around him that I would think both of them would have an excellent shot to get back here.
Yeah, and financially, don't they look like they have the window to do it too?
Probably.
Like that financial
well,
window
because
to
you're
continue.
paying your quarterback nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, they have a different approach too when, they have stars that on offense that they have locked up for a while. They have stars on the defensive front that they have locked up for a while. Their offensive line is really good. They can build it through the draft. I think that they have that opportunity. They're a good enough football team. They can be back here a couple more times.
Okay, so I probably missed this conversation on the Wednesday I was out last week about Jerry saying he's going all in. But
I want you to know I had the same level of skepticism that it appears as though you will have.
I look at the future of the Dallas Cowboys, and I don't know what that means. For me being out on Wednesday, I guess my first question will be this. Do you guys percentage-wise believe Dak is playing on a one-year contract? What's the percentage that you believe Dak is going to actually just play on a one-year contract?
18%.
22%.
Okay.
So not like super high.
Like I think they're
1 in 5.
I think his bar for what he can accomplish this next year is so low to convince Jerry now he's still the right guy. I don't think he has to win the Super Bowl in order to continue being the quarterback of this team. But I do feel like Jerry's description of all in is different than our description of all in. When it comes to all in, I think Jerry's like, look, you guys are all in now. All right, so y'all have no other options beyond y'all go do this or y'all are done. Like that's what when you go all in, what do? You go all in and you either win or you leave the table.
You're done.
Yeah, and I think that's what his description of it is more than anything else of, hey, we're taking all the money we have and putting it into the team. Yeah. It's all these guys that are running out of time. This is their chance. Otherwise, we're done with them.
Because it works sometimes.
Yeah.
It worked for the LA Rams.
Yes, it did.
It didn't work for Buffalo. Buffalo's $60 million over the cap. They went all in. They tried everything they could do, brought in an older
Saints.
Von Miller. Yeah. They did everything they could, and it didn't work. So now they're going to have to reset and say, we did go all in for 22 and 23, and it didn't work. And now we have to reset in the 24 season. And I know that Jerry doesn't want to do this.
And all in too doesn't mean I'm going out there to get more assets to go all in for you, right? Like that's what I don't believe that they're going to say, hey, because I think Jerry's saying I have the chips I have. Either I'm all in with this or that's it. So that's where I don't think that like the description became, hold on, he's going to go do all these things. I don't think that was the case.
That's one of the things, honestly, and I know this feels like two different directions, is I would love for them to make a move in the draft that was like, we're going to pick up an extra pick. I'm not saying it has to be a first rounder, but an extra premium day 1 or 2 pick. I would love to see them make that move.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
My stupid question as we're here day 1 in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl is it's Kansas City versus San Francisco with no draft, no free agency, no trades. Who's going to be in the Super Bowl next year?
Ooh. Kansas City.
Before
I mean, it's obviously Kansas City.
Question,
it's obviously Kansas City and Detroit.
Ooh. That's not.
I think Detroit's going to be back next year.
That's probably, if we go to one of these books, I bet if we could bet on 24 Super Bowl. I guess this is the 24 Super Bowl. If we can bet on who's going to be in the Super Bowl in 2025.
I say Cincinnati and San Francisco.
So Burrow's
I'm
coming
change
back?
it up. Yeah.
I heard the GM in Detroit talking, and he sounded like Kevin. Did you hear the receipts that he has on everybody?
Yes.
He just went off
I
on you said this,
it.
you didn't say this, you said this.
I love it.
He came in with a great culture with Dan Campbell. They built something together, and he's saying we're not done building this thing. Like we're adding to it next year. They have money to work with, and they have draft picks to work with as well.
And did you said Cincinnati and Kansas City? Both said Kansas City?
Cincinnati. Well, that would be impossible.
Sorry.
Cincinnati and the 49ers.
And 49ers. Okay, so
that'd be a hell of a Super Bowl to see what would happen. How did we get there?
Okay. Do you think, this is my last question, we're out of time. Do you think Cliff Kingsbury was hired more for offensive coordinating or more for please tell us as much as you know about Caleb Williams?
I believe it's the second one.
Trading up.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
I believe it is the second
You're the guy that
one.
knows how to use him.
Because I feel like he was hired so they could go from 2 to 1 and get Caleb Williams, and Cliff Kingsbury knows all of his traits.
Yeah, and you can't hire Lincoln Riley away from it, so might as well, I don't know, maybe you can steal Lincoln Riley for better brisket recipe.
I think that's exactly
I
why
never
he
thought
got
of that, but that's
why
now
I thought he hired. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you obviously have to go from 2 to 1, or you have to know that somehow Chicago is not going to trade out of that pick and then not take Caleb Williams. But I feel like Washington right now, if I could put money on where Caleb Williams is going, I think he's going to be a Commander.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Can the 49ers buck the Super Bowl rematch trend? Let's talk about it next right here on the Fan.
All right, before we do that, I want to talk about Men's Tea Clinic. Guys, if you're feeling like you don't have the energy you want to have right now,
it with us as the rest of the people on the show are eating. Is that Cheetos and donuts? Is that what's happening?
I'll tell you what. They say cops like coffee and donuts.
Will you move your mic down just a little bit?
I like coffee and donuts too, man. Like, who doesn't? There's certain things where people are like, oh, that's for, like, let's say these type of people or this culture. And I'm like, I think they're all good.
Yeah.
Why do we have to?
Donuts are fantastic.
Yeah, donuts and coffee.
Coffee is very tasty.
They're not just for cops.
Where'd you find that? Is that bacon on top of it, or is that
I
just
don't know. It's something smeared that I don't want to know
They're not
about.
just for cops. Now expanding to the rest of society.
Is that the new
I feel like
motto for
society
Dunkin'
was
Donuts?
eating donuts too, but we'll have to look into
And
that.
we had a bag of Cheetos just sitting here, so I was like, "Hey, man, might as well snack a lack while I'm getting after it." No,
It's
I'm
only
good, thanks.
9:24 in Vegas, and you're Cheetoing it.
Cheetos,
you gotta just
baby.
really sugar up right now. You gotta throw pure cane sugar in the coffee.
Man, it sounds like you've been sugaring up, Mike.
Sugared
Yeah,
up to
I have.
Okay.
You're
Thank
right.
you very much.
I've had 2 muffins, a coffee with sugar, and now I'm getting more sugar and more caffeine.
It was a carrot cake muffin, so it was more carrot cake, right? Like carrot cake raisins and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can make a better muffin than that, though.
You know what, Mike? What I want to know going forward is what percentage of places do we stop and eat where you do not believe that you could make a better food than what they have made?
A lot
Red
of
lobster,
fish.
obviously.
Yeah, lobster. I've
Okay.
never made lobster.
I got a great recipe for you.
A lot of fish products. French fries.
Who makes the best French fries?
Not
In and Out.
No, not In and Out.
Yeah, but
that's a good question. Who makes? I mean, I do like curly fries.
McDonald's are solid. Yeah, tater tots are the best French fry anyway.
All right, so I guess we'll transition from that to it's time to go around the entire NFL
What would I dip fries in?
and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yeah, here we go.
Is that every day? Is that going to happen every day out here?
I want you to do that at the top of the hour like CA would. I want you to extend it as long as possible. Don't mark that.
You just said it to market.
Yeah, no, I realized straight away. All right, so this is a rematch of the Super Bowl from 4 years ago. You're probably aware of that. How many rematches do you think there have been in Super Bowl history?
12.
What number are we on?
Hold on. Is like if
go
there's
through it?
3 of them,
They
does
all
that,
count
that's one
individually.
individual. I'm going to say 12.
This is the part where you give an answer, Mike.
8. I was thinking.
Yeah, he was kind of trying to come up with an answer.
I was thinking there's almost 60 of these, and then trying to do a little bit of division. There's maybe been like 7 or 8 times.
Well,
that
you know
there's
what,
been-
Mike?
I was right. I thought.
You thought.
See, you know what
great.
happens when you think?
Knuckleballs.
Just think for a second.
Yeah, I didn't even
As
think.
I told my daughter and her friends, don't be a dumbass.
Yeah, that was.
If one of you's being a dumbass, one of you should point out you're being a dumbass. Stop being a dumbass.
How often do you follow that advice?
Once every 5 times.
Yeah.
Like 20%.
Okay.
Yeah, see, my
That
thing
is
was,
correct, by the way.
You know the method where you just ask somebody a question, they answer it immediately? That's what I did.
Yeah.
And I was wrong.
Yeah,
but I need
and
to
I
think a
thought
little
about it, and I thought, well, the Cowboys have the Steelers and the Bills.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Then we have
The
Niners and
49ers
Niners and
Chiefs.
Yeah, Chiefs. The Broncos, I feel, are involved in one of these. Am I wrong about this? Do you know the answer? Do you know all the teams?
The answer is 8.
Okay,
I don't
but
have,
you know all the teams.
I don't have the breakdown,
Got
but
it.
I can tell you
I'll be
this.
back.
I don't think the Broncos did, to be honest.
The winner. Oh my God! It is the first day out here, y'all. The winner of the first one has gone on to win the next one 5 of the 7 times. So they're 5-2 in the rematches.
Because Pittsburgh beat us.
But then we beat Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Miami
but you said
and
the second
Washington.
time, right? So Pittsburgh beat us the first 2 times. Does that make sense?
But it only counts the rematch time. So what I'm saying is Pittsburgh won the first one. But yes, they did beat us in the rematch. But then we beat them in the rematch.
He's
True.
right. Yeah, he's right.
The Miami
What happens
Dolphins and
when you play them 3
Washington
times?
at the Washington Commanders 72 and 82 rematch. So that's
Okay.
not back to back, but it's close. Niners and Bengals 81 and 88.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Cowboys, Bills 92-93. Patriots and Giants 07 and
Oh, yeah,
and
that's the
011.
Eli game.
Yeah, so, and then I guess they don't have this one included, but yeah, Cowboys Steelers was obviously involved there as well.
And so
the Cowboys Steelers, I'm sorry, is that the only one that's done 3 times?
Yes, that's the only one that's done 3 times.
Ooh, that could be a fun question. What do you think is the next most likely to get?
I'm sorry. Let me add that
Not the
Patriots
Cowboys.
Patriots Eagles was the other.
Okay.
one.
Yeah. Yes, not
This
the
one
Cowboys.
has a good chance.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, it's definitely has a good chance to be a rematch this year.
How are you feeling about? I mean, I know they're the favorites, but how do you feel about San Francisco's chances? And do you care about numbers like that? Like, I think those numbers are fun. I think they have literally zero impact on the actual game.
To me, this is a tough betting game.
Yes, I agree.
Because you have the better quarterbacks, Kansas City. The better team is San Francisco.
Yeah.
Are you going to bet? A lot of times people will tell you in playoff games, which works perfectly for most Cowboy games, bet on the better quarterback. They will usually win the playoff game. Jordan Love way better than Dak Prescott. Easy bet. Should have thought of that. But this one is San Francisco, who does have a solid quarterback.
Everything, yeah.
But Patrick Mahomes is the guy.
Yeah.
But Tom Brady lost to Eli twice.
Yeah, and this is, Shanahan has shown a lot of times in these rematch situations that he has an extra wrinkle that you didn't think of. I do think that the Kansas City defense keeps this game close enough to where if Mahomes has the ball at the end of the game, he wins. And the problem with me saying I don't think that Purdy can do that is every playoff game it seemed like he did that, right?
He came back, too.
Every playoff game he either came back or he had a drive late in the game to close it all out. So this is two. I think the Niners are the more talented team. I think the Kansas City Chiefs have the star quarterback.
You know how, Mike, you get annoyed when we break into baseball coverage with football news? What if I broke into football news with baseball news? You're not going to like it, though. Clayton Kershaw is going back to the Dodgers, per John Heyman.
That's fine. I was reading.
Well, you didn't dislike it as much as I thought you might.
Well, here's the deal. When you have Scherzer, DeGrom, Malley, all 3 starting pitchers hoping to come back somewhere between July and September, to sign another guy who you know can't pitch in April, May, and June just doesn't make a lot of sense. I think once you sign Malley to the contract that you did, it didn't really make sense for Kershaw. I thought you were going to scare me, and I guess there's still in my brain this
Jordan
hope
Montgomery?
of hopes that Montgomery still comes back to the Rangers. I was like,
I will give you a
Montgomery,
bigger reaction of
like what?
Okay.
Okay.
Punch the screen.
I like that. I really do like that. And then you'll have to do the breaking news by. I get that.
Yeah.
It makes sense for Kershaw to finish his career in LA. Like there's nothing else he should do. Finish your career there. Don't sign another deal anywhere else. Be there and then come back to Texas to just kind of hang out.
In this Hall of Fame class, obviously you have Beltre, who's ours now, but he has 4 teams. And they're like, whose hat is he going to wear? It's probably between L.A. and Texas. But the other 2 guys, I do think in a way it helped Mauer and Helton that they only had 1 team.
Yeah.
There was no, well, when he went over and played on this team near the end. So I think in a weird way, I know Kershaw's a first ballot Hall of Fame really easily, but I do think it is kind of special when you have these players that just play for 1 team. That being said, I don't want to see Mike Trout's career end in L.A.
Yeah, no, I understand that because of the obvious playoff differences between them. Now, speaking of careers coming to an end, I'm sure this one was tough for Wolchuk when he found out yesterday that Rex Burkhead announced his retirement. Corey, we covered him in high school. He made a hell of a professional career at running back. I have to admit, incredible. Won a Super Bowl. Nicely done.
I got assigned to do a feature on him, Carson Meager, and Chris Lott during the summer. That was the trio that was going to go to the next level for them their senior year. And they did. They had a really good season. But talking with his dad, Rick Burkhead, he had these really good stories about Rex. And in the conversation,
He was like, one night it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. I get up and I hear noise. And I'm like, what's going on? And Rex is in there doing sit-ups. And I'm like, what are you doing right now? And he's like, I couldn't sleep, so I'm just going to try and get ready for the NFL. And like,
awesome.
That's what everything
what it
I
takes.
asked him was. When I talked to Rex, everything he said was, look, I might not be the greatest player, but my dream is to play in the NFL. And he didn't just have a cup of coffee in the NFL. He played for the Patriots. They went to championships.
He played forever.
Yeah.
Do you know how old Rex Burkhead is?
He's younger than me.
I saw him play at Texas Stadium. That place has been gone forever. It's just
He
a
was
construction
drafted
site.
11 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that amazing, though, when you think about his high school career, his playoffs were at Texas Stadium?
Yeah. And so, like, this is congratulations to him. That dude right there, again, when I watched him, he did a move against us on a punt return against Skyline, shook the entire Skyline special teams, the entire side of Skyline side went, oh! And you were like, okay, his position, he might be a little undersized at this. It was all work ethic and dream. Like, that dude was one of those guys. He had the skills, but it was work ethic and dream that continued to drive him. I'm very proud of what he did.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't even know the guy, and I'm proud of him.
Yeah, so any kids out
He's
there,
so nice.
if you're
He
practicing
really
right
is.
now, keep practicing.
What'd
Keep
you say?
putting the work in.
Behind the scenes.
No, seriously, he is really nice, and his family is
They
nice
called him
as well.
Superman in high school. They were just like, oh, yeah, here comes Superman. But that wasn't. Oh, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun covering those teams.
Well, my teammates called me Jesus. I'm not Jesus.
Is that because you talked a lot about Jesus?
No.
Oh. Because you
Because I
sacrificed?
was so freaking good, Kevin.
He sacrificed his ERA.
I don't know. I was trying to figure that
My ERA was .6 my
sorry,
senior year in high school.
Okay, I was thinking, I'm sorry, Mike. No, that's not cool.
Once
That
we
is
got
not
to the
cool.
major leagues, there was a different story. There was definitely a number before the point.
All right. What do you guys think about Mike Vrabel not getting a job because he has too much of an imposing physical build? Now, Diana Rossini said she talked to a GM at the Senior Bowl who mentioned Vrabel's physical build, that, quote, he's a very large human being and can be very intimidating to people in an organization that are going to be part of these decisions. That's a factor. That's a weird take, right?
Who are these people?
The
You're in
front office
professional
people?
football.
Yeah.
Like-
you're in a front office
Like,
around
that guy's
football
really big.
players
Because
all
he's
the time.
fit. Does he need to get on the Mike McCarthy diet? I'm like, what in the world's going? Because he's a big fit guy.
Yeah.
And what's imposing?
If you're a big
then?
heavy guy, you're not imposing.
I don't understand what on decision making. On he's like, I don't want this player. Look, I'm taller than you. Now you need to listen to. I don't understand how that affects a GM who is in that position for a reason. You're there for a purpose to lead that franchise along with your head coach. You're supposed to give him the players. His physical size should mean nothing to you at all. It's a weird story, and I don't think it's real. I really don't. It's laughable in my mind.
Do we have all the places he interviewed?
I don't think so, and this one doesn't specify who the GM was for probably obvious reasons, but
Yeah,
I'll look into that.
I'm with Corey. Maybe there was one team that said, dude, he's so physically imposing. But I just can't imagine these general managers and owners, they see professional football players every
All day
day.
long, yeah.
So
Yeah.
I just don't get, like, it's not like he's all of a sudden 7 feet. Like, it's not like Andre the Giant walked in.
He grabs a
boss.
keg and it looks like a little
Yeah,
beer
I
can in
get
his
like
hand.
Andre the Giant walks in with 3 bottles of wine and downs it during a 5-minute interview. I get you'd be like, I don't think this is our guy. But this is a little bit different. He just looks like an NFL football player. You see 50 of those guys every day.
Yeah, and I feel like a GM should probably have a little more security and self-confidence.
You would think
than
that.
to be distracted by the size of another man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Vice President of the Westgate Superbook and maybe the man who can help us get sports gambling legalized in Texas. It's Jay Cornegay. We'll talk with him next right here on The Fan.
Guys, for those
helping us rock it out here in Las Vegas on Radio Row. And now we bring to you Vice President of the Westgate Superbook and the man who may or may not approve of us getting sports gambling legalized in Texas. It is Jay Cornegay. How are you this morning, sir?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Now, I want to start with just your vested interest, or Vegas or the book's vested interest in gambling, sports gambling becoming legalized in other states, or perhaps not becoming legalized in other states.
Well, when it first was announced that it was going to expand and PASPA was overturned, a lot of people out here thought it was a threat. They weren't too excited about it, but there were a number of operators that looked at it as an opportunity, including us, because we were going to expand our brand, and that's exactly what we've done. We now operate, including Nevada, 9 different states.
Do you look at, is Texas one that, because obviously a lot of money has started to come in, both for and against, political clout, both for and against. What is your take on the Texas potential for sports gambling getting legalized, either wager, casino style, either way?
Well, we're all for it. We certainly want it to be in a way that it benefits everyone. You know, with it's got to be regulation friendly. It's got to be tax friendly. I know you guys are tax friendly down there,
Yes.
so that's good. All right, regulation friendly. On top of that, you know, we don't want to be over regulated where when it's over-regulated, we have to book a certain way. We have to offer certain things that basically share the cost with the consumer. So you don't want to over-regulate it where we have, instead of $1.20, you guys got to lay $1.30 on things.
Yeah.
And so it costs more for the players to wager on sports. So it's if it meets those, that criteria where it's tax-friendly and regulation-friendly, we're all for it.
One of the big concerns, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, I think we've brought this up on the show before, that people have talked about in terms of sports gambling, if it came to Texas. Obviously, you're very experienced with this. Is we've also seen a lot of stuff around here that says game responsibly and stuff. How do you balance that with the people who are concerned that this leads to addiction? This could lead to ruining people's lives and stuff like that.
It's understandable. We go through a training process every 6 months with our team. It's mandatory, and it's controlled and policed very, very well to make sure that all our tellers and supervisors and those that answer the phone, those that are dealing with customers, if we hear any or see any red flags or hear anything that might, lead us to a suspicion of problem gambling.
What's a red flag? Can you give us an example?
A guy that would say something like, I really need to win this bet because rent is due tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Right.
Or, I really need to make this because this is the last I have and payday's not for 2 more days. Those are the red flags. Those are the things that we listen for. Those are the things we look for. And if we do address it, we do pull them off to the side and say, hey, if there's, a problem that you're having, or, you're betting outside your means, we're here to help you. We have a pamphlet. We have a number that they can call. Please call. And most likely there's a good sign that we wouldn't take their wagers anymore if they actually lean towards the side of they have a problem. And so therefore we would probably suspend their wagering.
Do you think there'll come a time where you'll have gambling inside arenas, stadiums, Texas Rangers, for example? I know we're still in the state of Texas, but you could go and say, I think Evan Carter's going to hit a double today. Like, do you think that is going to happen at some point in our lives?
Yeah, I'm not. You're talking about micro betting. Micro betting to me is a little overwhelming.
Okay.
Sure. I'm not saying every play, because it's because of the timing of it. Most of the TV feeds or the streaming feeds are very much delayed to the field of play, and so you wouldn't be able to make those, and it's very frustrating for players. Like, wait a minute, I can bet this. They haven't, he hasn't even got up to the plate yet, and actually he's already in his third ball, right? And so that's one part I don't like. Plus, that's very addictive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a little overwhelming to sit there and bet on every single play or pitch or at bat. It's challenging for the operators to offer a product like that, and certainly it's a lot of betting, and you don't really put too much thought into it. You're just going, I think he's going to get a double. I think he's going to get on base. It's not really true handicapping. You're not really looking at it as a source of entertainment. That is a little overwhelming, in my thinking.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
therefore, they do have that now. You don't have retail outlets. Well, you have a couple of retail outlets that are in stadiums. But right now, with everything being on your phone, you can pretty much bet anywhere. I don't care if you're, in your seat or, in the beer line. You still can make those wagers. But the micro betting is something that I think is something that we probably could survive without.
Okay.
This week specifically, this game specifically, it being in Vegas, how much different is the excitement to bet this week specifically because the game's here? More people feels like it's going to be traveling here for this week. I know they're during Super Bowl week. It's probably already good travel anyway, but now here the game is here.
Yeah, you're right. This is a big event for us no matter where it's being played. But because we're the host city, you've definitely seen some changes in the way we have prepped for this week. We have a few more venues that are open that we haven't had before. We got the NFL here, and they got a number of venues. You got huge sponsors that also have their venue setups along the strip and just outside the strip. So we do expect, and we are seeing more VIPs that are coming in, even though they're not going to the game. They're coming in for the party. They're coming in for the atmosphere and all the excitement that's going to be taking place in the next few days. So more celebrities than we've seen before. So it's a little amped up compared to what we've seen during the other Super Bowls.
Now, we're talking with the Vice President of the Westgate Superbook, Jay Cornegay, right here on 105.3 The Fan. And you were talking about the VIPs. I was reading an article, and I wanted to know, is there a specific threshold of what counts as a bankroll? Because there's supposed to be a record number of bankrolls here. And I was like, that sounds like a vague term. Is there some specifics that go along with that?
A bankroll.
Yeah, do you set that at you're like, that person's got $300K to go. That's a bankroll.
Yeah, well, it's all relative. It really is. I get guys that, we have guys that will spend $5,000 for a VIP seat in the Superbook, and really they're not that big of the bettors. They're just here for the party. Oh, so they'll pay the $5,000, which includes all your food and drink for the entire day, the whole day, but they're really not big bettors. Now, there might be others that are just the complete opposite. They'll spend that kind of money, and they are big bettors, but everybody else in their group are, $20, $50, $100 bettors. So it really does vary. We have them all over the place. It's all relative, though. A guy that's upset about something for $30 means just as much to us as a guy that just bet $30,000, on the next play or whatever it is. So it's something that we have to accommodate. So it's all walks of life, and we've seen that over the years. This year is no different.
Have you guys, especially over the last several weeks, have you seen any difference in the demographic of people gambling at all because of all the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce hoopla? I'm really curious about that.
Well,
are you asking if there's more female bettors? Is that what you're asking right now?
A little bit, or maybe young, maybe not underage, but I mean younger bettors.
Yeah, they still have to be 21 or over.
Of course,
yes, and we're checking IDs all the time. I don't care if they have a beer in their hand. We check ID. And we're kind of expecting that. I mean, it's not an out-of-bounds question, okay? With all the hoopla around Taylor and the Swifties and all that, we kind of expect not so much a younger crowd, but maybe the better halves of a lot of players that are coming in.
Sure.
Maybe they're going to enjoy it a little bit more, and maybe they don't normally bet on the game, but they're probably going to bet it this year because they're rooting for the Chiefs. We haven't seen that yet, but mainly because about 80% of the action comes in the last 2 days. So we're not even there yet. And when we get the crowds coming in and they'll start forming and arriving on Friday night, we expect a little bit of that, but I don't think it's going to make an impact at all.
I know this might not be for the people listening and who's going to win or this and that. I know you're not here for that, but when it comes to, we have a guy, Brian Broaddus, and his son loves sports, and he's thinking about wanting to be a line setter. how long does it take to be educated enough to set a line in a professional game?
Okay, I need you to combo answer this question.
Okay.
How does somebody go from getting a bachelor's degree in restaurant business management to go down this route? So if you could combo answer that question, I really want to know that.
You know, my degree is in restaurant management, and from Colorado State University. I never thought I was going to be a bookie, okay? But even to this day, after 37 years in the business, we're still learning. You know, and there's just so many nuances, so many variables, and every situation's just a little bit different. It does take a certain skill set, you know, critical thinking of, you know, numbers, crunching those numbers, evaluating the situation. It does take a little bit of a feel. All right, I don't want to sound corny, but it's somewhat of an art form at times.
Yeah.
Now, I know we got AI on the horizon. We have analytics, and we use all that too. But still, today, analytics and AI are not perfected. I mean, we can prove that almost any weekend. Just come in, and I'll show you AI that's totally off because they're not including all the variables that you need to. So, to answer your question, it does vary. I mean, there's some guys that really take off and takes a couple of years of experience, and then they start to get the feel of all the different things that we look for. And every time we move a line, there's 10 things that go through our head before we move that line. And 2 minutes later, something else is moving, and there's 10 different things that go through our head. So it does take some time, takes experience, and to be a true odds maker or bookmaker. Odds maker is a little different because, I mean, when describing a bookmaker is one that, you know, takes the bets and moves the line. An odds maker is actually setting the number for certain games. And we train guys that we try to keep them in their territory, meaning if we have a guy that's really up on EPL, really loves soccer, you know, we say, all right, let's concentrate on soccer and see how you do with soccer. And we have guys that have 20, 25 years of experience that are doing soccer, but working with that gentleman to get him up to speed, and that's where we'll start. So it varies. Could be a couple years, could be, you know, 3 or 4 years.
And excellent insight. And by the way,
sounds like I'm leaving radio.
In case you needed further proof, if you were gambling on all these things, you would have won the Las Vegas Journal Review football pool this year with a 70% mark. 70.2% win rate this year. Is that correct?
Yes. But, okay. First of all, that's like my best year ever.
I'm trying to hype you up here.
I know. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
but
great.
I don't look at myself as a handicapper. I'm a bookmaker and odds maker. I do, enter some of these contests, and I'm asked to be in some of these contests. I think I'm a little gun shy now because everybody's been asking me, and then I had the Ravens against the Chiefs.
Well, so I don't know.
And my motto is always results may vary, but I did have a very good year. Yes.
Well, we appreciate it very much. Anywhere people should go or go check out to know more about the hoopla y'all got going on this week and specifically on Sunday.
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, we operate in 9 different states, including Nevada. You can go to superbook.com to check out our operation and our numbers there. You can check out supercontest.com. That's our national contest. That's not available in every state. We're working on that. We're going to try to offer that next year in as many states as we can. And then, of course, westgatelasvegas.com, which is our home here in Las Vegas. That will tell you everything that we have here going on, all the different venues that we have that will be taking place this weekend.
Jay, appreciate it very much. Good, sir. Everybody, Jay Cornegay right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, ranking all the Chiefs and 49ers starters ahead of Las Vegas's showdown on Sunday. Who's one? You might get that. Who's number 2? Let's talk about it next, live from Radio Row right here. Westgate Superbook. Something really interesting about that they gave us that we might want to check out going forward, guys. Alternate point spreads and the odds that you could get on it. Like if you think the Chiefs can cover 17.5, you get 10-1 on your money. If you think they can cover 7.5, you can get 3.5-1 on your money. So some fun breakdowns. We're going to have to go through this packet at some point. But right now,
you looked like McCarthy with the camera. It was all the camera and all the information's right there with your little play
Waffle
sheet.
House sheet. I wanted to go through. CBS put an article out ranking every Chiefs and 49ers starter in the Super Bowl. All right, so we go from 1 all the way down to 46.
All right,
who is
the worst?
Okay,
Kadarius Toney.
That is actually.
I have a story on him coming up in the C block. So.
Yeah, that is actually not who I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say somebody else.
Well, Sky Moore's hurt.
I thought you were going to say Valdez Scantling. He is only 45 on the list.
Wow, I didn't know he'd be that low. I was surprised yesterday when looking up salaries that he makes that much money.
Yes.
I didn't know he was a $13 million player.
He's ahead of Mike Pennell, the defensive tackle. All right, so those are the bottom two, both for Kansas City.
Bottom.
So not off to a good start.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
If you had to rank the 46th best player on the Dallas Cowboys, because we obviously know their roster. I don't know Kansas City. You know what I'm saying? I don't know their backups. Like, who do you think is the worst player on the Dallas Cowboys?
On the
Still
Cowboys,
getting paid close to $1 million.
It's got to be like a backup offensive lineman or a backup defensive tackle.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I know we hate
Like
on Mozzie Smith, but he started for a reason.
That's true.
Like, it's got to be one of those guys that
He'd be
isn't
like
a
in the
starter.
20s, 30s.
Yeah. So I would probably say that it's got to be, I don't know, man. I'll have to look up a name somewhere.
Like, I'm not trying to hate on the guy. Would Deuce Vaughn be like your worst?
Possibility. I mean, he
player?
could be kind of ranged in there, but he didn't even play enough either.
I mean, congrats to him. I'm not trying to dog the dude. He just got a full year of service, I believe. I don't know how service time works in the NFL, but I think he got a full year of service. He needs 2 more, and he's got pension going.
But the best player on the team is CeeDee Lamb. I mean, like everybody knows that.
You put him
I would
ahead
say
of Zach Martin.
I'd say it's Micah Parsons.
Interesting.
877. He's trying to start like this
881.
other. Yeah.
1053.
Okay, fair enough.
Y'all text in.
I'm not saying he's a leader. I'm just saying Micah Parsons I think's the best. And you say Zach Martin?
I would think Zach Martin would be under
And you say
consideration.
I say CeeDee Lamb.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
In your face.
Of this, I mean, look, that's great. Of the Super Bowl starters, so off of both teams, who was the number 1 player in the Super Bowl?
It's Mahomes.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. If you guys got that one wrong, I was going to be very concerned about how the rest of this was going to go. All right. Who would be second?
McCaffrey.
Man, he gave you a big sigh before that.
Do you think there's somebody else?
No. Well, where do you put Bosa on this list?
Top 3. I have him right behind McCaffrey.
Where do you put Trent Williams on this list?
Top 7. But I also have Chris Jones really high up there too, and I don't know
do you
how
think
much
Jones
people
is
value
higher
that.
than Bosa?
Probably
Yes.
not. What?
Dude,
Oh,
he
really?
had a freaking monster.
Yeah,
season.
and the thing about Nick Bosa this year is he didn't have the best year.
Okay,
like he
I
didn't have
agree
a
with
great
you.
year this year.
Do you
Actually-
think Warner's better than Bosa?
We'll get into that
Okay.
a little bit later
I
in the
love
week
Warner.
about Bosa. The rest of his defensive line, not so great.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah,
there's
and
a lot of defensive line
he's
players.
carrying the water.
But
for
I would
them.
have McCaffrey next, but
All right.
where do you have? Who do you have there?
You're allowed to have different answers.
That's okay.
I'll just go a little bit different, and I'll say Trent Williams.
Trent Williams is third. Christian McCaffrey is 17. No, I'm just kidding. He's second.
I was like,
He's
what?
second. I'm just kidding. He is second.
That dramatically changed everything. For
All
me.
right, so you guys are on the same page in terms of the top of the heap. So Patrick Mahomes, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, 1, 2, 3.
I'm assuming Travis Kelce's going to be in the top 10. I just don't know exactly like where they're going to put him.
Yeah, let's go ahead and put him 4.
He is number 4. Travis Kelce? Woo! That feels high.
What do you mean?
That-
He's the best receiver on the Chiefs
His
team with
game
the best
has
quarterback.
improved. To your point, I agree if you take the 17 regular season games, but what he's doing in the playoffs is tremendous.
He's the number 1 target for that team.
And I actually think that kind of knocked the person right behind him, because the person right behind him is Chris Jones. Chris Jones had an objectively much better regular season than Travis Kelce, but Chris Jones has struggled to make a true impact in the postseason, whereas Travis Kelce, I mean, you look at that last game, they don't win that. Well, maybe the Ravens didn't score that many points, but they have a really hard time offensively without him in that last game.
So he's gone through the top 5. We haven't named Brock Purdy. I'm just wondering.
I don't know if he's top 10.
If he wins this Super Bowl, all of a sudden, this is where, you asked the question earlier in the show, who does this Super Bowl mean the most to? Brock Purdy, if he wins this, as long as it's not like they win the game 13-3, as long as they win the game like 24-17, whatever it is, like
his status changes.
Then all of a sudden, now if this was a repeat, like they played each other the next year, it'd be Patrick Mahomes 1, Brock Purdy 2.
Yes.
And then it'd just be like, because he won the Super Bowl and he's back in a Super Bowl.
But now Corey said he doesn't think he's in the top 10, so what say you? I know the answer.
I would say yes at like 9 or 10. I don't think he's going to be like right behind Chris Jones and Travis Kelce.
Not quite total vindication, but some vindication for Cam Newton as Brock Purdy comes in at number 13.
Because that's his number.
On the list. Yeah, I don't know if they did them all like this.
Oh, that would be, well, Mahomes is 1.
Yeah,
and
it'd
his
be
number,
really tough for Travis Kelce. They'd be like, yeah, he's number 85.
So Patrick Mahomes, Christian McCaffrey, Trent
87.
Williams, Travis Kelce, Chris Jones.
Okay.
Let me see if you guys can get the rest of the top 10.
Fred Warner's got to be in here. I mean, I have,
Number
in my
7.
opinion, he might be number 5.
Okay. I think that's fair. And I do think Mike is on to something in terms of, obviously, you factor in postseason, and that has changed some of the elevation on
Here's
here.
the tough thing. I don't know if they're going to be top 10. Do they rank Ayuk ahead of Deebo Samuel?
That's a good question.
Because I think Ayuk's a better wide receiver, but Deebo's an interesting weapon.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say I'm going to...
One of them is in the top 10.
I'm going to say I bet they put Deebo in because of his name, popularity, but I think Ayuk's a better player.
I was going to go Kittle next on my list.
Well, you need to answer this question
But this question
first.
specifically, I think Ayuk's a better receiver too. But I think Deebo by name is going to be in the top 10.
Deebo Samuel is number 11.
Oh.
Brandon Ayuk?
Number 10.
Number 10.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's and Mike, that goes right to your point, doesn't it? Like the question of what are these guys? And I think the number one target for Brock Purdy when it comes is McCaffrey. But when it comes to throwing to a receiver, it's him. Deebo is, man, you're going to get him from any spot on the. He's Micah, right? Or what you dream Micah can be, just on the offensive side.
I'm not obviously I never played football in my life, just watched it. But it seems like Ayuk, when he chops his steps and gets into a break, he's one of the best in the NFL. Like when he's and then gets out of it. Like he creates this separation. Deebo's more of a strider, it feels like. And so when he stops, the defense recognizes that stop and he can't get out of that break really fast. So Deebo's going to be more of like a box out receiver. Like, all right, I didn't get great separation, but I'm such a big, strong guy. I'm going to box this guy out, but you have to really trust your accuracy here because I'm not going to create a lot of space where Ayuk gives you like, dude, I'm wide open. I've created 4 yards of separation. So if you get it to me, I'll catch it. If you throw it to me perfectly, I'll have room to run after the catch.
The great thing, too, about Ayuk is he does have a big body as well whenever those times come to create the big target to throw to. So and with Deebo, after he gets the ball.
Right.
That's when you're most concerned.
That's why they like handing it off to him, doing screen plays, because they're like, come tackle this mofo.
Yeah, exactly.
And somebody asked, Brock Purdy is 13th overall. That's why I said somewhat vindicated by Cam Newton because he's 8th on the 49ers.
Cam Newton is 8th?
No.
Okay.
So 8th on the 49ers, 13th overall, which shows you that's a lot of talent at the top for the 49ers, but not as far as number 10. So the entire top 10 for all the starters goes like this. Patrick Mahomes, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Travis Kelce, which has irritated some people on the fan text. I didn't make this list. Chris Jones, Nick Bosa is 6. Then Fred Warner, George Kittle, Trent McDuffie, number 9. I did not see that name come up at all on the fan text. Brandon Ayuk, 10. I saw people saying Creed Humphrey, Charvarius Ward, they're 12 and 15
Did you say
respectively.
L'Jarius Sneed?
L'Jarius Sneed is 14. And then somebody who's made a big run.
Those corners have been really good for Kansas City this year, man.
Isaiah Pacheco is number 16, and that is somebody who has made a move in the postseason.
I mean, he considers himself one of the top 5 running backs of all time. So, like, that's
of all time.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Do you remember that?
No.
He was
I don't remember
asked
the
to do his top
all-time
5
thing.
list, and he did.
He
threw
does
himself in
run
there.
with complete and total violence. I mean, he sacrifices when he hits that hole. He's like, if I die, I die. And that's what I do love about Pacheco, his running style, is he's not going to the hole and going, oh, crap, it's full. I will just kind of find a place to fall. He's like, screw it. Let's see what happens here.
Now, there's an interesting potential conundrum that has developed, and I think we should just talk about it on air. We're supposed to have Ross Tucker in about 5 minutes. We could just say the hell with the breaks and just have him on right now, or do you want to just make him sit there for 5 minutes? He said he's fine.
Yeah, I got to go to the
sitting
restroom
there.
anyway.
Oh,
so.
okay, well, Corey has spoken.
Yeah, we have 40 minutes of uninterrupted sports content.
That
after
is
this, so.
true. That is true. Coming up next, Westwood One NFL analyst and former Dallas Cowboy Ross Tucker joins us live on Radio Row in Vegas on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready for some?
on Radio Row in Las Vegas. Thank you once again very, very much to the Low T Center and for Best Buy Windows and Siding for helping us rock this journey. And right now, the man who has guaranteed us he can solve all of the Cowboys' problems.
He did.
He did.
He did say that.
Is former Dallas Cowboy, host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. You can guess it. It is Ross Tucker. How's it going, man?
Let's push the button. Push the little red button.
It is going awesome. It is good to see you guys.
Is it?
In person. I love talking with you guys anytime I come on, but certainly good to see you guys in person as opposed to just talking with you guys on the phone. And yes, who do you guys want as your DC? What's the buzz right now?
Al Harris.
Oh, that works too.
Yeah, I'll take Al Harris as a promotion into the position. Now, being a play caller is different, though, whenever you're doing that. But he has the respect of the guys.
So you don't want Ron Rivera?
No.
You don't want Mike Zimmer?
Okay, all right, listen.
Mike Zimmer's the man.
When it comes to Ron Rivera,
people love Mike Zimmer.
When it comes to Ron Rivera, it's been a long time since he was the defensive play caller, and I don't know how much he's stayed in touch with that.
It's been a long time since Mike Zimmer was coaching anywhere.
Yes, that
yeah,
too.
but he told people if he needed to have another eye surgery to just take his eye out.
Yeah.
That's the kind of toughness I need on this team.
I want somebody who's tough, so I'll take that for sure. I mean, Ron Rivera did beat cancer, so I guess I got to give him
That's pretty damn tough,
tough
too.
credit
That's
on
a good
that one.
point.
Yeah.
Hey, I need a defensive coordinator that's going to take my supposed star player and get him to focus on football and results that matter, especially in the playoffs.
Ooh, so this interests me. You guys know I live where Mike is from. Is that a source of frustration right now? Micah's off the field activities?
It's kind of he's a great player, but an individual.
He's
not
a
a team
mate.
leader, not a guy who can really rally the troops. He's like, hey, I do my thing, and you guys are you guys.
And where is that coming from?
Inside places.
That's the book on him.
Sources.
Right now.
Yeah, that's what we're being hearing.
Not a leader.
Yep.
Great player.
Yeah. Now during training camp, was
Lawrence Taylor a great leader when he would not show up?
He's doing coke. He was getting high. He was
not showing up for practice.
Like,
barely getting there in time for the game.
Look, I'm willing to accept many of those things if it means we won the Super Bowl. So I think that's the issue is he's disappeared in some of these playoff games, and then immediately when he does his 2.5 weeks later when he does his podcast, he says, hey, it takes everybody on the field. Don't just focus on me. Well, what happened last year?
So what did he say about we need to go out and get better players? Like we didn't do this offseason. What did he say?
That's exactly what he said.
He wanted the Cowboys to get Dexter Lawrence last year, which doesn't everybody want to have a Dexter Lawrence right in front of them? That makes a lot of sense. And that
did
makes
he say
sense.
that?
Well, last year he was like, hey, this is the kind of guy I want in front. I need a dog like him in front of me. So they go get Mozzie. And Mozzie didn't quite turn out to be Dexter Lawrence this year. So that's one of those things.
You know what? It really would have been nice for the Cowboys if he did.
Really would. We might be having a different conversation right now.
Why can't they just draft a guy late in the first round that just right away is Dexter Lawrence?
Damn right.
Is that too much to ask?
No.
Dexter Lawrence, by the way, like guys like that, like 350 and can move that well. I was talking on my show, the Raw Sucker Football Podcast, Mark Lewinsky, who was been with the Giants O-line the last few years. He said when they're sitting on the bench watching like the Jumbotron during games and they see Dexter Lawrence like kill a dude and make a play, they love it because they just like to have other people experience what that feels like
in practice.
You know what that feels like, because it's hard to explain what it feels like to have 6'3", 350 something coming at you that hard and fast and like trying to stop it, right? Like it's a lot harder than, well, I guess you guys probably do think it's pretty hard, but it's really hard.
I do. I do not look at that and be like,
that's why my respect for Tyron, is what it is, because that dude's been so good at what he's done for so long.
Yeah.
And he was so raw early in his career.
Boy, he and Zach Martin, it's unbelievable. They had a lot of really good picks.
Yeah.
A lot of really good picks. And it just doesn't feel like they've unfortunately been able to cash in on so many of these good picks. Zeke was a good pick, and Dak was a good pick. They don't have a whole lot of playoff
What about
wins
those extensions, though? Were those good decisions?
Well, the Zeke one was terrible, and that was a wonderful job by Zeke and his agent.
No kidding.
Holding the feet to the fire. Jerry was desperate. They didn't want to play games without him and just say, not showing up till he gets it. I thought that was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. The Dak one, I don't know. What's the deal with the Cowboys? Waiting. Waiting so long. That's how the Seinfeld.
With the Cowboys.
That's how they Seinfeld. What's the deal with the Cowboys? No, what's the deal with the Cowboys always wanting to wait before they give these guys these contracts and then having to pay more and getting like leverage?
Their opinion on this.
Oh my God.
Is the price is going to go up anyway on the guy. So we'll just pay the market price later down the road, and then it's going to become second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth to somebody else down the road anyway. So it's going to happen. Might as well just wait it out. But yeah, they don't have any leverage in the negotiation part of it.
It drives me insane. They only know how to negotiate one way, and it's so much easier to spread the cap money out if you do the extension earlier.
Right.
And we only extend people, and we only do business one way, and it is maddening. That, above all else, that is the thing that bothers me the most.
But what I would always love to ask them, like, what are they waiting for?
They always say because that deadline makes a deal. I think they think someone's going to fold at the last minute and be like, okay.
And I still think Jerry kind of has a question of whether or not Dak is that. I think the discomfort that Jerry wants to put on people by not having locked up deals, he thinks they'll perform better. He thinks he's going to get the most out of them. Mike McCarthy. In what everybody considers to be a lame duck year, Jerry's like, I'm going to get the best. If the team loves him, they're going to play for him this year. I think that's sometimes Jerry's mentality on it.
I do think the lame duck thing, man, I'm okay with that. And I'll tell you why I'm okay with that. I never really understood why coaches could never go into a lame duck season on their contract. Players do it all the time.
Yeah.
Why does Mike McCarthy need a 1-year Band-Aid extension or 2 years? For what purpose? Like, how does that – it doesn't affect how the players view him. I'm fine with that part of it. But I do wonder sometimes a move like that, does Jerry Jones really think it's the best move, or is there some cost savings involved?
I don't know, man. Kevin's really good with the cost savings. He's tried to tell Steven many times to hire him as his capologist.
Or at least let me shadow him. Let me more about it. We've already created $50 million in cap space for the Cowboys, and they're over the cap, so we could get this done.
Yeah, we'll take care of it. It'll work out.
Talk with Ross Tucker on the #1 air hot seat. I was curious. We all gave our opinions. Who do you zero in on Zimmer as the preferred defensive coordinator hire, or what are you thinking?
That's a good question. I think the answer would be, from my perspective, I don't know enough about Al Harris or the internal candidates to really speak knowledgeably about them, I would say, unfortunately. So I can't really comment on those guys. What I can say is I have concerns about everybody that's on the table. You know? Like, and maybe that's just the way it should be, but
why are they on the table?
Yeah.
Mike Zimmer, Ron Rivera, and Al Harris, like, there's legit concerns for all of them right now, right? I mean, there's the unknown for Al Harris, as we know, and then for Rivera and Zimmer, the one thing I've noticed is, like, the game changes fast. It changes fast. And even for guys that are, like, in it, you know, a couple years ago, it was like Vic Fangio's defense, like the 2 deep safeties, cover 4 a lot of times. That was like the rage, right? And he was doing a very good job, and all those defenses were doing a very good job. So the next thing you know, everybody's hiring coordinators that want to have the Fangio-style defense. Well, then so many people did it that the offensive guys started to figure out better ways to attack it.
Yeah.
So it's constantly evolving. So I guess I'd be a little bit concerned about Zimmer or Rivera as guys that, you know, have kind of been out of the loop a little bit. Rivera was a head coach, so he was in it. But, yeah, I mean, the positive there would be if they did really well, they're probably not going to get another head coaching job.
Yeah.
It's not like if Al Harris comes in.
Then maybe.
And he lights it up, then he's going to get a head. He might have a chance to get a head coaching job. Tell me the level of Cowboys fans 1 to 10, devastation, concern, whatever, when Dan Quinn got this job?
Shockingly
it was
low.
I think it was a half and half of like, I don't think there was any devastation or shock. I think that there was a lot of people that wanted him out because of the way that the Green Bay game went. They're just like, tired of it, man. That's it. He couldn't get it done late in the season this year. They figured him out. It's all said and done with this personnel. There's no reason to keep him around anymore. And then so much so that when he went to DC, it was like a shoulder shrug from the DFW community.
That was another person Michael blew up in his podcast.
I thought he loved Dan Quinn.
That's what I thought too, but he was like, hey, I don't call the plays. I don't set the schemes.
Because his brother wants him to play linebacker. His brother came out on social media, Micah Parsons, and said they're not even using my brother right, this and that. And so we assume if his brother's going to start on, I don't know, the Wednesday after they lost to Green Bay, start going on Twitter and saying how all the wrong ways they're using my brother, we're assuming that his brother might be saying I'm not being used the correct way.
I wouldn't want to play him at linebacker more. I wouldn't want him off the ball more. I want him going. I want him going as much as possible. I had a criticism when they would play him off the ball more. I'm okay with them moving him around a little bit up front as long as he is going. It really is like this, by the way, is such an example of like new media and the value of starting a podcast while you're still a player. Like here we are on the biggest and best sports talk radio station in Dallas.
Damn right.
And we are talking about Micah's comments on his own podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's creating value for himself. I always wonder, like, how much will people really care what Micah says when he's done? Is it just like a thing to do now?
To your point, yes, because I don't think we really care too much about what Des Bryant says.
That's
he seems
true.
to be pretty hot and heavy on social media, giving his Cowboys opinions. We're like, we don't really care anymore.
He's right.
People care when you're active, which is why if you're a player, you should definitely start it while you're active because people care. But then it's like, okay, well, what happens then when you're done? What happens when you're not doing it anymore?
You lose about 20,000 listeners, but you still have about 150,000. You know, like one of those, like those you got a base that's there with you, not just for your football content or your content about that.
So who are you guys not down on? You're a little down on
CeeDee
Dak.
Lamb.
You're down on.
Well, look,
CeeDee
it's
Lamb.
still close to another devastatingly, annoyingly similar exit from the playoffs.
They had everything set up to go to the conference championship game, which hasn't happened. For most of our listeners, they have not been alive for the Cowboys playing in a conference championship game.
Yeah.
So when you have everything set up, you fall backwards into the 2 seed. In the stretch where you were supposed to try to take the 2 seed, you lose to the Buffalo Bills by a zillion. You lose late to Miami, and then luckily Detroit did a weird thing trying to have 3 guys run at the referee and tell them they're all active receivers for this play. And luckily the ref got it wrong.
That was so stupid.
Yeah. And so you win
I did not
that
have
game.
the Lions back on that.
No.
That was
Right.
dumb. They tried to get too tricky,
Right.
and they blew it.
And
They
that was you
confused
went
the ref.
1 and 2, and you got the 2 seed because you went 1 and 2 in those 3 games. So you fall into the 2 seed, you fall into home field. You haven't lost a game since opening night of 2022 or
At
something.
home.
You're
Yeah.
at home, so you have a 15-game winning streak, and you get blown out. So for me, I'm like, who cares about next year? It's over already. They're going to win 10 to 12 games, get hammered in the first round, and we start the process all over again.
With a new coach, probably.
Yeah. Did most people want a new coach?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a consensus. I'm still like, this is the best Dak played in a regular season. I saw a lot of good, different things from Dak this year that I hadn't seen before. I don't know if he can add to it, but I'm hopeful. But I wanted to get one more run with this head coach. I think he deserves that for sure.
Well, I mean, if Philly's keeping their head coach, on the one, I mean, there's only one game. Although that's a little interesting when you mentioned like the Bills and the Dolphins. Maybe it wasn't just one game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it definitely was not. The collapse at the end, defensively, that's for where people were okay with Dan Quinn is the collapse at the end against the Dolphins, which was mimicked in the Lions game, and then you saw a bigger picture of it in Buffalo and Green Bay. I think that's why people were okay with moving on from Dan Quinn, but this team played poorly down the stretch.
Yeah, and the tough thing is with Dak is he's literally only thrown for 90 yards in a playoff game at halftime his rookie year. Every game that he plays in the playoffs. Now I take out the Tampa game because they got to play a lottery team in the playoffs.
But he was awesome in that game.
They start slow.
And he was awesome in that one. But literally, when he's taking on Jimmy Garoppolo, and Jimmy Garoppolo's like, I'm going to be pathetic in this game, Dak says, watch this. And then when he takes on the 49ers again, he's like, I'm going to play pretty crappy in this one too. And then when he took on Green Bay, you can't play worse than he played in one half. And then you go back and look at his numbers. Against the Rams, they're down 20-7 at halftime in a playoff game. What did Dak do? Had a pick and had 80 yards passing. Like, in the playoffs, there's guys that can and guys that can't. Michael Jordan said it. I believe it. I've played professional baseball. There's guys that can and guys that can't in those big situations. And to me, Dak's proven he can't. Now, can you build a team around him to take the pressure off of him? It's tough when you're going to give a guy $55 million a year to build a team around him to take the pressure off of him.
Yeah, so he needs a new contract soon.
Now, he's going to get close to $300 million in March.
Because the salary cap hits $59 million coming up. So again, the only way the Cowboys know how to do business is extend and flatten that number out. Whereas I say you ride it out, take the hit, and see what happens.
I say for all these Cowboys fans that are feeling bad, I have the perfect solution. It's called myfrontpagestory.com.
Okay.
There you go.
Here we go.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
When are they going to change this ad to have your story on here? Because I've seen this ad before, and I want you to talk about it, but I demand Ross Tucker.
That's my wife's grandmother.
Is it?
Yeah, they call her.
Oh, nice.
Yes. Are you insulting my wife's grandmother?
He was just saying more Ross
you
Tucker.
guys right
In
now.
my face.
No. It's funny. I would love to get one of these for my wife, but I own part of the company now. I can't do that.
I mean, that makes the easiest way
I
to
literally
do it.
said to her, can we use one of the gift cards I got you for Christmas for Valentine's Day?
And she
that's
said-
how pathetic
she said
we are.
yes.
Don't be like me. Go to myfrontpagestory.com. Talk to one of their writers. It's the most unbelievable gift your significant other will ever get. Look, I'm looking at you guys right now. You don't look to me like guys that give out real good Valentine's Day gifts. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
like,
he's right about
what's
that.
it like? So, what's the place down there? The restaurant down there all over the place.
Chili's.
Papados.
Papados.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. That's exactly what you guys do.
Hey, I treated my wife like she was an arbitration case, and I bought her out of 3 years of gifts to get something done in the backyard. So I care.
Hey, it's myfrontpagestory.com.
Okay.
Don't be a KFC masterpiece or whatever you guys call it.
That is so
Go to myfrontpagestory.com. You talk to a writer. They write the most unbelievable story about your significant other. It looks like it's on the cover of the Dallas Morning News. And just to be able to say, and I'm going to look in your eyes when I say this.
Please do.
Honey, I want to do something special. So I had a story written about you. Like, that sounds so money as
I
they're
felt
opening
it.
it. And then just make sure you say to them, I never thank her enough for all the little things she does. She will cry. Corey, I forget, married, girlfriend, anything?
Yeah, 3 kids.
Yeah. So just say that, especially because everything she does for the kids. You don't appreciate her enough, Corey.
I don't. She's at home right now with all the kids.
MyFrontPageStory.com. Does she listen?
Yeah.
Okay, now so now you have to get it for her.
Yeah, I have to.
MyFrontPageStory.com and listen to the Ross Tucker podcast on the DraftKings Network for to solve all of your Cowboys needs.
Thank you very much, as always. Good,
See you,
sir.
dudes.
Have a good one, Ross.
Appreciate it.
All right.
There you go, Ross Tucker, right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're the K and C masterpiece. He knows that. He did that on purpose. And right now, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
Well, I wanted to look at Bobby Witt Jr.'s contract. Yesterday, we broke the news on our station, not like us. We saw the news on social media and on MLB, and then we said it to you guys. We actually didn't call it Bobby Witt Jr., and he said, inside information. I'm signing a big contract. But there's more to this contract that's interesting to me. And I think that Bobby actually brought up a good point, which we'll get a little bit into the Rangers' futures with this situation, because they have some young players that maybe they would want to do something similar to. Bobby Witt Jr. signing bonus. I had no clue he loved this number so much. First, do you guys have a number that you love? Do you associate a number with yourself at all?
5.
No.
And why do you associate 5 with yourself?
It was a number that it was my favorite age. I loved being 5 years old. Dead serious. I love
kindergarten.
Yeah, around kindergarten. Miss Creighton was the greatest. And also, I wore that number when I was
Patrick's
5 in
mom?
soccer and baseball. I did wear Bouchel's number too. But I did 22. Yeah, but 5 was always a number. If I didn't have 5, I would get like 16. I know that's Dean Palmer, but it'd be 6 minus 1 is 5. So I was always trying to figure out how to get to 5. So
okay,
it was
so
a little weird
5
about it.
is
Yeah.
your number. Okay, Kevin, no number. You just love all numbers. You
That's-
love all.
I do love
You
numbers.
love all 10 numbers.
I don't have a specific.
Do you
favorite
consider there's 10 numbers, or do you say there's 9 numbers? Does 0 count as a number?
Well, 11 is a different number than so there's more.
But there's
numbers.
only 10 numbers.
Yeah.
And then you can make as many numbers as you want out
So
of
that's a
those
good
10
point.
numbers.
Then of course 0 is a number.
Yeah, 0 is a number. Interesting.
Bobby Witt, signing bonus, $7.7777 million.
Okay, Monica Geller.
I'm assuming that it's also 0.77, even though they don't, because I would be upset if I'm Bobby Witt and I love this number 7, which he is number 7 on the Kansas City Royals. Wouldn't you also want it being 0.77 too?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, for sure.
So the good thing is at least he's close to the number 9. Because if he was number 2 on the team, would he want a signing bonus of $2.22222.22 million dollars?
Yeah, that's valid.
Like if he's Derek Jeter, I'd be like, I want a bigger number than the number that's on the back of my jersey.
I do wonder if
should have been number 8, by the way. Would have got $8 million more dollars. 8.1111.
Did he request that number,
Well, I
or do
guess
you think that his agent was like, "We're going to do this for you because we know you love 7
I don't know.
so
That's a
much."
great question. Did the agent come up with a unique number, or did Bobby Witt Jr. say, because what if they're like, we'll give you an $8 million signing bonus?
And you're like, whoa,
wait a
hold
second.
on now.
I'll give you a discount here. I need all 7s in this number. Or if they said, we'll give you a $7 million bonus, said, nope, I need it to be $777,000 more plus the other 7s. Okay, so here's what's also interesting about this contract, and this is where we'll get a little bit into Rangers talk after this. Bobby Witt Jr., obviously a local product from Colleyville Heritage. I do think that he is a great, great, great player in the making. And I had this pulled up, but his second half stats blew through the roof. All of a sudden, he batted over 300 in the second half. His OPS was over 900.
He looked like the guy everybody expected, right?
All of a sudden, like our buddy Mike Koploff, who's Philadelphia Philly scout, I asked him, I said, who's the best high school player you've ever scouted? And he said, in my 6 years. Now, he has only had 6 years. In his 6 years, Bobby Witt Jr. is the best high school prospect he's ever seen still to this day. So, next year, he makes $2 million. Not that big of a number. The next year, $7 million. The next year, $13 million. And the next year, $19 million. That would be, after that is when he becomes a free agent. So those are all of his arbitration years pretty much taken care of. In 2028, which where he could have been a free agent, he makes $30 million. Then in 2029 through 2034, he makes $35 million. Except this, I stopped there. I was worried about this just because Bobby Witt Jr., being a Kansas City Royal, doesn't do a lot for his marketability. Now, there's one thing. If he becomes Patrick Mahomes and they build a championship team, there and everything, that changes everything. But we know that Kansas City is a small market team and that baseball teams in bigger markets obviously can spend more money because there's not a threshold of you can only spend this much money. He does have opt-outs in 2030, 31, 32, and 33.
Fascinating.
So he has, they bought him out pretty much of arbitration and 2 years of free agency. So this contract now makes more sense to me in that Bobby Witt Jr. could get to be approximately 30 years old. He's 22, 23 right now. I think he's 23, turns 24 in June. Is now he looks at 31 years old approximately. If it's not going well in Kansas City, we have not built a contender. He can then, around that age, opt out, and still teams, I think, would look at players around 31-ish. Well, you look at Corey Seager, and they go, hey, still probably has 5 more years of prime baseball. Then we have to worry about a possible significant drop-off. So in this contract, Bobby Witt Jr. does have opt-out, so there is a point where I'm assuming if his career goes as well as it should and he stays as healthy as hopefully he can be, is that he actually in 2030 will be a free agent.
Wow, that'd be good for him. You know, if they haven't built what he wants.
And hopefully in a perfect world, Corey Seager plays the next 3 years at shortstop for the Texas Rangers. Then the young 17-year-old at around 20, 21 years old, Sebastian Walcott, develops into everything the Rangers think he can be, and he takes over shortstop. And then Corey Seager in year 2027-ish moves to first base, moves to designated hitter. I do think you can't plan for your 17-year-old prospect to become a stud, but I do think the Rangers look at Corey Seager and go, for the next 3 years, he's our shortstop. And then we might make a change. Now, if Sebastian Walcott doesn't work out, if Corey Seager obviously is at the end of his contract at that point, Bobby Witt Jr. does become a free agent right around the time where you might be looking at needing a shortstop.
Oh my gosh!
If you look at Seager's contract
going,
and you look at Bobby Witt Jr.'s contract, it could kind of work out that way. But I think Bobby brought up a great question. We have about 4 minutes here till we get to the C block.
All right,
and we'll get back to football in that topic. I believe we've discussed this a little bit here, but after Bobby Witt Jr. did this, if Evan Carter has a really good first year after what he did in the playoffs, he will be asking for more of this contract than the Churio, am I saying it's Jackson Churio contract, which was $82 million, I think,
I believe
recently.
that is correct.
8 years, $82 million. So here's my question to you guys. Would you want to take a risk on my shirt that I have on, if you're watching right now as we're at the Super Bowl? Full count Carter. Would you rather give him an 8-year, $82 million contract or an 8-year, $90 million? Maybe he deserves more because he already did more for you than Churio has done with Milwaukee. If I said 8 years, $100 million right now, and that's what Evan Carter's agent said, hey, you want to do this, would you say yes, or would you take the risk of, we'll just wait a little bit and see how it goes?
If there is a team option at the end of it, yes. If not, I don't think so.
Interesting.
He's always hardcore. Like, I don't want to negotiate with him.
Yeah, no, he's a tough negotiator.
He's always tough.
I'm always man. I want Evan Carter around here as long as his career can be here. So I'll do all those things.
All right,
but I do understand at some point he might go the value might go up on him. So is he going to be unhappy about it?
If he this year, let's just say bats 280 with close to a 400 on base percentage, which would be tremendous for Evan Carter. Let's just say he hits 30 doubles, 5 triples, and 18 home runs. He does go to a $200 million. Now you're not going to be talking about anything like $100 million over 8 years. You're probably talking a 10-year with maybe at a $200 million level.
And you're definitely right. I was just thinking about it from this perspective. So, like, for the next 3 years, he'll make, and we'll just kind of round some things together, about $2 million. And let's say in arbitration he gets 8, 12, and 20. All right, so over 6 years now, you spent $42 million. He's really good. He gets $30 million a year over the next 2 years. Now you're up to $102 million, and I realize it could be more, but that's like a pretty good trajectory right there. And I'm getting him for 8 for 100. That's why I would want the team option, just to say, hey, if you do really well and we're fronting all of this, I want something for me.
He's also always negotiating as the GM owner. He's never negotiating in favor of players.
He's never negotiating as the player. How come you're never negotiating as the player?
Come on, negotiate with the players.
No. I'll answer that.
Man.
No, I'll answer that question for you. I'll answer that
Bacon
question
is expensive
for you.
now.
Why haven't we signed Jordan Montgomery?
Because we don't have any money.
Exactly. And that's how I negotiate. Because I want all of the players on my team.
But we don't have any money to buy all the players. So go out and negotiate better deals. Go out and negotiate better deals.
I tried, and Steven's like, no, we like the way we do.
No, I mean like with our beef company and stuff.
75% chance Wyatt Langford makes the major leagues out of spring training.
85 to 90.
Okay, so you guys have a high number on this. So now I want you to put yourself into Chris Young's shoes, but the belief is that, let's just say you and Chris Young combine together to make one person, and you guys believe that Wyatt Langford's going to be on your team and pretty much play every day. Somehow, some way, he'll be in your everyday lineup. Do you think about doing some sort of Jackson Churio contract before he plays a day in the major leagues? Because if he does hit 41 doubles like MLB.com is saying he possibly could do this year, you are now looking at Juan Soto got $31 million this year in arbitration.
And
that's
so
where
that's why-
Wyatt Langford could be getting in arbitration $24 million in year 2 and $35 million in year 3. So you have to look at that's $60 million in his last 2 years before free agency.
I would do that. Look, this is the deal. I can
You're
have
gambling
you
on the hype right now,
look,
though.
I can keep you for 6 years, and you have no options to go anywhere else at a reasonable price. Even Juan Soto, who set the record at $31 million, you're like, that's fine. If you're a stud, that's a completely reasonable. So I want a little bit more in terms of team option, and I'm more than willing to make that happen.
I also do kind of like the idea of paying a guy for consistency. Now, hey man, if you're going to be this player, here's what you're going to be making while you're here. Don't be unhappy with this number right now. Don't be unhappy and let that get in your mind that you're making $400 a day. Playing baseball. You can make more, but here's a good base to start. But now, Mike, you're taking all that rookie money, all that young money, and you're starting to add to your base of what the rest of your team is. You can't build for.
I'm just so excited, and I'm excited that we get to watch most likely for the next 6 years. And
It
hopefully
feels like
way
it,
more.
yeah.
Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford in the same outfield, developing into something really special.
Yeah, that could be a combination.
And I do hope it would be really cool if we signed them to like 8 to 10 year deals, and you don't have to worry about them being anywhere else. Josh Young, I know I'm out of time. I don't think you're going to get anything done long term. He is a little bit older. Last year he was 25 years old, and then he does have Scott Boras as his agent, which does become tough trying to buy him out of free agency early.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Radio Row in Las Vegas. And coming up next, is the Vegas debut of the C Block.
Do you like to cheer or boo more? We do that next on the Fan.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. Before we do that, though, I want to talk about the TrustedLab.com. I'm sure you've heard about them before.
kissable journey starts today.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live in Las Vegas, Super Bowl Radio Row, and a big part of that is want to say thank you very much to the Low T Center as well as Best Buy Windows and Siding for making all of this happen. Now the man who always makes it happen at 1 p.m., although I guess it is 11 a.m. here in Vegas. It's Corey Majors with the C Block.
Kevin, thank you very much for introducing me in that manner, and I really appreciate that. One of the cool things about, a lot of the work that we've done with a lot of different things is we've met a lot of people along the way. And whenever we come to Radio Row, this is only our second time in a row to be at Radio Row, right? Like,
True.
We were in Houston many years ago.
True.
And there was a big separation of time, but we've started to make some friends around here, and we just had a friend stop by, and she said, Corey Majors, your wife is Adrian, right? And I said, yes. And she said, we worked with United. She used to work at United Way, and I don't know if you remember a few years ago, United Way donated a lot of different funds to different charities and organizations around DFW, actually around the country, and My Possibilities was one of them, and we helped kind of promote that a little bit along the way, and so the relationship was built, and it still exists, and they love what we did over there, so that's awesome. That's one little thing there.
That is delightful.
But we're always trying to break down barriers here at 105.3 The Fan, and one of the barriers that popped up yesterday
Are you talking about that time last year when I asked the ticket if they wanted to have me on? They said no.
Yeah, they politely declined.
Yeah, I offered them a spot to come on our show.
Yeah, you're
too.
always welcome. But one of the barriers that we've always had here is the fact that Mike will drive Kevin insane. All right.
Oh no, are we talking about this now?
Yesterday,
I did
Kevin
not see
snapped.
this coming.
He knocked at me. I don't even know. He knocked at me, and then he left. And Kevin, yesterday, he didn't even say bye. He walked out the door, and I said, "Bye, Kevin," and he ignored me and left.
He took it out on you, the kid.
I know. I'm the kid here in the middle of the parent trap.
Yeah.
Here.
I'm the wife.
Look.
That he walked out on. And then I looked at you and I said, what did I do? I know what I did. But
Corey.
Kevin needed to go, as my grandfather said, he needed to go for a walk.
If we're just laying it all on the table, Corey, I was irritated with you for just a minute because I looked at you and I needed help and I threw my line out to you and you just stared at me and kind of
no, that's all I got. I've run out of things to do. I was like, I tried. I was in the middle of it. I was there.
You know what I always tell my wife is I feel like I'm pushing an imaginary button to let the steam away, and I feel like I was doing that to you. I was like, Corey, I'm trying to push the button, and you're like, I got nothing.
Yeah, I had things up until that point, and then I was like, man, I have run out of things. I'm sorry. But I will say this. This is a family that is dysfunctional sometimes.
Yeah.
All right? But we gotta do some great work together. We do a really good job. The Tolos out there, the Twolos out there, they seem to really enjoy it. So one of the things I was always told was to get over things quickly and have a short memory. And I think we got over it. It was one day, and we've moved on. So there we go.
We think.
We
just buried it.
Oh man!
I asked you if you wanted to talk about it.
Well, I didn't want to, but then Corey's making us do it on the air.
Yo, you asked me, should we talk about it again?
And we said no.
Oh,
he said no. And then
he asked me, and then he said no, we shouldn't do that. There is some catfish that's been brought straight from Louisiana.
So we're at Mandalay Bay at Radio Row here in Vegas. We walked by, and there's a wedding chapel. Should we all three get married?
What?
Should we all walk into that chapel and say,
married.
We're a family, and we want to get married, all three of us?
I think that's not a bad idea. Yeah, we are a family. We want to do this together. We want to show how much we care about each individual.
We all
in this
three
show.
go up there, and we all hold hands together. I'll be in the middle. K will be on my left. C will be on my right.
Oh,
we all three hold hands.
First of all, I'm already married. Second of all, I don't want to be in a throuple.
I've seen that you can be double married. I've seen plenty of times this happen.
Big love?
Yeah, I mean that's a different lifestyle, but maybe we can start a new lifestyle that exists. But
I've
Kevin,
heard of men that get married to other women and they live a life of secrecy and they have a double life or
Is this
a
like a
triple life?
sex cult documentary you watch on Netflix?
Probably.
No, wasn't there a former baseball player?
He had a double. Yeah, he did. I can't remember who it was. Adrian was always afraid that her dad was living a double life because he would come out to Vegas a lot, and he just enjoys Vegas, and it's a place that you can enjoy. But she was always like, I just always felt that way. Anyway, we all made up, and everything's going to be all right. But Kevin, I wanted to play this audio. This is George Kittle last night this was the night where all the players get to do their interviews, and this is George Kittle last night talking.
We're starting off hot, and I love it. That is the question I've been wanting to. Ooh. So it's fun. You see everything online, and everyone's talking about we want Cody, or it's Roman and The Rock. You know what? I'm a huge Cody Rhodes fan. I like Roman Reigns. The Rock, he coined the term the people's tight end, so I'm indebted to The Rock. Huge fan of him. Honestly, my dream would be like kind of a setup. Roman shows up. I saw this online. Roman shows up, signs a contract. Cody's on the other side. The Rock referees. Wouldn't that be fun and special? Let's make it fun and interesting. That was not my own idea, but I thought it was really cool.
Man.
George Kittle is a huge wrestling fan.
That's what I'm here for.
Last night was like a rope match or something.
A bull rope match.
Okay,
yeah, bull rope. He's fun. He's one of those guys that when I watch him on the field, I hate him. Like, because usually it's against my team. But the other thing too is he looks like he jaws a lot. And he's physical. He's one of those guys, but I kind of like watching and rooting for a guy like that. And then when I hear how passionate he is about something like wrestling, I'm like, man, that's got to be pretty easy to root for. Travis Kelce was down on the field last night as well, and there were a bunch of Niners fans standing around or up in the stands last night. This is what it sounded like for Travis Kelce.
And it's been absolute. Y'all are firing me up, making me want to play right now, baby. I love the boos more than I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming, Niners gang. Keep them coming.
That is, and I kind of like that too, man. Any player that can go out there and just kind of say, bring it. All you fans that are booing right now, keep bringing those boos. It feeds me. It gets me going. I enjoy rooting for a guy like that. So I'm enjoying. I think
you're a bigger Kittle fan.
I actually am a bigger
Kelsey
fan, and it has nothing to do with Taylor Swift. Honestly, it really has nothing. I was a Travis Kelce fan before. He's got a fun personality. He's got a great smile. He plays the game
great
tough
body.
too. Yeah, great body. Football guy, and he just carries himself in a manner that's not too serious, but also is like, hey, whenever it's time to focus and lock in, I'm going to be getting those passes. I'm going to be getting touchdowns. So like it's not easy to do what he does the way that he does it. But that brings up the question of, do you like to root for people more, or do you like to boo them more? Because Kevin, I feel like you like to boo people, and you really want to see those guys go down. No.
There was definitely a time I've tried my best to pivot some from that. Not all the way, obviously. I just feel like we spend more time, like we talked about the Yelp reviewers, we spend more time talking about the people that I actively root against than all the people I root for. I would much rather root for somebody than against somebody.
Mike, what are you want to, when you go to a game and you're watching Luka play,
right?
Do you want to boo the other guy, or are you just like, I'm focused on cheering for Luka right now?
I will tell you, recently in Game 5 of the ALCS, cheering was awesome. When they pegged Garcia, like screaming at the other team was also like your rage is taking over in that moment. Obviously, you're seeing the rage of your team. You're seeing the rage of Garcia, and you're like, ooh, I do like going to the dark side. I hate saying it, but, I do equate it to Anakin Skywalker turning into Darth Vader, and it is a powerful feeling.
Yeah.
To go to that level of rage where you're like, yes, I want to be there with you. And so I do like...
Oh, my God, that was intense.
I do like cheering for my team. I know, look, I mean, I've been called a lot of names and a lot of bad things by whether it was when I played or today. people that don't like me. So I understand that cheering is definitely more positive. That's more the light side. That's more being a Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
But dark side is very empowering too.
The moment that Adolis Garcia hit the walk-off home run, this is a regular season game that we were at. In that moment, you could see me if they panned over to me, it's the perfect shot because it's arms up. It's just big gorilla screaming right now,
lifting the power of Grayskull.
Yes, exactly.
That's right.
And that's how I love that moment. But I feel like the teams that I have rooted for my entire life always let me down. Like I got lucky that the Rangers win the World Series this year. We have not
12
ever.
years from now, another team's going to do it
Hell
for you.
Yeah, and the Mavericks won in 2011.
99, 2011, 2023, 2035. Here we come.
When the Stars do special things like win rounds in playoffs, I'm pumped, but there's not this same level of excitement. But I've never really taken like this boo thing. I've never been one of those people that gets. I haven't let myself get to that place, Mike, where I'm like, ooh, I really enjoyed that, and I don't know what it is about that, but I can see like being really mad at an opponent for doing something that bad.
I think I grew up in an environment in the Bassick household, which is a Northeast environment. My grandfather's from the Northeast, Connecticut, and there's a lot of Northeast fandom in me, which people don't understand, and a lot of times even like. They don't like it in Dallas-Fort Worth. They do like more of the cordial, all shucks type of fan, and our team is perfect, and let's just root for our guys, and if they do bad, we'll get them
and
next
if you say
time.
anything bad, you're not a real
right,
fan.
and so I struggle with that because the environment I grew up in, even though I grew up in Duncanville, I grew up with my dad growing up here in Dallas, there's a lot of Northeast in me in the environment I grew up watching games with my grandparents and my uncles and my father.
And Kevin, your family is like Cubs.
Yeah.
Are they White Sox or all Cubs?
Mostly all Cubs.
That does seem like a fan base that was always kind of rooting on.
We'll get them next year.
Yeah, that is kind of the feeling that I always had with them was they're kind of rooting everybody on.
Billy
So
Goat.
where did you get your hate from, Kevin? Where did that come from? Where do you think the first time was that you were like, don't like that guy?
Some would say chemical imbalance.
Oh man, no. All right. So Kevin, this is a different conversation.
Okay, I would say.
Do you remember the first time that you booed? Was it wrestling that kind of?
Actually, believe it or not, my journey to becoming a wrestling fan is really backwards. Because when I was a kid and Hulkamania was running wild and the Ultimate Warrior, I didn't like it.
Oh, interesting.
You weren't a Von Erichs type of.
Not I mean.
Like you weren't into it yet.
Exactly. Like I knew of it, and I'd been to the Sportatorium, but that was like not necessarily my jam until later. So I don't think it would have been. Wrestling, man. I remember the 1990 season when it was the Atlanta Falcons I had to hate. I believe.
Okay.
The Cowboys lost to the Falcons in the last regular season game, I believe,
to
miss out on the playoffs. And I was so devastated because I had not come to grips with you're going to miss the playoffs a lot. And I was like, oh, I hate them for this.
I think that's where a lot of my positivity comes from because you lose to Detroit. I tell my dad, we're winning the Super Bowl next year, Dad. And then they did. So my mind has taught me that if I believe something's going to happen, it's going to happen. Now, unfortunately, it hasn't really gone that way, positively.
There has to be, though, a lot of love-hate in Kevin because you chose Duke. And Duke's not here. Like, you chose in the early 90s, I'm assuming.
It was actually, it was because when I was a kid, I got to go to that Final Four. That was at Reunion Arena.
Those things.
With Never Nervous Purvis?
Yes, and they lost. But
to Louisville?
I
don't even know who they
I
lost
picked Duke because I like their colors. I was a kid.
You like Johnny Dawkins?
Yes, I did. And Danny Ferry, obviously, Jay Billis. And so that was just my team. I stuck with them, and then it just lucked out. And I didn't know at the time that they would become the most hated entity in college basketball.
And Kadarius Toney says he's the number one wide receiver in this league. He said, "Yeah, if I get the ball,
he's
I'm
stupid
the number
enough to
one
believe it. I'm going to be honest. He is dumb enough to believe
Will they throw
Will he be active?
No.
On Super Bowl Sunday?
He doesn't know the plays. He didn't know him when he was active. They're not putting somebody that dumb on a football field for a Super Bowl game.
And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, bold predictions for the Super Bowl. Which of these do you buy into? We'll talk about it live from Radio Row right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, Kevin, I'm going to talk about something right now that's close to your heart.
in Las Vegas, asking the questions that matter, like why did our beloved Christy Scales go to the San Antonio booth before she came over to our booth?
Because, well, she can't answer right now because
she could.
One Tim Collins is chatting with her.
They have Wimby.
Yeah, Oh, because they have Wimby?
Yeah.
You think Christy Scales cares that Wimby is down there?
If we said Wimby to Christy Scales, do you think she'd be like, oh yeah, Wembanyama?
More likely to know.
Are you disputing that she knows
She's
that?
more likely to know the 3-2
I think
count.
if we say his whole name, we would get a.
Can we borrow
for
Christy
sure,
Scales
yes.
for a moment? I don't know if she's busy or being booked at the moment, but
Hey, it
we
might
do have
just
very
take 30
serious questions.
seconds.
Yes.
It might take longer, but go ahead, Mike.
Hey, was San Antonio talking a lot about Wimby over there?
They were. Yeah.
Okay, she knows. Dang it.
They need to focus here on Super Bowl week. You can't talk NBA too much, right? And especially when it's our foes, the hated rivals. So
Yeah, Cowboys.
I told
are
them
their
to
team,
stick to
but,
Cowboys.
I mean, San Antonio Spurs. That's the one team they have in their city, so they got to concentrate on that a lot.
Exactly.
But most importantly, I believe Mike Bassick was
just lost.
calling into question that you knew all about Wembanyama.
I said if I just said Wimby, I thought she might be like, "Well, who are you talking about?" Because obviously that's not.
Excuse me, all district point guard Lake Highlands.
Dunk
You're
on
so
him.
insulted.
Were you
by-
pumped that Lake Highlands won the state championship last year, even though it was boys basketball?
Sure, of course. Yeah, it's still a real community. That's the great thing about Lake Highlands.
That is true.
And part of the Wildcat community.
Do you think Lake Islands is better than Bryan Adams?
For sure.
Well, it's funny because Bryan Adams, they would come over, even though one is DISD and one is Richardson schools, they were our rivals just because everything was so close. So BA would come over and burn BA into the grass at midfield of our football field, and then come over and graffiti the trestle, the railroad trestle that's right by the school.
Corey
and then,
Majors.
not that we ever did anything going over to BA.
No, I trust.
Never. It was
I don't know if I
totally
believe that
one-sided
or
with
not.
those hoodlums.
Although, Corey, you never did any of these terrible things.
I think with Bishop Lynch, we may have done some detergenting of their sprinkler system, stuff like that. Like that was kind of all
They're
we
just
did.
down the street.
Right.
Or we
though,
we just put some seeds for next year. Some grass out in the outfield, some ryegrass, so it said BA out there.
But one thing is now with the UIL redistricting, which took place last year, and not having the Plano schools. I know it's been a while and kind of been back and forth. And I remember when I was in high school, Greenville, Texas, not Avenue, Greenville, Texas, there was one year where, we had to drive all the way out there. And then they switched it to where it was Carrollton ISD. So R.L. Turner and Newman Smith for a couple years. But yeah, it's just interesting. Highland Park has been in and out of the same district with the Richardson schools, and
they're
out
trying their
again.
very best. From my Highland Park people, they are trying to do everything possible to make sure their number is low enough to get back down to 5A.
Yeah, that's always the joke of
Yes.
moving a couple families out of town so that they can stay at 5A.
We would always talk
Yeah.
about that for realignment. Be like, well, what's the crossover then 4 to 5A, now 5 to 6A? What's it going to be? About 15 kids higher than Highland
Yep.
Park. That was always the discussion.
Yep, always the joke, yeah.
Hey, who's our defensive coordinator going to be?
I really don't know. I mean, obviously Zimmer and Rivera are the outside candidates. I hope Adden Dirty gets I know he's getting an interview, right? But I think he deserves a really long look. He's such a great story. He has that kind of relationship with his position group that Dan Quinn has with the entire offense that he had the past few years. And so I just think that Coach Dirty, and this is DURDE, not DIRTY, Coach Dirty.
It could be both.
It could, yeah. I just think he's on the rise. And he did get a couple of interviews elsewhere this year. So maybe it's just personally I have an affinity for him. I remember when he came over and was a coaching intern with the Cowboys back in the early teens. What was it, like 2014, 2015? Oh, longer than that. I remember doing a story on him back then when he came over as a coaching intern. He's from London, and all that he did growing up in London and then later playing for NFL Europe, and then coaching and doing the youth programs in London and really helping a lot of kids over there. And he's still involved with NFL International.
Oh, wow.
And does a lot. So he's got a great backstory, and I got to know him through that and have really enjoyed seeing the success that he's had with the defensive linemen.
When you, I don't know how much interaction you really had with Zimmer.
Oh, I love Zim.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I love Zim. Zim, because I started in 91, and Zim had been there since the early 90s as well. I think I was there maybe 2 years before Zim. But with Zim is the world's #1 cusser. Through Mike Zimmer, I learned that you can take the same 4-letter word that starts, I don't know, maybe it starts with an F, but you can take that one word and in one sentence on a practice field, you can use it as a noun, a preposition, a dangling participle, a transitive and intransitive verb, adjective, adverb.
I have long argued the F word is the most versatile
Yes,
in
it
the
is.
English language.
In one sentence.
Yes.
In one sentence. No, I love Zim. Very intense.
Yes.
Very intense. Different personality
Is that needed?
than what you had with Quinn. I don't know. You know, I think that some things that happen in the NFL, coaching-wise, staff-wise, in the NFL, things are like a pendulum, right?
Mm-hmm.
It swings so far one way to the other. Like head coach, for example, Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy was so far one way. With Jimmy, it was like walking on eggshells. The whole building, not just the team or media covering it or football operations, but the whole staff, how his mood could affect Dallas Cowboys travel, I'm not sure. But anyway, so that kind of walking on eggshells, if he was going to have a bad day, you were going to have a bad day, to Barry Switzer, who was like, you went from having the tough teacher to the substitute who doesn't even take roll comes in, right? And so it was just like whiplash. And so I don't think you need whiplash, and I don't think Quinn to Zimmer is whiplash or Quinn to dirty. I'm not saying that, but it is different enough to have it as a different message and method of delivery to players to get their attention. Because I think, you know, players, they're human just like the rest of us, you know, after a while. The same kind of, sometimes you need, I'm not saying you need a kick in the pants, but sometimes, even though it's the same message, when it's delivered in a different way, you hear it again in a new way.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Maybe so.
Do you think, we had this question earlier in the show, do you think Dan Quinn hired Cliff Kingsbury partly because of his knowledge of Caleb Williams?
I think it helps. I think mainly he hired him just because, well, just like Dan said, he was telling the truth. He knows how hard it is to defend him. And I think he just has respect for the way he schemes things, right? And utilizes his weapons. And, I mean, he obviously has had great success, whether it's Caleb Williams or any of the young quarterbacks, but certainly he has a little more firsthand knowledge. So I think all of those things work together.
Yeah, I'm wondering also, just off the top of my head right now, I have no clue if Kyler Murray's available. I know it's difficult to trade for contracts like that. If he could look at, okay, it's not Caleb Williams, he's going #1 and we can't get there. Chicago Bears want him. I'm just throwing out scenarios.
But I compare
if
Kyler
he's like, yeah,
with
hey, you know
Harrison
Kyler
Jr.
well, do you think Kyler could work well with us, or do you see, you know, the things we heard about his, you know?
That's an interesting scenario. I hadn't thought of it that way, but it's you know what, Bidwell and the Cardinals at the end of the year kind of rededicated themselves to Kyler. I think that if it were earlier in the season or last season, you probably could have gotten a better deal if you were trying to pry him away from the Cardinals. But yeah, that's an interesting scenario. Need to ponder on that.
Well, this might be another one for you, especially when you talk about how these are humans, not just players, not just commodities. Is all of us, to a certain extent, I will admit, I have definitely been on this path, is I think Micah needs to become a better teammate and maybe a better leader. Do you think that's an unfair statement? Is that something that comes with the territory of a super young player? Like, where do you fall on that?
I wish he didn't do his podcast. Although it's great for talk radio and, you know, fills lots of segments on the Fan, so that's good. But I understand why athletes want to do podcasts so that they can get the message out there in the way that they want to and not have it interpreted by other people. So it used to be that you had to use the media as the conduit to talk to fans, and now you don't have to do it that way if you decide to do a podcast. So things have changed in that way. But
I think I honestly, sorry to jump in there, I honestly don't mind that part as much as you hear lots of things. I know you hear more things than just about anybody, but some of the things that you hear are, no, he's there for the game and he's super focused, but like, what about the other times? What about the media day? What about the practices? Like, there are just other things that you hear that you're like, are we all in? If Jerry's all, so he says, is Micah all in?
Yeah. I think Micah is driven to be the best. And I think that when it comes to teammates, I think that they are with whoever can help them win.
Yeah.
And get to the promised land and get to the Super Bowl.
That's why Dak was kind of took over with Tony Romo whenever that happened, because they saw what he was doing.
They saw what he was doing. So I think that what happens on the field and the production and the way that you can impact a game trumps a lot of stuff, trumps most things. That's my answer to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Real quick, Al Harris. Would you love to see him?
I love Al Harris.
He's
I'd
awesome.
love to see him stay with the Cowboys and not go anywhere. And just
his relationship with the secondary seems great.
Oh, great. And with all the players, it can relate. You guys are old enough to remember. The young Cowboy fans don't remember what a great player Al Harris was. He's in the Packers Hall of Fame.
He was a problem.
He's a great player, great guy. I get such a kick being on the sideline during the game, watching the coaches interact with the players. Robert Prince, the wide receivers coach, is another one who's just as excited as the players, just as excited for his guys. Like when Jalen Tolbert makes a big play, or Michael Gallup. Prince is jumping up and down it. But Al Harris, I can think of 3 different times during the season where the defense wasn't playing well, and Al was the one to gather everybody up. Interesting. Doesn't happen as much on the sideline as people think it does. It's not a Hoosiers movie or a Remember the Titans or anything like that. It's business on the sideline, and Mike knows how it is in the dugouts, right? You're just kind of tending to things. And so even when you've given up, a long drive or given up some kind of catalytic play or whatever, you get burned or whatever, when you come over, you're looking at the Microsoft Surface tablet. You're talking with your position coach. You're just trying to see what happened on the previous drive and get ready for the next drive. There aren't that many times where you have a rah-rah speech, or I call them a come to Jesus. But there were a few times that we had them this year, and all but one of the times it was Al.
Interesting.
Yeah, that brought everybody together.
And you probably couldn't describe what Mike Zimmer would call it, right?
Well, Mike would have called it a bleepity bleep bleep bleeping bleep bleep bleepity bleep. Yeah.
That sounds about right.
That was accurate.
Yeah.
I'm glad the fans at home didn't hear what she just really said.
Great job back at the studio using the bleep there. But no, I really have a great personal affinity for Mike Zimmer. Unfortunately, the last time I saw and spoke to Zim was at Adam's funeral. He had lost his son, and I remember when Adam was he was just a kid. I mean, when he was a preteen and teen, and even in college, and he would come back and be out on the practice field at Valley Ranch with his dad. It's a family of coaches. Mike Zimmer's dad was a longtime coach, and of course Adam became a coach. And so last time I saw Mike was not under happy circumstances, but have a great affinity for the Zimmer family and the late Adam Zimmer. So any opportunity to interact with Mike is, other than that setting, would be very welcome. I have great respect for him as a coach and as a person.
Well, we all have great respect for you, and thank you very much. I know we just pulled you in here for part of the bit, and you're like, I'm going to stay for
the wings.
Stay for the wings.
Thank you very much, Chrissy.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right.
Brought to you by D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing great. I promise I will do a better job than yesterday. However,
I don't think that's possible. It's entertainment.
I do want to turn my attention to Mr. Eric Chiafalo. Now,
oh dear
Wolchuk,
God.
if you can help
What
me
did he
out,
do? Oh, no.
will you tell me the title of this email right here?
Radio Row assignments and thoughts for the week.
Now, let's scroll down to Eric Chiafalo is assigned Tuesday to the KNC Masterpiece.
Awkward.
I've been here the whole time. I don't recall hearing him before this. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah.
Let's start pointing fingers, Wolchuk. Okay, not at me. Let's start pointing fingers.
You know
all right?
what?
You got to get credentials. We're walking around. We're getting the lay of the land. We went out last night. I mean, a lot
You could pick
happened.
your credentials up at 8 in the morning.
Yeah, but the car service. You know, the car service has a 10:30 leave time.
I think this was a really big error on Eric's part. I don't think he realized this, but you guys do know we're kind of a package deal, so he's going to double up with me on Friday and make it up.
Dude, I'll join every day after this.
I'm just
How about
giving you
that?
some crap. Now, in the meantime, Eric, do you want to wander off and try to talk to Gracie Hunt? Is that what's happening here?
The Hunt family is here, by the way.
Yeah,
They're here all the time because they're in the Super Bowl.
Because Mike pissed him off last year, Clark.
Just because I wanted Shane Buechele to play in a playoff game.
If this was TJ Hushmanzada or LeVar Arrington, you know, or Brandon Marshall, and I could just go up there and bombard them with a microphone, I'd be happy to do that. Gracie Hunt over there, she's got like legit security.
Yeah,
I think that
shit.
dude would roundhouse kick me right in the face.
Chuck Norris style.
If we had the Slapbox lady with us, who's going to be joining us later on in the G-Bag Nation today, then I would walk her. She would be sort of my bodyguard, and we would approach the situation.
Because she is 10 figures more, worth 10 figures more than all of those famous football players you just mentioned.
Is she really?
Her
Their families.
Yeah. Oh,
their
that's
family's
true.
Multi-billionaires.
They
Those
invented
guys just
ketchup,
have a
bro.
few
So
million
sorry.
bucks.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed.
I think
Are
this
you
lady's more of a power slap gal than a slap boxer. But
Did I say Slapbox?
Yeah.
My apologies.
I think that would be.
That's
Anybody lose some
misinformation.
readers, by the way, over here?
You
Just
look
pick these up off the
very,
ground.
Those might be Christie's.
very,
you know what?
very
Very
esteemed with
Yeah.
those glasses on.
I just became a reader guy. I've needed them for about 5 years. I looked down. Maybe a guest lost these earlier
Christy's talking
today.
to Mother Football
There were
back
some
there.
readers, and I can read all kinds of stuff up close now. So this is great.
Wow, we just solved it. You have the same prescription as somebody else?
Yeah.
That's delightful. All right, what time is the power slap? And has that already been determined about who's going to get their face smashed?
I think Wolchuk is volunteering. I don't know if we're going to go face or Heine or how she'll feel about it.
Interesting.
But he wants to feel the full power of this gal.
Can this qualify as a bet payoff?
I think
Yes,
so.
dude. I'd
Yeah,
be
I
totally.
have immunity?
Yeah, Wolchuk.
I still owe one.
And Broadus both still owe one. Whichever one of you gets slapped today by the power slapper, I think we can file that under bet payoff.
Just make sure you tell her don't pull it.
Yes. Oh no, for sure.
That's going to be devastating.
Have you seen her?
Yeah, no, I'm terrified by this. Honestly, she might knock me out. I
That's-
might be KO'd for the rest of the
Do
show.
they
as big as
know?
you.
So,
You know, she's terrifying.
like, back when I could throw a baseball hard, like, I would know if I was doing some sort of gag thing like this to back off a little bit. Do you think, I'm assuming that she smacks enough non-professional smackers
You
that
would
she's
think.
going to make you feel it and it's going to hurt, but because if she just went all out, she might break your face.
This was one of those times
Hopefully.
too where
No, not hopefully.
we had a boxer that said he would
Oh,
punch
my
Colby in the
God.
face,
I
and
remember
Colby
this.
gets up there and he kind of taps him on the jaw, and he was like, "No, really hit me," and he was like, "Nah, I don't want to." And later that night, Chris Arnold, because I was calling all G-Bag out, I was like, nobody has the balls to come hit Colby in the face. And Chris Arnold got in his vehicle and drove up to where we were and punched Colby right in the jaw. And it was awesome.
And even Chris Arnold was like, I can pull it back some if you want. And Colby goes, no, punch me in the face as hard as you can. And he did. And I remember because we were going to national broadcast, and I don't know who our producer was at the time. He's in my ear, and he just gets straight up punched in the face. And I was like, oh, my God. And they go, 9, 8.
Countdown for him.
I guess we got to go.
That was
It
a
was
good moment.
awesome.
Yes.
Colby's a legend.
That's a pleasure pain for old Colby.
Yeah, he was. Now, I heard somebody got booted off your plane.
Yeah, we had Gavin, I think you had probably the best vantage point for what exactly happened with this.
Yeah, we were. It might have been a what was it, Odell Beckham Jr. situation?
Oh,
where took half a Xan and he was out like a light. And the flight attendant lady was trying to wake him up to have him put on his seatbelt when we were. I don't know. At this point, we were still 45 minutes from takeoff, but they were doing the routine like we were about to take off, and they couldn't wake him up.
Oh, crap.
So then they brought in, like, this other dude. They had to go out the jet bridge and come back. They brought in this other dude who, like, took his pulse.
Oh, wow.
And then
Well,
stayed
you
with
gotta make that assumption,
Stayed with
right?
him for a while and then kind of, like, picked him up a little bit to try to wake him up and then let him know that, like, dude, you're incoherent and you have to get off the plane.
Oh,
and then they were like,
no.
yeah, a guy wasn't feeling good, so we had to get him off the plane, and that's why it took us an hour before we could take off.
Was there any part of you that hoped that guy got up and said, F you, you're not real? Like,
Yes.
that was kinda,
We wanted a viral moment.
That
We sure
would have
did.
been kind of awesome.
But yeah, he was very docile.
Okay.
You know, so he probably came to 3 or 4 hours later, like, what the hell? I'm not in Vegas.
Yeah.
And I'm in the DFW airport lobby here.
Yeah.
Must suck. I think you should just, if you're a flight attendant, you have people that are asleep. Isn't it obvious what they did? They have high anxiety about flying. Just leave them alone.
Yeah, I wonder if there's like an FAA rule about.
There must be.
I have no idea. But yeah, Wolchuk told me that, and I thought it'd be cool to like describe that experience if you saw it. But from a time and logistics standpoint, I'm sure that was super annoying for you guys.
Yeah, yes, it was. And I'm not sure exactly if that was the holdup or if there was something else. There was a lot going on. The good news is I have much less plane anxiety when there's only 40 people on the flight.
Oh, we got lucky with that. It was a very, very light flight.
That was incredible.
Yeah, we had
I
what,
laid
60%?
down and slept.
What?
Yeah, I probably
awesome.
got 90 minutes of sleep.
Awesome.
Yeah, we had 60% full. It was great last night.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What do you guys
Perfect.
got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. We do have Super Bowl winning coach Brian Billick. He won the Super Bowl, right?
Yes.
Lewis and the Ravens,
Yeah, with the Ravens.
2000.
Yes.
That's right.
With
against the Giants.
when you lay down, do you ever think about how many farts have been on that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
Oh.
sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Cost-benefit analysis, really
Those
quick.
parts are gone.
That's
by
why
that
I've
time.
always
Yeah.
thought when I was on buses and planes and stuff in the minor
I'm a big
leagues, I was
believer
just
in
like,
the
I
immune
tried to
system.
not put my head on the place where people sat because I'm just like, there's probably been thousands of random farts on
Yeah.
this thing.
I kind of did this thing with my hands where I got them under my face, and my bigger concern was losing balance and falling onto the floor.
Okay.
Because that's where people's shoes have been. And there's just not enough room in there to actually get comfortable to get into deep sleep. For me, anyway.
I hope this is the exact energy y'all are bringing to the show
too,
because
man.
it's going to be amazing. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC
Should be
Masterpiece.
good for at least 3 or 4 hours.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Hey, we did it good. Crosstalk,
We're
huh?
best
We
friends
made it.
again.
Man.
High five.
and YouTube as we'll take a look at the top stories of the day. What Brian is hearing so far about the Cowboys search for a defensive coordinator. Our presenting sponsors here of Radio Row include
Men's T Clinic,
Low T Center, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. The #1 Air hot seat is warming up right now. The office ace, Tim Collins, is keeping that thing nice and toasty. For Brian Billick, Super Bowl winning coach, coming up at 3 o'clock. And our confessional video sponsor, Best Buy Windows and Siding. Salute to those guys. Did you just record a confessional, Brian?
You know what? Talked to Carter about it, and he says you need a little bit more time for yours.
Oh, okay.
I told him what I was going to talk about. I said, do you have the ability to use the bleep button? The ability to bleep out curse words. And so he said, yeah, I could edit it that way. And I said, well, okay, mine's going to take some time, and I'm going to need you to use the bleep button on me. So, yeah, get ready. It's going to be explosive.
Oh.
It really is going to be explosive.
You got a lot to get off your chest already, huh?
I do. We got here last night, so there's some things that I've seen that, we need to right the ship before we get going here any little further down the road.
That was ship with a ship with a P.
Ship.
Carter Freeman has asked me to jump in the Zoom, and I would love to do that, Carter, but I don't have a link. Okay.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Carter, email right now.
I don't believe you right now.
I don't see the link.
Look at us in mid-season form, dude. Can you imagine starting the Super Bowl?
I need that at the top of my email, Carter. I don't care if you sent it 2 days ago, okay? I'm live on the air. I'm not going to go fishing through my email for the effing link.
This sounds like a confessional right now.
Bleep that.
Bleep that, Carter.
Thank you.
We're off and running.
That was all for entertainment purposes. I actually love you.
He's doing a great job.
You're doing a hell of a job, man. Carter Freeman, kicking butt and taking names here for us. He's running all your web stuff. You could watch us at Twitch and YouTube. But Brian, you're in your native environment right now here on Radio Row.
Oh man, I love it.
We have so many of these Super Bowl people. What are you hearing about the Cowboys right now?
I'll tell you what, Mike Zimmer, a Zoom meeting right now with the Cowboys.
Oh, let's go.
So Mike Zimmer, there's some people whispering that maybe Ron Rivera is going to get this job for a reason you're not going to like.
What's that reason, Broadus?
Well,
are we going cheap?
Might be a situation where the Commanders are paying a guy, and for 1 year.
Oh, Jerry just loves that.
Yeah. Somebody's getting paid.
Are we bargain bin shopping our coaches the same way we do our free agents?
I'm just throwing it out there that there's people that walked up to me and gone.
Bravo.
They go, I'm like, what do you think about Zimmer? I tell them about Zimmer. I have my thoughts about Zimmer.
Oh yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Jerry loves going up to Washington and saying, "Hey, thanks for paying my coach for me, guys."
I had to help Broadus get Zimmer out of his mouth before breakfast this morning.
I just can't believe that kind of that nonsense goes on.
That's ridiculous.
But anyway, yeah, the thing about it is that there's guys walking up to me. I'm like, I'm talking about Zimmer, and they're like, "Hey, Ron Rivera, though, I'm telling you, man, there's a contract getting paid by the Commanders. This might be an option." And I'm like going, please don't tell me that. So. Anyway, I do know for a fact Mike Zimmer, Zoom meeting, Dallas Cowboys right now.
Okay, and between the two, Zim or Rivera, we're Team Zimmer here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'm with you.
And more
get him out of your mouth.
I think more importantly,
he's in my mouth, baby.
We're team not Ron Rivera, I think, first and foremost, and then we can be Team Zim. But when a Zoom meeting takes place, is that Zimmer saying, guys, I'm retired. I'm not trying to get on the flight and do the thing. Because Arthur Blank's, flying guys out. They're doing the thing, the schmoozy schmooze. And is Jerry just like, hey, man, let's half-ass this thing on the Zoom, or is that a Zimmer decision? I'm trying to figure that out.
I'm trying to, you know what? I think
I think we're half-assing everything.
We don't want to pay
guys. We're going to Zoom it. Let's half-ass this
Let me say this. Let me say this.
To hire an old guy, and I don't have to pay him.
I never want to hear Jerry Jones will write a blank check for a Super Bowl again in my life.
Hey, that's just whispers, guys. That's just whispers.
That for whatever reason I freaking love, and I'll never not be able to love. But gosh, I can't stand them right now.
Hey, but settle down. He's telling you it's just whispers. We haven't graduated to Radio Row.
Whispers. If you're hearing whispers to me,
hey,
that's as good as an assurance,
bro. I'm just doing the best I can. I'm bumping into people along the way,
schmoozing.
I can't help it.
I want this information, but gosh, this seems to be a theme.
No, I do know about Zimmer. That is a truth.
He's on it.
That's a truth.
All right. Well, hopefully Zim does a good job.
I just feel like, okay, so we just saw defenses get a handle on some of this motion stuff for the first time this year.
Yeah.
And it wasn't Ron Rivera. Mike Zimmer hasn't been working. Okay. What you do is you go talk to the staffs that have started to figure this stuff out, and you get like Mike McDonald's protege. The guy who went to Seattle from Baltimore, right? Defensive coordinator?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm thinking. If you actually want to be serious about winning the Super Bowl, that is what we would be seeing them do right now.
Yeah, that would be like the Dolphins hired Anthony Weaver, the Ravens defensive line coach or whatever.
Boom.
You steal Baltimore's, and the idea, at least I understand the idea. Who knows how that actually works out?
Sure. He's got to be able to coach still.
Yes.
Got to lead men still.
And he's got to.
But at least you have the concept.
Yes. And hopefully he's got that same ideology, defensively as the previous guy, but at least it makes sense when you're going, okay, I want to take a part of what a successful franchise is doing defensively and try to implement it here. So I would much prefer that 100%, Dawson.
I mean, Ron Rivera, if it was 4 or 5 years ago, I'd be like, this is great. Guy's been a head coach. Right. The players rally around him. He knows how to coach defense. He's been doing this for decades. He's got what he believes in, and dang it, it's a tried and true process that he's got down. But things have just evolved so much in the last 3-4 years, man.
You got to understand, too, with the head coach, what you're dealing with here with Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy really wants the players to like him. They really want. He wants
that kind of culture.
Yeah, he wants that kind of culture where everybody feels comfortable with how they're doing their job. I mean, he's won a lot of games.
Yeah.
His way of doing that, but in playoff times it hasn't worked. But maybe he's going to try and push for, if he can't get Joe Witt, well, then get a like-minded guy that's not going to yell and scream at players.
Yeah.
See, Wink Martindale, Mike Zimmer, they're going to coach hard.
Sure.
And maybe that's not where McCarthy is driving that train.
I think every coach has his tools, and if he's a genuine guy and he's got good ideas, both styles can work.
Yes.
And I don't think Mike McCarthy should be afraid of a little fire and ice in his coaching staff. You don't have to have everybody singing the same tune, because some players respond well to it.
Yeah,
and some don't. But, I think there's a lot of these new age coaches that have convinced themselves that coaching tough is wrong. And they hear the yelling and they see that and they're like, oh, that you really don't have to do that these days. I think everybody knows from experience, whether it was being parented or being led by a boss or being led on a sports team. You remember those moments. Maybe they are a little bit traumatic, but they galvanize you, they change you, they forge you into a different player or a different employee as a result of that come to Jesus meeting and that energy, the volume, the intensity. This is how bad I want it. I'm going to get up in somebody's face and I might be mean to you. I might make you think, well, I don't want to work here anymore. Okay. And if that's how you think about it, then go, please. I want players that want to show up and are fighting so intensely for this football that I never have to question it, or they show up the next day trying to shut me up. That's the two things those guys are coaching off of, and damn it, it has generated a lot of results. I think what we've seen is the nice guys, the cerebral guys who used to totally be out of sport. Bill Walsh might be one of the few that I can remember from the old school days who was such a damn professor. They have proven their style also works. They have proven you don't have to be the bulldog, good old boy, in your face, whatever, drill sergeant coach. You can also do it like this if that's who you are. If you're Mike McDonald and you want to be a literal stoner cracking jokes like you're some sort of a Star Trek nerd, you can do that as long as you know football and you can communicate with people. And the key to communicating is being genuine. So if I'm talking to Mike McCarthy, I'm like, cool, you have your genuine approach. The guys like you, but have room for different kinds of inspiration to come into this football team. We're going to show up at training camp with damn near 100 people. So that's what I got to say about this. It's just another reason to believe that Cowboys, the only thing they're really good at is keeping the leadership at the top comfortable. And it applies to the head coach as well. Head coach and front office comfortable, everything is good, and as long as you're winning enough games to get into the playoffs, then that is going to be par for the course. All right. We got a lot going on, though, here on Radio Row, the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. We're going to get into some guests here today, guys. Interesting comedian coming up at 2:40. Craig Gass grew up in a family where everybody was hearing impaired. Got an incredible story.
It is incredible.
And hopefully he's better than the ventriloquist we had yesterday for.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with Terry yesterday. It was a little bit of a challenge. Yes, to say the least.
Radio and ventriloquists don't seem to work very well.
That probably wasn't the best idea.
If you're following along on the screen, it's a good idea.
Sure, you got to see Winston the Turtle. But if you were just driving around listening, it was a little bit tough.
Carrot Top's going to join us at 5 o'clock. I was on his socials earlier today, and he said, "You give us a topic, we make a joke. We're comedians. That's what we do." And so I'm looking forward to talking with Carrot Top at 5. I'm just going to give him topics, let him go.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We'll go piano bar style. Hey, play this.
Yeah. See how he does there. Might be interesting. This dude is yoked, man.
Yes,
I think he's on steroids, Botox. He drew in artificial eyebrows that are like superhero, constantly like in that agitated state.
Raised,
raised eyebrows.
Yeah.
So that's and then Brian Billick, our Super Bowl winning guest, is coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk to Coach about this matchup and stuff like that. Do you consider? Let's talk some Super Bowl here, guys. Do you consider Patrick Mahomes a local guy because of how much time he spends in Dallas? Grew up here, Texas Tech. His dad's history playing sports in the area. I do. I look at Patrick Mahomes, and I'm now, as this gets closer, the idea is cementing. Maybe it's just because I want to be pulling for greatness. But I do. I look at him like Jordan Spieth or Errol Spence or any one of these other local guys who have done good. And now it's kind of like, yeah, he's out there winning it for the Chiefs, but he's also our guy. Same vibes?
Yeah, I think I got similar vibes with that for sure. I mean, especially if I was a Texas Tech alum, you know, and I know they embrace him hugely.
They do.
And so with all the Dallas Texan, Kansas City connections, Texas Tech Red Raider, grew up in East Texas. Yes, he's sitting courtside at Mavs games. He's he's representing Mavs.
Hunt family owns FC Dallas.
Yes.
Huge things like that.
Yeah. So I think we file him under the local sort of sports legend.
So is that who you guys are pulling for as we go into this thing?
Yeah. I mean, I just can't pull for San Francisco, but I do want to see Mahomes and the greatness there. I think there's something about, even when Brady was on his run, I get some people might have gotten tired by that. I think it's fun to watch greatness in a certain sport.
Yeah, and he's likable. You know, he doesn't have all the extra things that the Patriots had, so he's extremely likable. I do think it's interesting, though, that you have, I mean, on one side, I know from our standpoint, it's the Niners, and it doesn't matter who's under that helmet. We're never going to be pulling for them. Yeah. But when it's Brock Purdy, you would think, like, sort of nationally, it would be, hey, this is the underdog story. This is Mr. Irrelevant, and now he's here. But I don't get that vibe. Like, you would think that we would be all excited for the underdog story. Hey, go do this thing. But I don't get that vibe.
I think the people on the East Coast want nothing to do with Kansas City. They don't want anybody chasing their records. They don't want anybody passing their boy Tommy. You know, Tommy's our guy. You know, I mean, we don't want anybody. We don't want dynasty talk. You know, we were the dynasty. You know, I think on the East Coast it's that way. I think in our area though, we're absolutely pulling for Mahomes. And you know, you talked about the Texas Tech and stuff and all the ties and things like that. I just think that, to me, you look at him and his development and where he's come from and just all the things that lead up to him being successful. I'm pulling for Kansas City because of Andy Reid. You know, that's my tie. And I respect the heck. I love football history. And the Hunt family has a great football history. They have a great sports history in Dallas.
Yeah, they do.
So being from Dallas,
America.
and they're from Dallas, that's why I'm pulling for them. But Andy Reid is my guy.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
Okay.
Wow, we can't have him.
No, I wish we could.
I'm the one who interviewed him at Radio Row last year.
Zim and Andy Reid, my guys. Stay away.
Stay away.
Salute to the Mavs. Got a nice win over Philly, 118-107. Actually held a team under 110. Josh Green had 20. Grant Williams 14-7. And that's perfect with the trade deadline a couple of days away. But look at Tim Hardaway Jr., Brian.
Yeah.
With 51 hours to go to the trade deadline, he goes 0 for 8 in 22 minutes.
Can't
0
have
points.
that. Can't have that at all.
Jaden Hardy with 17 points in 15 minutes, though. Salute to him. And the Stars are in Buffalo tonight. That'll be a 6 o'clock start. I thought Wolchuk had the knowledge bomb of the damn opening segment here, though, with Jerry Jones talking about all these years, how big of a check he'd sign to bring a Super Bowl back to Dallas. If he does go cheap with Ron Rivera, that will be something, man. I really hope they reconsider this.
I think Ron Rivera might be a compromise candidate, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I just, again, and it might not be the cheapness, but yeah, that's an angle. But I'm also thinking the yellow screamer guy.
Well, Jerry might need the yellow screamer guy.
The yellow screamer guy.
Yellow screamer. Yeah. And that's Zimmer.
Which is so weird. I don't know why we're going against a coach that is fired up and intense and
But look
has
at the head
passion.
coach. Look at the head coach. That's how he coaches.
Yeah, we get, and Jerry wants that too. Everything is good, guys. Don't get too upset about losing. You're Cowboys. It's all good. Let's just come back tomorrow, put in a good hard day's work, and see if we can get them next time. Does that sound great to you? It's just a bunch of crap, and that's why this organization suffers from leadership at the top, because comfort and the status quo is more important than chasing that championship.
They say aging is the process of actively choosing comfort. That's how you age faster.
Really?
Just in life, in general. The more you're just going for the thing that's comfortable, of course you just want to sit there and do nothing. Of course you want to eat every time your body tells you you're hungry. Every time you see the ad for the ice cream, you go get it. Everything you do that is just trying to be comfortable, that's how you age. And I think from the football standpoint that's how you just sort of implode and you don't do any sort of winning.
All right, big show coming up today. Again, salute to our sponsors, the
Low T Center.
Low T Center.
Nailed
and Best
it!
Buy
Thank you very
Windows and Siding. We'll have our hot seat, our number one air hot seat with comedian Craig Gass coming up at 2:40. That's usually Krusty's Corner, so we're going to get Krusty's Corner next, then the G-Bag of the day. Brian, what would you like to talk about?
I'll tell you what, though. I've got some good questions for my guys here. We'll do that next.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Guys, for those of you with a full head of hair, congratulations. Studies show that one of the most attractive physical features is a full head of hair. Want to know the least attractive and most aging? Well, it's hair loss. No amount of car, house, or success can make up for that thinning or balding, as it leaves the greatest lasting physical impression. It doesn't have to be that way. Advanced Hair has the quick one-day solution to your hair loss, and it can help you look 10 to 20.
Corner right here because we have a radio guest, a comedian coming up at 2:40. We'll see what he knows about football. See how much football he watches. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. And here he is with 7 minutes of Krusty's Corner. The king of the Krusties brought us.
Thank you, General. I appreciate that. Once again, if you're just joining us, Mike Zimmer currently in a Zoom meeting with the Dallas Cowboys for the defensive coordinator's job. We'll see what other candidates they have. Hopefully this thing will be taken care of by Thursday or Friday. You will have your defensive coordinator while we're here on Radio Road. If it's Mike Zimmer, we'll be a show that breaks it. Trust me on that one. We will be the show that breaks it.
I love it.
All right. I have some questions for you guys on my 7 minutes here. General, I'll start with you on this one.
Fire away.
Did I drive you nuts today with my Vegas history talk with our driver?
Ugh. I was a little annoyed.
Were you?
Yeah.
Was it the fact that my questions were bad or the fact that the guy was interested in talking to me about the history of Las Vegas?
I think you guys were just kind of like two old dudes one-upping each other about how much you knew about Vegas.
He'd been here 48 years.
Yeah, and he was like, whoa, slow down, tourist. And you're like, no, I'm tourist that knows stuff, buddy.
Yeah. I was talking about hotels and properties. I think I brought a little joy to him because, like, you guys did absolutely nothing the whole time.
We couldn't get a word in.
Well, no, you didn't want to participate.
Talk twice.
I understand why Hagee gets upset with Bassick because, he doesn't participate. We had Vegas talk, and you guys did not participate in Vegas talk.
Well, I'm a rookie.
Okay, I want to know, did I make you uncomfortable?
Here, I wasn't uncomfortable, maybe slightly annoyed, but the thing that got me as a first-time guy, and I'm supposed to be in the beautiful Vegas here,
yes,
and it's all about how Vegas used to be so much better. 48 years ago it was better, 30 years ago it was better, 20 years ago it was better, and now it's being run by people who don't know what they're doing. I'm like, okay, just crap on my experience here, because I feel like this is the best Vegas has ever been. How about that?
All right.
This is the best version of Vegas.
I'll accept that. How about
they got vending machine pizzas now, dude. Did you think they had that 48 years ago?
Save that thought.
Take, Chief.
How about that? What do you think?
Yeah.
Did I make you? Was I?
Well, what really did it was you just saying we did nothing because Gavin's right. We couldn't get a damn word in. We get texts in that we're over talking over you. It's like, what? What? We're over talking over Brian? That's Brian's bit to come in here and steal a segment and talk over us. So yes, Brian, it got very, very annoying.
All right, I live with it. Next time, I will not go through like talking about the Sands Hotel, the Riviera. Frank Sinatra, born on the same day.
Well, at one point, the guy was like, "Yeah, I worked at the Circus when I was 18 years old." And you go, "Yeah." Like you knew he did already.
Yeah.
I mean, you were literally being a huge know-it-all.
We connected. I was a know-it-all. I was Vegas know-it-all.
We had no ego involved.
All right.
For as much as you annoyed us, though, I do think you made that guy's day.
I do think so, too. He liked us.
He did enjoy the conversation.
Hey, how about this one, Chief? Have you ever seen well, let me ask you this. Would you ever eat pizza from a vending machine?
Well, I didn't. I never considered the thought until last night at about 2 a.m. when Walchuk and I were stumbling through the hotel lobby. We saw it. We were blown away, and we had to try it. Walchuk really did the most damage. I took a bite, and I am still trying to come up with one singular positive thing to say about that pizza.
Was it just awful?
It was. The taste of it was truly disgusting.
Cardboardish?
Yeah, like there's the texture and there's the consistency. It was overly crunchy crust. But the taste of it, like whatever sauce they're using, is blasphemous.
Would you say like worse than a frozen pizza?
Yes.
Yeah.
You'd rather have a Totino's?
Yeah. Guaranteed.
A Tony's.
Tony's. Yeah.
Okay.
But I got that Tony's out of the package cafeteria middle school vibe where they throw it into the microwave for you. That's the sort of vibe, just with more crunch.
Oh, so there's no oven in there.
It actually, okay, so we have some sound that we will get to later.
Okay.
The hotel security guard kind of gives us the lay of the land on how this vending machine cranks out the crappiest pizza of all time.
It has to get to 400 degrees Fahrenheit, and it takes about 2 minutes to do it. I honestly, looking back at it, and I'm really struggling right now, guys, when you talk about bubble guts, there is gurgling going on in my intestines right now. Okay. There is a chance I miss about 30 minutes of this show because I have to go and alleviate myself.
Have you already? Okay, we've got the bounty.
I'm sure he will. He can talk enough for all of us.
Is that bounty wings or is that paper towels over there? Could you go get a roll of paper towels?
I'm going to need all the paper towels, and I'm not touching the wings because I'm very, very scared.
So
I have regrets.
you regret this, right?
I would say nobody do it. I think it's really cool. It was a neat deal, but I didn't even finish the pizza. I threw away half of it.
I did like the way the pepperoni's cupped up and had that nice little grease shot for you. You know, maybe that is the one redeeming quality. There it is. Maybe I found it.
Yeah.
Nice job. Glass half full, baby.
Hey, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anybody have more trouble getting their room key than Dawson did last night?
Yeah, I thought Gavin was about to say, F everyone, I'm leaving right now. The poor, I don't know what happened. The room key didn't spit out for
machines?
you?
What was he doing? He went from one machine to the middle machine to the left machine, and it's like...
One moment he's saying some guy might have stolen his key. I didn't know what happened.
Okay, so I thought when I got the receipt that there was going to be a code on it, I would hit that code to open the door.
Yeah.
And so I turned around to leave, and then I'm talking to Brian, and I'm like, wait, you got keys?
Mm-hmm.
So I turn around to go back to the machine where I was doing my thing, and the keys were gone. A guy had followed me to the kiosk.
Whoa. I didn't know about this.
Yes.
Okay, I did not know
So
this.
when I turned around, and I'm like, okay, there should be keys there, right? So I have nothing of value in my room. And if he wants to go in there and look around, and maybe he's doing that right now. But so I went to a different kiosk and got replacement keys.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, I didn't know that. I just saw him. I saw him bouncing from one to the other, and we were standing there with keys.
Mm-hmm. When I went back to the kiosk, either they didn't print or that guy took them, and I think that guy took them.
That's weird.
Yeah, but he doesn't know what room they go to.
You'll be fine.
I assume.
Yeah. Maybe he just wanted to ride the elevators up and down.
That's scary, though.
I could take him.
Really?
Yeah.
Karate up, you
He's
think?
strapped.
Probably. I took about 2 years of Taekwondo in 3rd and 4th grade. I still got it a little rusty, but I'm no problem.
Yellow belt?
What's one up from that? Maybe
orange?
Yeah, orange or green or
Purple?
something.
Yeah.
It was bad. It was bad, but it was fun.
Hey, Chief Fall, do you have any regret about filming me at the TSA line? Getting my toothpaste taken away?
Yeah, Broadus getting stopped for TSA was pretty amazing. No, I have no regret whatsoever. One person commented on it and said, hey, you're going to go on the no-fly list because you just posted TSA. So that scared me a little bit.
Yeah, me too.
I was getting ball sacked. So I feel fine.
It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup at 75 and Fitzhugh, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day, buddy.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Mad Dog?
We got you.
All right, let's get into this real quick because I got plenty of audio, and I don't know how much time I have here. Our winner is Gus Johnson, Mr. King of Saturday mornings during college football season. If you know Gus Johnson, it's a little Saturday afternoon women's basketball right here. Gus Johnson thought he was at the Rutgers when calling this block.
And here comes Sellers. Nice look inside, great position. No call on the play as Breonna Alexander had her blocked. Her shot blocked,
Excuse me. Haven't had my coffee yet.
You want to get that conversational tone, just relax. Act like you're just talking about the game with your buddies. Next thing you know.
What we got here? You guys familiar with former quarterback Derek Carr?
Yeah.
Derek Carr.
Derek Carr works for the NFL Network right now.
He does.
Yeah.
No. David.
NFL
Network guy.
Excuse me.
Brothers.
And I'm looking right at David and said Derek.
Yeah, I get it mixed up too.
That's weed.
He was in the Joey Harrington draft.
Yes.
Yeah.
Both couldn't play.
All right. Let's see here. Well, David Carr is doing some big-time hating on the big-time NFL Network. Listen to this hating. This is hate.
One covered for opening ceremonies, but for you, is there a player they'll show?
George Kittle. So I'm glad Taylor Swift is out of the country because if she sees George Kittle, she might rethink the tight end that she chose.
What?
That's all I'm saying.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
He's married to his college sweetheart.
Oh, okay. All right. That's my bad. That's my bad.
Yeah, that's big-time hate right there by old Mr. Carr.
I hate to say he might be kind of onto something.
I'm here for it, though.
She might be into the security guard.
I'm here for it.
He looked just like George Kittle.
I'm here for it, Lucius.
Okay, girl, let's go then, girlfriend. You ain't here for it, honey.
I'm here for it.
Go ahead. He is here for it. Are you going to read it too? With a little shade, sugar?
He said no.
Some tight end swaps.
No.
He has no idea why I'm talking like that too when he says it.
I don't either.
I don't either, but I know that he doesn't know either.
I'm just so confused right now, Lucius. I'm sorry.
I know. All right, let's see what else I got for you boys. Let's go to WFAN. Is that a sister station?
I believe so.
I think so, yeah.
I believe so too.
WFAN.
WNBC. Let's see.
Dog in the morning.
Producer Al Dukes. A lot of sports fans know who producer Al Dukes is if you listen to sports radio. It's been in the biz for a while. This right here, he booked the wrong Randy Moss.
Oh, this is fantastic.
For Boomer's show. Booked the wrong Randy Moss. Apparently there's
the horse racing guy?
The horse racing guy!
Yes, there's the
Yes!
the white Randy Moss.
Yes.
Never underestimate the other guy's greed. Yeah, you're right, man. Let's listen to this.
Minneapolis.
Are you sure this is the right? Yeah, not
This
the
is
other
Randy Moss, the wide receiver, not Randy.
Another?
Yes.
There's a.
There's an announcer, Randy Moss,
who is into horse racing.
Who's into horse racing.
Please tell me that's fake.
That would be
so awesome. Oh my god.
Oh my God.
No, because they said I saw in the request that Randy would like to talk about blah blah blah. Also, anything NFL related. I'm a double check that.
Or maybe the Randy Moss, who is the sports announcer, the horse racing announcer.
He used to work for the NFL Network. Come on.
I swear to God.
Yes. How's that possible?
Come on.
This is Jesus.
This is horrible.
This is what Mark Chernoff's talking about. You lazy ass. You're not doing any follow through.
I don't want to sound like I'm complaining because we have a great setup and everything is great, but I can't catch a break when it comes to some of this stuff, right? Like Dua Lipa's in New York when we're out here. I think we're getting Randy Moss. We're getting the white Randy Moss. I mean, come on. Just wanted to check to see if you would be interested in current NBC sports broadcaster and former NFL Network broadcaster and reporter.
That's right. That's
You
not
booked the white Randy Moss!
You booked the wrong one, you idiots!
Oh no,
That is great.
that is amazing.
Yeah.
Do you go through with that interview?
Yeah, you do.
Heck
You
yes,
it.
you do.
You got to go through with the interview. I think it'd be great. You can make a bit out of it if you want to. Imagine how excited that Randy Moss is. He was too thrilled to jump on that show.
He's a good dude. Seriously,
He's very good at what he does.
He'll have fun with you. He will. He's good on horse racing, though. Really good on horse racing.
Save a horse, ride a cowboy.
Looks like Frank Caliendo, comedian Frank Caliendo, was on the RJ and Chop show this morning.
He was.
He has a Tony Romo in the bag.
Nice.
Let's check it out.
Have you messed with any recent sports ones? What have you been working on?
I got Tony Romo is just to me.
Lord.
Oh, Jim, smiling. Oh, Jim, I'm smiling through the Skechers. That's what it is.
Skechers.
Oh, Jim, this is really. He went from being the greatest prognosticator of all time to not knowing what's coming. Oh, Jim, that's it. Oh, there's trips right. He knows exactly what's going to go here. There's going to be a slant left, and they're not going to go where he's not even looking. Here we go, Jim.
Tony. Hello, friends. Jim Nance, along with my pal Tony Romo. Tony.
That's good. I liked his Nance. Tony.
Yeah. A weekly with Tony Romo, Frank Caliendo. That would be epic, man.
He's awesome. Really good.
And that's it for me, folks. Let's get to voting.
All righty, let's do some voting here for your G-Bag of the day. We do have the guest coming up here at 2:40, 2:45, the comedian Craig Gass. Okay, is it your one-time G-Bag of the Day champion, the play-by-play man Gus Johnson? Is it former quarterback David Carr saying George Kittle is the more eligible man in his estimation than Travis Kelce? Is it WFAN producer Al Dukes, or is it Frank Caliendo with the Tony Romo? That's hard. That's a lot of good ones.
It's a good group here, Lucius.
I'll go with Frank. Chief, what about you?
I'll go with the Randy Moss fiasco.
Lucius?
Yeah, producer Al Dukes, WFAN.
Bully?
I think I'm going to go with, Al Dukes.
Brian?
Frank.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion is WFAN producer Al Dukes. Maybe we can get an interview with him. Is he here? Is he maybe here?
I don't know. It looked
I watched it on the video. It seemed like they were all kind of hanging out.
Okay.
We could book Jamie Dukes. I can find him.
Maybe they do have one of these fancy stages here in the back.
I think they have like a little producer hangout to the side that's like a little coffee table with two chairs. and they're kind of producing, and then there's a stage. So I think Al Dukes is here. Okay, we got to run. When we return, G-Bag Nation, we will begin our Radio Row guest interviews with comedian Craig Gass here, and then Brian Billick's coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk Super Bowl matchups with the Super Bowl winner Brian Billick at 3 o'clock here in the nation. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do. the Howard Stern show back in the day.
Yes.
He was an SNL writer.
Yes.
And he joins us now here on Radio Row. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
And a sports fan.
And a sports fan. That's
Huge
great.
sports fan. And I'll come out here every year to the Super Bowl, and I'll interview the players. I'll try to get silly stuff with the players. And then at the beginning of the week, all my sports radio buddies who know that I do impressions will ask me, because, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday's slow. And they'll go, hey, can you just pretend to be somebody famous so it sounds cool back in Omaha?
Yes.
And the only remotely sports guy I can do an impression of is Tom Arnold, who used to host the Best Damn Sports Show, period.
Yes.
And I will go full-blown Tom Arnold when I get in and go, hey, guys, Tom Arnold here, and we're live at the Super Bowl, and a lot of celebrities are coming into town. I was actually at a Cocaine Anonymous meeting last night with Brett Favre. I probably shouldn't say that out loud. Brett's got a big Coke problem, and his sponsor is Bryant Gumbel. Bryant's addicted to porn. And again, I shouldn't say that out loud, but he wouldn't believe what he does at work. And I'll just start randomly throwing out sports people and attaching them to addictions. And every year, the internet comes at Tom Arnold online and says, dude, it's supposed to be anonymous. What are you doing? Like, they really think that he's outing people in recovery. And every year, God bless him, Tom Arnold will fight every individual on Twitter and go, hey, did you notice that Sam Kinison was also on the air? And that guy's been dead for 30 years, you idiot. That wasn't me. It's a comedian. His name's Craig Gass. I wish he would stop. And he fights everyone. It's amazing.
Oh, it's brilliant.
I love that man for that. But
Well, where do people find your content?
Getgas.com. Getgas with 2S's.com. I'm actually planning on coming to Dallas because, and this is really silly, I book all my shows around the United States and around the world around sporting events. Okay. That's a big reason why I'm not famous. I'm going to, I go to every stadium in the country, and I want to see a baseball game and since they built the new one in Arlington, I haven't been there, so I can't say that I've been to all the stadiums now. Now I have to go back. So I'm planning on coming back in April specifically to get into that beautiful stadium and see.
Well, we do a lot of shows there, buddy. We'd love to have you back.
Is that right?
Yeah, we'd love
at
to.
The stadium?
Yeah, we do them at the stadium. We're the home of the Rangers, home of the World Series champs.
Yes, sir.
We love it. We're rocking all the gear. We're having the best sports off season of our lives.
Wow. And sports radio is the toughest, man. I've been working in radio as long as I've been doing comedy. And sports radio is, in my opinion, it's the toughest because the people you go to interview, the athletes, will rarely give you something unique, and they're so robotic, and it's such a pain in the ass, and that's every year when I go to the Super Bowl, I'm just trying to get something unique out of guys. Like Tom Brady, in all those years he would come to the Super Bowl, I would just go, Tom Brady, my name's Craig Gass, I'm a stand-up comedian. You're so handsome. Like when you look in the mirror, does your reflection ever just wink at you? Like, is it that awesome? And when Tom laughs, it'll end up on ESPN, and I'll never get credit. They'll go, oh, look at this great moment that happened at the Super Bowl this year with Tom Brady. And then, then he's back again. And as a creative person, you have to think like, well, I've already interviewed this person, and I already got this great, funny shot with him. So what do I do now? And I started doing this thing where I said, Tom, my name's Craig Gass. I'm a stand-up comedian. This is my friend Aaron, and that's my buddy Jason. We were discussing the four of us as a group, and we were ranking the four of us from most handsome to least handsome. Obviously, you're number one.
Yeah.
Because you're Tom Brady. But, Tom, who would you rank as number two? And I pointed at myself. Come on, man. Number 3 and number 4. And Tom Brady actually went, wait, who am I ranking? And I go, me and this guy and this guy. And he goes, all right, fan out. And I went, oh, what? Oh.
Fan out, quick.
We all start fanning out. And I didn't do this consciously. Subconsciously, I started sucking in my gut
of course, yes.
and pushing my chin out for Tom Brady so he could think I was more handsome. And I couldn't believe that I did that. But and then he ranked us. And then a year later, he's back at the Super Bowl again. And I said, Tom, my name's Craig Gass. I'm a stand-up comedian. He goes, yeah, I remember you. And I go, well, of course, you're here every year at the Super Bowl. But I don't know if you remember, you actually ranked us from most handsome to least handsome. And we've been fighting a lot because over the last year, between the three of us, we've lost about 5 pounds, okay? And we want to know if those rankings have changed. So it's always coming in and trying to do silly stuff with the players. Did you go to Media Day and did you fire off stuff?
No, we were still back in Dallas.
We flew in last
Oh, that's
night.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. You guys just came in today.
So who was your guy? Did you have a moment?
I tried, and my problem with some of my what I was most excited about was my pacing. With Kelsey, my pacing was so slow that he came up with an answer before I finished the end of the question, and it was a subversive question. Travis, Craig Gass, stand-up comedian. Dude, Valentine's Day. So about a little over a week away. What do you got planned for Rambo and Chauncey, your dogs? And before I got to Rambo and Chauncey, he went, man, you know what? I don't even think about it. I'm just thinking about this game. And I was like, oh, man, like I should have been quicker. I should have got right to that punchline quicker so that he would have given me an answer about his dog, so then I could do my follow-up, which is, are you going to try to hook up your dogs with Taylor's dogs?
Yeah.
And then try to but I was too slow with that. Patrick, last year, Mahomes gave me something so great that ESPN put it on all their platforms and didn't credit me. I said, Patrick, my name is Craig Gass. I'm a stand-up comedian. I think, in my opinion, I've been telling friends about this for years, I think you would play through any injury. And I want to run down a couple injuries. If you broke every finger in your hand, would you still play? And he said, absolutely. And I said, okay. If you broke both your ankles, you still play? And he goes, absolutely. I'll still play. And I go, all right, here's the one. Here's the kicker. What if somebody hurt your feelings? And he goes, Travis Kelce hurts my feelings every day. I went, wow. So you know what? You're a better man than me because somebody hurts my feelings. I'm going home, dude. I'm not even hanging out with you guys. You hurt my feelings. I'm out of here. And the NFL took it and put it everywhere, and I didn't get credit for it. But I like having fun to do it. And we're actually doing this fun event this weekend. I realize nobody's talking except for me, so I'm just going to keep talking.
Keep talking. We got a 5-hour show. Keep going.
I'm doing an event with Earl Campbell.
Oh,
love and it. Love with some NFL players. We're doing an event that's a family event. It is the largest watch party for the Super Bowl this weekend at the Clark County Amphitheater, and it's called Sober Bowl. No alcohol. So it's a family event, but it's also a place for people in recovery, people who want to be someplace without the temptation of alcohol. And it's Sunday night with a bunch of NFL greats. And the Huntley, who won last year's The Voice, is performing. I'm doing stand-up. I'm hosting. And then we're going to do a watch party. They have 60-foot screens to watch the game at here in Las Vegas. And that's at soberbowl.us. If you're coming here for the game this weekend and want a place to go where you don't have knuckleheads around.
It's a shame you didn't have that party last night because my guy Dawson would have showed up. But
really?
He got 9 years. He got himself in the
9
casino.
Years,
9 years, Craig, September 9th.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. I got 19 years. And,
congrats.
And yeah, it was.
I still like being around the drunks, though. It's funny.
I have to be. I mean, I'm
people watching.
I'm doing stand-up, so it's always people coming and going, "Did I do a Christopher Walken?" Hey, yeah, and you're like, "Oh, that's great, man. That's a good impression." Like when you do impressions, people want to let you know they do them too, and it's kind of an odd. Or the people you do an impression of, they want to meet you. I had dinner with Christopher Walken. He hated me. Absolutely hated me because another comedian, Richard Belzer, who should have known better.
Oh, wow.
Richard Belzer, it was my first ever roast that I did. We did a roast of Richard Belzer in New York City. And in the middle of dinner, we have this formal dinner. And Richard goes, Chris, get up. Chris, get over. You know Craig Gass? Here, sit between me and Craig. I look up. It's Christopher Walken. Sits down. And you can tell from his body language, he's not in a good mood. Yeah. There's a prepared meal at every table. There's a steak at every seat. And he's cutting a steak, and Belzer's leaning in to talk to him. Walken doesn't even acknowledge him. And then all of a sudden I hear Belzer go, hey, listen, I know a lot of people do an impression of you. You got to hear Craig. And I go, oh, no, Richard, he doesn't. He goes, no, it's fine. It's fine. Chris, look at me. Chris, will you look at me? Okay, now look at Craig. And Christopher Walken threw his utensils on the table and said, go ahead. And I went, oh, no. I don't know if this sounds like you or not, but what I try to do is I try to sound as weird as possible. And every once in a while, I say the word cowbell. Pow! And Walken went, wow. And then he went back to his food. And then Belzer goes, hold on. Listen, do Adam's the other. And he's going, like, oh, do this one, do that. He's got me doing Sam Kinison at dinner. I'm sitting there going, I don't know if you know who this guy is, but he used to do a lot of oh. And Walken just cut me off in the middle of the last impression and said, listen, I get it. You're talented. Good for you. And I was like,
Good for you.
I'm not doing this. He's doing it, not me. Like, oh, he put me in such a bad spot, man. That was awful. That was absolutely
Man, I love that you're keeping Kinnison alive.
Yeah. It's these. You don't hear Kinnison much here on the. That just happens to be a real part of that story, but yeah, this is. I'm outside of my comfort zone here because. Like I'm sure for you guys, like you're used to talking to the most famous athletes in the world.
No, that never get used to that.
Yeah, you never really.
Not quite.
You still like overdo it when you meet people. Like, oh man, did you like regret how you came off on a little too?
We fanboy hard.
There's a few times it's happened.
Is there a legendary one that your audience knows about that it's like
Emmett Smith for sure? For me, we had him
I
on.
could see that.
Yeah,
well, because Walchuk's got a fat head of Emmett Smith on the ceiling above his bed.
Well, and one of our hosts, Chris Arnold, kind of outed me on it for being a mega fan. So now Emmett knew. So any question I ask, he's like, no, let him ask his question. Let him ask his question. He's a fan.
Dude, my first this is a job for me. My first episode of Family Guy. I creeped out Seth MacFarlane so hard that he's never shown up for another recording session.
Okay, so I've heard you tell this story.
Yeah, it happened.
I was wondering if you ever got to have that coffee date with him.
So this is a running theme in my life. I get excited about people, and my first recording session with Family Guy, I walked in, and it's just me and Seth MacFarlane. Seth's going to run my recording session for the first episode we're going to do, and. It's just me and Seth MacFarlane, and I can already tell that I'm coming off a little too strong because every time he makes a joke, I go, and he goes, relax. He's like, dude, we're just going to record. And I go, oh, okay. All right, he's got to calm me down. And we walk in the studio, and the whole recording session lasted 5 minutes where Seth MacFarlane kept doing one line as Peter Griffin. We kept saying, this is crazier than when Al Pacino was a slumlord laundromat tenant. And then they cut to me as Al Pacino, surrounded by a bunch of broken down washers and dryers going, you're out of order. And you're out of order. And you're all out of order. And we do that 3 times, and Seth MacFarlane goes, all right, I think we're good. But I'm so nervous because I think we're going to be friends now because we're working together that I stand up and I go, hey, so you want to hang out? Or and he goes, what do you mean hang out? I go, you want to grab a coffee or something? And he goes, I got to work. And I go, you want me to leave? And he goes, yeah, get the hell out of here. And I go, oh, sorry. And I grabbed my papers and I walked out. I didn't hear from them again for like 6 months. And then Linda, the casting director at the time, would start calling me and going, hey, Craig, can you do this voice or can you do this voice? And I go, I can do whatever you need. I'll do whatever you need. And every time I've come in, Seth MacFarlane is never around. It's always Mike Henry, the voice of Cleveland and the creepy old guy. And every time I see Mike, I'll go, hey, Mike, what's going on, man? Is Seth around? And every time I see him, he goes, don't worry about Seth. We'll get you out of here real quick. We'll get you out of here real quick. I haven't seen him, but last week I performed here in Vegas at Jimmy Kimmel's Comedy Club. And Linda Lamontagne, the legendary casting director for Family Guy, just showed up at my show. And I said, hey, can you tell Seth I'm okay and I'm okay to work with him again? Like, yeah. But
put in a word for me, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, I get excited about stuff, and I just get too excited.
It's comedian Craig Gass here with us. Okay, we're already a couple minutes over, but we're really enjoying your stories, man. You're killing it.
Thank you, sir.
We have to know your origin story and how you're so confident in all these impressions. You can do anything.
I've always been able to do any voice that I hear because of how I grew up. My and this sounds like a joke, but it's not. My whole family is deaf. My mom, my dad, my sister are all deaf. I always feel people like tense up when I say that, and
we prefer hearing impaired.
Yeah. It's like the craziest deaf jokes I've ever heard were from deaf people. Like a few years ago, my sister, she turned 50, and we threw a big surprise birthday party for my sister. And you can argue that everything to deaf people is a surprise, but we threw a big surprise birthday party for my sister, and afterwards, we're all sitting down, we're having dinner, and my sister, who is deaf, she's sitting across the table from me, she's signing to me, and she goes, do you want to hear a good joke? And I said, sure. And then she said, me too. And I was like, oh my God, what the hell? Like, yeah, I learned how to have this great sense of humor about everything. The ability to laugh at everything was so freeing. But growing up in a deaf family, I couldn't learn how to talk from my family. I learned how to talk by watching TV and copying all the voices I heard on TV. And I never got an accent from the Bronx, which is where I grew up, and I always say, and this is true, that everybody in the Bronx sounds like Tracy Morgan. Everybody in the Bronx talk like this, whether you black or white. Male or female, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, this is the voice of your next door neighbor, and I'm a Vietnamese girl. That's crazy. Like, everybody sounds like that. So yeah.
That's a great note to end on, man. It's so good to get to know you a little bit. We look forward to seeing you around here. Have a great week on Radio Row.
You too, man. I'll see you guys, and I'll be in Dallas in a couple of months. We're going to baseball.
Yes.
Walchuk has a debt to pay. Website again? Oh,
getgas.com. Get gas with 2 S's.
Oh, I do. So you brought up Brett Favre. There's a running bit on our show.
Oh,
Brett
no.
Favre does the NFL Films impression of Keith Jackson. Mama gave me them flapjacks, and Mama took away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay home with the Crimson Tide. Thank
and
you.
now we've given you our best impression. You know,
that was
now you're
phenomenal.
There you go. That's how you receive it.
That was like a King of the Hill voice, man. That was amazing.
That's damn good. Thanks, Stu. We got Brian Billick, Super Bowl champion, head coach, turned broadcaster, joining us next. Talk about these matchups here on The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey.
by Super Bowl winning head coach Brian Billick. And he's with you now here on 105.3 The Fan, and a good afternoon to you, sir. How are you?
Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's so good to have you. Of course, such a storied career in coaching, and listening to him and Broadus talk about the things they have in common here off the air, building up to this interview, is quite interesting. I cannot wait for this conversation. Obviously, through college and BYU, OC with the Vikings, 94 to 98, team broke the NFL scoring record in the 98 season. Then on to Baltimore from 99 to 2007, where the Super Bowl championship happened. So, congratulations on a great career, man. It's so cool to get a chance to chat with you. Now, a lot of Cowboys fans out there want to know from coaches, why can't the Cowboys get here? Do you have a take for us on what we need to do?
Well, you've got to begin with an understanding it's hard to get here.
Yes, sir.
It's hard to get to and win a Super Bowl. There's a lot of things that have to stack up for you. Not the least of which, obviously, you have to have a good enough team. But things have to, whether it's schedule, and I'm not saying it's happenstance where you just go, well, hey, it's just draw the luck if you can get here. You got to make your own luck, so to speak. But it is hard to get here, and obviously the Cowboys are a good team. They're close. They just need to find that right combination of players that work with that unified vision and that running the ball, throwing the ball, offense, defense, special teams, and you certainly have got ownership that is committed to getting it done. And that's really the key, an ownership that, whether it's ownership, the GM, the coach, that have that unified vision for what it is you need to do, and then you go get the players to do it and do it. And that's not easy.
Coach, Gavin was asking about the Cowboys and stuff like that, and Mike McCarthy took over the play calling, and he let a coordinator go. What time does a coach, as a head coach, and you were a great play caller yourself, when does a coach say, okay, I've got to do this myself? I mean, is that always as a head coach, do you want to be the play caller?
It's an interesting dilemma, an interesting question, because you look at it, and typically you get this job as being through the coordinator job, offense or defense. And offensive guys, we're all smarter than everybody else. We're all geniuses. And you think about it, it's kind of silly. When you're an offensive coordinator, it is a 365, 24/7 job. You are totally immersed in it. I call it the 3 a.m. rule. You wake up at 3 a.m., what are you thinking about? Well, when you're a coordinator, you're waking up thinking about, well, do I run this at this depth, and how do we run that play? So you do that, you get a head job and go, oh, well, I can do that too. And really it's kind of silly because it's disrespectful of all the things you have to address as a head coach. Now you can do it, and there's a lot of, I've done it. I've done it both as the play caller, and I've done it where I've, had other guys go ahead and call the offense and the defense. The key is you better have somebody who's waking up. If you're waking up at 3 a.m. and wondering what the depth of the route is on 22ZN, well, who's waking up at 3 a.m. thinking about the personnel and practice structure and dealing with all the other things that you got to deal with as a head coach? And you can do that. Quite frankly, I think, and we see it all the time, there's any number of teams now where they want to take the play calling duties away. They want you to defer to, and to me, that's silly. All of a sudden, you're not a good play caller now. All of a sudden, you don't know how to call plays. And the fact of the matter is, if you're well-structured and you're an integrated offense and you involve everybody, you set up the game plan. Anybody can call the game. You really can. Now, quite frankly, it's fun, and guys do it. Mike's a great play caller. Right. He really is. Is he going to call a better game than giving it to a coordinator? Maybe, maybe not. Not if you've orchestrated it properly, because my son-in-law played in the NBA for 9 years, and getting to be around basketball, and I've heard some great coaches talk about as an NBA basketball coach, there's really only about 4 or 5 calls I'm going to make during the course of the game. Otherwise, the players at the flow of the game, they're going to do. It's the same in the NFL. There's really only about 4 or 5 times where you might make that intuitive decision to do this. But the game plan, if you're worth your salt and you've done a good job, the game plan is laid out to where just about anybody on that offensive staff ought to be able to make the call. So I think sometimes too much is made of the play caller. The fact that the head coach is doing both, whether he's doing it or not doing it, it's just a matter of preference. And if he is doing it, then the real question would be, okay, who's doing the other things? That's a more legitimate question.
You were on the cutting edge of offenses at BYU at Stanford with Bill Walsh. When you see the young play callers today, are you thinking like, these guys could have worked with us? They had the right ideas because you guys were way ahead of the games throwing the football, especially BYU.
Well, there's a lot of very competent young players or young coaches and that's what the league's looking for right now.
Yeah.
Particularly if you're on the offensive side of the ball. If you've had lunch with John McVay or Kyle Shanahan, you're a head coaching candidate. You're good. I'm ready to hire you because it's a GM's league now.
Right.
They're basically hiring coordinators, making them the head coach, wrapping the other things, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that structure. But what I see in the young coaches today, yes, is smart play callers, and they understand it, and they get it, and how that's set up. More so, it's how they relate to the players and the way they work with the players. That's really where the young new coaches, I think, are the new wave of coaches have that edge, is they understand it really is about that. It's not, I'm not. The fact of the matter is, everybody's running the same thing. They really are. I mean, and it's just a matter of it's about how you devise it, practice it, structure it for the game plan, and get it called, and how that's integrated. That was when I go back to my time with Bill Walsh. That's where Bill was the genius ahead of his time, orchestrating the game plan and integrating it with the players to where they really understood how you practiced it, the ratios. These guys that I see, well, I got 300 play calls in there. No, you don't. You can't practice 300 plays. Who are you kidding? And not effectively. So the brilliance of a Kyle Shanahan. He's very design structure. He knows exactly what he wants. The players know how it's going to be installed, how it's going to be called. So there's a great deal of confidence because they practiced it, they know what it is, and it gets called. So, the genius play call, Bill always pushed back against. I've been in this game, man and boy, for over 50 years. Even including a Bill Walsh, I don't know that I've ever met any geniuses. I don't. Because that diminishes and Bill used to hate that title. He used to hate the idea because it intimates, we just naturally know this. It defies and devalues the idea of the countless hours you spend developing the system, teaching it. I remember Bill Walsh, the early advice he gave me as a coach. He said, for every hour you spend on design, spend 3 hours on how you're going to teach it, how you're going to integrate it into the players, because that's really where the genius comes from.
So you put together, obviously, a Super Bowl winning staff in Baltimore. You mentioned Mike McCarthy. Dan Quinn's gone now to Washington. They got to hire a new defensive coordinator. What do you look for when you're trying to put together your staff, specifically the defensive coordinator position?
Well, and he's done a great job. And you have guys in the pipeline. One of my John Fossil. To me, the best special. John Fossil needs to be a head coach in this league. John Fossil's is good, and he's got that. I think special teams coaches are an untapped resource because, one, they got to work with the entire team. Okay, they got to work with guys that really don't want to be doing it because no one really wants to do what you do, especially unless you're the returner. And you got to be able to communicate it. And John, I think, is one of the next great. Someone's going to tap into that at some point. But I'm sure Mike's got someone in the pipeline. He's going to bring him into a group that's been pretty good. So it's probably going to have to be a veteran guy, is my guess, I don't know, that has the credentials to come in and provide that new energy that says, okay, because they're obviously looking to make that next step. This is an opportunity because Dan Quinn's a great coach. You hate to lose him, but now it's an opportunity to bring in someone new that might prove that spark to now be that difference for us to make the next step.
It's Brian Billick here with you on The Fan.
Coach, at BYU, did you cross paths with Andy Reid as a player?
Andy was a little younger than I am. I actually coached the JV one year.
Right.
And Andy was on that team. He had just come in. Andy and I didn't know each other real well. I was ahead of him in that regard. But, coming out of that BYU system and being an offensive lineman. And when I was used to kid, Andy, he's the world's largest quarterback coach. When he was in Green because I was in Minnesota when he was in Green Bay.
Oh, yeah.
So he and Gruden.
Yes.
John and I go way back, and we know each other. And John was in San Francisco, and I was in Stanford, and we were both at that time in the pecking order where we were first dabbling with computer game planning and the one thing. So we'd compare notes, and so obviously we were rivals when we were in Minnesota, and he was in Green Bay. So Annie and I go way back, and it was always, and then became head coaches. went to Baltimore. He went to Philadelphia at the same time.
They were always stealing plays and stuff from you and Bob.
Damn right they were.
Bob Snooker. They were
That's right.
those screen packages
sneaky
you guys had
sons
in
of
San Francisco.
Yeah, that's
They were
right.
stealing those. Andy and John Gruden were still. I were walking by their office in Green Bay, and I'm like, "What are you looking at?" Oh, we're looking
absolutely.
at this.
Hey, coaches, we're the biggest thieves in the world. We'll take it, practice it, implement it, and then pretend it's ours.
Genius. You're a genius,
Yeah,
right?
that's right. I always said, I'll give you the credit the first time I do it. After that, it's mine.
Have you ever seen Ray Lewis lose an Oklahoma drill?
Yeah, Ray was special.
I mean, Jamal Lewis, Ray Lewis, Oklahoma drills. I feel like
because someone's going to get hurt.
Oh my God!
I ain't going to do that.
Okay, so
now.
that
I'm
wasn't
smart
something
enough.
that took place.
No.
Okay,
no.
gosh dang it.
That was a special group. In fact, people they used to criticize me because they used to call me Coach Cream Puff. Because I was in the Bill Walsh camp back then.
Yeah.
We practiced back then the way they have to practice now.
Oh, okay.
No back-to-back padded practices, limited contact, limited hitting. And they so used to call me Camp Cream Puff. I go, yeah. And I also happen to have the most ferocious single-season defense in the history of the game.
Sure do.
So
Yeah.
go ahead and tell me we're not tough enough and we don't practice the right way.
Was Tony Siragusa the funnest guy you've ever been around?
Tony Siragusa was the biggest pain in the ass in the world. God rest him.
Really?
I loved him, and he was because of what I loved about Tony, he was a pain. He was but you talk about when it came time to work.
Sure.
He burned at both ends, and he had guys, and we were aloof. But boy, when it was time to work, he was right there, and he made sure everybody worked. And when it came to game time, Tony was there. He was, Ray Lewis obviously was the real emotional leader of that team, but Tony, in his way, was one of the key elements because they took his lead, and when it was time to work, Tony made sure you worked.
I love that. Chief?
Just curious how often you bust out the Super Bowl ring? Because we're always on Broadus here. You never really bust it out.
No,
okay.
just on occasion, just
Thank
when
you,
you're
Coach.
doing special.
Appreciate
and it's
you being
amazing.
here.
It's amazing to watch people react to the ring.
Yeah,
And it's great. When we won the first Super Bowl, Steve Bisciotti said, if we win another Super Bowl, we're going to go the other way. We're going to make it smaller. We're going to be very classy. And I said, okay, that's great. So, I leave. They win Super Bowl in 2012. I come back and see their Super Bowl ring. Son of a gun's 3 times the size. I go, what happened? He goes, I couldn't control myself. I just lost. You had to, you have to be bigger and gaudier and the whole 9 yards.
Hey, you got to run. You did mention it's a GM's league. Are we okay with the current structure of our front office with the Cowboys? What would you make of working with that?
That's always a tough one.
Yeah.
You got to love the passion of Jerry Jones.
Yes, sir.
And he's going to try to provide you everything you can. And that does sit the total of the idea that you've got to be unified. So there's, if nothing else, right or wrong, you're unified in the perspective of what this team needs. So, they got to keep having at it.
We need some wisdom about signal relief here, sir.
Real deal. This thing, they came to me about 6 months ago. This is the real deal. You spend hundreds of millions of dollars in the training room, getting the players back on the field, dealing with prohibitive pain. Signal relief, it's a military grade. It deals with the electrical signal in your body. You put it we say put it between the brain and the pain. If I'm on the golf course, I get off, it goes in my lower back. If I'm on the pool 3 days a week, comes on my shoulder and here. If I play racquetball, pickleball, goes up here to block to the elbow. It blocks the pain signal to your brain. That allows you to do, that's where the rehab comes from, right?
Yeah.
Motion is medicine. That's stiffness. You can't give into it. You got to work the muscles. You got to work the joints. Reusable up to a year. You put it where you need it. 100% money back guarantee. Go to signalrelief.com. Look at how this thing was developed. It's amazing. Put in promo code COACH. You get 20% back, and this is the real deal.
Dude, I bet you are an ass kicker on that pickleball. I bet you're an ass kicker on the pickleball. Yes.
Long arms,
got
man.
the
You got it.
wingspan.
Promo code COACH. We got you.
All right, guys.
sir.
Thank you.
It's great to see you. There he goes, the champion Brian Billick here with you on your home of the Cowboys 105.3 The Fan on that #1 air hot seat. And that was so cool to get to listen to his stories about what it was like coaching those Ravens teams, that Vikings team that was so amazing and had their hearts broken by the Dirty Birds.
That was an offense that was hard to deal with. Right
It was.
There. He
I mean,
made my life hell a lot of days.
That's
that
right.
guy. Yeah.
Best that never won.
He said it's a GM's league, and that made me go, it made me pucker quite a bit. Okay, we got to run because a little NFL news of the day sampling in next, and then we're going to get one of these power slappers to do a bet payoff with Wolchuk on the webcam. He might get the lights turned out next in the nation.
Quality.
A premier striker here coming up in just a couple of minutes. Get her story, how she got into it, and what it takes to be an amazing slap athlete. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state of the art. And it is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Well, Chuck, we are live on Radio Row, and it is brought to you by our friends at
the Low T Center.
The Low T Center.
Low T. There's never much love when you got Low T.
You know, I love the Low T Center.
And Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
That's right. And here's Wolchuk with a little NFL news of the day.
Thank you. So I was perusing.
Did you get slapped already?
No, not yet. I was actually
nervous.
I was just reading about this, dude. She has rendered somebody motionless before. So I was
I
a
just
little
watched
bit,
that video.
Holy moly!
Like forever motionless.
Like there was a lot of criticism over should this be done anymore?
Motionless in perpetuity for that person, or for
I
just
don't know
a moment?
if this person's recovered. This person might have this might have been a DQ and like a fatal injury. But
this lady was stumbling around like she got hit by Mike Tyson.
It was not good. So yeah, I'm not in my right mind right now. But Marcus Spears was on NFL Live. And Brian mentioned at the top of the show, Cowboys doing a Zoom interview with Mike Zimmer today for their vacant defensive coordinator position. Ron Rivera did his interview yesterday in person, according to Calvin Watkins. But Swagoo, former Dallas Cowboy defensive end Marcus Spears, talked about Mike Zimmer and his potential fit with the Dallas Cowboys.
Mike Zimmer is meeting the Cowboys about their defensive coordinator position. Zimmer's defenses were really good when he was the head coach in Minnesota. The Vikings ranked in the top 10 in sack percentages, points allowed, yards per play, and total QBR. The Cowboys ranked in the top 10 in all 4 categories last season. Marcus, Zimmer was the defensive coordinator in your first 2 seasons in Dallas. Is he the right guy to lead this defense now?
He's one of them and a really good possibility. Obviously, his familiarity with Dallas, but also the success he had in Minnesota. Now, the concern is he's been away from football from a long time, but it's not crazy how parallel it is with him and Mike McCarthy being out and being able to come and maybe learn some new things and look over the new ways of the NFL. He has had a tremendous amount of success against Kyle Shanahan type offenses. That's one of his calling cards and MO, which may be very enticing to the Dallas Cowboys. So we'll see where it goes.
I like when it comes to him versus some of these motion offenses. You know, Zimmer's got a good history there as opposed to what Dan Quinn does. Yeah, Mike Zimmer's defenses have definitely fared a little bit better against some of these modern motion, the McVays, the LaFleurs, the Shanahans we talked about. That was kind of the Achilles heel. Like, Dan Quinn did a lot of right here, but the one thing he seemed to struggle against at times defensively was that. And I think that's an area where Zim can come in and definitely help improve based on his scheme. Some of his, we talked about, Steve Spagnuolo. And you had that article, I think it was from, was it Nate Tice or Omar
Ben
Ruiz?
Solak.
Ben Solak, yes, who's also fantastic. But kind of dictating more defensively to what the offense is doing. Zimmer does that. Zimmer's very, very aggressive as a defensive mind and a defensive coordinator. So I think that's an area, when you listen to Marcus Spears talk about it, could be exciting, and we'll see which way the Cowboys decide to go. The Giants have officially announced their replacement for defensive coordinator Wink Martindale. They're going with Tennessee Titans defensive coordinator Shane Bowen. He was with them under Mike Vrabel. That's according to The Athletic. So now that's a new face that's inside the division in the NFC. You also have Ben McAdoo, former Giants head coach, is joining the Patriots staff now as an offensive assistant coach. And the only reason I'm really excited for the Ben McAdoo hire is just so we can get the Halloween costumes back. That was one of the best ones. The little kid that dressed up like Ben McAdoo.
Oh, yeah, that
now
was
we
good.
can get that in New England.
Oh, the slick back hair.
It was such an outstanding look. I
Bested
absolutely
only, I
loved
think,
it.
by Little Wash in 2010 or 2011.
Oh, the Little Wash. And the little Andy Reid's
Little Andy Reid's good, too.
The little Andy Reid's are good.
Little
Yeah,
Andy Reid's
Reid
really
was
good.
great. I just wonder, guys, like, why Carroll, Belichick, Vrabel aren't more in demand, And I think the NFL is getting hip to, we don't need old school at all. Even the most accomplished old school guys, it's fairly
weird.
quiet. Now, maybe they want to take years off, but I don't know. That's not how coaches roll typically. So I just want to know, and it'd be great to be inside those meetings, is the hiring process screening for those traits that we need? Or are we stuck in the past? Because Mike Zimmer has been great, defensively. He had a lot of great linemen and linebackers with Minnesota. I think maybe the thing I'd be excited about Mike Zimmer is I know he'd have influence with the front office.
Yes.
And I know he would insist on better linebackers.
Well, and when you listen to Brian Billick just talk, right? What did Brian Billick say? The spark. Like, how can you take this to the next level? Somebody maybe a little bit different. if you keep with a guy like a Ron Rivera, I don't know, is his coaching style very similar to a Dan Quinn? That's something that the Commanders fan base is certainly concerned about.
Yeah, I just
their temperament, a little bit more players coaching, not in your face, not super tough guy like Mike Zimmer is, and like what it feels like this defense for the Cowboys really needs. Like it kind of goes in waves. What have you had for a while? And then you kind of go the other way with it. Your head coach was Mr. In-your-face guy. The next coach is probably a little bit more, not necessarily hands-off, but like less in-your-face coach. And I think the Cowboys defensively have had a coach that's a little bit more players coach, pat you on the back as opposed to get in your face. And I think they need that in-your-face guy. And defense is there's so much in the X's and O's and knowing what to do and all that competence that has to be there. But the toughness factor, just the inner will to want to dominate the guy in front of you, and you see the defenses have that, and I don't know if the Cowboys actually have that. Select few players, but not collectively. We are a bunch that doesn't want to give up a single freaking inch here, and our corners feel that way.
No, it doesn't
not just our linebacker.
Yeah.
It's not just all 11 guys on the football are ready to take your freaking face off.
This is where I like where you're going right now. All you have to do, there's a clip out there on the internet of Mike Zimmer in Cincinnati, and they're making sideline adjustments. Mm-hmm. And he's talking about playing a specific scheme. And when he says, when I call this, you don't be, effing around. And, he is literally like in this guy's face. He goes, I'm calling this for a reason. I told you this was a runaround guy. And you guys, we got to keep him in the pocket. See, that's to me, that's where I need, because I see problems with the Cowboys is that good players, but have boneheaded mistakes.
They're out doing their own thing.
Yeah, like we talked about jumping in A gaps and you're supposed to be in the B gap, or running yourself out of a play, or chasing the guy you're not supposed to chase in the secondary. See, that's where I need a change. I'm okay. Hey, just whoever this coach is, just give me the opportunity where the players aren't busting, where they're not busting assignments that are causing huge plays. That's where I think, and sometimes getting in players' faces, that makes a difference. You start to like, okay, I can't, I've got to do my assignment. Instead of, oh, it's okay, hey, we'll get them the next series on this, we'll do this, we'll adjust, fine. But no, it's not fine. I shouldn't say that. It's not fine.
That's great insight from all of you. I feel like we were about to talk with Sheena Bathory, the premier striker, and we want to talk with her, Wolchuk, maybe getting a stay of execution on this bet payoff.
Thank God.
As we're going to ask her to slap the living hell out of the Wooly Bully. Okay, as soon as she gets here. Now, she probably got busy, and she's
probably knocking
somewhere
some
else
other
in radio.
people out.
We're going to continue to pursue her.
She's
I know
really sparing me.
Tim Collins, the office ace, is on it, and he will not be denied.
This could be historical. The first Radio Row KO of all time.
Yeah.
I feel like that's in store. I mean, that's at least on the table.
It is.
You know what I mean?
Yes. And watching her videos, man.
What about what if we settle if she's fighting back, a little bit about like, hey, I don't want to kill this guy.
Sure. I agree.
I think what if we go opposite hand? Hey, are you a righty? Let's go lefty. We'll ease it up a little bit here.
I mean, there's ways she can dial it back a little bit if she doesn't want to hurt you, like so many people on YouTube have been hurt by her.
But there's that nature versus nurture situation. You get her in one of those moments, all of a sudden she raises her. This is game mode.
Well, I wouldn't mind her on the Cowboys defense because she seems like she does want to rip someone's damn face off, and I think it might be mine.
Wolchuk, just do me a favor. If the lights do get turned out, don't stay down. Try to get up. That will be really good video.
It will.
If you're trying to get up and stumble like some of these gals.
This is why we really needed those damn smelling salts to bring Wolchuk back to life.
That. I was really hoping for this moment to get the smelling salt.
That's a good point,
guys. I mean, geez, this is nerve wracking.
We got a bottle of water. We could just throw the water on him, right?
There is a bottle of water that we have.
Whenever I
just
go
to wake me up.
At some point when we go wireless around here, I'll ask folks if they got any smelling salts on them. Maybe somebody came prepared.
Can we have a towel? Do we have a towel that we could throw?
What do we need the towel
I want to be
for?
the manager here.
Throw in the towel.
I want to throw the towel because if I feel like my man is about to get crushed, I'm throwing the towel. I'm stopping this thing.
Yeah, please do.
I need to get a towel.
And some of those bounties.
I throw a whole roll of paper towels in there. I'm like, from the corner.
You just need to be careful because once you get her in her element, dude, all of a sudden she's smacking you now.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
You're gonna get friendly fire.
You can be a good teammate all you want. Next thing you know, you're needing the smelling
We're all
salts.
getting smacked
The
around.
minute that you hear that sound of her hand hitting Wolchuk's face, we're all backing up.
For sure. Let's not talk
Get a
about
mic
it.
right
We're
in
all
there.
backing up. I'm just telling you right now.
No.
I need to be Mickey. You know, Mickey, the corner man in Rocky. I need to have a towel ready to, if she rears back, I got to throw the towel quick.
I know what I'm doing. Okay, we have more football coming up at 4 o'clock with you. We'll do some C-Note as well. And then at 5 o'clock, Carrot Top's going to join us. Speaking of
I laugh every time I hear
a
his
hulking
name.
figure,
Yeah.
This guy is yoked. We've been seeing him on Radio Rows over the years. Well, now we're in a place where he has residence. Carrot Top has a show here. He's going to join us at 5 o'clock, tell us all about what to do in Vegas and some of his new material. He's going to try it out on us, see if he can get us to laugh. Eric, what would you like to do next?
Coming up next, we are going to dive straight into some football's finest. How about that? The best football content of the day outside of what Walchuk just gave us next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Frankels with you.
Roger that, Sally.
My wife's a doctor, and she likes going outside on her computer and doing her charting. That's no problem with AT&T Fiber Internet. If you're tired of internet dead zones, add some Wi-Fi square footage to your new home or your existing home. AT&T Fiber Internet with All-Fi is now available. Now you can stream from the little bedroom that never used to get a signal, or even from the attic if you want. With straightforward pricing, there's no data caps and no price increases at 12 months, so you won't have to switch providers every year to get the best deal. Don't settle for spotty internet. Live like a gigillionaire. Get AT&T Fiber with All-Fi now and unlock new possibilities for your home. Limited availability. Go to att.com/allfi to check eligibility.
It all comes down to this. Super Bowl 58. Listen live from Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Takes the snap. Darts a pass near side. Caught by Kelsey. Wrapped to the ground at the 12.
And the San Francisco 49ers.
With a comeback for the ages. The 49ers are going back to the Super Bowl.
Wherever you are this Sunday, stream Super Bowl 58 with Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search Super Bowl. AUDACY.
Our coverage from Las Vegas all week leading up to Sunday is presented by Solo Stove. Feel the heat of the world's most popular smokeless fire pit, solostove.com.
It's time to run it back. 105.3 The Fan is teaming up with Sonic to bring you DFW's best spring training coverage of your world champions. Jared Sandler with daily reports and the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation doing their shows live from Surprise beginning Monday, February 26th. Thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. We're rocking here on Radio Row in Las Vegas. We were expecting Sheena Bathory, one of the stars of Power Slap, which is a regulated slap fighting knockout league here in Nevada and California. She could not join us now on the #1 air hot seat, but we're still efforting her. And Wolchuk has a bet payoff on the line here, so it's making him nervous. I think he's kind of relieved right now that she has not arrived yet, but if she had arrived, you'd have been on the other side of it already, buddy.
That's
but
true.
I feel your pain.
It might just be one of these, like, I need to rip the Band-Aid off, and maybe she just says I'm not even doing this because she's not allowed or she might kill me, but I am getting a little bit nervous just the thought of this happening and the more videos that I've witnessed.
Tip of the cap to our presenting sponsors out here, of course.
Low T Center.
And Best Buy Windows and Siding. It's time now for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's Eric.
Okay, so I'm thinking maybe a little Omaha Red 7 audible at the line of scrimmage, okay? A little around the Vegas because
you know what Red 7 means.
We just line up over there, Wolchuk. We're
cover that guy.
we're here obviously in Vegas. This is my first time. I would say last night was an experience, man. It really was. You arrive at the hotel. Well, first you get off the plane and you're taking in all the different colors, and even a 7-Eleven looks cooler than what you're used to because the signage, like everything just looks cool. The In-N-Out Burger signage, you're like, my gosh, everything just seems so inviting.
Just popping, right?
And then with me and Wolchuk take a late night stroll, and we're just kind of perusing and seeing what's going on, and everybody's inviting you into their little places. Everybody's offering you insane things that, of course, Wolchuk and I couldn't afford, nor would we participate in those things. But it was you can feel to an extent, you can feel the lawlessness. Everywhere you go, everyone's got a beer in hand. The smell of heaters is all around you. I was blown away in the hotel, but it's a casino. So it's like, hey, man, it's just like it's
smoke them if you got them, baby.
Smoke them if you got them. So it's been fun. Last night we obviously got a little bit hungry there in the hotel lobby at like 1 or 2 in the morning, and so I broke my first Vegas rule, which is the videoing that you're not allowed to do.
Yes, in the casino.
And I knew, like, in the casino or like whatever, you're not allowed to do some of that stuff. But we're in like sort of the lobby, and down the hall is the casino. You can see it, but we run into the pizza vending machine, and of course that catches our attention. And so we're like, we got to do the pizza vending machine, and this is where I got in trouble because we're videoing this. We're like, okay, we got to watch Wolchuk give us a little taste test of the worst pizza of all time, and so we had our moment doing that. Next thing I know, the security guard, the hotel security, is walking up to me like, no, you can't do that, party foul. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize in the hotel lobby we couldn't do this thing. He was super, super nice though. He was nice. He looked like George Kittle. And so we actually we decided, because he was so nice, we wanted to ask him a couple of questions. So we have some sound. This is an exclusive one-on-one with the anonymous security at the hotel last night as he was reprimanding us for videotaping while Wolchuk was doing his vending machine pizza. And so here's the sound.
Hey, what's funny is they stock it every morning. Okay. And it's
every month.
Refrigerated. No. It's every morning.
Oh, every morning. I thought he said every month. I was like, that's a month-old pizza.
So the Cake Boss has pizza cake over at Harrah's, and they make all the dough, they make all the toppings and everything, and they bring them all over each morning and restock the machines.
Okay, so this is as fresh as it gets.
Yeah.
This is not false advertisement, Wolchuk, when they say fresh hot pizza.
No, it's refrigerator inside, also the oven is inside. It's all set up.
Okay, so we're here with the anonymous security guard at the Link Hotel. Just fantastic.
He saved us from a felony situation.
His beard is so much better than Wolchuk's. It's insane. And his hair,
it's a bit Viking-like.
His hair is better than mine. So this guy's he's an all-world human. Now, how many pizzas have you personally consumed as a man who roams this hallway plenty?
We're not allowed.
Oh, you can't have it?
We're not allowed to.
Okay, so we're in this lawless land of Sin City, and you're clubbing me over the head for the videos, and you're not allowed to eat the best pizza on the market. I mean, so much for
our company
do what you
policy,
want.
We have to have
what happens in Vegas
and everything else showing that we purchased it from a store. Because they won't give receipts from this, we can't do it.
Do you have a personal favorite place in Vegas that you like to go for pizza or just food in general?
Oh, for pizza, Papa Murphy's.
Papa Murphy's.
That's what I always say.
They make it in the store. You take it home, you cook it.
Okay.
And anything in the store, it's just like In-N-Out. Anything in the store, you want it on there, they'll put it on.
Okay, final question for you. What do you feel like is more shameful, being caught soliciting the prostitute in the hotel lobby, or standing in front of the pizza vending machine and waiting for your drunken 2 a.m. Vegas pizza?
I was feeling the shame.
If it was pre-COVID, I would say standing in front of the pizza machine. Post-COVID, because of all the restaurants being closed after 11 o'clock.
Now the vending machine makes sense.
You got to do what you got to do.
Exactly.
Okay.
Pizza approved.
Dude, best security guard ever. Cheers.
Have a great night. Be safe.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, we were blown away that he went Papa Murphy's as the pizza place in Vegas.
That means that Vegas must not have a good pizza place.
Somebody texted in a secret pizza place here on the on the text that we're going to have to potentially try.
And there's a Giordano's right next to us at the Link, which is the old school Chicago deep dish style.
The deep dish. Yeah, the deep dish. So maybe we'll give that a run. But yeah, so we broke our first law. I was blown away. I'm like, man, you're supposed to be able to do whatever you want out here. And all of a sudden we can't video record, and you aren't even allowed to eat the pizza out of the vending machine because you work here. What are we doing?
I was just shocked that the pizza that you guys reviewed is so bad, considering it's fresh every morning.
I know.
How is it not better? Because there's so many good frozen pizzas at the store. Just do that. Just load that bad boy up with DiGiorno's and charge me $30 at 2 a.m. We're good.
I know,
I
dude.
think it was the sauce.
The sauce was terrible.
I think the sauce just kind of off-put everything else.
It's just a terrible flavor.
Yes, it was.
So it was not good at all. And speaking of not good at all, if you guys saw this story. Apparently, we're all trying to figure out here in Vegas which NFL player, we're assuming either plays for the Niners or plays for the Chiefs, was attacked by a coyote last night. Or actually 2 nights ago at Lake Las Vegas. So I don't understand. I mean,
I've heard about them attacked by cougars, but never a coyote.
Yeah, a lot of cougars around here, man.
Oh my gosh! Everywhere you turn,
you thinking that might be a situation where he was using the men's room outside, and the coyote came up on him?
That's a good theory. I would posit, though, more likely horseplay, because I don't think coyotes are going to be like, hey, I'm going to attack that full-grown human over there. And, you know, maybe if they're a pack and you are by yourself, they would try to gang up on you, but I think it's horseplay. Maybe the coyote was trapped, or maybe they were trying to get the coyote to come over with food and had a little interaction, and then the coyote was a wild animal. That'd be my guess.
I feel like this is a Kadarius Toney situation.
Oh, guessing the player? That sounds like up his alley.
It could
It's
be
low-hanging fruit, but I feel like that's a fair guess.
I'm going to go with George Kittle because he puts off rural vibes.
And he feels like he's one of them.
You just grab this coyote here, and you do this thing, and I'll kick his ass.
Is it specifically a player that's involved with the Super Bowl, or is it just an NFL player? Because we did have a Raider that was arrested for a DUI on the Strip
last night.
Yes.
Okay, so it could be.
Could this be the same individual?
I think there's a chance of that.
So
They don't
you got
specify.
the DUI and got attacked at the same time.
You know, I mean, that's a hell of a night.
That's a bad weekend in Vegas.
That's
right
not a
there.
good time.
But 35 to 43 miles per hour is how fast they go on average. These coyotes.
Oh yeah.
So if you get out there and they feel like you're encroaching on their territory, even if you're George Kittle, you're not getting away from this thing. Hell, even if you're Tyreek Hill, you're not getting away from this thing.
They're very powerful. You know, their back legs and compared to their body weight, they can jump like 8-foot fences. You know,
dear God,
like the coyote rollers that sit on top of fences are for them to get up there and then they put their paws on it and just fall back down. If you don't want coyotes on your property, you got to put rollers up there or extremely high fences because they'll get in there and get after your livestock. Or whatever.
See, I think we got to wait out for the injury report. See who's questionable with like a coyote bite, because you have to
injury.
Whoever's wearing
non-COVID rabies,
potentially contagious, he won't be allowed to suit up for Super Bowl Sunday.
But there's like a Lake Vegas around. Apparently, it's quite an outdoor hangout,
and that's where it was. That's where it happened.
Maybe you're just taking a leak, and all of a sudden,
I think that's what happened. I think we wandered outside of a club, and we kind of got in an area that we weren't supposed to be in. The coyote probably hungry, a lot of rain in the area, getting a little chilly, not finding food.
Yeah. Is this close to the Strip that this happened?
I don't know how far away the lake is from where.
I'd like to check it out.
Let's take a little peek-ski.
Sounds like a bustling area.
We'll get Dawson up doing the show with a bit of a cast on his arm.
No coyotes getting the best of me one-on-one.
He's going to go wrestle that
That's what George Kittle thought.
Okay. I'll dog whisper that thing. Okay, we are live here on Radio Row. Looking for our next guest to join us coming up at 5 o'clock. It'll be Carrot Top. Coming up next, we got a little bit of a C-note. We'll recap you on everything that's going on with the Cowboys, their defensive coordinator search, and some of the headlines coming out. And then we'll get you some headlines from around the league as well. That's coming up next. The G-Bag Nation live in Las Vegas, Radio Row on the Fan. French onion and ranch dip has game-changing flavor, even better than if I'd made my dips from scratch at home. No added other junk either. Try it yourself, you'll see, and you'll agree. The taste is amazing. So addictive, I can't stop eating them.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Salute to our presenting sponsors here on Radio Row. We want to shout out our friends at
Low T.
That's right, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. We're going to get some NFL content here for you in, this entire segment, really. But Arlene with the Super Bowl Experience is going to join us and show off some of the new apparel they have available. I have a question for you on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. What do you expect from the Cowboys next season as far as missing the playoffs, making the playoffs, what round Super Bowl? New poll out. I'll give you the results of that, how Cowboys fans are feeling about this upcoming season, but we want your thoughts on the truckwreck.com fan text. Arlene with the Super Bowl Experience joining us here for a few minutes. We've been doing these on the Radio Row for a couple of years now, where they come on and unveil all the new apparel items that are available on the NFL stores. Is that right, Arlene?
Absolutely. The NFL shop here at the Super Bowl Experience. We have 2 locations here and also at Caesars Palace.
Okay, that is fantastic. And the thing I've noticed about some of these items is they're more designer. They're just, they're going next level with a lot of their gear, including this one that Tim's showing off right now on the webcam, one of these oversized Super Bowl hats. What else do you have that's new?
There's something for everyone, absolutely. This is the Noggin Boss hats, which are fully customizable. You can get them here. We have the Usher collaboration hat as well. Obviously, he's performing a halftime show this week, so we want to support him. We have these beautiful, more urban feeling hats by a very popular designer that is available for everyone.
That big
Stony
hat.
Clover, yeah.
That big hat on Broadus right now.
Awesome. There we go.
Is looking really dang good.
And again, here's another one of the Usher collab hats available at the store.
Everybody's going to want the Las Vegas gear. And that jacket right there.
Favorite.
Jackets are outstanding.
Yes,
they really are.
This is by Wear by Aaron Andrews. So one of the items that sells out very quickly. Beautiful, beautiful jacket. Beautiful quality overall.
So for fans that aren't here, they just jump on the website and they can get access to all this?
There's limited items on the website.
Okay.
It's more for the in-person experience. So we encourage anybody in town for the Super Bowl to come and check us out.
This Usher jersey is just...
Usher jersey, yes. Definitely. We got to show the back as well. So Michelin Ness representing.
Have you found that the lines of clothing have been more with women? We've got a ton of females that love the NFL, love football. It's nice to finally see them kind of gear clothing towards.
Absolutely.
I used to remember the terrible jerseys that they'd have to wear a man's jerseys to go to the game and stuff.
Whereas
but I think Erin Andrews has done a great job. We interview her for pregame shows, and she always talks about her line, and it's great clothing for women.
Absolutely. Here's another one by Stony Clover. They're the same makers of the gray hat. So just beautiful clothing that you could wear at the game and beyond.
Yeah, show your pride for football or your team or whatever, but also with really cool, fashion items.
Exactly.
And speaking of that, how about this one? This thing is
super
right
cool.
there.
Yeah, this is very different. This is a starter jacket. We all grew up with them, know them well. All the flowers on the jacket are actually flowers from every state that the NFL plays in. So they had a local artist actually design the jacket, and so it's an ode to every state, again, that the NFL plays in.
Yeah, that's perfect right there.
And then you have to see the inside, too. We got to do a little sneak peek because there's no detail left untouched.
Oh, you got a sneak peek the inside.
I love those buttons on those old starter jackets.
I know.
Though.
We need to come back.
That's just legendary.
So here we go.
Oh, yes.
Just a very beautiful design.
And what's the ticket on that? If I wanted to take that home to the lady.
Do we want to share that?
Sure.
This is $290.
Yeah, it's Dallas.
So I got some free
Yeah,
we're good.
chump change.
Okay, well, not really, but it's a good market to be advertising.
That's what we paid for
into.
breakfast this morning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the hoodie, the modern man suit.
This is actually our latest collaboration with Boss. So a little bit more subdued in colors, all black. So we have a lot of these items available in the store. Very high quality material as well.
What happened to Hugo on that part?
It just
Hugo went away.
He stayed home. Yeah.
He's sitting at home.
Yeah. It's just Boss now. A little more on trend. Is there anything else that we need to know about?
I mean, the store itself here at the Super Bowl Experience is over 26,000 square feet. So there's, like I said, something for everyone. A lot of customizable options. Build-A-Bear for the kids. So good souvenir if you have the littles at home. We have a lot of memorabilia at Hunt Auction, so a great place to see some of the NFL history there. And obviously the Usher collaboration. Everybody's really looking forward to that. So just a lot to do there.
Thank you so much, Arlene. Have a great
guys.
week.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Arlene with the Super Bowl Experience joining us and showing off some absolutely beautiful apparel that if you're heading out here, you can get your hands on, or maybe on secondary. Maybe we can find some of these items on eBay. They are that good, and that's typically what happens with designer stuff that you can only get here. I think that FOMO is going to kick in, but I would love to take some of that home because just what Brada said, the ladies love this kind of gear.
They do.
Okay, what do you expect from the Cowboys next season? Truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Miss the playoffs actually got the most votes on this, with 34% of Cowboys fans out there believing this team will miss the playoffs. And, I've learned over the years that you can never be too sure about what is about to happen. But in my opinion, that should be much lower, just based on the momentum that they have. I think this might be some cynicism based on how the season ended. I mean, 3 straight 12-win seasons. I guess you're losing Biotish. But to me, it's injuries next year that would be the thing that would take you out of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're all very optimistic, and the track record speaks for itself. I get last year, I think, was kind of your one outlier year where they didn't get production from their draft class that they typically do. I don't think that's happened in 2 years in a row. So I think they're going to have a successful draft, which should hopefully improve in certain areas, hopefully the offensive line specifically, because this is a draft class that you can go ahead and really help that out, which will in turn improve the running game. And this offense, what they were able to do without having much of a running game, I thought was very impressive. So, yeah, I think they're still a playoff team. It's just they'll probably be one and done like they usually are.
Okay, we're live at Radio Row. I'm going to get to your text here in 2 seconds, but Brian might have something we need to hear.
Yeah, Mike Zimmer just got done with his interview with Mike McCarthy in the front office. He said it went well. I have no gut feeling either way what the head coach is feeling one way or another, so we'll see what happens.
What the head coach is feeling.
Yeah.
Because if Mike McCarthy doesn't want him, then
that
might be the...
There you go.
I feel like Jones' mind.
Would you say that that's an exclusive?
I'd say that's an exclusive right there. Yeah,
okay,
Mike just got done, and like he was
no read one way or the other.
Yeah, he felt like it went good, but he just has no gut feeling from what the head coach is feeling one way or another. And, that's probably going to be one of the things that they're going to look at, what Mike McCarthy wants to do. We've kind of talked about maybe that his style might not be in line with what Mike Zimmer does. Maybe that this is where Ron Rivera will step in because of just the coaching style. So we'll see how it plays.
Well, I guess I want it to be Mike Zimmer if we can't have, something else, something new and fresh. So I believe that's what I'm polling for. Wolchuk in the last hour detailing some of the success that Mike Zimmer has had against quality running teams. And I think he knows what it would take to help this defense, and I like the influence that he would have with the front office as far as the kind of personnel that he would need to get that job done. Let's check in with the truckwreck.com fan text here. Did Zach already get slapped? Did I miss it? 214. Well, she's kind of ghosting us right now. The champion of slap boxing was due at 3:30. Wolchuk was going to do his bet payoff live on the air and have this lady hit the hell out of him, but she is not here yet. We've left the invitation open. We've left her messages and said, hey, things happen. You need us to float the sked. We're going to float the sked for you.
I'm going to float it.
Wild card lost 28%. That's probably what I would vote for, 28%, although I could see next year the Cowboys winning the division, maybe even having the best record in the NFL. We'll have to see how the Niners continue, what the Rams do. I don't think, there's a lot of other teams. Philly should be down. I expect the Cowboys to win the division next year. NFC Championship loss, 10%.
Super Bowl win 8% and Super Bowl loss 6%. Chief, what are you thinking is going to happen next year with the Cowboys?
I mean, everything is up in the air. I wonder if the 1 year left on, if Dak's sort of in the 1 year left and McCarthy's in the 1 year left, is this a galvanizing thing that's like, hey, let's go do this? Or is it, if you start a little bit slow, does it just start to snowball on you like we're all going to get cleaned out here anyways? So I don't know what the mentality of the team will be, but I think it's fair to expect this team to, if not win the division, at least be a playoff team. But how can you have more expectations than them winning at most one playoff game?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Right until further notice, I can't imagine them beating anything better than the teams they've beat. Detroit, Seattle, Tampa, which we're in the playoffs, but we're not necessarily a contender. I think that's a fair line to draw, and I hope the Cowboys, understand what the challenge is coming up this offseason in order to rectify that. You have to be able to run the ball and stop the run.
And you feel like unless they really are going to change the way they team build, they are off what feels like one of their worst drafts.
Yeah.
So are you getting any help from, are your second-year guys really helping you at all?
Yeah.
And so how much do you have to overcompensate that with this upcoming rookie class being a bunch of badasses?
Okay, some of the highlights from opening night. Last night, our guy Walt, who's been around this show since 2013 and does some podcasting and streaming, he went viral because the production group that he was with, the website that he was with, was rolling video as he walked up and down the sidelines, and Niners fans noticed he was wearing a Cowboys polo and started yelling at him, Cowboys suck, and he was trolling them back and told the Niners fans they should be ashamed of themselves. So that was pretty funny to see that on social media. Mahomes said he's not close to being compared to Brady. That was, maybe one of the big headlines that hit the national outlets last night. You don't disagree with him?
I would disagree. I disagree with him saying that. I think when you start to talk about the all-time greats to play in this game, the Montanas, the Bradys, the Mannings, he's absolutely in that conversation.
Yeah, he's at least somewhat close, as the quality of his play. I think he is always going to be humble with his answers, though.
Yeah. And I always say this, the way that the roster turns over in the National Football League now, the fact that they could take away his wide receivers and, have to do things differently and change coaches. He loses his primary, the offensive coordinator goes to Washington. I know Andy Reid calls the plays, but the turnover that he has to deal with on a yearly basis, and the fact that the run that he made, I think to me, this is where he put himself in that air.
Yeah.
When all of a sudden we thought, can this guy win a playoff game going on the road? No, he absolutely can win playoff games on the road, and he very well could win this Super Bowl too.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because Brady started his career leaning on the defense. Hey, I just need to sort of not lose this game, and let me make one or two plays that need to get made, and we can win some titles. And then the way that they went about it moving forward after their first couple of championships, then Brady became the reason, and Mahomes started out as the reason. And now he's adjusted his play towards, okay, I don't have all these high-flying weapons. I don't have to go out here and score a bunch of, 1,000,000 points. I can understand that, hey, at times I can just punt. It's okay because I can lean on my defense. I know I can lean on my running game or whatever, and his ability to, like you said, Broadus, adjust to what's around him, and he's done it in the reverse, where Brady starts out being the bus driver and then, develops into being the GOAT. And Mahomes sort of stepped on the field and was like, yeah, I'm GOAT level right now. You can give me a terrible defense and just give me a bunch of weapons, and we'll go out here and do it, and I'll throw for all the yards and all the points. And now it's like, hey, we can lean on our defense. We can score 17 points in Baltimore, and it's cool.
Yeah.
And he spoke last night about wanting to play as long as he can play. And he's like, obviously, Brady did it, and some other guys have done it, so I'm going to try to strive to see if I can do it as well. So you have a guy like Luka, for instance, who's GOAT talent, in basketball, that what can he achieve? We'll see. But he's on record like, yeah, I'm not here to do this for 20. I'm not trying to be LeBron. I'm not going for it in that way. Mahomes is putting voice to, yeah, I'd like to. If he can stay healthy and he can make it happen. And we saw just last week in Baltimore when he gets rolled up in a weird way and any quarterback would probably blow their knee out. And then it's like, no, not Mahomes. He's putting that sort of TB12 work in with the way that his body is. So maybe even though he doesn't look like he's got the beer belly, whatever, he might be a guy
guy that can prolong his career because he's that dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
He's saying,
Aware.
I don't think I'm quite there because he doesn't have the 7 Super Bowls. But, Pat, you're well on your way,
No,
sir.
he's just being humble.
You really, really are. I mean,
there's people, even the guys that played in that era with Montana and Rice and that whole group, Bradshaw, they acknowledge what this guy is.
Well, it's one of those things where
this guy
it's like,
could have played in any era.
Yeah,
he really
you
could.
mentioned Joe Montana. Who do you want for a Super Bowl Sunday as your quarterback? You want Montana? You want Mahomes? You want Brady? You want Mahomes? To me, I'm going to take Mahomes. I think physically what he's done, and last year he's doing it on one leg. He's gimping around. He's got that ankle injury, and he's still running through the Philadelphia defense on that game-winning drive to set up the ceiling field goal. So to me, what Mahomes is able to do, I think is the best we've seen at that position in the history of the sport.
Right now, the conversation does have to go to the quality of what you see with your eyes, because you can't quantitatively say, hey, you're the equal. But I think it's a much more interesting and better conversation to just look at the quality of the player.
Right.
You can't tell me John Elway wasn't as good, and you can't tell me Dan Marino wasn't as good. Joe Montana. Peyton Manning. I think there are, and when you go era to era or situation to situation, I think then it just becomes much more subjective, and I don't think there's many opinions that are wrong about that. But I'll sit back and cheer like hell for Mahomes to pass Brady. It's going to kind of take on a Tiger Woods vibe, chasing Jack, or LeBron chasing Jordan, for sure.
Really, the only thing that stopped Tiger Woods was injury. Hopefully that won't be the case for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, Elon chasing him around with a 9-iron.
Yeah.
I think he had to get away.
Yeah.
That's where it started to go bad. Top 10.
The Waffle House that's where it started going.
Yes.
The Waffle House is excellent.
I'm trying to just have your back here. I know you're moving around and doing stuff, but you're giving the folks a lot of crotch shots with your Zoom cam over there.
Yeah, I had to stand up and take off my
shots-
coat. If you want me just to just sweat.
No, I mean the numbers have come up. The viewership numbers have come up.
I appreciate that.
People are into this, dude.
These people
Can
are
you do a
watching
chop
some
next
porn
time, though,
channel
like
or
a
something.
Degeneration X, or
it's funny, and I was mindful of that. I was mindful of standing up and doing that because I knew somebody was going to say something.
Yeah. Well, when it's that impressive, you have to say something.
I think you're the tonnage, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation live on Radio Row. Top 10 at 420 coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking it?
That's a great question. I haven't picked my list yet. Let me go ahead and do that right now. Let's go with top 10 players to never win a Super Bowl today, shall we? Who do you think's the best player that's never won the chip? That's next.
Okay, I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you, though.
party is tonight. Did get an email, Wolchuk, and they just had an issue where the main guy at the slap boxing deal or the slap knockout deal, they had to change their schedule, but they're going to be back around.
Okay.
So she's going to be here, and the world's greatest slap hitting woman is going to knock the hell out of Wolchuk for a bet payoff before
I'm not off the hook
before we leave. No.
This is ridiculous, guys. You guys are really messing with me here.
Well, this segment is brought to you by Soda, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Our presenting sponsors on Radio Row, salute to
Low T Center.
Low T. And Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Here he is, Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much. CBS Sports has the top 10 NFL players never to win a Super Bowl. I'll give you some of those. 877-881-1053. Who are some of the players that you think are the best to never win it? We just got a text in. Calvin Johnson from the 903. Oh, that's a perfect segue because Robert Griffin III had Calvin Johnson on his podcast here recently, and he talked about, well, at the end of Calvin's career, he did need the cannabis to be able to sometimes play through games. The big question, though, was Calvin Johnson high during his infamous Cowboys game in which he had near 400 yards receiving and, 3 touchdowns?
Yeah.
Calvin, were you?
Did you ever play any games high?
Yes, I have. There were some games there in my career, man. I was like, I don't know how I'm going to make it today. I don't know how I'm going to make it today. Let me get my mind right.
So you obviously had the game. This was against the Dallas Cowboys in 2013, where you had 329 receiving yards. Were you, diving into the cannabis, or was it later, more so 2014, 2015?
Nah, it was like my last year when I was just like, I was barely hanging on.
If you had 329 receiving yards, getting fried before the game, I mean, everybody gonna be getting fried before the game now because the Calvin Johnson did it.
Everyone's going to be doing it, man. It's the Calvin, all right? And I'm sure he's not alone. I did hear Justin Blackmon was one at Oklahoma State that I think might have played every single one of his college games.
Probably
Pre-game Blunsky.
Probably with a little crossfade.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not surprised at all. A number of the greatest athletes to ever lace him up have been baked. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think this is a normal occurrence, and I think the NFL has certainly been a little more lax when it comes to the cannabis as well. And we've got a lot of that's going around here at Radio Row.
I think some sports lend themselves to, being able to, take a puff of something before your game and go out there and execute. Football doesn't feel like that sport to me. Like I understand after a game or whatever, or through the course of the week, the pain management or something like that.
So what if you're a daily smoker and you wake up on game day and your game's at 7 o'clock? You just not smoking that day?
No, that's a different deal. I think as long I'm talking about like sort of you're legitimately you just hit it before you're running out onto the field kind of deal. Like I think in baseball, I think in basketball, you could do that and get away with it and still be able to perform. And I'm speaking from no experience. I'm just guessing from the sport and the way it's played, like a contact sport.
Yeah.
Like smoking weed and then going and tackling people or something doesn't feel like. It doesn't feel like a good marriage there.
I would also think you just kind of sweat it out so quickly, the THC, to like how long are you able to really stay high throughout the game?
Yeah, it's such a different era. Like in the 70s, they used to take amphetamines.
Yeah.
They would take the uppers and things like that. My uncle played my uncle played 18 years for the 49ers. And they talked about that they used to have the pills in a, like you would walk by to go get your socks or a towel or whatever, and they'd have the pills in a container there, and you could just like grab a couple. But it's a different era where I think the smoking aspect of was probably after games more so than to kind of come down after the amphetamines that you use to playing games.
But Calvin Johnson was a beast.
He was.
Cannabis or no, I think he has a very strong argument to be the number one receiver you should take of all time.
Man, he was an absolute freak of nature. I mean, I remember his combine. He absolutely tore that up, and he went to a school in Georgia Tech, didn't even throw the football at
Well, yeah, it's too, you think about the greatest receivers ever to play in the game, and a couple of these guys went to Georgia Tech, and they ran an option offense.
Yeah, him, Demaryius Thomas, rest in peace.
Yeah, it was crazy that that they developed the type of receivers that they did. It just
Crazy.
shows you the talent that they had.
But there are a lot of really good receivers that have not won Super Bowls. We got a lot of texts in for Randy Moss. Of course, he was very close with the 07 Patriots. Warren Moon, Dan Marino, Tony Romo, Danny White getting some love here on the text. 877-881-1053. Yep. How about Zach Martin as well? Certainly, there's some Cowboys that you could name there. A Dez Bryant, a Jason Witten if you want. Some of the honorable mentions that we have, Chris Carter, who we just had Coach Billick on earlier. Man, that 98 team.
I'll never forget Chris Carter.
Were you there in Philly when he was around?
No, I wasn't in Philly. I was in Green Bay when he was one of those guys like the man of God. You know, he was a very religious, talked about being religious and all that. He'd catch a ball and he got just blasted into our sidelines and he popped up. And he starts just MFing everybody on the bench. And one of our guys goes, "Oh, man of God."
That's hilarious. That's awesome. Oh, man of
he
God.
He turns around, and he's like, God bless me to play this game and all that. And he gets whacked into our bench. And literally, he just immediately popping up and F-bombing everybody on that bench.
He's got to channel his Phil Rivers in that moment and hit him with some dadgummits.
Danggummit.
He did. There was no damn. We were all, and like I said, somebody goes, "Oh, man of God."
That's great.
We just started dying laughing on the sideline.
Friend of the show, Brian Urlacher, made the honorable mention. Champ Bailey, what an outstanding career he had.
Bailey,
Dude, one of the most amazing plays I'll ever remember, I think it was a playoff game, when Champ Bailey intercepts the ball and he's running down the sideline versus the Patriots, and Ben Watson, the tight end, comes, and it's going to be like a 99-yard interception return for a touchdown, and right before he crosses the goal line, Ben Watson, the tight end, just came screaming across with the angle and hit him, and it might have been a touchback situation where it was Patriots ball again, but that's one of my favorite plays ever.
That's amazing. Joe Thomas, of course, longtime Cleveland Brown.
Played a lot of years.
How about Bruce Matthews? My gosh. Bruce Matthews certainly listed. Adrian Peterson, J.J. Watt, Eric Dickerson, and Fran Tarkenton. Finish up your honorable mentions on the outside looking in.
Eric, what team did Fran Tarkenton play for?
Minnesota Vikings.
Can you name the other team he played for?
I can't.
That's unfair.
Can't.
No.
New York Giants.
Damn. The New York
Man, I'm surprised you knew the Vikings.
I was going to flex my football guy, and then all of a sudden there was a second part to that.
You know what? I don't think there's a lot of people that would know
that was
he played
unfair
for
by
another
Brian,
team.
I felt.
Okay, all right.
I had to rally because he quickly named the Minnesota
What are you doing
Vikings.
watchdogging on Fran Tarkenton over there, dude? Stop it. Just stop it.
Can't wait to see your tweets about that one.
Golly.
I was watchdogging.
My co-host didn't know Fran Tarkenton played with the Giants.
I totally watchdogged this.
Number 10 is Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah, dude, amazing.
I mean, you mentioned Calvin. Larry was also that Super Bowl, that run that he took the Cardinals on. I think that's the greatest postseason I've ever seen from a receiver. He was unbelievable, and he played so well in that Super Bowl. He almost won it for him. Unfortunately, you had that Santonio Holmes-Ben Roethlisberger connection.
Maybe one of the greatest Super Bowls ever played.
Really was. The James Harrison play.
It was crazy how that thing went
There were
back and
so
forth.
many amazing plays in that game.
Yeah.
LaDainian Tomlinson, TCU zone, comes in at number 9.
Oh.
Tony Gonzalez at number 8, best player not to win a Super Bowl. The late, great Junior Seau at number 7.
Seau.
I believe he was close with the 07 Patriots and also made it in 94 with the Chargers, but then they got shellacked by the Niners.
Walchuk, with your Larry Fitzgerald take there in the playoffs, in those 4 games, he had 30 catches, 546 yards. 7 touchdowns.
Oh, my goodness.
So he averaged 136.5 yards per game throughout those playoffs and basically almost 2 touchdowns a game.
It was crazy what he did. He was on fire. I've never seen a wide receiver say, all right, I'm putting the team on my back. We're going to the championship.
Did Palomalu chase him down in the Super Bowl on that play, or did he actually score?
He scored. When he split the defense on the quick slant, he scored.
But he
scored
also made a tackle on a play, too. There was an interception.
So it was James. He tried to. Adrian Wilson got in the damn way on the sideline. He tried to run through the sideline to go get him. James Harrison ended up scoring on the play.
What's the famous story about him?
The famous stat is that he's got more tackles in his career than drops.
Drops. There you go.
Shout out to Chris Arnold for that one.
Oh,
that's a legendary.
We got to dig that one back up.
Number 6 is Alan Page. Tell us a little bit about Alan Page, Brian.
Part of the Purple People Eaters there. Him and Jim Marshall with the old Gary Larson in the 70s. Man, they used to they played in an era where you like club guys. Like the lady's going to slug you in the head. They did this all the time. Every
Deacon
single
Jones
snap.
style.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Jim
Deacon
Marshall.
Jones. Yeah. The Purple People Eaters for the Vikings. Tough.
The best Larry Fitzgerald story I got is CA talking with his dad, who's a pretty famous writer.
He's from Minneapolis.
Yeah.
And New York Super Bowl.
we're all running around. Well, CA sees his buddy, and they end up chatting for probably 45 minutes, and we're about ready to go. And we're like, where's CA? Well, we go get CA, and as he turns to leave to run to get to us on the bus, he stumbled slightly and runs into this other media member who was walking towards the entry there and actually went into his knees.
That's crazy.
And the gentleman's down like, I think he tore his ACL, actually.
Wow.
And yeah, so Chris joined us on the bus, and this gentleman's like grabbing his knee in pain as we're walking away, saying sorry.
Drunken CA stumbling in the knees.
I think he had a great connection with Dennis Green as well. We mentioned Dennis Green earlier. Top 5 players never win a Super Bowl. Anthony Munoz, longtime Bengal. Number 4 is Bruce Smith. Number 3, which got texted in a lot, was Randy Moss. 2 would be Barry Sanders. But number 1, Dan Marino. There's your top 10.
All right, thank you, Wolchuk. It is the G-Bag Nation live on Radio Row, and we're back with more after these messages here on the Fan. Segment is now I got to tell you about my friends at D&M Leasing, okay? Because if you want...
See site for details.
Right now, USDA Choice Untrimmed Beef Brisket is on sale for $2.99 a pound with your card, sold whole in bag. Limit 2. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Tolos, it's a new year. Low T Center can make it a great one. If you've been feeling tired and grumpy, noticed lack of motivation and drive, you may have low T. Low testosterone levels can cause weight gain, loss of muscle mass, and so much more. I recommend the Low T Center. That's where I get my levels tested. They make it quick and easy to get your levels checked, and it's only $25. And with their on-site lab, you'll get results back in about 25 minutes. Go to lowtcenter.com now to book your appointment online. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Bacon Plumbing.
Flickering lights? Blown fuses? Got new electronics? Call Bacon and we'll upgrade your old panel and give you a free surge protector to shield your home from harmful power surges. Just another reason why.
Everyone loves bacon.
It's time to run it back. 105.3 The Fan is teaming up with Sonic to bring you DFW's best spring training coverage of your world champions. Jared Sadler with daily reports and the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation doing their shows live from Surprise beginning Monday, February 26th. Thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Okay, I had a futures bet open on the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl. That has not come true. I got to get right. I got to leave Vegas with something in my wallet. And joining us now, a couple of gentlemen that can talk about those opportunities. Caesars Sportsbook Vice President of Trading, Craig Mucklow. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon.
And Assistant Director of Trading, Adam Pullen. Good afternoon to you.
Same to y'all. Thanks for having us.
Well, thanks for having us in Vegas. This is cool.
Wish we could have gave you some better weather.
Well, we're going to be inside a lot, so we're okay with that. But I think a lot of the folks out there are wondering, if I want to get some action going, what's the best way to do this, and what's the hottest bet going right now in Caesars Sportsbook?
The one we don't want the most is a Kelsey anytime touchdown scorer right now. There's more wagers on Kelsey to score anytime than there are on 49ers money line and spread tickets put together.
Wow. That's the Taylor Swift factor.
And the Travis Kelsey factor. I mean,
he's a magnet for the end zone.
He's pretty good at what he does. I know Sunday, every time that ball goes towards Kelsey in the end zone, we'll be like, please no.
Yeah, I mean, I got to say, we were looking at Travis Kelsey numbers, and you guys are the experts here, but I was thinking, if you look at the history of his playoff resume, the over and catches, yards, and the anytime touchdown seem like a pretty nice parlay.
Yeah, and that's the thing now. You can same-game parlay these selections, so you can wager Kelsey anytime touchdown scorer over his receiving yards, over passing attempts if you wanted to.
Yeah, there you go.
There'll be a prop play of some description where we're expecting the trick play, and that's one of the things we always try and offer.
So are you guys able to even really enjoy the game, or are you just sitting there stressed out the entire time that something insane is going to happen?
Well, as far as enjoying the game, I always like to say that the only part of the game I really see is the fourth quarter, because once the game starts, obviously we have prop bets on basically every play.
Tracking everything.
Yes, you're grading bets, you're settling bets so people can reinvest into the live betting if they want. So really, we don't see very much of the Super Bowl. Like I said, fourth quarter I can finally rest. Let's see how the game's going. So it's a busy day, and it doesn't stop once the game kicks. But look, as far as we're veterans of the industry. Whatever happens. You have to have some sort of ability to just let it go. Look, we've done our job. We booked the game properly. And what happens. We don't play. We don't catch the ball. We don't throw the ball. We don't, shoot the basket. So, we have sound bookmaking standards that we follow. And if sometimes they go for you, sometimes the results go against you.
What kind of the models and stuff do you have, though? Is there things? Is it? And I don't want to make it sound like the stock market, but they always talk about the models and stuff like that. Is there certain things that you put out and you say, okay, this is our model? And do we always stick with the model, or do we have to adjust it as we go along during the week?
It's a good indicator. So when we had our look-ahead lines up, so before the championship games, you could have wagered on the 49ers versus the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and we had a line of -3 to 49ers based on our numbers, based on what we'd seen. So it's probably 90% math, 10% opinion, and we'll get together between the group of us. the model is always the model can only tell you what you put into the model. If you look at some of the box scores, the 49ers beat the Packers in a monsoon. That affects everything. Now, thankfully, we're indoors, even though we've got football weather this week. We're in a dome stadium, so weather's out of the factor. The Chiefs beat the Dolphins, and when it was freezing, it was minus degrees. So those things always have an impact as well. But you tend to, as your power ratings get stronger and stronger through the year, the number gets stronger and stronger. And this is, in all fairness, this is the easiest game to book.
When you guys, and I come from a scouting world, and so we used to go into rooms and argue about players. Do you guys ever go into a room and like MF each other about something?
This was a stupid problem. Why did we put this on here?
You argue till you want to hurt each other, but when you walk out of the room, it's all there. You just leave it in the room.
Well, look, this industry lends itself to conversation and different opinions. I'm sure all of you around the table have had numerous different opinions, and you talk it out. But obviously, we do the same thing. You might have, Craig might make a game 4, I might make it pick, and somebody else might make the other side, 2. So you just have to come together, but that's part of it. There's no animosity. There's no nobody's right. It's a group effort. So we're more opinions the better from my perspective. As long as they're quality opinions and you have the experience to back it up in the methodology.
We're talking with the sportsbook guys here from Caesars. It's VP of Trading Craig Mucklow and Assistant Director of Trading Adam Pullen here with you on the Fan.
Yeah, the thing about it was we would have guys that like I remember my boss would know which scouts had good opinions and which scouts were not very good, and you always knew that when he would go, okay, thank you very much, and they'd move on to the next opinion. So that's what I was kind of wondered. Is there a guy or a gal in the organization that you kind of like go, okay, well, thank you very much. We're gonna move on to the next opinion.
That would be me. Monday night when we started the process of pricing up all the props and going through it, Adam has all the traders at his house.
Sure.
I stay independent, and then I'm looking at the bets, seeing the bets come through, and I saw one of the bets come through. So I started doing the maths myself. I'm phoning them, texting them, saying, "This is wrong. You've got this wrong." And then they basically said, "This is why you're not at the house."
Look, everybody starts from a respect. When I came here in 1990. I never made lines, so it's something that's you just get better at. Some people have a knack for it, some people don't. But usually the people that we call on to make numbers on things, are people we respect. So we have a lot of smart people in our office. It's not just a two-man show that you see sitting here.
Did you guys think you made a mistake on making the Chiefs underdogs the last 3 games, or how does that all reconcile to where we are right now?
No, I think that's what the power rating said. Look, they went on the road to Buffalo. No, of course, I think the Bills are going to be favored. You can't judge the result by how the line is. A lot of people always like to say, "Oh, Vegas, you hit the line right on the head." Well, we're not right. We're wrong a majority of the time. But no, the Bills deserve to be favored. The Ravens deserve to be favored. They bet we needed the Chiefs. So look, that storyline that especially now, how are you going to bet against Patrick Mahomes? You can't bet against Patrick Mahomes. The Mahomes-Purdy match, the big banner we see here, that's the matchup. You have a quarterback who's done it, who's been there, showed everybody, now I can win on the road. He's proven it against an unproven quarterback, so that's going to resonate with a lot of people. They know Mahomes. They know how he's going to perform in the big games. Brock Purdy, not that he's the whole San Francisco 49ers team. They have a great team. That's an advantage. I think it resonates with a lot of people. Like, hey, I'm going to put my money on. I'm putting it on Patrick Mahomes.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, no. So when we opened the line, so our look-ahead line was -3. Obviously, after the games on Sunday in the championship games, we opened 2, because everybody just saw what Kansas City did to Baltimore on the road, and then the 49ers, how they struggled to overcome the Lions, whether that was the 49ers playing poorly or the Lions gifting them the game. But we saw nothing but Kansas City money the minute we opened the line, and it was flooded down. We got it all the way down to -1. Then we saw a $1 million wager on the 49ers money line. We saw a $500,000 wager on the 49ers, so we back up to 2. So it's not quite stock trading, but it is. You're moving a line here and there to try and get at least minimize liability. You'll never have both sides win, that's for sure.
What do you guys do with the idea that we talk about a lot, which is that some quarterbacks are clutch, or there's a playoff factor? Like, we're watching the Cowboys lose for whatever reason. We're thinking, do they just not have it in the big moments? Do you guys quantify that in any way?
You can't quantify it as much, but it is there in the back of your mind, especially when you're getting to the big playoff games. We have more leeway and more room to move what our number wants to be. So we will have, and the one thing that does help is if we've got people that really follow those teams they might be a fan of the team. We take the fandom out, so the job gets rid of that. But at least then they can tell you the history of, they know how they play and what they've done. So whatever the Cowboys did 5-6 years ago doesn't impact what they do this year in the playoffs. They're completely different teams. But it's in the back of your mind.
Yeah. How much of it is the creativity factor with these prop bets? Like you guys just sitting there and at all hours of the day, you just have a new idea in mind and boom. Is it that simple? You're just getting creative and throwing crap out there? Like, sure, let's run with it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the prop betting, it's grown so much over the years. It started Super Bowl 20 with Refrigerator Perry. Caesar's Palace was the first to put a line on Willie score a touchdown. And it's grown year after year after year. But the interesting thing is, almost 40 years later, you think we'd have it all figured out. We don't. The game changes, the circumstances changes, the matchup influences what kind of props we're going to do. So we're always looking to do more. We want to make that fan experience who comes here to Las Vegas or who's betting at any of our other jurisdictions where Caesar Sportsbook operates. We want to make it fun. Super Bowl is a fun event. You don't have to bet a lot of money. You don't have to know if Travis Kelce's the only player you know because of Taylor Swift. That's fine. You can still plunk down $5 to win $100 on a bet. You don't have to be the most knowledgeable football fan. It's fun. It's a national holiday, and we're looking to expand more and more, and we'll be doing more props, up to the day of the game. If we have any good ideas, there's always something that pops in people's heads. There's always something to link the game to. We do a lot of cross-sport props, like link something that's going to happen in the football game to a college basketball game or a soccer match or a cricket match. I mean, we've run the gamut of what we can do, but there's still more to do. It's been 40 years, and we still haven't figured it all out.
How crazy was the MVP for the league this year for the NFL and then the Heisman Trophy? That seemed like every week you guys were having to, maybe even daily, having to adjust where those odds fell.
Yeah, the NFL MVP, McCaffrey and Purdy were by far the worst results. I mean, very, very bad. All the customers wanted it. They were big odds. And every week they performed.
Right.
The only problem we could see was maybe they split votes near the end of the year. But then the game on Christmas Day pretty much put that to bed with Lamar Jackson winning it. So we got lucky in a way because we ended up, well, he hasn't won it yet, but
sure,
we're in a good position. The Heisman was the exact opposite. So Louisiana customers always heavily bet because college football's king in that town. Heavily bet Daniels, the quarterback. And then he had a couple of games where maybe he ran up the score, ran up the stats, but it was recency in people's memory when it comes to voting for the Heisman and how he performed. And that was one for the customers, not one for us.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here on your home of the Cowboys, and best of luck with Kelsey not scoring.
Please.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate all the help we
Or
can get.
best of not luck.
You got it there. Caesar Sportsbook VP of Trading Craig Mucklow and Assistant Director of Trading Adam Pullen. Thank you so much for joining us there and sitting in on the #1 air hot seat. Okay, 2 hours to go here in the G-Bag Nation. We're coming back with Carrot Top, talking sports and life with the famous comedian next right here on Radio Row. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed.
We are live on Radio Row, and Carrot Top's going to join us. We'll see what's the latest with Carrot Top, who does have a residency here at the Luxor for tourists that are interested in his show. We want to salute our presenting sponsors here on Radio Row. First up, salute to
Low T.
That's right, Low T Center and Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Carrot Top's going to be on that #1 air hot seat. And we got these confessional videos that you might see on social, brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding as well. And stay tuned, because throughout the course of this week, we're all going to unveil something that's very personal.
Yeah, mine's explosive. Get ready.
And
explosive?
It might not even be about the person who's doing the confessional.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard a rumor that might be going on.
Get ready.
So make sure you're jumping on there. Now, I do want to kind of reset what Brian. This is kind of breaking news. It's not a huge story, but it's an update on where we're going with the Cowboys defensive coaching search.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier though that Mike Zimmer has completed his Zoom interview with the Cowboys. Mike was he didn't have he said he felt like it went well, but he doesn't know how the head coach is feeling one way or the other. So that's kind of where Mike's at right now with that. You know, he's, as we've talked about a bunch, he's open. He wants the opportunity to be a part of, coming back to the Cowboys and working with his defense. But let's see, they've got others, the Ron Riveras and others, trying to get an update on the Wink Martindale thing. I've got some sources out there that at the break I was trying to kind of call and see where we're at with Wink Martindale. So a lot going on right now with the Cowboys, trying to get this defensive coordinator position taken care of probably this week.
Ceiling and floor for the defense coming up this year. If you're a top 5 or at times just top 10 defense now, I mean, how bad could this thing go the other way? How good could it get? I think getting this higher right could totally transform, your outlook for the year. I
think, to me, you're absolutely right about getting the higher right and getting the right guy here. How about having the right draft? Mm-hmm. And the linebackers you mentioned, Dawson, maybe Jerry pushing chips all in, going to get a veteran linebacker.
Yeah.
They've got to do something different with the defense. They can't go and play the same way that they did last year with that. They've got to go and add some pieces to this thing. And the actual offseason of adding to the roster might even be more important than the actual coach that you hire.
Yeah, I could see that, but I also think in this era of football, you need good coaching and good players to win.
No question. You do. The players will make a good coach. I think, Brian, one position group that I think they need to address in free agency, not just linebacker, but one they've struggled to really hit and they've tried in the draft and not gotten the production they need, is defensive tackle.
Yeah.
And those kind of play together in a sense. That's something we've talked about on the draft show, but you've got good linebackers and defensive tackles in this upcoming free agency class. I think Osa's a good player. We don't know what's going to happen with Mozzie Smith. It certainly was a disappointing rookie season, but I think those are the two position groups where you need to say, man, in the draft, we haven't really evaluated those position groups. We're stronger in other areas with our scouting department, in my opinion. Maybe that's where we attack free agency and go and acquire some veterans at those two positions.
Brian Billick joined us last hour, or maybe 2 hours ago. We get into time warp here when we're on Radio Row because there's so many different things flying at you. But I thought the biggest takeaway when Brian Billick joined us was he said it's become a GM league. And I don't think you can overlook that and how important it is for the GM to be doing a lot of the things that used to be assigned to head coaches as far as formulating the style of play and what we need to prioritize when we're looking for coaches and coordinators to execute this vision. And certainly coaches can show up and give you added value. But when Billick said that, and then, we circled back around and asked him about, Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones, and a former coach, a classy guy, is always going to take care of the coaching fraternity, right? And he's never going to talk bad about an owner. But that one really hit me like a ton of bricks, Chief.
Yeah, no, same here. That was a bit eye-opening, and I don't know that the Cowboys have gone that route in terms of, they still got the old school head coach. So are they playing in the same realm as these current teams with the evolution of it all, or are they just sticking with the usual, hey, our coach is kind of the old school guy?
All right, joining us now here on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers, live on Radio Row here on the #1 air hot seat. A professional comedian. We've seen you on Radio Row over the years.
Professional?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe you're getting paid for this.
I guess I'm a professional. I'm like the old guy now. Yeah, I'm like the veteran. Jeez, I've been doing this so long. I used to be the young guy. I'm the old guy.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you're still in shape like a young
I'm
guy.
all
That's
right.
for sure.
That's all right.
Yeah, man.
It's the lighting. It's the lighting in here.
Seriously though, dude, like when did the fitness thing come on?
Oh,
like
probably
that?
years and years ago. People always say to me, "Well, when did you get jacked up?" I'm like, 1985, I started working out. I wrestled in school, so I was kind of got into. But I mean, that's it. I don't go any crazier than just a little weightlifting, a little running.
Looks like more than a little to me.
Well, someone punched me earlier, so this side.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Did you get with one of those slap boxing girls?
Yeah. I saw that. I don't want to be in any part of that.
Yeah,
Either
me
side of
too.
that. No.
It's awkward.
So you've set up shop here in Vegas now for 4 years at the Luxor, right?
18. 18.
Wow.
18 years at the Luxor. Yeah, 18.
So
and 10 at the MGM, and 1 at Bally, so 29 years.
Beast. What's your fastball these days? What are you bringing?
My fastball?
Yeah.
In what regard? Like sports?
Well, when you're on stage.
Oh, my
what's
fastball.
your bet?
I'm 58. There's no fastball anymore. Fastball's gone.
Just paint the corners.
Yeah, just hit the corner.
Yeah, nibbling.
Just nibble in the zone.
No, I think it's funny. I have a lot of energy, and people are actually first thing they say when they meet me, like after the show, they're like, "Oh my God, you're like a little child. You're bouncing around." So I definitely I have my energy. I keep my running around. The more movement, the better. And there's a lot of music in the show. There's a lot of there's one prop that you'll hate me for, and I hope you didn't look at my Instagram prior to me coming on this channel, because now it's not your joke. It's about the Cowboys. Because but believe it or not. And your fans and your listeners probably know I'm a Dolphin fan, but I've always respected the Cowboys, always. And I think your owner is one of my favorite people. I don't know why, but something about Jerry Jones. I met him every time I've met him. He's always been the nicest guy.
He's great.
And one time I met him with my girlfriend. I were checking in this really fancy hotel, and he was checking in with his wife, and he had 100 bags, but they were all beautiful, bags.
Yeah. $1,000 a piece or something.
Oh no, they had the Dallas Cowboys emblem on them. It was just like I was like, oh my God, and it was a Gucci but with the Dallas Cowboys, and it was just you tell this guy, and I just saw the bags. I didn't even see him. I said, my God, this guy's got to be a Cowboy fan. And he looked back around and he looked at me. I said, oh, I said, how about them Cowboys? You know how he does that wink?
Oh, yeah.
He says, how about them Cowboys? And it was just so charming. I was like, can I hug you? You're just like a beautiful, what a beautiful. He just how about them Cowboys? And I said, yeah, well, I'm a Dolphin fan. He goes, Dolphin fan? How about them Dolphins? I said, well, look at my luggage and look at your luggage. That's how my Dolphins are. So I like a snowboard bag all ripped up. But I have a prop. Now, this prop is an endless prop. This prop goes on for when the Buffalo Bills lost to you in the Super Bowl.
30 plus years now.
30 plus years ago, I was on Regis and Kathy Lee, and I needed a joke. So I went to the sporting goods store, and there's no sporting goods stores open. And, this show's at like 6 in the morning. I found a Buffalo Bills helmet, and I painted it because I couldn't find one. So I painted it, and I dug a hole in the top of it, and I built a tissue thing in it. So I say, you've seen the Bills' new helmets, and I pull the tissue out. So now it's been in my show for 30 years, and every team, even college teams, the joke has gone to that. So it's like the evolution of the same prop that just won't go away. And so this last couple of weeks, it's been the Cowboys, and I reluctantly tell you it's been the Cowboys, but the crowd goes crazy. And it's on my Instagram. The crowd loves it. And then I say, I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. I said, yesterday, I promised. Yesterday was a Chiefs helmet. I promised. So and then I show a picture backstage where I have every helmet.
Yeah.
In the NFL with the hole, so that wherever team it happens to be, I just take the tissue box and put it in the Eagles and put it in the Dolphins. I mean, trust me, the Dolphins have been in it many times. So as it stands now, and I was supposed to do your show yesterday. I had a Dallas Cowboys shirt on.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have it today. I had it on yesterday.
It's okay.
My people even told me. I said,
We appreciate
I was supposed to do it. I had my shirt on.
Well,
So,
we appreciate
you can find it on my Instagram, though. It's
I'm
great.
looking at it
you're
right
looking
now.
right now?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm looking
okay,
at it right
fantastic.
now.
Hell of a joke.
Your fans will like it, by the way, because it's really fun.
Oh, man, over the last 3 weeks after the loss, I mean, they'd be eating that up right now.
Yeah,
Cowboys fans are with you.
I have a lot of friends that are, Vinny Paul, God bless him, from Pantera, was one of my best friends, and he was an avid, big Cowboys fan. So
Well, I did
we had
see-
fun together a lot of times.
You made a post about Toby Keith earlier, and he's got long-standing Cowboy ties as well. I mean, what was your relationship like with Toby?
Oh man, it's hard to even. I don't. They just told me when I walked in here. I talked to him 2 days ago about. I don't remember now. It was something stupid. It was something stupid about his son coming out to see the show, And I had just performed with him about a month ago. He did his last show. Well, no one told me it was his last show. They were filming 2 shows, and he said, "You want to come over and watch it?" And I came over, and Trace Atkins had gone out and sang Red, White, and Blue. And the next night, I'm home and I have a show, and I called him and I said, "Dang, I feel so bad. I should have come out when Red Solo Cup, because I was in that video. I should have come out and like toasted you, and the crowd would have been funny, because I'm in the video." And he said, "Well, why the hell didn't you?" And I said, "Well, I'm not going to go in on anyone else's show and not be the invited, So he said, "Well, tonight." I said, "Well, I have a show." He said, "Well, I'll start late." I said, "What?" He said, "I'll start 5 minutes late if I can make it." I said, "Well, I'm not going to make the Red Solo Cup because that's like 20 after. But if I can make it for the Red, White, and Blue song, which is your last song, I'll come out and I'm not going to sing the whole song. I'll just come out when right when you say, 'Let's put your boot in your ass.'" And he said, "Great." So I went to the show. I ran over, and walked in the arena, and his guy grabbed me. He says, "You got 1 second here. Put a mic on you." And he said, "Carrot Top's in the house." It's on the Instagram too. "Carrot Top's in the house." And I came out and we sang the end of the Red, White, and Blue song.
Right on.
And it was a pretty cool moment. So yeah, it's a sad day.
Pretty good singer too, or
unbelievable. His voice was just better than it ever sounded ever before.
It's Carrot Top here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, I have to ask this: what do you think is the inspiration or what you're going for with your style?
Of clothing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Or comedy? I didn't know if there's a comedy or your style of comedy or style of your attire. No, I don't really have a style. It's like really called the Carrot Top style. It's just like I dress homeless so no one asks for money.
Okay.
They think I'm broke.
Around here.
Yeah, they think I'm broke, so then he doesn't have anything. But no, I've always dressed the same way since I just dress. I have fun. I wear whatever, fun clothes, baggy stuff.
Yeah,
comfortable.
It's definitely unique.
Show is it's good on stage because I'm running around like a madman, so it moves with me on stage. But yeah.
What about the hair?
The hair is evolved over the coach.
Can you run a comb through that?
No, you can't run it. I tried. Andy, Coach Reed, I got a question to get to him yesterday. It was pretty funny. I said, "Coach, you remember me? Carrot Top. He said, what have you done to your hair?" So I thought it was funny. I said, "Yeah, it's a little different." He said, "Dad, what have you done to that damn thing?" So I don't know. I just one day I know how it happened. I was with my nephew. And he was standing behind me, sitting behind me at something, and it was church or something. We got up. He said, "You have a lot of gray hair." And I said, "I have what?" "You have a lot of gray hair." I said, "Well, thanks. Do I really? I don't see it. I don't see it up here. I don't see it." So in the back, I said, "I'll fix it. I'll just put purple and shit in there." So I just put purple in there. And then one leg led to the other, and I put some blue and some green, some red and some orange. And I said, "I'm just George Clinton now." Have you ever seen George Clinton? So I'm a cross between George Clinton and whatever. But it works. It's all it's all fun. It's kind of what I am. What I am is just a mess.
So. What's the washing strategy?
Well, that's why I say at the show, and I said one day I'll wash it and stop playing with Sharpies. But until then,
Oh wait, so you actually color it with Sharpie?
Yeah,
you're not bleeping around. When you say that.
No, I do.
Oh, you're actually drawing it.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. So it gets a little extra credit because I do it myself.
Dude, it's really fantastic. I mean,
that is homemade hair right there.
It's every color. It's not. And it's like pretty dreaded up.
It is, dude.
It is dreaded up. Yeah.
Dreaded up.
Wow.
It's fun. It works. It works. I guess.
No, it does work.
I mean, again, in a lineup, I'm screwed. But yeah.
Okay. I mean, I imagine you get stopped when you're roaming the streets of Vegas all the time. You're getting stopped.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not like you're Carrot Top.
It's like, it's Carrot Top. You are Carrot Top.
Yeah, right. So, which is a blessing and a curse. I mean,
When you arrived to Vegas years and years ago, and there's all of the things that come with Vegas, how long does it take to adjust and understand your surroundings and not get swallowed up by them?
I got to be really honest with you guys. I never, my whole career, and I've been here for 29 years, I never once got into it. I would say the gambling and I'd never gambled my entire life. I do partake and have a little drink after the show.
Sure.
But never got too crazy, never went through when people say, Vegas, oh my God, I can handle a day and a half there. How do you do that? I'm like, well, I work. I go home at night, so I come in, I do the show, and I go home. I have a regular life that you would have in any other city. But friends of mine that come visit, they're like, oh my God, on their deathbed, 2 days after they're going to leave. And I'm like, well, you can't do that. There's so many restaurants and bars and shows and there's everything in the world to do.
So you've remained drug-free your entire time in Vegas?
I would say drug-free, but I try not to partake in, I went through my little drug phase, a month there or two.
How would you power rank them? What's the one seed for the best drug in terms of like the most fun you've had?
Well, ecstasy was probably the best drug you've done. But then, I only took it once because it was too good. I thought it might be something.
It was too good.
It was too good. It was just too good. It's like, I'm ready to come off this thing. I don't know. I'm not a drug guy. And I'm already crazy without drugs. So when I did drugs, it made me not fun. Like I'm kind of fun without drugs, and then I was on drugs. I'm like, you okay? So I was kind of like the downer guy. So drugs did the opposite effect to me personally than they would do to probably somebody else. So I just stayed away from drugs. I like a good glass of red wine or nice Crown on the Rocks. I could go for one of those right now.
Crown on the Rocks is always a good call.
Yeah.
Would you have a favorite show out here outside of your own, of course?
Oh, well, I never see my show. Outside of my show, that's the thing that sucks. Is I never get to go see one.
You don't have the time.
Toby was the last one I got to go and sit and sit and But I've seen some of the Cirque shows. I've seen Rod Stewart or Elton John, the big guys that come through, and it's phenomenal when you get a chance to go see a show. I'm always doing a show, so it's hard.
How much has the crowds changed throughout your career?
It's a great question. Completely changed. It's kind of a weird thing, comedy, too, because I've done it for so long, and people say, well, how has it changed?
Almost like Jimmy Buffett. If you look at somebody that's been in this business for so long, that they've morphed into different crowds and different,
I do get a different, it's interesting. My audience has always been so diverse from the day one.
Right.
Because I would do like Regis and Kathy Lee, and then I would do the Tonight Show, and then I would do MTV, and then I would do like, what do you call it? The animated show, Simpsons or one of those things. So you would get all these different age groups, people that would watch The Simpsons or Family Guy or kids, MTV or kids. Then the parents would watch Regis and grandparents would watch Jay Leno. And then they would all sit, and I'd play colleges on top of that. So they'd say, oh my God, Carrot Top guy, we saw him he was on the Tonight Show. We saw him at college. So I've always had a really fun, diverse crowd. Everyone from 8 to 80 comes to the show. And last night we had this couple were 85, and they were so cute. We've been to your show 80 times. And I said, I'm sorry about the language and the dildos. I'm just so sorry about everything. And they're like, no, it's fine. We love it, But and you mess with them and say, I've seen you in every episode of the Golden Girls. I've loved you in every episode, But you have fun with them, but the truth of it is, they really have. They've followed my career from when they were young.
Sure.
They said, we saw you on, we saw you at a state fair, back in Sacramento in '85 or something. So it's fun.
Have you ever tried a vending machine pizza?
No. They had vending machine.
Yeah, they
pizza.
got one
right here.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Is it good?
It's not.
It's not. Pizza's not bad, but that's the first time you say, no, not good.
No,
might be the worst.
It might be the worst.
Yep.
God, I remember having when I went to Europe. My brother's in the Air Force, and I went to Germany, and I do remember the vending machine there. We were on this campus, and I walked down to get just a Coke, and my buddy's like, dude, get a beer, and I'm like, a beer? And they're like, yeah, you get a beer. Why don't you get a Coke? And I'm like, there's beer in there? They had beer machines. You can just, no matter what old, you just pull a beer out. That's cool. Have a little beer and then a piece of pizza out of the vending. It's a golden day.
Yeah, nothing says Vegas quite like that.
Well, congrats on all your success, man. It's good to catch up with you. I was one of the MTV kids, like 18 years old. You pop up there. That was probably the biggest breakout for me as far as noticing you.
Awesome.
I
love Dallas. That's... The Bronco Bowl. We used to play the Bronco Bowl. My God. And we used to play the Majestic Theater and everywhere down there. Everything was... Dallas is just great. We've always, of course, I've been stuck in the airport as many times as everybody else has.
When you're back in town, come on in studio.
You didn't ask me what team I'm rooting for.
Oh, yeah. Who are you rooting for?
Probably the Niners. Chiefs beat your Dolphins.
I'm going to go red. Whoever's the red team.
The red team.
I made red. There wasn't red before me. I made red.
Thank you, Carrot Top.